All right, we're live here on the neurosurgery journey, first episode. I'm sure a lot of people know us from the previous neurosurgeons journey podcast that Mike Court started, who's now a neurosurgery resident. So we decided to kind of evolve this into a live stream in accordance with the BSG rebranding. We're super excited to just have our team of aspiring neurosurgeons on here to talk all things neurosurgery and really to focus in on the journey. So I was thinking about what this journey podcast or live stream would really look like and what we wanted to hit on. And something that I thought about, right, is that for a lot of us, that first exposure to neurosurgery is the timeless expression, well, it's not brain surgery. And you can call it serendipity or natural curiosity or maybe divine intervention. But some of us hear that phrase and we wonder, what about when the task at hand actually is brain surgery? And here on the neurosurgery journey, I've got 4 of my colleagues who are, at various points on the path to actually having their work be brain surgery. So I'm super excited to have them here. We got Kyle up there in the top left corner, Liam on the right, Gretchen down on the bottom right, and then our senior member, Taylor, who is probably the closest one to actually being able to call himself a neurosurgeon, which is super exciting. So I'm being kind of facetious, right? The journey into neurosurgery starts off a little bit different for all of us. Probably are not actually inspired by just wanting to say that we're doing neurosurgery. So to kind of kick it off here, I just want to start answering the question, what got us each interested in neurosurgery? And before we do that, we always want to encourage our audience to leave comments and questions in the chat as everybody's talking. But as we kick off that question of, what got you started on your journey, why don't we have Taylor start that one off?
Yeah, absolutely. So, thanks for having me. It's a real pleasure and honor to be here. My name is Taylor Reardon. I am a 4th-year medical student at University of Pikeville, Kentucky College of Osteopathic Medicine. It's all the way in Pikeville, Kentucky, about 45 minutes west of Virginia. So really far out there. But really what got me interested in neurosurgery. So to give you a little bit of background on my upbringing. So I grew up in a very rural town. There are about 3,500 people there. Not a lot of medical exposure there, but I knew that I was interested in science at some point, just science in general, after learning in high school. My biology teacher was also our weightlifting coach. And so to kind of have that combination and understanding of, and that relationship was very intriguing to me. And so I went and studied at the University of Toledo in Toledo, Ohio, majored in biology pre-med. With a concentration in neuroscience. And I didn't know at that time if I wanted to do a PhD or more clinical work. And so to do that, I was fortunate to get a job as a medical assistant in a neurology neurosurgery joint practice. And I was able to kind of connect with the neurosurgeons there, and they fortunately let me shadow in the operating room a little bit. And I saw my first case, which was just a simple discectomy. And I was just like awestruck at that time. It was such a fascinating thing to me. I didn't, I'd seen it on TV, and like Mike said, you talk about it just being brain surgery or just being spine surgery, but it was actually happening in front of me. And I said, from that point on, I absolutely want to do this for a career. So I, studied pretty hard in undergrad. I took a year off between my undergrad and medical school. And was fortunate enough to gain acceptance to ChiCom. And I'm a current 4th-year medical student pursuing neurosurgery at the trail end of interview season, which is exciting. So,
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Super exciting. So, you mentioned, kind of being at that point where you're thinking PhD versus clinical, and maybe we have, some pre-meds versus pre-PhDs here, and they're trying to figure out what they want to do. What advice would you give to them as they're trying to figure out what part of the kind of clinical versus research spectrum they want to be on?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a huge question. And I guess to start off first, for those interested in kind of deciding between the path, there is a common path, being an MD PhD or a DO PhD if you choose to do both. But really what it took was a lot of self-reflection. I was very thankful for the research experiences that I had in my undergraduate career. All of them were basic science research experiences. I enjoyed all of them, but I realized that I loved connecting with patients. I loved working with my hands, and just that self-reflection just led me to want to pursue a career in clinical medicine. And I tried to really, give it my best shot and really work hard on my research projects. I got my honors thesis, but even after all the work put in, I was still drawn towards clinical medicine and really making a difference there. And that's just what after that time and effort, I realized that was more of my calling than research.
Awesome stuff. So you want to take care of people, not mice, is essentially what you're saying at the end of it.
Exactly. The mice are super nice, but the people just give me a little bit extra feedback than the mice. I actually worked with C. elegans, which are these little like worms and stuff like that, and those, they were great, but they don't tell me too much on their neurologic exams, so I tended to go towards real patients.
That's fair. So maybe in kicking with the research theme here, we'll go to Gretchen because she's on the research year now. So Gretchen, tell us a little bit about your journey into wanting to be a neurosurgeon and what you're up to now.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for having me, Mike and Brandon Spine Group. My journey to neurosurgery, a little less forethought and just kind of different steps I've taken to land where I'm at today. But so like Taylor, from a super small town, not a ton of medical exposure. In high school, I actually wanted to go to veterinary school and become a vet. So I went to the University of Missouri in Columbia. It was pre-vet. I was going to be a vet. And I enjoyed my classes, but kind of along the same lines as Taylor, the animals didn't quite give me as much feedback as I would have liked. And realized I'd rather just have my own pets than take care of other people's pets. So made the switch to pre-med because I still really enjoyed science and wanted sort of a clinical career. So took 2 years off between undergrad and med school, and I continued to work in a research lab, got to move to Tampa for a year. So that was a fun little stint. And then went to medical school where I currently am, Kansas City University, College of Osteopathic Medicine in Kansas City, Missouri. I am currently taking a year off to do a research year. I'm between my 3rd and 4th year, so just one more left. And so right now I'm conducting a research year in St. Louis, and it's going really well. It's been a nice little transition from regular medical school duties and all of that stuff. But going back to the first 2 years of med school, I kind of enjoyed everything that I was learning. I didn't come into med school thinking I wanted to do neurosurgery. It was on the table, but it wasn't the only thing. I knew I definitely wanted to do surgery, but didn't realize it'd end up being neurosurgery. So just really enjoyed my neuroscience classes. And then Mike Ports, who you've mentioned, he went to Kansas City University, and one day he just posted on our class Facebook page, like, hey, I'm doing this research group for people interested in neurosurgery. Hit me up if you want to get involved. So I did. And then the rest is kind of history. Started to do more neuroscience research and just fell in love with it. So then 3rd year, we get to pick 2 electives for our 3rd year clinical rotation. So I picked vascular surgery and neurosurgery. And my neurosurgery rotation ended up being my very last rotation of 3rd year. And by that point, I'd already kind of honed in on neurosurgery. So I was like, well, I'm going to figure out a research year for the year ahead. But I was a little nervous because I was like, well, what if I get to May and neurosurgery is just not for me, but I already have this research year lined up. But thank goodness that's not the case. And I did my month on the neurosurgery service and absolutely fell in love. I was like, okay, this is good. This is what I'm doing. And then research year started, and here in a couple months, I'll be picking back up med school and applying for sub-Is. So, yeah.
Awesome. So you mentioned that you knew somewhat early on in med school that you wanted to do surgery. What was it like, kind of making that decision? Because I think that's an important decision that people have to make is, am I, a medicine doctor that uses my brain, or am I a, procedural doctor that uses my hands? And of course, that's an oversimplification. But where did you sort of figure that out?
Yeah, for sure. That's a main decision tree there. So I came in kind of thinking I wanted to do neurosurgery neurosurgery, just surgery in general. When I worked at the vet, I really enjoyed the surgical cases, but so I kind of had an idea. And then it really wasn't decided upon until third year. It just so happened my very first rotation was general surgery. And kind of same thing. First day, got into an OR and actually got to play like a little bit of a role. And I was like, this is great. And then my next one, I'm pretty sure, was internal medicine. I was like, yeah, I don't like this as much. That was the same theme throughout my entire third year. I just really enjoyed all of my surgical rotations, and the clinical ones are great too. And we learned a bunch, but just didn't get me quite as jazzed as anything that required an OR.
Yeah, fair enough. So now why don't we turn over to the guys that are in the thick of it with their clinicals. So why don't we start with Kyle, because I know he's maybe just wrapping up clinicals and starting to head towards research.
Absolutely, yeah. So my name's Kyle. I was originally from a small town in Mississippi and moved to Louisiana. I got my undergraduate degree in chemical engineering, and I always wanted to go into medicine, but I didn't really know how I wanted to go there. And I realized that I did have a passion for the engineering mindset and the pathway of, working through our problems through an analytical way. So I decided to actually go through to medicine through that engineering pathway. And I didn't know what I wanted to do in medicine at all at that point. My undergrad was basically just like general medicine. But as I started to learn like what areas of medicine you can actually start using engineering, I started to realize that the surgical subspecialties had some of the most fascinating areas. And through that lens, I started to see the very cool things that neurosurgery could offer. And right when I got to med school and I had the opportunity to shadow as a neurosurgeon, that was game over. Seeing those surgeries, being in the OR, seeing the different types of surgical techniques they use, and more importantly, seeing how quickly you can change a patient's life was unforgettable. And I'm sure everybody here remembers the first time they saw surgery, especially neurosurgery, and it's incredible. And, I identified some good mentors early on and got into research. And ever since then, it's just a positive feedback loop of liking what I do and, just counting down the days where I could finally, start working towards applications.
Awesome stuff. And I know that, so you have the engineering background, and there is a ton of engineering in neurosurgery. That was one thing that surprised me when I met, some residents that were like, oh yeah, I did electrical engineering as an undergrad. And it's like, what were you thinking? So can you share a little bit about, what is it like going from that super kind of rigid mathematical life of engineering into, thinking more clinically?
Yeah. I mean, it's actually not that bad of a transition. In engineering, you have, let's say you have an oil rig and something's going wrong. And part of your job is to figure out, what are we seeing from our controls? Where are we losing pressure in certain pipes and stuff? And that's very similar to the clinical aspects of medicine. And the problem solving mindset's not that far off from medicine. So that wasn't the real issue. I mean, the only thing that medicine doesn't have is the calculus, which for me is honestly a great thing.
Thank God.
But you'll see that the skills you learn in engineering and just getting involved in the type of device design research really gives you a different perspective and certain skill set that can kind of set you apart and get you into some cool research situations.
Super cool. All right, so now we'll go to the last guy here, Liam. So Liam, tell us a little bit about where you're at now and what your interests in neurosurgery are.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Well, first, before I get into that, hey, my name is Liam. I wanted to mention, you talked about like serendipity and divine intervention, and like how this whole, and I wanted to talk about like how this whole live stream podcast came together, or how I got involved. At least I was one night, I was in the thick of clinicals. Kyle can relate right now, and in my mind I was like, oh, I'd love to see like an educational neurosurgery podcast. And then I remember I had listened to the neurosurgeon's journey before, and that's how I got actually into the brain and spine group. And so I reached out to Dr. Panulo, I believe is how you pronounce her last name. And then she got me connected to you guys. And I think it was like that same day, y'all had been talking about starting or restarting the podcast or something like that. And it's crazy to think like across the nation, we both had this similar idea. And here we are in all of its glory. So that I just wanted to share that. I thought that was really cool. But yeah, my name's Liam Goldman. I'm a third year medical student at the Medical College of Georgia. But I'm from Columbus, Georgia. It's a small little city down in Southwest, or maybe Midwest Georgia, rather. And so my journey to neurosurgery started at a very young age, the age of 1 second in life. I was born to a family. My mom is a neuro ICU nurse, and my dad is a neurosurgeon here in Columbus, community neurosurgeon here. And so kind of throughout my life, growing up, I was exposed to all things neuroscience, neurobiology, and just community medicine in general. And so I really respected what my parents did. And so I thought that, medicine might be the right path for me. And that's kind of the goal that I had going into college. I went to Rhodes College in Memphis, Tennessee. I wasn't quite sure if I had the neuroscience bug. So I took some neuroscience courses, and indeed I was bitten by that bug. And I fell in love with everything from neurophilosophy to the simplest part of neuroscience, the action potential. And it was I really started to kind of find my place of, okay, I'm pursuing medicine. I really like neuroscience, and so why not try and pursue neurosurgery once I got to medical school. Along the way, I'm grateful to have the opportunity to have shadowed my dad in the OR and had some really cool experiences. Seeing gunshot wounds, seeing him fix slip discs and things like that. But if I can think of one story that really made me take a step back and realize, okay, this neurosurgery is what I want to do, is while at MCG, Medical College of Georgia, we say MCG. I was shadowing my mentor there, and he was doing a corpus callosotomy, which you kind of cut the connection between the two hemispheres. And you do that to treat intractable epilepsy. And I just remember the anatomy was so beautiful. I had seen gunshot wounds before. Unfortunately, the anatomy of the brain at that point is it's very compromised. But in this surgery, the brain looks fairly untouched to the naked eye, and I could see the blood vessels, pumping full of blood. And at some point in the surgery, my mentor dissects out the hippocampus, and he calls me over and has me hold out my hand, has me put on gloves first, and then has me hold out my hand, and puts the hippocampus in my hand. And I just, my whole world kind of like, I felt like it was like depersonalization, derealization, like everything, nothing. I was like, I feel like I'm holding, this patient's, memories and, experiences, things that make this person human in my hands. And I just was like, wow, there is no other career that where you know have that opportunity to do those things, and yeah, is ultimately why I decided, you know, all right, this is for sure the path for me. I think did I answer the question there? I felt like I was just rambling.
No, I think not to crap on anybody else, but I think that was one of the best answers. That was yeah. I don't know if I can follow that. Just super cool, and I think what you're hitting on is what a privilege it is to just be medical students. And I remember hearing this when I started kind of M1, and they talk about what you get to do as a medical student. And I think it's easy for us to really look at it as like just a step in the journey, right? Or something that we have to do to get where we want to be. But I had really good advice from one of our deans to really like take it slow and just enjoy that journey, because when else are you going to get to walk into one OR and see an open brain on the table, and then go into the next and see an open heart, right? And nobody is really going to question you when you have that medical student badge walking around the hospital and kind of trolling for these cases. So it's just an incredible privilege to be there and learn how to take care of people, and dream of one day being able to take care of them ourselves and with the rest of the team. So I guess I should probably share a little bit about myself and my journey in here. So I'm Mike. Definitely is a journey for me. So I'm a MD PhD student. I've been at Rutgers Robert Wood Johnson Medical School for 6 years now. So I did 2 years of the preclinical, and now I shudder to say it, I'm a fourth year PhD student trying to wrap up research in the lab, work with mice. So definitely, I don't know if I agree with Taylor on mice being nice. A little be finicky to work with. But I'm looking forward to getting back into clinicals and taking care of people at some point in the future. And thinking about serendipity or natural curiosity or divine intervention, definitely think it was divine intervention for me. My mom's a nurse. She's a school nurse, so I sort of have to say she's a fake nurse, but I don't tell that to her face. But they actually do deal with some interesting stuff. But I remember, from a young age, just kind of being like enamored, looking at some of her anatomy textbooks and stuff. And she jokes around that I was sitting there at like 3 reading the CPR book. I had no clue what I was looking at, right? I was just a little kid, but I liked the pictures apparently. So I kind of had that inkling of I wanted to do something, and then in medicine, and then I transitioned a little bit, and I was like, oh, maybe I want to go into the military. So I had this idea of wanting to serve. Thought I was going to do that for a long time, and then as fate would have it, I had a super awesome 9th grade science teacher who recognized that this little shy kid who sat in the back of the class and didn't really talk much. When I would walk out of class, I would go and talk to him and ask him a question, and he saw something insightful about what I had to ask or what I had to say. So he recommended that I started in one of their science research programs in high school. I got into doing some concussion research, and I got really into TBI and spinal cord injury. At the same time, I was volunteering on the ambulance corps back home, so I was seeing sort of the clinical correlate to what I was researching in this class. And at that point, the two were just inseparable. Went into college. I knew I wanted to do research at some point, but I really tried to convince myself not to do the MD PhD, because I was like, man, you're going to be old by the time you finish everything, if that's what you do. But more and more as I spent time in the lab and I was doing some developmental neuroscience work, I was like, you just have to do it. And it's probably some good advice for people that are trying to figure out that question of, do I want to do research? Do I want to do clinical? Or do I want to do both? I think if you want to do somewhat of a research route, take the time when you're young and get the master's or get the PhD, because no matter what, you've got to put the time in doing research. So you're either going to do it as a grumpy resident, or at least as a somewhat spry medical student. So that would be my advice to folks. So yeah, I'm at the point of the PhD where I'm trying to get the thesis written and get back to taking care of people in the clinic. But I'm just super grateful to have found Brain and Spine Group, and to be able to connect with all these guys and have people to journey on this neurosurgery journey together. And I think that's something unique to neurosurgery, right? Because it's such a small field. So, there's only a handful of people at each of our institutions. Maybe we're one of the only ones that want to pursue neurosurgery. So you got to, work and make those connections outside of it. So, maybe a question on that. What ways do you think you can connect with the neurosurgery community for somebody who's a medical student or maybe even an undergraduate, and they're trying to figure out if they're interested in neurosurgery and how they would go about getting some of those questions answered? Anybody want to take
I
that?
think something that I've been recommending to a lot of the first year medical students that recently started is talk to the more senior medical students, because I feel like they really have the finger on the pulse of how to get connected to which residents, because they've been through it all. So they know, which attendings, which residents are the most applicable to you, just emailing them and asking for, questions about whether it be research or shadowing, and just like simple things like how to study for preclinicals, or, how to impress the residents in your clinical rotations. I feel like that's a really good tool. And attend your special, like the neurosurgery subspecialty, like your club or whatever you have, like early, just to start meeting people, and they'll have a lot of good information there.
Muted there. Very cool. Anybody else have suggestions? I definitely echo what Kyle's saying, and I got involved in the double ANS chapter here at Rutgers early on, and it was a great way to meet some people. And then, of course, I got to plug Brain and Spine Group, because it's an awesome way to meet people in the community. Anybody else here? And then I see we got a question from the chat as well. All right, why don't we take that question from the chat? So Jose says, awesome. Is there anyone interested in rural/community or even global neurosurgery? I can personally say I definitely have global neurosurgery interests, and potentially maybe rural neurosurgery interests, which a little conflicting with wanting to be an academic neurosurgeon, because a lot of those programs tend to be in big cities. But as telemedicine and that kind of stuff starts to really build out, there might be opportunity to mix some of those. How about anybody else on the team?
Yeah, absolutely. I have mostly interest in rural or community neurosurgery. Like I said, growing up in a very small town, I have a lot of pride and passion for serving a community that gave me so much when I was growing up. And that's one of my desires is, if I'm fortunate enough to match and pursue a career as a neurosurgeon, I'd like to return to a more rural community and serve those people. I'm from the Midwest, a lot of hardworking individuals, and being able to provide care for them would be an absolute honor. So yeah, I do have interest in rural and community neurosurgery someday.
Love to hear it.
I'd like to jump in and say one reason why I'm pursuing neurosurgery is because of I could be a practicing. Well, first of all, I haven't really decided exactly if I want to do academic, or community based neurosurgery. It's still kind of up in the air for me. But what I love about neurosurgery is that, I could be a rural community neurosurgeon, but then also have, a relationship with a hospital over in, a country, say in Africa or Asia, and, go over there for a little bit of the year and do some surgeries, which I think is great, which is exciting. You can have whatever you want, however you want to build your practice.
Also, Indy, I love your channel. Welcome to the chat.
I love your channel too. That's pretty cool.
You make some great content.
Yes.
I feel honored.
NDMD is a good buddy of mine. He goes to MCG, and I'd be remiss to mention that he was a big kind of inspiration of me reaching out to you guys and doing this. So yeah, yups, Andy, you're the man.
Awesome stuff. We're getting the famous med socials on here. It'd be big. All right. Another question here. What are the recommended books about neurosurgery that you would recommend to medical students to gain insight and potentially formulate their own research questions? Anybody have thoughts on this one? Maybe we'll start with Taylor, since he's probably the most experienced in that realm.
Yeah, absolutely. Great question to whoever asked this. And this is a question that I came across a lot as I was starting out in my neurosurgery journey, because I always said I wanted to do research. I wanted to, publish the papers and do all this cool stuff. And then I would sit down and I'd say, what in the world do I write about? There's so much neurosurgery out there, and there's even more that I don't know and I've never heard of. So one thing that I would recommend for you, I'm not sure what age you are, so I'll start at the medical student level. I would recommend that you start reading journals, the Journal of Neurosurgery, the Red Journal, also called Neurosurgery, other journals that are related to neurosurgery, and really read through the articles, because a lot of them talk about how they design their experiments, and most importantly, some of the limitations of those experiments. And limitations to an experiment is sometimes how I look at an unanswered question. What can you do to look at this experiment and maybe develop it? Or if there is a special case that that you see that you're like, wow, this is a really cool syndrome or a very cool finding, go on PubMed and read about it, and see if it's something that there isn't a lot of literature out there on. Those are the ways that I started out, how I gained interest. I have interest in minimally invasive spine surgery, and one of my mentors is a wizard with the endoscope, especially in the thoracic spine, which, as many of you know, that the thoracic spine can get a little tricky when doing discectomies because of the anatomy. And so I was very interested in this, and from that point I started reading about it and understanding what can be done, and most importantly, what still needs to be done. So I think that if you start reading journal articles and understanding what's current in the literature, I think you'll have a better understanding of what still needs to be answered.
Definitely some great points. And I don't think it's ever too early to start reading the journal articles. I think, even you'll struggle through it the first time you read about a new topic, but once you kind of get the lingo down, having the skill of reading a primary research article is something that will never fail you moving forward. Any other thoughts on good resources for neurosurgery? I'm going to plug, what is it? When Air Hits the Brain. I don't know if anybody's read that, but that was one of the first, books that I read about just what it is to be a neurosurgeon, and it was definitely inspirational to me. Aside from like Grey's Anatomy, because we can't all be McDreamy as much as we want. Other books, Greenberg, right? Handbook of Neurosurgery is always a classic for people preparing for eyes. Yeah, there it is. And then I know the CNS put out like a specific neurosurgery supplement for medical students that's supposed to be really good. So these are great questions to ask, and also, ask your senior medical students, or, even the residents, what they are reading or what they think you should be reading as you're going through. All right. Next question here. In your opinion, what is the perfect age to becoming a neurosurgeon? I think whenever you get done. If you want to do it, just do it. I don't know if anybody has particular feelings on that. I'm sure there's more sage advice than just doing it.
Yeah, I can start that. I think just whatever path you're on, just continue down it. I mean, there's never going to be a perfect time to take on a 7-year residency, but if it's what you want to do, then and it's worth doing, just do it. It doesn't matter what point you are in your career or your life. If you're passionate about it, it'll definitely be worth it.
All right. I'm trying to see some other questions here. Mehul Mehra put out here some other recommendations. So when breath becomes air, not to be confused with when air hits the brain. Yeah, I'm not one to cry, but that book had me floored a couple of times. And I don't want to spoil it, but if you want to learn more about it, just look up what the book's about. And yeah, Do No Harm as well. I think is it Henry Marsh?
It is.
That wrote that one. He's a UK neurosurgeon.
Yes, and it's an excellent read as well. Another great recommendation.
Solid. And then Jose says here, last year there was a medical student graduate wanting to enter neurosurgery, 41 at the time. So again, it's never too late. And I think this is a good point in pursuing neurosurgery. You're going to hear a lot of advice from people, and you're going to find that a lot of times it conflicts. So you always want to have a good, compass kind of guiding you internally. And if the advice doesn't necessarily, correspond with what you think, especially when it's more negative advice of you're too old to do neurosurgery or you don't have the scores to do it. I believe if there's a will, there's a way. So don't let people discourage you, because you will certainly face that along the journey.
Yeah, and another thing, when I was doing my clinical rotations, you'll see all the time, like you'll tell people you want to go into neurosurgery, and they'll just be like, get ready, like strap in. It's a very hard specialty, which it is. And a lot of times, I don't know about y'all, but it seemed to be a culture of them trying to dissuade you from doing that. But then if you go actually talk to your neurosurgery residents and the attendings, their mood is much different. They love what they're doing for the most part, and like really encourage you to follow that. So don't just be afraid of neurosurgery just by what everybody else is telling you. Go to the source, talk to your residents and talk to the people who's actually living that, and then see if that's a lifestyle that you're interested in.
Yeah, definitely some good advice. My mentor jokes all the time that his role as my mentor is to dissuade me from doing neurosurgery. And the way he says he's going to do that is just showing me, what the life is actually like. And if you want to do it by the end, then that means that's, what you're really kind of built to do. So again, a positive way to reflect on what can be, definitely a hard lifestyle. So yeah, carry on and, keep doing it, and you'll get there for sure. No questions in the chat, so we can shift back to some of the questions I had here. So, we all are doing sort of different things right now, and we hit on this a little bit, but what does your kind of day-to-day look like right now in the particular phase of your journey that you're in? So Gretchen, you're on the research here, so maybe you can tell us a little bit about what doing that is like and what the work you're doing is.
Yeah, for sure. So I do work in an animal science or an animal lab, and so we work with rats. For about the first 5 to 6 months of my research year, I started in July. I was going into the lab every day, learning techniques, working with the rats, just kind of getting my feet wet, because I'd only ever worked with cells in vitro labs. So this was a totally new area for me. So for about the first 5 to 6 months, going into lab every day, 8 to 5, typically just doing lab stuff. We would have lab meetings and definitely Zoom meetings with like the different departments that we were collaborating with. So it's always nice to get those perspectives as well, and get to know those residents and those faculty too. Now that I kind of have my main project is I'm working, my PI is a pediatric neurosurgeon, and her whole focus is like CSF flow, germinal matrix hemorrhage, that sort of thing. So my project is kind of like a timeline of germinal matrix hemorrhage and looking at if it occurs at a different age. Do we see differences in brain development later on? So now that I kind of have that underway and I have a good handle on that, I've gotten to kind of transition to more clinical work and clinical research. So now my days look vastly different. I only go into the lab on days that I have actual procedures to do or stuff to do with the rats. And then the other days I'm working on writing, I'm working on data collection. I'm Zooming with different residents, brainstorming ideas. And so a little bit more laid back now, but starting to get into the got to push things out now and wrap up, because the end of the year will be here before I know it.
Yeah, that's such an interesting, part of the research year is you have a lot of hard work, and then you want to show something from that work. So it sounds like you're getting to that point. And, I know the PhD life is kind of the same, where you work for years and then you have to actually sit and write, which I think ends up being the hardest part, because, probably wanting to be surgeons were those hands-on people that we'd rather be in doing the procedures and stuff like that.
Yeah.
How about Kyle? So maybe Kyle and Liam can piggyback on what the clinical schedule is like.
Yeah, so I just now wrapped up my clerkship year, and so Liam, are you doing step 2 dedicated, or are you on clerkships right now?
So the way that our school curriculum is set up, we're doing, I guess, we do pre-clerkship and then we do clerkship. And then after that, we do our step 1 and step 2 together, kind of in like a
Gotcha.
4 month period. So I'm studying for
Okay.
step 1 right now and then step 2.
Gotcha. Okay. How about I'll talk about clerkships and you talk about dedicated.
Sounds good.
All right. Basically, so just for those who don't know, a clerkship year is towards your second to third year in medical school, where you put all that preclinical information and learning and actually start to go into the hospital and apply it. So you go on your classic rotations such as pediatrics, psychiatry, surgery, general medicine, and stuff like that. And during each of these certain rotations, you actually have to start while you're doing these clinical activities as a medical student. You're also having to focus on studying for these shelf exams, which is an exam that focuses on that topic at the end of each rotation. So during the day, you'd wake up early. I would study before I'd go into the hospital. So I would study for about an hour or 2 hours and then go in at around 6 and then leave at around 4 or 5. And then get home, eat, sleep as quickly as you can. And that was my day to day. And that was from January 2022 to December 2022. It's a lot of work, but you get to see a lot of specialties that you probably won't really get to see much of ever again. So it's a very special year.
Yeah, and to piggyback off that, the year of clerkship for me was, the hardest year of medical school that I had, but it was also the most fulfilling. Being actually, out of the lecture halls and into the clinics and into the wards, seeing patients, it really puts everything into perspective. But now I'm past that hill, and like Kyle, we are studying for our big, board exams. Kyle's already taken step 1. I'm studying for that right now to take it in early February. And so the day to day is I'm not in the clinic. I'm waking up and I'm studying, and if I might go out and work out, and then eat and sleep and study, and that's kind of the cycle here. So it can be hard, but you keep things into perspective. The experiences in the clinics and this goal of neurosurgery that we're pursuing keeps us moving forward. And then I guess on the other sort of side of things is you have all these extracurriculars that you're involved in, like research as well. And for me personally, I'm kind of taking a bit of a step back in that regard to focus more so on these big board exams. And I don't know if Kyle, you're doing something similar there, but yeah, this time in medical school is really important, and it's a lot of studying, and yeah, that's what I say about that.
Awesome. So I do want to take this question. What's your initial word of advice to the fresh day 2 M1 saying they want to pursue neurosurgery? Any takers on that one?
I can go ahead and take it and then talk about, I guess, my day in the life of what I'm doing right now. So
yeah, let's do it.
Definitely, day 2, first year of medical school. And I think for all of you who've been listening, there's one word that all of us have said over and over again, and it's mentor. Day 1, search out a mentor, someone who's involved who is a neurosurgeon, and really just sit down and talk with them. Talk with them about your life goals. How did they get to where they are? Do they have research opportunities, and really kind of hash out why you want to pursue neurosurgery and talking to a neurosurgeon. I can tell you that I have a lot of mentors that I've sat down with and had great discussions with, talking about career aspirations, research aspirations, everything. And it's so important to establish those connections early throughout your medical school career, because neurosurgeons are busy. They, as much as they are, in the OR, sometimes communicating with them can be tough, and establishing those mentorship, relationships can be really difficult. So I would say, if you're a first year medical student that says, neurosurgery might be for me, search out a mentor in the field, sit down and schedule a meeting with them and talk about, things that you could do. It might lead to research opportunities. It might lead to just shadowing opportunities. It might lead to a lot of different things. And I know it can be intimidating sending those cold emails, but you never know what could be behind those connections. But yeah, that's a great question. So I'll just briefly say, right now I am in the downslope of interview season during your fourth year of medical school. So my life right now is not very intriguing. I'm on a research month, so I'm finishing up projects that I've been putting off. But I will just kind of briefly touch on the fall of my fourth year, which, as many of you know, is what we call sub-Is, or sub-internships, or audition rotations. And essentially what you do is, about February or March of your third year, you go through a process called VSLO, where you sign up to rotate with neurosurgery residency programs for a month. And those are your times to shine. Those are the times where you go and you show those programs that you're interested in being there, and that you want to go there for residency. And they are stressful as an understatement. You work long hours. You are in a new environment. You are, meeting new people and establishing and looking at different relationship dynamics, so that you're ultimately putting yourself in a great position to match into those residency programs. So that is what a lot of your summer/fall of fourth year is. And I know that we'll release an episode later on that goes more in depth into those, so I don't want to talk about it too much, but that is essentially what a fourth year medical student does. In that process, they go through interviews as well, and then you are done with your interview season, and then you find out where you match to in March, and then you're finishing up your required things for your rotations and graduation, and then you're a doctor. So, exciting times ahead, kind of on the downslope. That is a summary of fourth year.
Cool stuff. So, you just got the journey sort of outlined in a couple of minutes. Sorry, you were going to say something, Kyle?
Yeah, I was actually going to answer NDMD's question. It'd be my honor to answer their question. So, what I would say to a first year medical student, I think one of the best things you can do is do research, and because that's going to have multiple good effects. So first off, if you just identify a research project early, that's going to do, first of all, you'll get to learn how to do research, learn that whole process. You might be able to help with doing an initial literature search, or might get access to health records early. And you'll actually just get to see early how the whole research process starts. You'll also get to have worked with residents and attendings. You'll get to meet with them. You'll get to coordinate with them. And you'll also probably get a lot of shadowing opportunities from just doing that. Then, after that research project is done, you'll most likely be able to present that research at a conference, which just opens up more doors to meet more people and see more opportunities to see what the life of a neurosurgeon's like. And let's say in the end of doing this whole project, you realize that you don't want to do neurosurgery because you've had all this exposure and you realize it's not what you want to do. You have a paper. So it's a win-win situation. And I think just putting yourself out there and going for it is one of the best things you can do as a first year.
It's such a hard. Oh, sorry, you go ahead.
Go ahead, Leah. Okay. I'll just add a little tidbit. 100% agree with everything Taylor and Kyle have mentioned. if you think you're interested in neurosurgery, definitely the earlier the better to get exposed and connected with people. But then just on the flip side, I just want to let people know, like, as a fresh M1, you definitely want to keep your mind open, though, as you go through your preclinical years, as you go through your clinical rotations. You don't want to go in with blinders on and think one specialty is it for you and totally miss all of the awesome opportunities that other specialties could provide. But yes, if it's neurosurgery, earlier is better, and everything Taylor and Kyle have said is amazing.
Yeah, those are all great points. Research in neurosurgery as like a medical student is such a hot topic. It might be worth us doing a whole episode sometime in the future about it. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely an important question, and it's intimidating coming in, transitioning to medical school, because medical, professional graduate school, super different from undergrad. The onus is on you to excel there, probably more than it ever was, in high school and undergrad. So definitely something to be prepared for, and the career is yours at that point, and you have to, in a way, figure it out. And there will be mentors and peers that will help you do that. But take the time to explore and to figure out what gets you going. I think the advice that people always talk about with neurosurgery, if there's anything else you could picture yourself doing and being happy, then neurosurgery might not be for you. That's probably true for any career. You want to make sure that what you're doing is the thing that's going to make you happy for as long as you're going to be doing it. The next question I want to take, and I think this is a super important one, and we sort of started to get into this idea, is how do you manage your time in medical school to be able to do neurosurgery research? And then would you recommend cold calling or cold emailing residents and neurosurgeons for their projects? So I can start off with this one. I am a huge procrastinator, which was something I had to really overcome in medical school, because undergrad was one of these things where you're able to just kind of wait until the last minute, study the night before, and just stay up all night, and then you're going to be good. In medical school, it's you're learning the information coming out of a fire hose, right? It's just a ton of stuff to have to memorize, and then you're not just memorizing it for the exam and spitting it out and being done. It's something that you're going to be expected to know on your board exams, and then when you're actually taking care of people. And that should be, the inspiration for you to want to really know the material well. So definitely, developing some of those time management skills. Use, some kind of, not necessarily a project management software, but something to, start getting good at putting your time down on paper. So it was really, medical school was one of those times where I had to be good about tracking, this is the, time I'm going to dedicate towards studying, towards doing research and really building that in. I think, also in keeping with sort of a wellness thing, you want to be able to put personal time into that schedule too. Maybe that wouldn't have been, the thing that you would want to say 20 years ago when people were just workaholics and there's a lot of burnout. But I think it's okay to say, all right, I'm going to take 2 hours, and go out, have dinner, have a beer at the end of the night and just kind of chill out. And that's an important way to cope with what you're going to be doing during medical school. And as far as the research thing, as weird as it seems, cold email people. So usually the attendings are, good folks to email, and then they can put you in touch with residents that they know have projects going on or other faculty. And if you're at an academic institution, most people, want to help you get connected with neurosurgery. They're excited about what they're doing, and they want to show it off to new students and get them involved. Any other thoughts on that question?
I think that's really good advice, Mike. Just one little thing to add. Cold emailing, I'm a proponent. It has worked for me. So it can be intimidating, but these residents and faculty, they're used to it. You're not going to be the first person that's ever cold emailed them, and you won't be the last. But if you are cold emailing them, if you've never met them or anything like that, it's totally fine to email them and tell them you're interested and want to help out in any way. But if you can come to them with an idea for a project, maybe it's bouncing off something they already published or something totally new, that'll also speak volumes of you as well, and it might make them more happen to say yes or bring you on as a student too.
True stuff. Anybody else, or I think we hammered that question. Awesome. All right, another good question here. What is the biggest thing that makes people who were interested in neurosurgery not anymore? Yeah, I mean, this is, a big question, because you'll see the double ANS chapter meeting in M1, and the people that, kind of go from your M1 class are going to look very different from the fourth year class. And that's, not because anybody was, too weak to pursue neurosurgery or anything. It's just that, when you're an M1, you want to explore really every specialty that you can. And then as you start to, gain more experience, you make the decision about what is right for you. But yeah, what do you guys think are things about neurosurgery that turn people off? Obviously, it's a huge time commitment to do the training, right? 7 years of residency, 1 or 2 years of fellowship if you want to subspecialize. So you're talking about giving up, your 20s and a good deal of your 30s. So if it's not something you're super happy with, that's going to be a tough thing to swallow. What else do you guys think?
I think you nailed it, honestly. I mean, talking to a lot of people progressing through medical school, it's mainly, going through that sudden realization that, you're at the hospital the max amount of hours every single week for 7 years. I mean, that is a long time. It's the longest residency in the US. So, some people take a step back and have that self-realization, self-reflection that, this might not be what I want to do with my life. And that's absolutely fine. And that's 100% important that you need to do that, because you don't want to dedicate your studies and your time and everything to a career that might be too much, or just something that you find out you really didn't love. So yeah, I 100% agree that, it's a time thing. It's an age thing. Sometimes, neurosurgery is looked at a very, prestigious specialty, and some people realize maybe later on that they don't, want to do that. And that's absolutely fine too. So it's really just a lot of, personal reflection and realizing, why do I want to go into neurosurgery? Well, I knew people in undergrad that looked up what is the specialty that makes the most money, and neurosurgery is at the top. And everyone's like, I want to be a neurosurgeon. And then they realize, oh, there's a lot that goes into this. And then they slowly start to change their interest, because they see, and that's just something else to reflect on too. So, personal interests really dictate your desire to do neurosurgery.
Definitely. Gretchen, I don't want to necessarily put you on the spot, but I think, we'd be pretty remiss to not include a aspiring female neurosurgeon perspective on this, especially because you're working with, a great female neurosurgeon who's involved in mentorship. And this is a great opportunity to plug our upcoming Women in Neurosurgery seminar, which is going to happen in February. So I'll give you the floor.
Yeah, for sure. I'm happy to talk about this for my experience anyway. Yeah, I mean, women in neurosurgery have a little bit other things to think about. One of the main ones that I've talked, or whenever I tell people I'm interested in neurosurgery, one of the first statements I guess back is, well, don't you want to have a family? Or don't you want to see your kids or your husband or partner? That's not an uncommon thing for myself, and I'm sure other women in the field as well, to hear. And I mean, just kind of, I would say the advice is somewhat the same as what you guys have already said. For it to be, because you have all of those things, and men have families and partners as well, but neurosurgery is going to take a lot of your time. And so for it to be totally worth it, it has to be something that you are super passionate about, because if it's not, then you're going to get halfway through your residency, or maybe you're young attending, and you might look back and have some regrets if it's not the number one thing that you could have seen yourself doing. But yeah, I mean, for the most part, I'd say the advice is definitely the same decision trees. Just making sure you've explored all your options. I'll admit, over the last year, these thoughts have gotten in my head as well. I was like, man, maybe I should look into other specialties because this is a lot to take on. And so I did that. And I mean, I'm still on the other side. I was like, no, I think neurosurgery is it. There's just nothing else that interests me the same amount. There's no other surgeries that I find nearly as fascinating. And so if you are a woman looking to pursue neurosurgery, definitely mentors are phenomenal and they have all kinds of advice to give. But finding a female who has lived it and is doing it now has also been a huge thing as well. My PI, yeah, she is a female pediatric neurosurgeon. And it's funny, we actually had like a women in neurosurgery thing in our institution about a month ago. And interestingly, she's like, it's not necessarily the neurosurgery and the operating. She's like, it's the research side that takes up a ton of my time. And I was like, yeah, that I could see that. But one other thing that she mentioned, so I'll give credit to her, but neurosurgery, there's so many different avenues you can take as far as what you want your career to look like. Even within academic medicine and private practice, I mean, you can be part-time, you can do locums. There's all kinds of avenues. There's not just full-time academic neurosurgeon or rural neurosurgeon. There's all different options. So definitely seek out mentors because they will be able to talk more eloquently about it than I can, but definitely echo everything else that everyone else has said as well.
Awesome. So I know we put off Garrett's question there, but it is a really good question about how you can progress in your research from be to the point of being able to ask interesting questions and lead a project versus just working on a project. So anyone have some sage advice on that?
I think one of the big things about starting early and start doing just, working on project type research is you get to see like the research landscape and how it works. I know when I entered medical school, I didn't necessarily have a good idea on how to ask those questions and how those questions became projects and became papers. But by just working on a bunch of projects early on, I kind of got early exposure to that. And once you start meeting with attendings and residents, you can start to see like you build a relationship with them. You start going to conferences. You can start, posing your own ideas and bouncing it off of them and see how they like it. Sometimes they'll even ask you, hey, I have an idea and I'd like you to run with it. And a lot of times you kind of have to build your own idea based on what you've learned and what you've seen and what results you've gotten.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, starting off, doing the shadowing, talking with the mentors, if you can get to a AANS or a CNS conference, or maybe even better is like some of the smaller conferences. So you go to a specific section, or like the National Neurotrauma Symposium I've been to, and that was a great experience because you get more of that interaction and just see what other people are doing, and you say, oh, that looks kind of cool. Like, how could I ask that question in a different way or about a different topic? I think as the resident MD PhD student, think about your methods a lot because that's basically all the PhD is, just learning how to do and apply methods. So look at your methods and think, oh, how can I apply this method in a different way, or how can I optimize whatever method we're using to make it better? And that's where you really see some of these novel ideas come out of. Is really reading a methods section closely and thinking how to innovate that. Any other ideas on that? All right. So this seems like a pretty specific question here. So currently have an open MD-DO application, established report and recommendations within neurosurgery and anesthesiology at the home undergrad institution. How do your medical schools support your ERAS applications for neurosurgery from first year through fourth year? Okay, so this is kind of from the perspective, once you're in medical school, how does your institution work to kind of help you build that application? Probably very institutional dependent, but maybe it's good to think about this from the perspective of if you have a home program versus don't have a home program, and how you approach that question differently. So Kyle, I know you're super integrated with the neurosurgery stuff at Cornell. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about what that looks like with your with the home institution supporting there.
Yeah. So I'm kind of in the middle of my third year, so I don't have a good idea of exactly how that translates to ERAS. But I know in terms of institutional support, we meet with a mentor, an assigned mentor within the field, within our neurosurgery department, right after our clerkship year ends, and they kind of give you recommendations on, where you stand right now and what you can do next to improve your application. In terms of, do you need to take another research year? Do you have to, get more research or stuff like that? But besides that, I know that they also have a pretty good, for neurosurgery specifically, I know that the letter of recommendation and the dean's letter is going to be very important. Taylor, I would like to hear your perspective on somebody who's like in the middle of the application cycle, how that translates over.
Yeah, for sure. And I can also represent, Kyle's at a very, very strong neurosurgical institute at Cornell. They're a very, very good program. I am at a medical school that does not have a home program. I can't tell you the number of people that have matched neurosurgery from the University of Pikeville, but it is probably on one hand. So we do not have the AANS chapters. We do not have the assigned mentors that Kyle has, but it doesn't mean that you can't establish those connections yourself. I had to do that, but it's definitely something to consider, Chris. I'm glad that you're integrated into your departments of neurosurgery and anesthesia. That's a great start. But these are some things to consider as you're getting your interviews and acceptances and things, is to really look at the departments and really look at the support for neurosurgery. It sounds like you're very motivated. So definitely take a look at the programs, and if they have a home program, those should move up your list for sure, because those connections are priceless. But really, in regards to ERAS, which for the listeners who don't know, ERAS is the program that you will submit all of your accolades, your grades, your board exams through, that are submitted to residency programs your fourth year in the fall. And what Kyle, I believe, was referring to is how important the dean's letters are and your letters of recommendation as you're going through. And they are incredibly important. All of my interviews, everyone, they don't bring up usually my board scores. They don't bring up my grades in my classes. They don't bring up any of that stuff. They say, your letters are good. That's what they say. And to me, that shows that, the letters that you have and the people that recommend you and the relationships that you establish early on in school are worth their weight in gold. So getting into places that have that ability and capability will benefit you a lot in your career.
Awesome. So we're getting past the the witching hour here, and we've been on for a while, taking some great questions. So thank you all for the attendees for keeping it interactive. This was really what we dreamt of the neurosurgery journey being. So one last kind of fun question I wanted to ask everybody, and maybe this is some good interview prep, but if you weren't pursuing neurosurgery, for whatever reason, what would you be doing outside of it?
Are we talking like within the medical field or something totally different?
Whatever, yeah.
Okay, so if I wasn't pursuing medicine, I'll put it at that. I think I'd want to have a bakery. Those videos of like people icing the cookies and like such intricate patterns and stuff, it just looks so just so relaxing. I think that's probably what I'd do.
I think if I was doing neurosurgery, I'd probably do in medicine, maybe neurology or CT surgery, maybe. And then in terms of my version of the bakery, I think I would probably want to do if I wasn't doing medicine at all, I like to study like algae and like fungi. I love ecology. I think that'd be cool if I could just be like the algae person, say like the go-to person, and
You'd be
Oh,
the
that sounds
fun
cool.
guy.
Great YouTube channel name.
I think I have to make a lateral move here. I think
You just made Kyle's decision for him.
I know.
How about you, Liam?
I genuinely have no clue. I love the outdoors, and so I think that, and I was a raft guide before going into medical school. So I think, I might pack my things up, go out west and be a raft guide down the Colorado River or something. I think that's how I would live out my days, which would be fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if I wasn't to pursue medicine, before I wanted to become a professional baseball player. And then I stopped growing in 6th grade, and I realized that probably wasn't the best plan. But if I wanted to go into another career and I knew that I could do it, definitely an archaeologist. I love discovery. I think it's incredible. Just being able to go to dig sites and just unearth things that have been laying there for thousands of years is just the feeling of discovery is great. And I enjoy history. So I would definitely be an archaeologist.
Dude, Taylor, you stole my answer. That was going to be it. I think I watched too much Indiana Jones as a kid, and I was just like, that seems awesome. And it's also, it's like tactical. You're working with your hands and stuff. So yeah, I could see it. Definitely been on a kick of thinking that moving to Montana and just having a cattle ranch would be super cool, though. That's coming from watching a lot of Yellowstone. So
absolutely.
All right. And we're going to just take this one last follow-up question here. So does anybody have time to expand on the relationship between focusing on methods and novel ideas? Yeah. So, I think this could be a good, place where, read about the history of some of the novel ideas, whether it be, the discovery of DNA or how CRISPR, was discovered as like a bacterial immune system, and now how it's been modified into, a way that we can do gene editing. So when you hear about, there's certainly some luck and serendipity to it, but it's also a way of framing questions when you're asking them. Now, that's not saying that, you have to go and find the new CRISPR, but that should sort of be the mentality that you have when you're reading methods. And I think methods is like a part of the paper that is so easy to just gloss over and not care about. So you definitely want to give that a good look and understand what they did, what are the limitations of what they did, but also, how could you use similar methods to ask a novel question? Any other advice on that one?
Yeah, I touched on it a little bit at the beginning, and I'm not sure if you were here, Garrett, but really it's, novel questions in neurosurgery as you're going throughout your time is reading and understanding more about neurosurgery. Because when you start to learn more and you start to read the journals and you read your Greenberg and you read everything, you start to understand what is, what things are in neurosurgery, but most importantly, you're finding out what things are still, what stones are, need to be unturned or, turned over. So, the more you read the JNS, the more you read those journal articles and are up to date on the science, you'll see that there are questions and things that still need to be answered. And there's definitely gaps in those, and those are going to be your novel research questions. And then looking at the methods is of those papers is how you're going to maybe attempt to solve those, or, thinking outside the box, having some brainstorming sessions with a mentor. Those are ways that you're going to develop those novel research questions the best.
Awesome stuff. Thank you, everybody, for taking the time to join our panelists here, or really our hosts, who you're going to get to journey with over the next Thursdays for an indefinite period of time, at least until Taylor's off doing his PGY1 stuff. We also want to do a plug here. So we're a nonprofit organization as Brain and Spine Group, and we've been fortunate to be growing in some areas of research and community service. And I know this is a hard thing to ask to a student audience, but we do ask you to at least consider, donating or spreading the word about donating and supporting our organization. That way you can see our bright and shiny faces every Thursday night at 7 for, again, the indefinite future. So we appreciate that. Any closing remarks from the rest of the team?
Thanks everybody for joining.
Oh, I was going to say the exact same
Sure.
thing. Thanks for everybody commenting. And
yeah, there we are. Me and Liam being efficient. Thanks everybody for jumping in the chat. Loved answering questions, and like, if we can keep bringing this energy on every Thursday, I think we'll have a fun time.
And to kind of leave you on a cliffhanger and unplug the next episode, we'll be talking about kind of going in more depth of the things that we kind of touched on today, of kind of the nuances of being what to do if you're a high school student interested in neurosurgery, an undergraduate student interested in neurosurgery, or in your preclinical years, what that looks like, and then how you and kind of steps that you can take to pursue that. And if all goes well, if we're lucky, we'll have a resident come on with us next week at Michigan. He's verbally agreed to come on, so that'll be fun to have him and get his expert opinion. Somebody who's gone through the process that we have, and made it out on the other side, and is enjoying life in the OR. So that'll be a really fun episode.
All right. Well, on that note, we've got something to look forward to next year. Thanks again, everybody, for joining, and we'll see you next Thursday at 7 Eastern.
And I think we are live.
Sweet.
All right. Hey, guys. Well, good evening to everyone watching live, and good morning or good afternoon if you're listening or watching after this is uploaded. My name is Liam Goldman. I'm a third-year medical student at the Medical College of Georgia, and I'm joined by my co-hosts, Michael Rallo and Taylor Reardon, and this is the neurosurgery journey. There's from time to time, people might ask themselves, I want to be a neurosurgeon, but am I taking the right steps to get there? And this is a common question amongst pre-med students and medical students alike. But the good news is that there's many paths to matching into a neurosurgical program. One of the goals and themes of this show is to discuss our experiences and bring on guests to elucidate just how different each of our paths are. However, while paths may vary from student to student, there is indeed, boxes and milestones to be reached. So in this episode of the neurosurgery journey, the team's going to break down our path step by step, sharing aspects of our individual experiences and lessons we've learned along the way. Here, we hope to define what a successful pursuit of neurosurgery looks like, but don't just take our word for it. Here to share his experiences and his pursuit of neurosurgery is someone who successfully matched in a neurosurgical program and is currently training to be a board-certified neurosurgeon. Today, we welcome our first ever guest to the show. We are joined by Dr. Ayobami Ward, a fourth-year resident at the storied Michigan University and a legend amongst some circles here at the Medical College of Georgia. Welcome to the show, Dr. Ward.
You're far too kind. Thanks for the introduction, and happy to be here. So,
yeah, I'm really excited to have you on the show. We like to, we're gonna want to talk about how to define what a successful pursuit of neurosurgery looks like, and ideally, right, that's matching into a neurosurgical program. But along the way, there's these steps to get there, and I'm hoping that you'll be able to share some of your experiences and how you got there, with us, and then with Taylor and Michael as well, to share some of their experiences and what they think that they've benefited from. So first, Dr. Ward, I guess tell us some about yourself and a little bit about your journey into neurosurgery.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm from Eastern Washington State, not the like lush green, oasis that everybody thinks of, like Seattle and the, mountains and everything like that. On the other side of Washington State is actually a huge desert. And so that's where I'd spent most of my life growing up. After there, I went to college at Johns Hopkins University. I got a degree in neuroscience, and then I got my master's degree in molecular biology and genetics. It was around my undergrad time that I was actually first introduced to neurosurgery. So there was a research requirement, as you can imagine, at Hopkins for undergrads to complete the neuroscience degree. You have to do some brain-related research for 6 months. That's it. That could either be with basic scientists at the undergrad campus. That could be with somebody at the Hopkins Med campus, which included basic scientists and neurosurgeons. And I was kind of surprised to hear about neurosurgeons. I didn't know anybody who was a neurosurgeon. I'd heard about neurosurgery, like brain surgery on, like on the radio and TV, stuff like that. But I never met anybody who, actually pursued that profession. And I remember my mentor at the time told me, hey, well, if that's something that interests you, then you could do your research in that. I was like, who wouldn't want to follow a neurosurgeon around for 6 months doing research? So I took up that opportunity. I remember I cold emailed basically every attending at the hospital, which in retrospect, I probably could have found a better way to do it. But, one attending got back to me, a guy, Dr. Daniele Rigamonti, who's a huge guy in the field, especially with regards to vascular neurosurgery and hydrocephalus. He got back to me, invited me out to his clinic, and all of a sudden I'm shadowing clinic, and I'm seeing, post-op shunt patients, and I'm seeing post-op vascular malformation operation patients, and kind of grew to have a love for it from there. And things kind of took off. I still ended up with a little bit of a windy path to find myself in neurosurgery itself, but eventually coming to the Medical College of Georgia for medical school. But I think once I got to MCG, it was pretty clear to me that neurosurgery was the way I was going to go. So did my time at MCG, had a great time, I loved it, and now I'm at University of Michigan, 4th year. So I actually just hit the halfway point in residency, so it's time to celebrate.
Yeah, congrats on making it that far. It's a big feat. Did you go into college? You went in, you said you majored in neuroscience. Did you go in with the idea that you were might want a neurosurgeon?
Actually, no. So, kind of to that previous point that I never really met a neurosurgeon. I didn't know like what neurosurgeons actually did. Coming to college, I actually wanted to do history. Like that was my actual, if you kind of put me in the spotlight. And after some discussions with my parents about life paths and things like that, I kind of had a redirection that brought me to neuroscience. Well, science in general, and then neuroscience. And again, it was kind of a stroke of luck. That I had this mentor who then, kind of gave me this option, and that I even took the option itself. Easily every attending that I emailed could have been like either not reply or, say no, their clinic is full or they have enough residents for their research projects. But, I really got lucky that Dr. Rigamonti, kind of opened his heart to having undergrads shadow him. And I was an undergrad, I was a sophomore. I didn't know anything about neurosurgery. At least, I know that's way different now. Sophomores are coming out with like 10 papers now. But, at the time, in 2010, it seemed like kind of a big deal to me. But, I came to find out, especially after shadowing him, he was such a great guy. He was a huge mentor to students, to residents. And he really kind of had that neurosurgical mindset, which is that you're really trying to build the future of neurosurgery every step of the way. You're not only, he would always tell me that, the research we do in the field is to push the field forward. It's like he would always say, you're in neurosurgery, part of your job is to be pushing the field forward at all times. And I think in his mind, he saw mentorship and, bringing people into the field and showing them what it was like, kind of as part of that mission as well. So, again, I wasn't the plan to go into neurosurgery coming into college, but he changed that for me. So.
Yeah. Wow. Michael or Taylor, what was y'all's exposure to neurosurgery like in college?
Yeah, I can go first on that one. So mine was actually in my undergraduate courses. So I went to the University of Toledo in Toledo, Ohio, not Johns Hopkins, but it was a great exposure. And I took neuroscience classes. I also had a concentration in neuroscience. So they didn't offer a whole degree to get dedicated to it, but like a concentration, took some extra courses, did some research in neurosciences, but specifically neurosurgery. I was wanting to more solidify my choice by getting exposure in the clinics. And so I worked as a medical assistant at a joint neurology neurosurgery practice in my hometown. And I was fortunate enough, I didn't have to go through a lot of the like official certification training. It was just, we'll train you on site. You can come work here. And I worked as an MA, which I room patients. I got brief histories from them. I make sure the medications that they were on were correct, things like that. And really just working there, I was able to form a relationship with the neurosurgeon there. And from there, it went on to shadowing and being in the OR. And from that, I was like, yeah, this is definitely what I want to do. And that was probably, that was my sophomore year of college. So that was my first exposure to actual neurosurgery.
Yeah, I think for me, it was like probably watching Grey's Anatomy and seeing, Derek Shepherd popping out clipping aneurysms and popping out tumors. It was like high school, and I was pretty hooked. But at the same time, I was doing some research in high school on concussion and brain injury. So I had that interest, and I knew I wanted to do the science thing along with it. So I got to Rutgers, and then I think it was probably my freshman or sophomore year, I got connected with one of the vascular attendings here at Robert Wood. The guy who, I still consider like my primary mentor now that I've stayed on there. And his life just seemed so cool. He had like a blow up mattress like in the corner of his office in case he had to, stay on call. And I was like, oh my God, I want to do that. Like, I want to get called in the middle of the night to go, clip an aneurysm, or, now it would be coil or flow divert an aneurysm, but the same idea, that on call time, like really seemed cool to me. I don't think I'm going to be as excited about it when I'm actually in it, but that's another point. So yeah, somewhat, serendipity, and then I just pursued that.
Yeah. You talked about, or Dr. Ward, you talked about.
No, I was fine. That's totally fine.
Okay. All right. Good. Sorry. You talked about how like sophomores, it seems like early and earlier people are getting involved in, say, like research, or it seems like people are pursuing neurosurgery like at a much earlier age. That brings me to this question of, if you're interested in neurosurgery even in high school, is there what sort of like things could you do in high school to try and dip your toe in the water per se?
Yeah, for sure. So, I guess there's kind of two schools of thought on like early involvement in neurosurgery, and this is something I talked to some of my colleagues about. There's, I guess as a high school student trying to get involved, the best thing you can do is, try to, you may not be allowed to shadow in an OR. I'm not sure from at the level of high school or what, they're going to let you do if you show up to a hospital and say, I want to shadow a neurosurgeon, or, you're working with your local private practice neurosurgeon. But, I think, even as easy as just like talking to a neurosurgeon, like if you think that that's something you'd like to get involved in, in my high school, when you have like the career day, we'd have people of different random professions kind of come through and discuss what they do. And, I think you generally have like someone who is a doctor, but, specifically subsets of, like different subspecialties, but not something that obviously at the level of high school anybody's going to make a huge difference. But I think if you find that you have that interest in the neurosciences, and even if it pops up as like a fleeting thought, like, hey, what, maybe I could be a neurosurgeon one day. I think people kind of say that as almost this, not ludicrous, but this kind of like out there idea, like, hey, maybe I could be a brain surgeon one day, but I mean, there's a huge community of us, of neurosurgeons, and, we all start somewhere. And I think some people start, they like, as soon as they come out of the womb, they're like, one day I will be a neurosurgery attending. And, some people find it later in life where they switch from another career, and this is, kind of what they get into. And so I'd say if you're a high schooler, I'd say try to talk to a neurosurgeon locally and, tell them your interest. And I think for the most part, we're all, well, okay, I'm not yet a neurosurgery attending, but, I'd like to think that most attendings are pretty excited, as anybody is in their own field, to hear that somebody wants to be like them, and they're willing to take them under their wing and kind of show them the ropes. And, I think the other thing to know is that it's not always for everybody, and that's also okay. It doesn't make you weak. It doesn't make you anything in particular if you try it and you don't like it. And in fact, I would encourage people to kind of have that experience and see what it's like. Because, I think medicine, it's a big field, it's a big calling, and it's a big time dedication, and I think that we all do better for getting a more realistic view of what, practice will look like and things like that before we kind of dedicate ourselves to it. And I think anybody who's, come into med school has kind of had that moment at some point where they're like, is this what I should have done? You go through that kind of the trials and tribulations of medical education, and even in residency, you still have that. So I think it's important to kind of get your boots on the ground, see what it's like. And that's always a place to start. And then as you go through education, you can get plugged in different organizations, be it at the college level, medical student level. Research projects are always available, local hospitals with neurosurgeons, conferences, things like that. Those possibilities always open themselves up. But if it were me and I could talk to my, 15-year-old self, well, my 15-year-old self didn't think he could become a neurosurgeon, so that's a completely different thing. But I would say go and talk to an attending locally. So,
were you interested in medicine at that point? Did you know in high school, like when you were looking at college and at Johns Hopkins, were you thinking, I'm going to maybe go down this path?
Yeah, it was always something that was kind of in the back of my mind. I was like, oh, that'd be really cool to do. I don't know if I'm smart enough to do something like that, but, I would love to maybe have the opportunity, but, I can tend to be indecisive. And I think that's kind of how I landed on, like history. I was like, well, this is something I really enjoy and I'm really kind of good at it, but, it's just a lot of fact memorization, which, does lend itself to medical education. But, I think for a lot of people, I think even medicine itself, think about all the hoops you have to jump through to get into medical school. And through medical school, you got to, be in, a decently high percentage of, undergrad students in your class and all of the prerequisites. You got to get through orgo lab, letters of recommendation, volunteering, research, MCAT, and they've changed the format of the MCAT now as to what it was before. And even before that, getting into college, the SATs, like it's a series of steps that, of compounding difficulty before you even get to med school. And now you're in med school. Smooth sailing? No, it's, you got to take your steps. You got to get through clinical wards, you got to get letters of recommendation. So, it's a tough road. And I think, it can be hard to see the end of the road, but, I think it's definitely worth it. I think anybody can do it. I think you just have to see the path, see a path for yourself. And, I think at the time in high school, I didn't see a path for myself truly, but as I got older, I was like, well, this could be somewhere where I could actually do some good. And help people, so in my own special way.
Yeah.
So
I'm looking here in the chat, and I see this question here. Let me see if it pulls up on the screen there.
oh, nice. Awesome.
Travis here, he says, how do you recommend maintaining work-life balance in residency/medical school? And yeah, you can go ahead and take that one away if you want.
Yeah. Oh, me?
Oh yeah, take it away. Go for it.
Oh, okay. That is a great question. That's a tough one, especially because, and I don't know if this is your guys' experience, but when I was in medical school, telling people that I was interested in neurosurgery, like, brought up a flurry. People like, why are you doing that? Like, do you want to be, divorced 3 times? Do you want to like make a lot of money? But do you also want to be super unhappy? It's not worth it. It's not, and just kind of extol the negatives associated with like kind of the perception of neurosurgery. And the reason I bring that up is that, kind of back to the earlier point, is how you find yourself in neurosurgery. I think that can be, I think people are trying to be helpful, but I think that in medicine, your practice is kind of what you make it. As a resident, it's different, and as a medical student, it's different because you have a lot of work all the time, and you're expected to get it done, and that's just, there's no two ways about it. But even in times when you have limited amounts of time, you have to find what kind of helps you recenter. So I have, I go to U of M, and we've got 17 or 18 residents. So we're a 3-2-3 program, and everybody has a different thing that kind of helps them recenter, when they get home, late at night or earlier in the day, depending on how late their day goes. So like for one of my colleagues, he's a book collector. So, he loves reading, and that's what he does in his spare time. He's also got a family, spends time with his family. One of my junior colleagues is, so she cooks a lot. She bakes, also watches TV. When I get home, I'm engaged. My fiance I met in medical school. She's an ophthalmology resident in Detroit, and sometimes we go for a walk, or sometimes we just get home and turn our pagers off and we just watch a funny show, if that's even 30 minutes. But I personally think that when you're in a stressful situation and you're kind of under this the constant like kind of watchful eye of you have that pressure to perform at all times, I think that's when it's actually most important to try and find those things for you personally, and remember those things that kind of are unique to you, your own hobbies, and not give everything up. I think there's an idea that you have to give up every part of your personality before you get into residency to be successful, and I don't think that's a healthy way to live. Find time to go to the gym. That's easier said than done. I haven't been to the gym now in like a week and a half, 2 weeks. Like, I'll go after we get off this call. But now that I've said that, but if you like to cook, if you like to go to the gym, you like to sleep, sometimes it's just getting a good nap in as soon as you get home. But keeping in touch with family. I mean, there's many ways that people kind of keep their sanity as you're going through the trials of residency in medical school. But it's whatever you have to do. And I'll say for MCG, just for more of a local connection, my cohort in medical school are some of the nicest, smartest people that I've ever met, and those guys knew how to maintain a good work-life balance. It was a work hard, play hard kind of situation, and that helped me keep my sanity through med school. If it was just me, stressing out over my books, it would have been a different story. But find people also, I'd say, good friends that you can trust, and people that'll take care of you and watch your back, and you watch their back and help you get through. So kind of a convoluted answer, but
Oh yeah, that's very very important. Yeah, to find that center, to recenter yourself. When you have all these different things coming at you from different angles, it's easy to get pulled in all these different directions, and and you need that time to come back to yourself and recharge your batteries. Mike or Taylor, do you guys have anything that you guys do to help you recenter?
I'm also a history nerd, so like just picking up a good history book and reading a little bit. Or if I want to like tie the two together, reading like some neurosurgical history. Because I mean, with neurosurgery being the specialty it is, like the guys that invented it, and you know, you kind of have to say guys because back then it was pretty much just a gentleman's society. But you read like about them, and they were super interesting dudes. Like, especially with the early neurosurgery overlap with World War I. Like most, if not all, of the early neurosurgeons served over in France during the war. I think it was Penfield himself was actually like blown up on one of the ships and like was hospitalized for a few months with that. So yeah, it's just, I mean, I could go on all day about this, but yeah, the history of neurosurgery is super cool.
Awesome.
Yeah,
where do you find your neurosurgery history? Do you have like is there a particular book or like a site to learn about the history of neurosurgery?
So I believe it's the AANS. They have like a decent page on the history of neurosurgery. There's a book, biography of Harvey Cushing that's good. But then if you really want to delve into like the primary literature, Harvey Cushing's journal from when he was over in France during the war, really, really interesting. I had to pull up what the name is. It's like something super generic, like a war surgeon's journal or something.
Cool.
But yeah, really interesting.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I read a little bit myself, but I'm more of an active guy. So I was a competitive powerlifter in college, and so I don't powerlift anymore. I'm more like slowing the inevitable atrophy of my muscles as I'm heading into residency. That's kind of where I'm at right now in my workouts. But I like to do that. I like to stay active. So one of the things, and answering the question too is time management's huge. I mean, it's hard to manage your time in residency, I can imagine, but in medical school you can kind of manage your time well and get a lot out of a day. Go to bed a little earlier, maybe work on a project a little later the night before, or wait, kind of do those things. And you can buy yourself with some discipline, you can buy yourself a couple hours a day where you can just sit and watch some Netflix or do those things that Dr. Ward said. It's just, waking up a little earlier, maybe putting the phone down while you're studying so you can be more efficient. Things like that will really, really make your day longer than 24 hours.
Yeah. And for me, like when I'm doing these things, try and recenter myself. Like for me, I'm similar to Taylor there. I like to, go out and be active, be out in the feel some sunlight on my pale skin, and maybe play some soccer. But like when I'm doing those things, make sure that's what I'm doing and that's where my mind is. And they're I'm not like checking my phone constantly or checking my email, things like that. Anyone want to add anything else to that?
Yeah, I think that's a really good point that you make, is this idea of intentionality in the things that you do. And I feel like that's how you kind of get the most out of these, like when you're kind of continuing to pursue your hobbies, or even just, diving into one of your hobbies or interests, as a form of relaxation is, and I think it's hard, especially as students, and, we've always got some meeting or some paper or something I'm supposed to be studying, or some PowerPoint I didn't read that I was supposed to read, but really trying to take that moment, if you can, the best you can, to kind of just, hey, I'm out here playing soccer I have half an hour, and this is the one thing that, keeps me sane, just really try to be intentional about that and kind of be in the zone with that, which, now I'm asking you to be in the zone for the seventh thing, for today, out of your whole day. You had to do the quiz, you had to study, yada, yada. But, kind of give yourself that time to disconnect from the hustle and bustle of your medical life, if you can, just even for a few minutes a day. if that's a walk, if that's exercising, or half an hour to watch some Netflix. I'll say that in my first few years of residency, I watched a lot of a lot of Netflix. But here I am on fourth year. I made it through. So everyone's got their thing, and but I think they're really all excellent points. You guys have the right idea. So
kind of going back to, we talked about college life a little bit, and Dr. Ward, you mentioned getting involved in research, and in even finding like mentor in college. Maybe if you want to elaborate on that, or is there any other sort of steps that you took in college to get to medical school and then to neurosurgery?
Yeah, absolutely. So like I said, I kind of cold emailed attendings, which is kind of funny because at the time I didn't really understand like the idea of like an attending, but now I just like, hey, I'm, blah, 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 random person. Like, hey, I want to, I need to complete this research project, let me come work with you. I probably would have worded it differently, but, I think with regards to shadowing, I think that's something that's really easy for people to get involved in. Again, I do think that, because medicine is a profession that is almost kind of an apprenticeship model, if you think about it. Like you do all the didactic learning and stuff during medical school, but when you actually become a resident, you're really just, I'm attending I have 20 patients. I will give you 5 of them to take care of. And every day we will go and see those 5 people. I already have my plan. You tell me your plan, and I'm going to tell you why you're wrong or right. And you do that for X number of years, with or without surgery. And then you graduate residency and you're an attending. So attendings, I think, always have a vested interest to get students involved. So, and kind of I described my journey to that. But, with regards to research projects, the research projects I worked on they were small. They were something that like bite-sized that an undergrad could work on. So we were working on outcomes for treatment for pseudotumor cerebri and looking at the difference between CT1 guided shunt placement versus non-navigated shunt placement. That was a really basic thing that I could help out on. And, it's just kind of gets you introduced to the world of research. And, I think, and I met a lot of really great people out of it who are still friends today. I'll say, just as another aside, one of the interns and medical students I worked with when I was an undergrad ended up being 2 people, a senior resident and an attending at one of my sub-Is. And it was kind of cool to, kind of have gone through my own journey. I hadn't seen these guys in like a decade, and then end up at this sub-I. I'm like, oh my gosh, you're both here? What? That's crazy. And, we had our little party. But, I think, early involvement, trying to get bite-sized research projects, not trying to take on more than you can chew because, to another point, you want to be able to finish what you start. And I think it's really important. And it's something that I remember I even talked about in my personal statement is, you want to be someone who finishes the things that they start. And, having those kind of small projects, things that are reasonable to complete in the appropriate amount of time, shows an attending, one, that, obviously this person's a go-getter. They came and found me and I gave them this project, they completed it. But 2, that you are able to see something through, which is something that program directors and chairs always have in the back of their mind when they're interviewing applicants for residency. It's like, is this person going to make it through? Are they going to pass their boards? Are they going to, hit all the milestones we need them to hit before they graduate? Mm-hmm. And that's something that doesn't just start when you get to residency. That starts way before, even from the littlest project that you work on. So it's something to keep in mind for, I'd say, like, if there are any undergrads or high school students that are watching this, be someone who finishes the things that you start, especially with research with regards to neurosurgery. And then again, shadowing. I think that's, if you can get early shadowing experience and really find out, is this really what I want to do? Is it just Derek Shepard, out there saving the world every day? Or, do I want that, or like the realities of what neurosurgery is? Like, is that something that still excites me? And kind of being honest with yourself about what it is you really want. So, yeah.
Awesome. Mike or Taylor, did you guys have any mentors in undergrad that helped you get to where you wanted to be in medical school, and then following this path to neurosurgery?
Yeah, I can start off with that one. So I have my undergrad PI, who is now my current PI. I'm doing my PhD in his lab. So shout out to Dr. Matisse in the neuroscience department here. So we study hedgehog signaling in astrocytes related to injury. So definitely, a real overlap with neurosurgery. He's a basic scientist, so actually, we have a good working relationship because I'm always asking questions that are, a little bit more clinical or have a clinical tie, whereas he's thinking about, a lot of the core principles, especially with a pathway like hedgehog, which, some folks might remember is more like a neurodevelopment thing. So he's thinking about, what are we learning that might teach us about how the nervous system actually develops. So he's been a great mentor, in my science and scientific development. And then Dr. Gupta, who's the vascular neurosurgeon here at Robert Wood, has been a great, clinical mentor. And, I kind of laugh. He, the first time I met him was like, my goal is to make you not want to be a neurosurgeon, right? Because if, by the end of it, you still want to, that means that you're really built for it. And, I didn't really understand that now, but now knowing him and, having seen at least a little bit of what that life is like, I kind of get what he was saying, as far as you want to get the full picture before you commit to it. I think that's a lot of the conversation we were just having.
Yeah.
So true.
Yeah, absolutely. And, my undergraduate institution, they have a medical school associated with them, but they do not have a neurosurgery program. They have attendings there, but it was kind of disconnected from the campus. So I really didn't have a lot of academic mentors in neurosurgery, but my on-site work experience, the neurosurgeons I work with, which were Dr. Robert Hollis, Dr. Sean Logan, who they were both just incredible mentors, community neurosurgeons that took the time to really teach me. And that's where I got my exposure from. And it was an incredible experience for me. I remember the first time I was in the OR, they were just doing a normal like discectomy. And it was one of them doing the surgery, and the other one was standing right over my shoulder, telling me what was going on in the surgery. And, as an undergrad, I'm just nodding my head and being like, yeah, I know exactly what they're doing. Absolutely. It's like, yeah, of course. Yeah. But I had no idea what was going on, but it was just such a formative, experience for me to have just them, the one neurosurgeon talking on the table and the other one telling me, okay, this is actually what's going on under the microscope. And I was like, this is incredible. So yeah, mentorship is huge, even starting out in the undergrad times, because it gives you that exposure and really either affirms or, which is absolutely fine, persuades you away from it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. I in my experience, I wrote it was similar to you, Taylor. I didn't have a neurosurgery department or tied to my college. I went to Rhodes College, a small liberal arts college in Memphis. But we did have a professor there that was very involved in student development. She was great. I give her a shout out, Dr. Shanna Stoddard. She's awesome. She really took me under her wing, and she got me involved in some of her research that she was doing with the college. And that kind of got me exposed to the world of medicine, kind of more from a lab perspective, not so much the clinical side of things, but it gave me a whole new perspective on all the different systems that are involved in the world of healthcare. But she also helped develop me more professionally. She made all of her students get business cards, and I remember being like a sophomore in college, I was walking around with the little business card, handing it out to my friends, like, look at me, I'm so professional. But she was great, and she gave me a lot of amazing experience that I was able to take with me to medical school, and how I learned to maybe reach out to individuals through email and and approach a conversation with a medical professional, in a professional way. I guess with that, going off that, when you guys got to medical school, how did you take that first step? Dr. Ward, you talked about, cold emailing people when you were in undergrad. Was there some more of that when you came to MCG?
Yeah. So thankfully, by the time I got to MCG, I kind of learned how to get in contact with people. So I didn't want a negative repeat of what had previously luckily worked out in my favor. So the current chair at the time at Medical College of Georgia was Dr. Cargill Allen, and so I emailed the coordinator for the department and said, I think it must have been within a week or two of me starting, and I was like, hey, I'm an intern, or a first year medical student. I just started. I'm really interested in neurosurgery. I just wanted to get in touch with the department and, hopefully meet some of the attendings and, kind of discuss the path to neurosurgery. Because now I'm in medical school. Everybody I talk to is telling me I shouldn't do neurosurgery. And I'm totally insane. This is a crazy idea. Like, what am I doing? Like, I need the support of the neurosurgery department, both now for my own purposes and also later for the match. I thought it was a good idea to get in contact, and the coordinator Laurel was super nice. One of my favorite people.
She's the best,
and yeah, she is amazing. Just man, I could go on and on, but she got me a meeting with him for like half an hour, and I got that email. I was like, oh man, what am I going to talk to this guy about for half an hour? And but it was really a wonderful meeting. He again, it kind of speaks to this kind of trend. I feel, obviously my experience is just with neurosurgery, but with attendings, really wanting to take the time to mentor students and, kind of show them what they do and the path to be successful within neurosurgery. And, again, he took me under his wing. He's like, okay, well, first of all, you just got here to medical school, so like let's take a step back, go to a class, and then we'll talk in a little bit. And but he always kept in contact and kept in touch, and as I kind of became more and more senior through med school, we'd meet more and more often. And he introduced me to the residents, the other attendings, and got me involved in the department pretty early, actually, which actually led to collaboration with a couple of the basic scientists that work at Medical College of Georgia, Dr. Krishnan Dandapani and Kumar Vaibhav, who, these guys run in this lab. I would say, just one of the most impactful experiences of my life, and kind of seeing not only the level and the quality of the science that they were getting done at MCG, but also the collaboration they had, the strong collaboration they had with the neurosurgery department, and kind of just getting kind of sucked into their orbit. That really solidified that neurosurgery was the path for me. But I guess with regards to the original question, early involvement for me was just getting in contact with the coordinator, trying not to overstep my my bounds, and getting plugged in with the department really early. And I think that definitely paid off for me in spades. So
yeah. Taylor, what about you? How did those first steps into the world of neurosurgery go for you, especially coming from did you say that your school doesn't have a affiliated department, or?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, so my, I guess, first steps into neurosurgery were very similar to Dr. Ward's in undergrad. So I was the cold emailer starting out in medical school. So there's no, I go to a DO school. I go to University of Pikeville in Pikeville, Kentucky. There's no neurosurgery program associated with it. So what I have to do, and what I had to do, was really just send cold emails to people and just say, hey, I'm a student interested in neurosurgery. I'm a first year med student. And I will say that when you say you're a first year med student, the ears kind of perk up a little bit versus an undergrad or a high school student, because they know you've made it a little farther. But, getting involved in, reaching out there's nothing wrong. Just send a professional email. I got a lot of no's. I got a lot of, no responses, but really all it took was one yes. And that led to a research internship between my first and second year of med school. So you never know what it's going to lead to. Also, I was a big person on social media. I am active on Twitter. I got a couple of publications through Instagram. Just a lot of different ways that you can use social media to benefit you. So that's kind of how I got interested or involved in neurosurgery and in the community. And it's led to opportunities like this. So, just because you might, if you go to a school that might not have those, those things right there for you, where you can reach out to your coordinators, it doesn't mean that you can't get into neurosurgery. It just might take it a couple extra steps.
And Mike, what about you?
Yeah, so I was in, sort of the unique position of going to med school at the same undergrad institution. So I had made, some of those connections, and I was able to build on those. But I definitely echo Taylor's point that something about, medical student, like, it definitely changes the perception. So you go from getting like one response to maybe getting two responses, which is really, a big win. But, I think that's also just a privilege of what we get to do as med students. I think I talked about this a little bit last week, but, you could walk into the neurosurgery room and then an hour later go into the cardio room, and they see the med student tag and nobody really questions it. So it's like you can see open brain on the table and an open heart, like, within the hour. And that's just, I mean, what a blessing it is to be in this field and to be, students that have that privilege to do it. Yeah, I echo the, cold emailing things. That's definitely how I started out in research and how I got, my first mentorship in that way. And you go through a lot of no's and a lot of those no responses. And then exactly what Taylor said, it just takes that one. I think you can do things, to learn to write like a little more professional emails. Even if you're like asking about research, you should reference that you've read like a couple of their papers. Because then they're like, all right, this person's like more serious. They know at least somewhat, what they're talking about. So that was, in mentoring undergrads now, that's kind of a oversight that I see in some students. If you can pick up, at least one point from that could be a good one. But yeah, it's a heck of a journey.
Yeah, I'm, I just looked at the show notes that I have for the show, and we're barely even we're approaching about like our 15 minutes left in our show here, but we're not even really halfway through the show notes. So I, this conversation has been great. Thanks, Dr. Ward, for sharing everything, and Mike and Taylor for sharing y'all's experiences as well. I guess I want to come back to the question of how do we find a successful pursuit of neurosurgery, right? And the ultimate answer to that is matching. But how do we know that we're taking these right steps? Like, how do we know that, working on like this project is the right thing I should do, or going and shadowing this physician is the right thing for me? Do you guys have any thoughts on that question?
That's a tough one, because I think part of the difficulty of science is that you don't know what project is gonna bear fruit, and you don't know which one is gonna get done being reviewed by the journal in time for you to put on your application to apply to residency. It's tough to know. I think part of this kind of comes back to some of the earlier points that we've been discussing, is having good mentors. I think it's important to have really good, and this is something that, we as a department at University of Michigan and, my co-residents talk to medical students about all the time, is finding good mentors, getting connected with your department so that you can get an honest opinion of the direction that you're taking. And you have people that are watching your back and that are looking out for your application and your interests. Once you form that connection, they have a vested interest in your success. Maybe people don't want to say this, but I mean, for any neurosurgery department or any neurosurgery mentor, you matching is a reflection on them, right? It's a positive reflection on their ability to mentor someone from start to finish through medical school to neurosurgery. And so having strong mentors, having people you trust, in the department, getting connected with residents, if there are residents that you can get connected with for projects that they think, obviously there's always going to be the big projects, but even low impact projects, like smaller, quicker turnaround things, that's good for building a CV, and making sure that, even if, for example, if you're working in a basic science lab and your experiment is going to take 6 months to even get preliminary data, that you have clinical things on the side that people are helping you get through, so you can build kind of the strength of your application. And it may not always work out that people, you have anywhere from 2 or 3 publications. Some people show up with 100. That's a whole other story. But the people that you work with and the people that are guiding you through will be able to give you kind of that honest feedback about the direction you're going in, and kind of help you like hit those milestones that you need to hit appropriately so that you can move on to successfully match in residency. So I'd say for that, my biggest thing would be good mentors, and have honest conversation. And that can even be a question that you bring up when you're talking to your mentor. Say, if you were looking at my application, where would you say there are holes? Right. Where would you say there are things that I need to fill in to kind of shore up my application to make sure I successfully match? And I think, again, people will be really impressed to kind of have you to hear that you're kind of thinking critically about yourself. I think that suggests a lot of, good traits of like self-evaluation and, critical self-thought. So, which is important for residency and attendingship. So attendinghood. There, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's really really great advice. Like taking a moment with with your mentor, or someone in the field where you can sit down and reflect on things that you're doing and have these honest conversations and self-evaluation, and so that way you can address things that you need to address and change it. So yeah, that's a really good point. Mike or Taylor, you guys have anything to add there?
Honestly, no. Dr. Warden nailed it. I mean, everything he said, I echo. It was a great answer.
Agreed.
I see a comment here. How do you handle any instances during medical school where you didn't feel smart or good enough to get into neurosurgery?
Dang. Yeah,
that's a hard question, but I think it's something that is something that we all think about, and it goes through our minds.
So that's a tough one, because I think medical school inherently, if you think about the nature of med school, if you took all of the people that were in the top X percentage of their colleges from all over the country, and then you took all of those people and then you funneled them all into one school, and then they all have to compete with the other top people from all the other schools in the other states and in the rest of the United States. And you're trying to perform at such a high level all the time. I think even if you're not going into neurosurgery, and we're talking about neurosurgery because it's a neurosurgery podcast, but just any specialty, I think there's always going to be people that, you're always going to have that feeling at some point, maybe not everybody, but I know I did. I had multiple times during medical school where I was like, dang, am I doing the right thing? Like, am I even smart enough to do this? Like, oh geez, the guy sitting next to me just recited the entire Krebs cycle, and I'm like, and I'm still stuck at the beginning. I was like, what even is glycolysis? You know what I mean? But I think self-doubt is, in my mind, kind of goes back to what we were talking about before, is a sign that you're constantly evaluating yourself and constantly evaluating your progress and how you're doing. I think the really important thing is to have good support systems, because what you don't want to do is when you let that self-evaluation, which I think is a natural process of, like adults basically, to spiral out of control and destroy you. Right. So it's, I had moments in medical school where, I felt like I was at my breaking point. You know what I mean? Like I'm taking test after test. I'm, in the OR from, 6 a.m. until like 8 p.m. And then I have to go see all these patients with the rounding team until 10 p.m. and they're on call and I'm still there. You haven't slept, you haven't seen your family in X amount of time. I think that the stress and the fatigue compounds these negative feelings. But, I think it's having, for me, the thing that kind of got me through was having good support systems, people that knew what I wanted out of my own life and, knew what I, was hoping to do, having good mentors, people you can be honest with. This is a common thing in medicine. It doesn't make you bad. It doesn't make you weak to doubt yourself, and, having, good mentors. And I think residents are a good place to find people to discuss feelings like this, especially if you're going to neurosurgery or any specialty, because they are closer to the process than attendings are. And you go through that in residency all the time. I'll give an example. I had a patient that, we operated on with an attending, obviously for HIPAA reasons, I'm not going to give any like super specifics, but for a brain tumor resection. And I remember this is maybe a year or two ago, and, great resection, everything looks great. And the patient wakes up and is weak and, had a very long course in the ICU. And it can be really disheartening that you study, you work hard, you practice your technical skills, you do all these things. And then, it doesn't go exactly the way you want. And I remember having that feeling like, man, am I like just not good enough to do this? Like is just not for me. But, I remember at the time I talked to one of my senior residents and he was like, look, man, like if you don't have that feeling, then you didn't even go through neurosurgery residency. You're going to feel that once a year, at least every year. And the same thing with med school. So I would say if this is what you want and that, this is the thing that you're most interested in and you're working towards it, don't let that self-doubt crush you, because it can be. And I think all humans kind of have that tendency to spiral, but have good support systems, find people you can talk to, get connected with the residents at your department. And if you don't have a department, find residents. We all have our email addresses, on the websites. Talk to us. We've been through this stuff. And, I think, as we said, you may get a lot of no's or no responses, but people are going to talk to you about it, because it's something that we're talking about more in medicine, is just the stress and the burnout and, kind of what this process does to you. So I'd say don't be disheartened. We all go through it, but find people to help guide you through it, because you don't have to deal with any of this stuff alone. So.
And that was a incredible answer. And I think you hit all the really, important parts about that. Making sure you definitely have a nice sound support system there to help break those, cycles of those thoughts. It's really important. Mike or Taylor, do you guys have anything you want to say about that?
Yeah, I mean, I can go. So, definitely have experienced that. I am pretty fresh off the interview trail and off the sub-I trail. And there are some incredible people out there, to say the least, trying to talk to them, and they know the entire Greenberg by memory. And I'm over here just trying to figure, little things out. You definitely get a huge imposter syndrome being from a small school, being a DO. Those things kind of compound. And the biggest thing that I always did was I always just tried to just be better than yesterday. And I think that that's what kind of drove me. If I got a question wrong from an attending, I didn't let it eat me up the rest of the day. I said, okay, I'll know it tomorrow. Things like that. And this can kind of trickle down to undergrad, to your first years of medical school, to high school or whatever. Just try to be better than you were yesterday. If you missed a question, it's okay. Just get it right the next day. Make sure that you're, working hard and reading and doing the things you need to do. And at the end of the day, as long as you improved, you don't want to compare yourself to others. So that's what I always try to do. That's how I always, went through. And I think daily I'm not smart enough or good enough to go to neurosurgery. And I'm going through the interview chair right now, and there's a chance I don't end up in it potentially. So, I always just try to just be better than yesterday and, take it one step at a time. And I think that that's my approach to it personally.
That is really great. That is really great advice. We tell people that all the time. People come for sub-Is, you know, you don't have to be, you know, is it great if you're the guy who knows everything from Greenberg? Yeah, sure. But what we look for, you know, and something that we as residents talk about when we're talking about sub-Is is teachability. You know, you wouldn't need to go through training if you already knew everything. If you could already have been an attending, like why would you even have to do this? But what we look for are people who, exactly as you said, you get the question wrong yesterday, you know what? You got the question wrong, no big deal. But if I ask you tomorrow and you know it, this guy's on it, you know? And that's just life in general, you know, is learning from these, like, I wouldn't even say it's a mistake. It's not a mistake to not know something. If you don't know something, you just don't know it. That's okay. But, you know, being willing to put the work in and come back better than you were yesterday, that's the incremental successes, those small successes that build you to be a great attending, you know? So I think that's really a wonderful way to think about it. So, because that's just life in general. So.
Yeah.
I'll
you go ahead.
Just extend Taylor's thing and just say like iron sharpens iron, right? So, you know, learn from your peers, build, you know, from your peers. So easy to look at them as competition, especially with like the, you know, social mediaification of neurosurgery and medicine, right? Everybody's posting about their pubs and, you know, their success or, I saw this with folks that were on the interview trail, right? And you're posting all these interviews that you get, you know, in some way, like just put your blinders on, right? Like Taylor said, each day be better, but also recognize that like, all right, maybe I'm, you know, deficient in one area, but I see that this person is doing it really well. Like you can learn from that person. You can learn from the people that are at your level. So sharpen each other to be the best.
One of my attendings here, he has this saying, he says, a fool learns from his own mistakes and a wise man learns from the mistakes of others. So, you know, it's always good to, you know, that's all, you know, also a really great point. And you're kind of speaking to that truth that is, you know, sure, you're all in the sub-I together, you know, but, and you're kind of in this competition mode, but you can learn from the things that other people are doing. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's, you know, that's just nature, man. You know what I mean? Like you get those opportunities and you take them. So definitely great. That's a great way to see it as well. So.
Yeah. And, you know, I think this is all, you know, really great stuff. And I think this would be, you know, a great way to wrap things up here at the end of the live stream. So we're talking about how, you know, to have this successful pursuit of neurosurgery and, you know, it sounds like we you know, get involved, you know, find out, you know, is neurosurgery even for me? And get involved in the field, whether that's through research or just experience in the department. And then, you know, with that, find a mentor who can help guide you and help you reflect. And then that's the third part there is the reflection, and know that, you know, you know, you're going through this journey and it's going to be, you know, it's long and hard at some points, but, you know, it's going to be very fulfilling and just not to get wrapped up also in these negative thoughts of maybe not feeling good enough or, you know, that you can make it into this field. You just got to take it one step at a time, focus on the goal that's in front of you. You know, that sounds like those are the necessary pieces there at the base to get you, you know, to get you to that goal of neurosurgery, if that's what you want to pursue. Any closing remarks from anybody, you know, from Mike, Taylor, Io?
I think you know, I'll say thank you for, you know, organizing this, Liam. I think if I had a resource like this, you know, when I was coming through med school, even undergrad, you know, just to see people discussing these things and, you know, talking about some of these questions that, you know, about issues that I hadn't yet even run into, you know, I think it would have been a huge boon to me, and, you know, just kind of the difficulties getting through med school. So I think it's really wonderful what you guys are doing, and thanks for inviting me to contribute. As you can tell, I tend to ramble, so but it's been a good time, it really has. So you guys are smart guys, and good lessons.
I'm really thankful that you want to join and come on the show and talk. You've shared some invaluable tips, and I'm also thankful to the Brain and Spine Group for letting us host this awesome show. And it's just as much of a benefit to me and to everyone who's watching at home as well, because I'm in the thick of the journey too, as well as Mike and Taylor. Thanks again for coming on the show and sharing some of your invaluable lessons there. So I guess with that, we will wrap things up. Thanks again, guys. Mike, Taylor, and Io. And best of luck just getting over the hurdle there in residency. It's all downhill from here.
Yeah, you guys will be here soon enough, and we'll be talking about the trials of residency, and but you guys are gonna be fine. You'll all be great. So I have high hopes, and I'm excited to see you guys at some meetings. So
yeah, that's right. All righty. Well, take care, everyone. You all have a good night.
Yeah.
All right. I believe we are live. Welcome to the Neurosurgery Journey podcast. This is a podcast hosted by Brain and Spine Group. And today I'm joined by Gretchen in the bottom right. And we also have a special guest here in the top right, Dr. Michael Bamamore, who is a PGY1 neurosurgery resident at Cooper University in Camden, New Jersey. So as you see by the title of tonight's podcast, it is the osteopathic journey to neurosurgery. So the main question is it possible to become a neurosurgeon as an osteopathic or a DO medical student? This is a question commonly posed by many pre-med and medical students. We have a large following of osteopathic medical students in BSG. There are also a lot of college students that are applying to DO schools. And one of the goals of the Neurosurgery Journey podcast is to highlight these many different routes that can be taken to achieve a career in neurosurgery. So aside from the foundational tenets in this pursuit, DO students have additional matters to consider in their pursuit of neurosurgery. So we're going to attempt to break down the pursuit of neurosurgery as DO students and a doctor of osteopathic medicine with us. And the advice and insights that we're going to present will aim to help other students pursue this path and ultimately increase the interest in neurosurgery amongst future and current DO students and enhance kind of the much needed diversity amongst the current neurosurgery workforce. So like I said, today we are joined by Dr. Michael Bamamore, and he is our guest from Cooper University in Camden, New Jersey. So my first question to you, Dr. Bamamore, and this is kind of one that we cover for everyone that comes here. So why did you choose to pursue a career in neurosurgery?
Yeah, thanks for that question. That's a very nice question. I've gotten asked that many times. I think for me, it came down to where I was from. So I was born in Nigeria, and back there I had a lot of opportunities to see. My grandmother had a maternity hospital, so I got some opportunity to see what medicine was like in the third world country. But she had a subdural hematoma after a car accident, and one of the things that we noticed at the time was that there was a lot of problem finding neurosurgeons to operate on her. And even when we did find someone, there wasn't electricity to actually power the OR to operate on her. We were very lucky that there was an American neurosurgeon around who was able to save her life. So I think for me, that was like the first encounter that I ever had with neurosurgery as a profession. And then later on along the way, I read a couple of books, and I think it was just inspiring just to see what it would be like to come from a place that I came from, and then to, I guess, climb the neurosurgery tree. So when I came to the US, I just made up my mind. I was like, I want to be a neurosurgeon. I don't care what happens. And I guess here we are. So, yeah.
Wow, that's an incredible story, Dr. Bamamore. That's very inspiring, and I'm sure that experience has fueled your passion and has made you extremely successful so far, and will definitely lead you to even more success, down the road. So, kind of, looking at our college or our pre-med students that are interested in this route. So what really led you to wanting to apply to osteopathic medical school? Was there anything that attracted you to the osteopathic ideas? Like what made you want to apply?
Yeah, funny enough, I actually didn't know that osteopathic medical schools existed until the year that I was applying to medical school. Um, Throughout college, I just knew, okay, my goal was to get into medical school. I just knew, okay, I wanted to get into an MD school, I suppose. Um, but I think the summer before I applied, one of the alumni at my school, my college, Rutgers Camden, Dr. Tilton at the time, approached me and said, you're trying to apply to medical school now. Do you know what kind of school you want to go to? And then he brought up the idea of a DO school. I was like, well, what is that? And he kind of explained to me. He actually ended up going to my alma mater, PCOM. So he encouraged me to actually just apply and see what happens. And he explained the ideals of the osteopathic philosophy to me. And I think, one of the reasons why I wanted to do neurosurgery also was so I can go back to Africa at some point, to Nigeria to help out because there's a lot of neurosurgical disparities there. So the osteopathic philosophy really, I was attracted to it because I felt like, you're able to see the patient as a whole from an holistic point of view. And I felt like I'd be able to help my patients back home a lot better. So, I applied to medical school. I, got interviews and I got into PCOM. I got into a couple of other schools too, but I felt that PCOM had a neurosurgery program, and I felt that it was the straightest shot for me to get to where I needed to get to. So I just knew if I worked hard, and then I'll get there. But it's definitely hard, but still, thankfully, it worked. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I want to turn it over to Gretchen too, because Gretchen, you're also a osteopathic medical student. So why did you pursue the DO route?
Yeah, so kind of similar as far as I didn't really know DO was around, that it existed. Again, until I started applying to medical school and someone also brought up the idea to me like, oh, have you considered applying to DO programs? I was like, DO, what's that? And I looked into it and I was like, yeah, this seems great. And so I applied and got some interviews and ended up deciding to go to KCU. It kind of mainly came down to on the interview day, talking to some of the students and talking to their experiences in OMM lab and how they were able to apply OMM on their clinical rotations. And I just like the idea of having that extra knowledge that I could use to help my patients rather than just prescribing medications or sending them somewhere else for physical therapy or something like that. So that's kind of the decision path that I took.
Yeah, absolutely. And for those of you listening that don't really know what there's really the fundamental difference between MDs and DOs is that DOs have an extra training in osteopathic manipulative medicine and treatment, which allows you to use your hands and kind of work with the muscles, the tissues, the tendons, and ligaments in order to treat patients without medications, like you said. And that's really the main difference. Outside of that and kind of their holistic approach, there really aren't a lot of differences between MDs and DOs, even though there seems to be a lot of talk sometimes in the news about differences between them. But really, we're just the same people. We just want to, become doctors and physicians and help people. But there are some, and that's kind of my journey too, as well. I applied to both MD and DO schools. I was more interested in just becoming a physician. I go to Kentucky College of Osteopathic Medicine in Pikeville, Kentucky, and my interview day just kind of really fit well with who I was and my values. And I just had a really good experience there. And I said, yeah, this is definitely the place I want to go. So that's kind of my reasoning for pursuing, a DO school. But, there are considerations that need to be taken when you apply to a DO school, especially in the pursuit of neurosurgery. So I guess, Dr. Bamamore, looking back, if you were to tell yourself, as a college student, some things to consider before applying to a DO school or just medical school in general, if you're wanting to pursue neurosurgery, what are some things that you would tell yourself at that time?
I think at the end of the day, I think looking back at the end of the day comes down to, I would tell my younger self that it comes down to you. At the end of the day, if you're trying to go to a DO school to become a neurosurgeon, I don't think, you have to, I think a lot of the other counterparts like MD schools, when you go to those schools, to a certain extent, you still have to depend on you, but you still have, the school to back you up in terms of research infrastructure, alumni infrastructure, good historical background for like neurosurgery. Some of them have like neurosurgery programs. But going to a DO school, especially one that doesn't have a neurosurgery program, then you have to really rely on yourself and how much you're willing to work, not only academically, but also socially, because you have to build a network. And that means going to conferences, that means putting yourself out there when otherwise you might not feel like you want to. So I would, if I had to give myself an advice, I would say it comes down to you. How much you're willing to work for it. And you can't depend on the school you go to. Not that the schools won't help you, but you have to be the driver of your own fate. If that's a better way to say it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know that, you've experienced that and I've experienced that and Gretchen experienced that too. You have to be like you said, the driver of your own fate. You have to be the one putting in a little bit of work. And, this is I'll ask Gretchen this question. So the same question, looking back, you're now at third year, you're going to be a fourth year medical student. You're on the tail end of your research here, looking back, applying to medical school and, being a DO, what would you say, like, what is some advice you would give, an undergraduate student that's wanting to pursue a DO school? What is some advice you would give?
Yeah, for sure. So first, I'm just going to start with the general advice I give any undergrad that's thinking about medical school, and sort of along the same lines of what Dr. Bamamore was starting to say, in that your environment can very much influence, the path that you take or the one that you choose to take, how easy or accessible certain faculty or departments are. And so a big thing is to think about whether or not that school has an affiliated hospital, whether that's not even neurosurgery, but just clinically any exposure at all. That's usually my first bit of advice. And then I kind of go into what Dr. Bamamore so eloquently explained, and that if you don't have that at your disposal, you definitely have to put in more legwork on your own and really, again, be the driver of your own force. That's a big thing to think about. And some things that I know I didn't think about when I was applying to medical school. I just thought, I just want to get into medical school. I just want to be a doctor, and that's that. But it is a big factor to consider. So that would be the main one. And then as far as MD versus DO, which is some questions I've gotten from students, kind of just comes down to their philosophy and how they approach or how they think they want to approach patient care. I think the DO background is definitely a little bit more holistic in looking at the entire patient, their history, things that they just may be physically capable to do. And not that DO schools or MD counterparts don't learn the same thing. But I feel like you embody that a little bit more through osteopathic practice. So that's something else that I tell them to think about is how important is that to you? And is it something that you think you'll just learn and dump, or is it something that you'll actually embody and like take with you into clinical practice?
Yeah, it's such a great answer, Gretchen. And I agree too. I think that, it's a huge consideration to make. And like Dr. Bamamore said too, is when you're looking at these schools that you're applying to, you need to be aware of the already established infrastructure. because that can sometimes make or break your pursuit of very competitive specialties as a DO. Dr. Bamamore went to Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine, where they have a neurosurgery residency, which is now at Cooper University, but it was already established. There was mentorship available. There were research opportunities. There were, abilities and ways to get into the ORs as a first year. And sometimes DO schools, and it's absolutely fine, some of them just don't have the infrastructure available to handle this. So I would, recommend that if you're gung-ho on neurosurgery and you're applying to DO schools, I would, take a look at their website, ask if they've matched students into neurosurgery in the recent past. 10 years ago, matching a neurosurgeon is a night and day difference between, today's applicants and today's people that are pursuing it. So that's what I would recommend. It might be that you have to jump through some hoops, a little bit more if you don't have a home program. But it definitely doesn't mean that you won't and can't get there, as Dr. Bamamore is a perfect example of that. And so just to, I guess, the kind of transition into, so, those are the considerations if you're, pre-med student looking at DO schools. Let's say you get into, your DO school of choice, you're waiting, you're starting medical school. And just to kind of give an overview, I want to ask Dr. Bamamore about his journey from, first day of M1 to residency. If you could just give me kind of a brief, or if it's a long one, that's absolutely fine. Just give me kind of a story of things that you did, from day one to starting your first day of intern year to kind of make yourself competitive to get into neurosurgery.
Yeah. So I went into med school knowing I wanted to be a neurosurgeon, right? So I think one of the things that I started thinking about was how hard it was going to be as a DO to get into neurosurgery compared to my MD counterparts. I knew I already was at a medical school that added neurosurgery program, so it came down to how do I then start building relationships to, even if I don't end up getting to go to that program, but at least to build relationships that could help me to get into other programs, if anything. So I started shadowing my school's program. I think it was like the November of my first year as a medical student. So I would go in, I would just pick a day out of the week that I didn't have like important classes. And I would go in at like maybe 5:45, 6 a.m. in the morning. And I'd stay with them, go to the OR, probably leave like around 7 p.m. at night. So I would do that every once in a while just to start building connections. And so that way they start to know who I am. So that was like my first game plan. And then the second was, okay, well, I have to do well in school as well. So, you have to really get down to it and try to do the best that you can academically. And then you have to think about research. So how do you best find research opportunities? It's not easy to find, especially when you're just starting out. I mean, I had some research experience in college, but it's a whole different ball game if you're trying to get into neurosurgery, because then you have to go into you're not just trying to get posters anymore or some abstracts published. You're trying to get actual papers in, and it's very hard to find opportunities for people that want to put you on papers. So I just did what I could find. But as time went on, I think it just came down to my persistence. So by the time third year came around, I was like, okay, well, what are the things that I need to do to set myself up for success in my fourth year? So I decided not to do rotations that was around the Philly area. I wanted to go as far as and as broad as I possibly can to meet as many people as I can. One thing I always tell people is you never know who people are. So it doesn't matter if you're on your family medicine rotation or your OMM rotation or your OB/GYN rotation. Still always be in best behavior, because then I've always found favor in the places that I didn't even think I would find favor at. So I did a rotation in Allegheny General in Pittsburgh for a month. Went to Redding to do a neurocritical care rotation. All those little things, I got to meet people at different places. So by the time I got to my fourth year, I was able to do all the other rotations as well. Unfortunately, I didn't match the first time I applied, but it was all a accumulation of trying to put myself in the best position possible. which all end up landing me at Mayo, where I did my research here. And then, luckily, I wouldn't say luckily, but through hard work, getting into residency today. So I don't know. I wouldn't say that it was planned. I think it was just a lot of just trying and just doing the legwork. So, it's hard to plan that. So.
It is hard to plan that, but you just kept saying it over and over again. It's the key word. It's persistence. You didn't give up. You were, the first one into the ORs. You were the last one to leave. You showed your interest. You were kind to everyone, and just doing that every single day, over and over and over again. There, your answer had a lot of great, topics that we're going to talk about tonight. And I appreciate the honesty and everything. But let's first talk about, everyone knows that you have to get good grades. You have to do well on your board exams. You have to do the academic stuff. But let's, I'll keep it on you, Dr. Bamamore, and then I'll move over to Gretchen. How did you approach obtaining research opportunities as a osteopathic medical student in a field like neurosurgery? How did you approach that?
I remember I tried to find opportunities at different areas. I think one of the places I went to was Penn. I tried to do basic science research over there, but it's really hard to get that started. That kind of fell off. And then I, did some projects with some of the residents at my school's institution. Those, went well, got some experience. But to be honest, I actually didn't really get a lot of research experience until after I didn't match. I had done a rotation at Mayo the year that I was applying, and I think I did pretty well at the rotation. I was able to, find really good mentors that really cared about my future. So when I didn't match, I just reached out to them and I said, I didn't match. I'm still interested in neurosurgery. Can I do a research here at your institution? And that will help me to be more competitive the following year. So, and they were so happy to have me. So fast, quickly, actually very fast, that by the next month I was in Florida, living there. So my goal was that I wanted to do as much as I can with as little time as I could, because when you're reapplying again, you only have about 6 or 7 months to change your resume essentially before applying again. So I just worked as hard as I can. So I think, again, it just comes back to the back point again, just persistence, grit, callous in your mind. That's a saying that I like to say. So.
I like that. Callousing your mind. I usually go to the gym and get callus on my hands, but I need to start developing calluses on my brain. So I will continue to work on that. That's great. So yeah, I'll move over to you, Gretchen. So, these research years keep popping up, which seem to be kind of the highly suggested thing for a lot of students, including DO students. But kind of tell me, your experience in getting involved in research as a DO student.
Yeah, sure. So to kind of start out, so I had a little bit of research experience prior to medical school. So I kind of had an idea of just what research entailed. But then a little bit of just serendipity happened the end of my first year. Michael Kortz, who actually started this podcast last year, 2 years ago, he started this virtual research group called NERV, and reached out, asked if anyone would be interested, and I was like, okay, yeah, let's do it. I'm thinking neurosurgery at this point. Didn't really know too much about it, or just how, kind of naively, just how hard it was for students to match. So yeah, a lot of serendipity there. So that's how I got started in medical school anyway. I'm just working on projects here and there with students in the group, residents. And then as I got to know people more and more, and kind of talk to them about their path towards, applying and things that I should start thinking about, the idea of a research year came up, which I had never heard of. I thought you went to med school, 4 years, you're done, that's it. And I didn't even know you could take time off to do other things. So the idea of taking a year off from medical school to either do a full year totally dedicated to research, whether that's at your own institution or an outside institution. I didn't even know that was a thing. So the closer I got to my clinical years and then trying to decide if I wanted to move on to fourth year or take one of these research years, I talked to some people, some mentors, and realized that neurosurgery is a pretty research heavy field. I mean, there's a lot we don't know about the brain and the nervous system still. So people are really excited to get stuff out there and learn more about it. So I thought, okay, it's probably, we're going to do this research year thing, whatever that looks like, and still not 100% knowing like what was in store for me. But decided to do that. And I mean, so Kansas City University, which is where I attend medical school, we don't have a home program. We don't have a residency program or anything like that. So I started reaching out to programs around the area that that had faculty whose research I was interested in, and just projects that I kind of had in the back of my mind, which I thought might align with their interests as well. And just kind of cold email. And kind of like what Dr. Barrymore said, I mean, I got a lot of eager responses very quickly, and that faculty and places are always excited to have students come conduct research with them. And so that's kind of how it worked for me. I reached out to a program that I was really interested in, and they said yes, and that set up a Zoom meeting with the PI, and then the rest was history. So I've been there now this year, and starting to wind down a little bit, but still a lot of work to be done before fourth year turns around.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the cold emailing. I am a supporter of that. That's how I've gotten a couple of my research opportunities through medical school so far, was essentially just sending emails to a lot of people and saying, hey, I'd love to work on projects. I remember between my first and second year, I actually was looking for a research internship to go do and be productive between first and second year. And I sent a lot of cold emails to a lot of program coordinators, a lot of program directors, and really didn't have a lot of interest garnered except one person emailed me back from the University of Kentucky. And he said, one of the main reasons why I looked at your application wasn't your interest or anything like that, but I saw in there you worked as a janitor. And I said, well, yeah. And he's like, I used to work as a janitor. So I guess, and that kind of garnered this relationship, and I was able to do a cool research, internship for a summer. But I've also gotten opportunities through Instagram. My first published paper was a connection through Instagram, Twitter, things like that. So like everyone has said too on here, it's I know it can be difficult to kind of put yourself out there, because you're going to be met with a lot of no's or a lot of just no answers, but you're going to have to do that if you don't have that at your program. But you never know kind of what connections are going to be made when you do those things, and they can lead to research years, they can lead to mentorship, they can lead to a lot of incredible opportunities. So that's great. And then kind of just transitioning from the research side of things, mentorship. Mentors are critical in obtaining neurosurgery residencies, and I think are even more critical as an empathic applicant. So, my question to you, Dr. Bamamore, is how did you obtain, quality mentorship going through, medical school?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think, honestly, started with just starting at my own school's institution, just learning how to network with the faculty. And then I guess when I started my research here also, my PI ended up actually being a very good mentor to me. I thought that in order to, you have to ask for someone to be your mentor, but I think finding a mentor comes down to a two-way street. So you have to also try to contribute to that relationship as you want them to contribute to your relationship. So it's a give and take in a way. So I think it's kind of hard to say. Yeah, I think for me, the mentorship opportunities that I had was actually just due to the work that I did. So it was almost like a two-way street. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great answer because it's very, when you're looking for mentorships, you just don't want to go to a very busy neurosurgeon and be like, I want you to mentor me, and then just walk out the door. They want people who are excited about neurosurgery. They want people who show that they work hard. They want all those things.
And like showing initiative, showing that you not only did your own work, you know what you're here to get, and you know how to get there, and you bring 90% of the work already done, and then you want your mentor to just add a little bit of extra to it. So, for example, say that you're asking your mentor about a potential research opportunity. You should be expected to have already done most of the work, and essentially what you want to do is, okay, this is what I have. I just want you to look at it and tell me what you think. Now, the mentor's job is then to look at what you've done and then point you in the right direction, essentially. So I think you're doing most of the work, but the mentor's job is to then bless your work by putting you in the right direction and putting you in touch with the right people to then make that valuable. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that is such a critical point in a mentee-mentor relationship at this stage. Is it's not just, at some point you might not know a lot about neurosurgery, and that's fine. Your PI is going to help you with projects. They're going to give you these ideas, but the goal is as you progress, you should be coming to them with the ideas. You should be reading the literature and saying, hey, I read in this article that they are looking to do this. Why don't we do this as a project? And then you give them the rough draft. You give them these things because that shows your growth as a researcher. And like Dr. Bamamore said, it also shows your initiative. People love initiative. You have to be a go-getter. And when people see that, it's a very attractive quality in a mentee to a mentor. And I just want to pose this question here from John in the chat. He says the average neurosurgery match has 30 plus presentations, projects, publications, posters, all this stuff. So what's the reality behind this number, and how is this possible? And feel free, any of you, to jump in on this one, because this is an important question to answer.
I think so. Yeah, the reality is that's the reality, right? But I think there's an emphasis so much these days on quantity than quality, where we're just trying to get as much as we can, but not so much the best that we can. So I mean, I don't know if it's going to change in the near future, but I know that if I'm looking at someone, I'm trying to see, okay, yeah, you did all of this work, but how much do you actually know about all the stuff that you've done? So I think it's quantity has been rewarded a lot more these days when it comes to these things. I don't think they should carry as much weight as they do, because I don't know, this becomes a war of who has more. So just my perspective of it. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And, getting those, the numbers are there, they're obviously there, but like you said, you can tell someone, when their name's been thrown on a project, that they don't, necessarily know the research very well. You don't have to know every single little detail, but you need to know, if you're an author on a paper, you need to know what's going on with it. And, my advice for that is just always be hungry for projects, always be looking. If you're, it goes back to that network thing, that cold emailing thing. Make sure you're established in your schoolwork and your preclinical courses, so that you're not, doing poorly there and with your boards. But reach out to people via social media. have some skills that you're good at, whether it's biostats. I can't tell you how valuable a biostatistician is to research groups. You will accumulate so many projects. You won't know what to do with them if you have those skills. Systematic reviews, meta-analyses, getting these opportunities will keep the influx of projects available to you. And then it's up to you to be able to do the work and, keep yourself organized, and, your production will be there. And then submitting those to conferences and things of that nature will, after 4 years or even 5 years, if you choose a research year, it will put you in a good seat to, be competitive for the match.
Yeah, and Taylor, I just kind of want to add, whereas yes, that 30 plus number is reality, as Dr. Bremen-Moore said, but I think it's also important to not, as hard as it is, try not to get too caught up in the rat race of the publications for applications, because people looking at your application can tell if, well, you're fifth author on all of these publications. Whereas if you have, 5 to 10 that you're either first, second, even third author on, like, that's going to look very good on your part, and it'll show that you've put in the work. You know what research looks like and what it takes to take a project from start to finish. And that's very valuable. And people looking at your application will notice that as well. So yes, the 30 number is reality, but don't get too caught up in it. And you, as Dr. Bremen-Moore kind of alluded to, this quantity versus quality, when in reality you need both. You need numbers, but you also need stuff that is good work, stuff that you've put substantial time into, and stuff that you can talk about in interviews and anyone on the street that asks you about anything on your application.
Yeah, and it comes down to just finding something that you're passionate about, a project that you're passionate about. So like I said, I wanted to go back to Africa at some point in my career. So one of the research that I'm passionate about is global neurosurgery. So, I started doing some of the work even during my research year. So did some papers, some research. So, I was passionate about that. And then during my interviews, I was able to really show that passion through my work. And that will go a long way, because then people are like, wow, not only does he know about his research, but he truly is passionate about it. And that goes a long way than just, okay, I just did 20 papers on something that I don't care about. It won't come off genuine.
Yeah, absolutely. All excellent points about kind of the research, the research rat race. It's getting more and more, it's a hot topic in neurosurgery and education in neurosurgery. And, it can be intimidating, but, those are also averages. I know of a DO student that matched, that had 2 publications going in, and he matched. So, those are things to consider as well. But yeah, it's very difficult to balance, but I have faith in you. So, we've talked about research, we talked about grades. Dr. Bremen-Moore, as you progress through, your preclinical years and you did really well on your rotations, now upcoming is audition rotation season and sub-Is. And I know that you are a legend at some places, so I've heard, on the sub-I trail. And so what are some considerations or things that you took into account when you were going on your sub-I and audition trail during your 4th year?
So for sub-Is, this is your opportunity to show the program how good you are, who you are, and to set yourself apart from other people. And also just to show that, okay, well, you separate yourself from the paper, essentially, from the paper you, and now this is the real you. So my philosophy was always be the first to get there, the last to leave. Sometimes don't leave. You want to show that you have very good work ethic, that you're always available. The three or 4 A's: available, affable, and I always forget the last one.
Able. Yep.
So you always want to show that, I'm always around, I'm always willing to work, no matter what it takes. I remember there was a time that I was in my sub-I and I stayed in the hospital for 3 days straight.
3 days straight.
But the thing is, the idea behind it wasn't because I was trying to, it was just me. I was the only medical student. I wasn't trying to outshine anyone, but it was just like, okay, well, I'm really dedicated to this work, and I really wanted to show myself how much I truly loved it and how much I was willing to give for it when it came down to it. And then I think a couple more advice is be a good person. I know sometimes you have to rotate with 2 or 3 or 4 other medical students, and you're trying to show that you're better, or in some way you want to set yourself apart. But that sometimes the process of trying to do that can hurt you more than it'll help you. So sometimes it's better just to try to be, if you have to show someone out, or if you have to be a bad person just to show you that you're good, it's not the best route to go. Rather just stay leveled, stay calm, be yourself, do the best that you can do. Everything else will come through it. So I know, like, I had a couple of rotations where I was the only medical students. In those cases, then I knew, okay, I don't have anyone to compete with but myself, so I'm going to do whatever I can to make myself look good and set myself apart. So
Yeah, absolutely. And then just a follow-up question too. When you were applying for certain places, were there any considerations or things to take into account with being a DO?
For sub-Is?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. So you want to choose your sites very carefully, right? You just don't want to choose any sites because each opportunity you get to do a sub-I, that's a place that could potentially take you. So you don't want to go somewhere where they're most likely not going to take you. You want to be realistic with your credentials, with your application. So the places that I chose, I knew that I had a realistic chance of getting there or getting picked at that program. So the entire thing has to be strategic. There's nothing about the entire process. It's just, I'm just going to willy-nilly just go through it and see what happens. You have to plan it out from, like, now, if you're a third year going into your fourth year. Okay, these are the rotations I want to do. This is what I want to show when I get there. This is what kind of letters I want to get. This is the kind of people that I want to meet. When you're in the OR, you have to constantly listen more than you talk because you never know what conversations might be added that you could, contribute to at another spot. So, to set yourself apart. I don't know. That's a better way to put it. Just a lot of different things to consider.
Yeah, absolutely. That's such a great answer, and that's exactly what I was looking for. Is that as a DO, you do have to take some things into consideration as you're looking at your sub-I sites. For medical students that are third years that are looking into their fourth year, when you are a DO student and you list your osteopathic status, there are some places that just do not take DO students. I don't agree with it. Personally, I don't agree with it, but it's a reality. And so, the saying, putting your eggs into a basket. Well, I like to do a derivation of that is putting your eggs into a basket that's open for you. Go to a place that they are genuinely interested in having you, genuinely interested in wanting to get to know you and potentially match you as a resident. You don't want to try to force yourself into a place that they aren't interested in you. You don't want to wait. You don't want to use all that time and all that effort and all that energy into a place that might not, take you because of your credentials. And it's unfortunate, but it's just a reality. That was one of the criteria that I looked at when I was not only looking for sub-Is, but also just research endeavors in general. Getting mentors at places that have matched DOs or are open to DOs. It's huge because then they see, well, this person is, we don't care what letters are after their name. This person works hard. This person is, passionate about what they want to do in neurosurgery. And, they could be a potentially really good fit at our program. So that is definitely something to take into consideration as you're doing your sub-Is. And like Dr. Bamamore said, you need those 3 A's, affable, able, available. They're all huge. You have to be well-liked. You have to be, you don't need to know every question that the surgeon asks you, but you need to have the basic understandings. And, if you miss a question, just come back the next day and know it. And Dr. Bamamore is the epitome of available. I mean, the guy spent, 3 days in the hospital I mean, I don't think you can get more available than that. So, while you don't have to spend 3 days, definitely be around and don't be looking at the clock and don't be showing up 20 minutes late into rounds. Show that you're able to get there and be around and be there for cases and just, participate in your rotations. Gretchen, you're entering your 4th year, but are a lot of those tenets the same as you did your 3rd year rotation in neurosurgery as well?
Oh yeah, absolutely. One in particular, I mean, especially as a 3rd year, I mean, they're not expecting a ton from you knowledge-wise, like neurosurgical knowledge, very basic. But what they are looking for is this person showing up on time? Are they showing up early? Do they want to be there? These faculty and OR staff, they've been around tons and tons of students throughout the years, and they can tell when a student truly wants to be there and who's just along for the ride and is counting down the days till the end of the rotation. So what I like to think about is be productive within your capacity. Like if you're a 3rd year med student, then think of everything that you know how to do, and like that could be helpful and not disruptive or anything like that. And ask the OR nurse, like, hey, do you mind if I do this today? Or can you show me how to put in this Foley so maybe I can do it tomorrow? And people want to say yes to you. With a lot of different things. If they trust you and if they see you have the capacity to do so, like they want to say yes, they want to help you thrive. So those are just kind of some tenets that I've gotten from 3rd year. I imagine for 4th year and sub-Is especially, it'll just kind of be the more extreme of that. There'll be a little bit more expectation. But I mean, kind of all the same thing, work hard, be there, show that you want to be there. Ask questions when appropriate, when the timing is right, not in the middle of clipping of an aneurysm or something like that. But just let people know you're excited, and they'll be way more apt to let you help, let you hold something during surgery if they know you're excited to be there and that you want to learn.
Absolutely. Such a great insight, that you, and great mindset to take into all your rotations, and especially going into 4th year with your sub-Is and, just being present and being, helpful to your capacity. I think that some people, think that they're not, they need to be the ones that are putting in the pedicle screws their 3rd year, or the ones that are, getting their hands dirty. And it's like, no, you need to go through the steps, the baby steps to learn, help within your capacity, pull drains, things like that. So, and then, one kind of final question, and we've touched on this a little bit with research years, but to just encompass this into one topic, being a DO, and before I even do that, I just want to list some statistics. These are from the Charting Outcomes in the Match from 2022. And for those of you who don't know what this is a book that essentially lists all the different statistics for matched and unmatched applicants that are IMG, DO, or IMG is International Medical Graduate, DO, and MD students. And looking at the neurosurgery ones from 2022, there were only 21 total applicants that applied, with 9 total matching. And that is the best year that DO students have ever had. In comparison to MDs, the matches were 202 out of 272. So a large difference, a lot more applicants, a lot of really, all of them are qualified, incredible applicants. So, and board scores were very good. Abstracts, presentations, publications are 30 plus, and for MDs, they're about 25 and a half. So very close there. So, I want to pose a question to Dr. Bamamore. How do you stand out in such a large competitive field as a DO with such incredible students from all across the country? How do you stand out in the crowd in a good way?
Very hard. But I think what helps is just trying to be the best version of yourself. You know the stats. These are the things you need to get there, right? So try your best to meet those stats, and then the qualities that best amplifies you, use them to your advantage, right? For me, I knew that I was very, very good when it came down to my sub-Is. So I took every advantage I could with my sub-Is to make myself look good. The research opportunities that I had at Mayo, I knew that and being someone who worked at, Mayo is a big name. So, that's something that you can also use to your advantage in a way. I mean, you're doing good work, but you want to make yourself, you want to be the best. You want to be your own best salesman. A lot of us tend to not want to be outspoken about how good we think we are because you think it's vain. But when it comes down to this, you really have to just, by using every opportunity that you have, like you said, Taylor, social media, Twitter, Instagram. The reason why I post, whenever I publish a paper, I always post it on social media. It's not because I want to show the world that, oh, I just published a paper. It's just because you never know who's going to see this and say, oh, wow, this is amazing. I have this opportunity for you. Do you want to collaborate on this? And then before you know it, you're working on really groundbreaking work. So I think, it's hard to really stand out, but the people that do stand out, they just put their best foot forward, and they're not afraid to be the best versions of themselves. So I think that's, other than that, I don't really understand anything else to add. So, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely. Oh, yeah.
I would just add this. If you're a DO, it doesn't matter what DO school you eventually go to. It's not impossible. It's hard, but it's not impossible. It doesn't mean the door is closed. It just means you just need to do a little bit of extra than everyone else. But it doesn't mean it's impossible. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that. It might, the door might be a little harder to open, but it's not closed permanently. And, like you said, just getting involved in everything and just, being the best advocate you can for yourself as an applicant and a person is critical. And then, Gretchen, and Dr. Bamamore did this as well, but you're in the midst of it, a research year. How do you feel a research year benefits a DO student as they're applying to neurosurgery?
Yeah, for sure. Outside of the, just getting more pubs and getting experience in research, that aside, that's kind of given. A main one, especially if you don't have a home neurosurgery residency program, a big one is just getting to know people at a place that does have a program. Whether that's definitely should be your PI, your mentor, but then they can usually set you up with other faculty within the department too, or just a meet and greet or a chat over coffee. Just the more people that know your face, that know your story, and that just are starting to get to know who you are. Like, they want to see you thrive. They want you to succeed. That's been my experience. The institution I'm at right now has been really great. As far as just like saying yes, welcoming me with open arms, just like letting me know of, opportunities left and right, which is great. But then I think you also have to, kind of going along with Dr. Bamamore said, you have to be ready to put your best foot forward. So you have to be prepared for those type of engagements and chats with people. But then you also have to be willing to kind of go outside your comfort zone too. One thing, this has been a big one for me, but the way I kind of talk myself through it is, if someone is giving you this opportunity or asking if you would want to do this A, B, and C, it's because they probably think you can do it, within reason. They're not, a faculty neurosurgeon's not gonna hand you the drill, if they don't think you can do it or do it under their guidance. Or, I mean, that's an extreme example, but no one is gonna give you something where they think you're going to fail. They are gonna give you what they think you can handle. And just being ready to dive in and say yes and do it, I think, is a big mental thing to kind of get straight.
Yeah, absolutely. All, great advice. And just, the research years are becoming more and more popular. And, I see more and more people doing them, and they're proving to just, be worth their weight in gold as those applicants enter, their application year. So, I want to take a couple questions from the chat here really quickly. Muhammad asked a question about being an IMG, and I don't have any personal experience of that. So, but we'll definitely have an episode on being an IMG and pursuing neurosurgery in the future. But one that I want to pose here that he had is, we're talking about all these publications. Isn't it pretty hard to do this? And, do all of these have to be in clinical neuroscience, neurosurgery, neurology?
Yeah, they don't all have to be in clinical stuff. You can do basic science too. It all comes down to what really your interest is. But yeah, it is hard to get these during medical school. I know, I know a couple of people that when once they get the opportunity to have a plug into an institution that can help them with research, they just always made sure that they had about 1 to 2 projects at any given time that they were working on. So if you start in the first year of medical school, let's say that you have a clinical paper that you work on every few months, it's not unreasonable that even if you don't take a research year, that you could end up with more than 10 to 15 papers by the time you apply to, residency. It really just comes down to finding an opportunity and just and then making sure that you're able to live up to that expectations. And the people that can't do it during the medical school years, then you have to think, okay, well, does a research year, would the research year benefit me? And in most cases it does, because I think it's become more of the norm than not nowadays, because then you get the opportunity to do research and get research out in that 1 year, and you go back to medical school, and then you're ready to apply. So it really comes down to you. So.
Yeah, for sure. I remember, it comes down to a lot of time management, really, is how I got a lot of mine. It was, I might not have been able to, play video games for a couple of hours after, relaxing one night, or I couldn't go out with my friends, or I couldn't see, my family for a weekend or whatever. But sometimes there's a little bit of sacrifice that's involved. And if you manage your time well, you should be able to do a lot of both of them at the same time. But, really managing your time and, taking the data that you have and really, maybe if you have a large data set, making 2 papers out of it, or, submitting those to conferences and then presenting 2 posters. That's how a lot of these numbers are gotten, is just taking what you have and using it to your best advantage, and sometimes not publishing one giant data set in one paper. You want to be able to, take it to AANS or CNS or your local conference, or, whatever it may be, to really get those numbers up. But again, it's a balance of, numbers aren't everything. You want to make sure that it's quality research. You want to make sure that you're, what you're talking about, and it's contributing to the scientific literature. So that's what I would say. And then, no, I have a couple of publications in MedEd that I really enjoy and I'm passionate about. So they don't have to be all in clinical neurosciences. I think it would be a little, concerning if you came in with, 30 papers in OBGYN to applying to neurosurgery residency. But again, if you, some research, neurosurgery research is at the top, some research is in the middle, and then no research is at the bottom. So you need, it's okay if you have a little bit in another field, but you want to make sure that you're getting some in neurosurgery before you apply. So, and then one more, another question here I see in the chat. John says, showing dedication is huge, right? So is it enough to only use one of your 3rd-year electives for neurosurgery, or do you guys think you should do more than one, or how do you think you should best prepare yourself going into 4th year?
That's a good question. I'll just, I guess, give an anecdotal experience for this one. So for me, my 3rd-year neurosurgery elective was not so much to prepare me for neurosurgery. It was more to see if I can survive the neurosurgery life, or if I could see myself actually doing this in the future. Because really, that's what your 4th year is, for you to, really put yourself into it, and because you've already decided at that point you want to do neurosurgery, right? So, I don't think your 3rd year will help you to decide. It'll just help you to decide, okay, is this for me or not? That was the way I looked at it, and I realized that it was for me after that 3rd year. And they don't expect a lot out of you as a 3rd-year medical student. You really don't know anything. Now that I think about it, yeah, you really don't know anything as a 3rd-year medical student. So they won't expect too much out of you unless you really show your interest, and that could also help too, because then they can notice how well you work, and that can set you up for more opportunities in the future. So yeah, they don't expect a lot out of you, but you can always show up. Yeah.
Yeah. As far as like, is it enough to only use one? I guess that's kind of school dependent on your school and what they allow you to do. For myself, as an example, I only had 2 actual electives that I got to pick for third year, and they had to be different. You couldn't do them in like the same specialty. So I only had one neurosurgery rotation during my third year. And as Dr. Moore has said, I used that month. It was my last month of third year, so I kind of had an idea that neurosurgery is what I wanted because nothing else really stuck the rest of the year. But that's mainly a month to decide, like, am I moving forward with this or not? Because 7 years is a long time. And if you can figure out in 1 month that it's not for you, then it's probably best to move on to a different specialty and find something you are more passionate about. But so I'd say 1 is fine. If that's all you have, then 1 is 1, and you take that with what you can get and make the most of it.
Yeah, for sure. It's a common theme amongst all of us here is that we kind of use that one rotation that we had to really see, number one, is it what I wanted to do? Did it confirm what I wanted to pursue? But also, like Dr. Bamamore said, is this the life that I really want? Going in early, staying late every single day for a month, and thinking about, wow, could I do this for 7 years? And then when you kind of have that aha moment where you're in the OR and you're like, wow, it's been 13 hours. That's weird. It's kind of like it solidified it for me. That's what I wanted to do. So I think 1 rotation is more than enough to kind of answer that question for you and kind of get you set up. And like everyone said, your expectations as a third year med student aren't incredibly high, but if you show your interest, you might be able to do more than the average med student that rotates through the neurosurgery department. So that'd be our advice. So yeah, I don't see any more questions in the chat. So I guess we can, wrap it up here. Dr. Bamamore, do you have any final, words of advice or anything for our DOs in the chat and watching at home in their pursuits of neurosurgery?
I think through whatever you're doing, always know, this is just like something that I always carry along with me. Know that there's always very high highs, and then there's always very low lows. So you're always going to be at a point where you're at your most high. Do not let it get to your head. There's always going to be the time that you're at your lowest low. Also, don't let it get to your head. You always want to keep a nice balance. So when life gets hard, just know it's going to come to an end at some point. When life gets good, just know it's going to come to an end at some point. So that always gets you like, okay, more humbled. So that way you don't feel too, oh, I'm better than everyone else, or, oh, I suck and I'm the world's dumbest idiot, whatever you think that might be. But so I think that simple philosophy will get you through like some of the hardest things. I feel like not matching it to neurosurgery is one of the hardest feeling you could ever go through, because you feel like you've given your all, and then now you don't have anywhere to go to. So that can teach you a lot of things, like humility, how to get knocked down and get back up. That goes a long way. So I took it as, okay, well, this is a challenge. I just got knocked down. Okay, let's see what I can do to get myself back up. So if anyone ever goes through that, it's not the end of the world, essentially. So just keep going one step at a time. Stay in the middle. So,
absolutely. Yeah. Thank you so much. And that, your resilience, your grit, your humility, everything about you has led to you, and your success is, gaining that entrance into residency. And you're really a role model for myself and a lot of other people out there. So, you really are making an impact on a lot of people's lives. So we just want to thank you for, taking your time, you giving your time to us and giving your insights and your wisdom into the process. I know that we all greatly appreciate it. So that is going to, wrap up this episode of the Neurosurgery Journey podcast. And I hope everyone at home enjoyed this episode, and we will see you next week.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Neurosurgery Journey. I'm happy to have you all with us tonight. So how important is prior research experience and productivity when applying to neurosurgery residency? What if students find themselves at institutions without home programs? These are some of the questions that are in the back of the minds of many medical students who find themselves in such positions. So tonight on this episode of the Neurosurgery Journey, we will attempt to break down the strategies for being productive in research throughout medical school, how to find mentors, and options for overcoming these hurdles when neither are available at your institution. Understanding that both research and mentorship can play a large role in helping students achieve their career goals. Tonight, we will aim to shed light on what can be a daunting undertaking through sharing some personal stories and insight that we have gained over the last few years, hoping that current students and then future upcoming students can make the best decisions for themselves in their future careers. So tonight I'm joined with Taylor and Mike Rollo. Taylor down on the left, Mike up at the top and the right. And we'll kind of just dive right in, and we'll start with you, Taylor. When did you briefly just decide neurosurgery was the career path for you?
Yeah, absolutely. So I decided that it was the career path for me based on prior work experiences. I know that I was interested in science when I was younger, but what really kind of took me over the top with neurosurgery was I worked as a medical assistant in a joint neurology neurosurgery practice. I loved interacting with patients, so I knew that medicine was for me, but I was able to shadow the neurosurgeons that work there. And from, just seeing like simple cases like lumbar discectomy, I was just like, yeah, this is definitely what I want to do. So really simple. But from that point on, I was like, this is the career for me.
Nice. And that was prior to medical school?
Yeah, absolutely. That was during most of my summers in undergrad. I was about an hour away from the practices when I was working, during school. So when I would come home for the summers, that's where I would work and get experience.
Nice. What about you, Rollo?
Yeah, thanks for having me join today. And I got to say, that was a solid intro. We're going to have to start upping our game on our end. So, yeah, I mean, for me, actually, science, also was a big part in the decision of wanting to pursue neurosurgery. So I had the opportunity to do some sort of, basic to translational research in high school, looking at actually progesterone for concussion. Didn't, super pan out in terms of interesting results, but it's still some ongoing work in the field. But I just had the chance to engage in that lab environment and really find myself enjoying it. And at the same time, I was volunteering in EMS, and I was seeing patients that suffered from neurological injuries and stroke. And, I was kind of at a young age able to translate some of that basic science knowledge into seeing it in a clinical setting. And I just loved that. And it came to the point that as much as I didn't want to add on another, 4 or 5 years to do a PhD, there was no other way for me to do it. I just knew that I couldn't really enjoy medicine without science or vice versa.
Yeah, so you've mentioned research now as early as high school. At what point did you realize just exactly how large of a role research can play when applying to neurosurgery residency?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I appreciated it as much in undergrad. Just being focused on, hey, I want to go to medical school. I knew I was interested in neurosurgery, but it wasn't something that I was like directly doing research because I wanted to do neurosurgery. I just like the overlap in the topics. And then you get into medical school, and it's like, it doesn't matter what kind of neurosurgeon you want to be. If you want to be in community or academic practice, there's that expectation that applying to residency, you need to get some pubs under your belt, and more importantly, you have to get the research experience and build those connections. And it really, if you look at it, dates back to people like Cushing and Dandy, the early fathers of neurosurgery, that they were clinicians, but they were scientists, and they were doing some hardcore kind of basic science research. Cushing, when we think of him clinically, has a lot of other stuff besides neurosurgery under his belt, between Cushing's disease, Cushing's reflex, and stuff like that.
Yeah, Taylor, when did that come to light for you?
I think it came to light when I think there were two sections for me. I think first, when I was starting out as like a fresh, first year medical student, I knew that I wanted to do neurosurgery, but I looked at the charting outcomes and I saw those numbers that pop up, and it was like 22 at the time. And I said, okay, no problem, whatever. I mean, I got 4 years to figure this out. And then as I was like progressing through, I was like, wow, these are some impressive numbers for the average matched applicant. So I knew that there was some instance of research that I wanted to get involved in. I really enjoy spine, for instance. I think it's an incredible thing, and I really enjoy endoscopic spine procedures. And so that was an interest that I developed later on in my medical schooling. But I knew that clinical research was more for me versus basic science, like Mike over there, and you, Gretchen, on your research here. I realized that clinical science was just more, or in clinical research was just more for me. But like previously mentioned, you start getting into the clinic, and you start asking questions, and you start observing things that you think could be better, or you're just wondering about. And that's what kind of sparks your research questions. And then that is when I realized, like, wow, there's a lot in neurosurgery that stems around research, and the opportunities are endless. So that about first or second year of medical school, it might've been a little later than most people, but I said, oh, wow, I need to like start really actively doing research, actively getting with a mentor, actively publishing. That's when I started realizing that.
Yeah. So you kind of already started talking about just the progression of your thoughts towards research and productivity through research throughout medical school. But kind of, if you can, kind of take us like year by year, include summers in the middle if you did anything there, just starting from first year to where you are now, your post-interview season, match is just a month away, crazy. And what that kind of looked like, how your research progressed throughout the med school, how your thoughts towards research maybe changed, and even interests as well as you progress through school.
Yeah, for sure. So I guess my journey is a little bit different. For those of you listening, I am an osteopathic medical student, which can be a different path if you're pursuing neurosurgery. So starting out first year of medical school, I did not do a lot of research. And one of the reasons why was because, one, my school does not offer a lot. I don't have a home program. COVID also threw a wrench into things. So really establishing, quality mentorship with a neurosurgeon in my area was very difficult. So my first year, I really did not get involved in neurosurgery research. I knew I wanted to do it. And looking back, for those of you listening, I think that I would have hit the ground running a little sooner. But at the same time, I was also thankful that I took that like first semester and really got my feet underneath me and made sure that I was able to handle the rigors of the medical school curriculum. You don't want to enter your first day of medical school with, 5 leadership positions, 3 research opportunities, and figuring out your classwork. Make sure you can handle, the coursework and go from there. So I did that for mostly my first and second semester. And then my school offers since there's not a lot of research, they offer a research stipend where you essentially can go wherever you want in the country. They fortunately pay for you to live at that place for the entire summer. And I was very thankful to have won one of those scholarships. I went and did a about 2.5-month research stint in pediatric neurosurgery. And unfortunately, that was also affected by COVID. So during those 2.5 months, I was able to get in the lab maybe 3 weeks. And that kind of put a hamper on things. So, already if you're listening, you're kind of realizing like, wow, this is, not panning out to be too hot. So I made it a goal at my second year. I said I was just going to work as hard as possible, network with as many people as possible. And I utilized Twitter. I utilized Instagram, actually. I utilized a bunch of different resources. And I was able to reach out and find mentors and find other medical students that were publishing actively. And I said, I don't know how I can help, but if there's something you need help with, I'll get it done. And I kind of established, a role in a bunch of research opportunities. I started learning, and eventually I joined a couple, I guess, little groups of medical students that were just actively publishing under a couple PIs. Throughout my second year. And then also I joined a group called NERV, which is through Brain Spine Group. And that is for medical students who are specifically interested in neurosurgery that don't have home programs. And it was the perfect fit for me. I'm now a senior director of that, and I'm able to, help and give back to the people who were in my situation. And that's kind of how my interests have grown throughout the years. I've been able to be a little bit more specific with my research interests. At the beginning, I was just wanting to, learn about anything and everything, and I still do. But the projects that kind of catch my attention are more endoscopic spine projects and more craniosynostosis, surgical management of that. So 2 different fields, but still very interesting to me. And that's kind of my story. It's a lot more has happened since then, but that's the smaller, the gist of it, I guess.
Yeah, no, that's really great. How has your research productivity been during your 4th year? How's that been for you?
Yeah, so 4th year, I would say my productivity was a little shaky during my auditions. I did make sure and just I made sure that I tabled a bunch of projects that I was working on that weren't the top priority. So when I went and auditioned at certain places, I was able to be a resource for them. I think that it made me stand out a little bit at some programs where I was actively pursuing projects while also on a sub-I. So I was able to help at the places I did sub-Is at. And I've been able to keep those connections throughout 4th year and really, have good chemistry with the resident groups that I met and the PIs there. So I would say that it's a little bit lower than my 2nd and 3rd year, but it's still a lot. It's still a fair amount. It's not just like as soon as I'm done with interviews, I'm just like, oh, there goes all the research. So that's kind of how it's been.
Yeah. So I guess you mentioned you're still able to be somewhat productive while you're on your sub-Is. Is that something that students coming up in the next couple of years, should they be expecting to do that on their sub-Is and kind of like mentally prepare to keep going while also working just a ton of hours and being tired?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a balancing act. So, when you're on your sub-Is, that is your chance to impress. And that's exactly what the last episode said. Dr. Bamamore said, that is your month to impress them. So everyone's asking about ways to stand out. I would do it if you are able to, if you're physically and mentally able to. That's what I would say. So if you're, on Q3 call, Q4 call, doing all these hours and you can't put any effort into a research project, that's absolutely fine. But if you find yourself with some extra time and you really want to stand out at a program, I don't think it would hurt to go up to a faculty member that you know of or residents that have projects that need a medical student's help and say, hey, I'm willing to help. Let's work on some papers. I think that shows initiative and it shows desire to be at that program. And, it can really set you apart come later in the application season.
Wow, grinding to the max is what it sounds like. But that's awesome. Way to go, Taylor. So Mike, kind of same question. So yours is going to look a little different because you're pursuing the MD PhD route, but kind of take us, starting with year one and any summers in between. How has your research kind of progressed throughout your clinical and preclinical years and then now your PhD years?
Yeah, for sure. Just to Garrett, I see he put a couple of comments in here, and we'll definitely come back to them, I guess, after I finish my spiel. But these are some actually really interesting questions about what it means to have a home neurosurgery program, and then a really intuitive question about getting IRB access while on a sub-I. So, for me, the MD PhD is a unique approach to it. It throws some kind of transitions in the schedule. So most MD PhD programs, and it's transitioning away from this a little bit, but you do your first 2 years of medical school like every other medical student. You take the first step of the board exam at the end of that, and then you transition into your PhD. That can take anywhere from 3 if you're super productive to 4 or 5 years. Also depending on what kind of work you do. So during the first 2 years, like any other medical student, that came in really interested in neurosurgery, knew that I wanted to get involved in research with that. I took up some opportunities that really took off probably by like the summer after first year, where a lot of, M1s, first year medical students then do kind of an away research experience or something super clinical. I had to be in the lab doing rotations as part of the MD PhD program. So it made, doing clinical research a little bit more challenging, just trying to balance both of those things. But I was able to get a couple of things out and started then. And then second year, again, just kind of keeping like most other second year medical students, I was able to keep some clinical research work going at that point. I was at that point also going into the lab, kind of around classes. And even unfortunately, I did a little bit too much probably during my step 1 dedicated. Definitely wouldn't recommend that. Focus on step 1. Well, I guess step 1 isn't relevant anymore. But, if you have that dedicated time for studying, definitely put your efforts into that, especially now that step 2 is going to be the only metric in that way. So then you transition, from having somebody tell you what time you have to be at class and, what assignments you have to get done, and you go into the PhD. And it's just like super flexible. It's a nice breath of freedom. I wouldn't say it's easier. I think my PhD colleagues would probably frown on if I said that, but there's more flexibility in the schedule. You kind of determine when you want to inject your mice, and that could be at 3 a.m. if you really want it to be. So you're able to control your schedule a little bit more. And that's been the most productive time, for me doing research. I have to say, COVID was as horrible as it was, on people and on society. It was actually a time to be productive in research and to kind of build some relationships outside of the institution. As frustrated as I get after sitting on like the 3rd Zoom call of a day, it opened up doors to be able to do some global neurosurgery research and to network with some outside institutions. So that was nice. So now I'm at the point where I'm grinding away, trying to get the thesis done and get back to 3rd year in about a year, or a little over a year. So I'm maybe toning down clinical stuff a little bit just so I can, really focus on writing, because that's the bane of everybody's existence as a PhD, is actually sitting down and putting the data into words. And then it'll be clinical years, and I expect to not be super productive as a 3rd year student, but we'll see. We'll see what that ends up looking like.
Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine you probably have enough experience in your PhD years to last you a very long time.
Yeah. Not clinically. It'll be an interesting transition to come back and have to take care of people and not mice. So you want to maybe put those chats up on the screen, and maybe we can answer some of those questions.
Yeah,
So here
definitely.
is the first one from Garrett.
Okay, does not having a home program mean there's not a residency program or no neurosurgeons at all? So not having a home program means, yeah, there's not a neurosurgery residency program at your medical school institution, or there's not one affiliated. Some may still, actually, I don't know if any would still have any neurosurgeons on, like, in the departmental faculty that you could reach out to, but Taylor or Mike, do you have any other thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think there are some programs where there might be like affiliated community neurosurgeons, and you have kind of a varying level of involvement with them. You probably have to sort of seek those opportunities out for that. I know at Rutgers, so neurosurgery, has an academic department, but I think orthopedics, at least down on our campus in New Brunswick, is a little bit more of a community type approach, or ophthalmology, I think, is similar, where it's like a private practice that partners with them. So for those students, they have to be a little bit more attentive on trying to reach out to those individuals, because they're not necessarily faculty in the same way that an academic department is.
Great, thanks. Okay, so let's see here. Is there another one in there?
Second one here.
Okay. Are you using patient data from these universities that the students in your research group are at? If so, how do you get IRB approval at institutions which you're not at? Taylor, do you want to take this one?
Yeah, I can try. And I guess the blanket answer is it depends. I mean, it really just depends on where you're at and what the processes are at the institutions that you're wanting to do research with. I know I did have to do a couple of I had to go through the IRB processes at different institutions to access retrospective chart data for some of my projects. There were some places where it didn't really matter. So it depends on your project. It depends on your place. But like I said, it's a bad answer, but it's the answer. It really just depends.
Yeah, it looks like Garrett also kind of clarified that question. Speaking of NERV, which, as the leaders of NERV, I think you guys are in a great position to talk about how you manage interfacing with the IRB as necessary, or even just what kind of research you guys are doing in that realm.
What did Garrett say? Okay. Yeah, so kind of the same thing as far as getting in with a group of medical students, depending on some institutions are a little bit better at just getting IRBs through faster than others. So that's a discussion you can have with the students in your group. When you go on a research year, it kind of makes things a little bit differently. So that's where I'm at currently. So any IRB that I would need is going to be through the institution that I'm currently at during my research year. But prior, it either would have been through my medical school or, another student, their school. Taylor, do you have similar experience with that?
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly my experience.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for the questions, Garrett. Okay. Let's see here. So you both have mentioned mentorship already in all of your research talks. So I guess just kind of a blanket question would be how, and then they'll be a little bit different because Rollo, you have some institutional faculty there, and Taylor, who doesn't have a home program. But so how do you go about obtaining mentorship for these research projects, or how do you even get started in finding projects to help on?
Do you want to go, Mike, or should I go?
I'll let you take that one.
Okay, cool. So Not having a home program is very difficult in obtaining mentorship. I'll just say that just straight up. It's very difficult because, 3 or 4 years plus, you want to establish a mentor-mentee relationship with someone in the field of neurosurgery who can teach you kind of what they know, can give you opportunities. And then when it comes time to, and in return, you use that knowledge and you produce research, or, you do whatever you do. But it can be very difficult when that is not a physical, I can't walk down to my neurosurgery department and get that relationship. So I think what benefited me the most were having tiered mentors. And I think how I wanted to answer this is that I have mentors at almost every single level of students in neurosurgery. So I have mentors that are my age, that are applying to neurosurgery, that know more than me, that are, I guess, more active in the academic community, ones that are just excellent researchers, excellent people that I look to as mentors that help me on the ground floor if I have questions. At the same time, I have resident mentors that show me more of the clinical side, that show me what residency is like. I have attending mentors that show me what it's like, 10 years out of residency, 20 years out of residency, what you want your practice to be. So how I got about doing that was really just reaching out and asking for help. I made sure that I was very professional when I reached out and just asked, I'm a student that's interested in neurosurgery. I don't have a home program, but I'm really, motivated and want to learn. And I have, experience doing this. So if you have any advice or would like to meet, let's do that. And I got a lot of no replies. I got a lot of no's, and then I got some yeses. But it doesn't really matter how many no's or no replies I got. The yeses turned out to be priceless for me. So, I guess I would say don't be afraid to reach out for mentorship, because you never know who could be a mentor, in your like journey to neurosurgery. I guess some more formal programs is that through AANS, there is a find a mentor, app, I guess, inside of AANS, where you can put in where you live and it will match you to neurosurgeons that are participating in this that are kind of close to your geographic area. So I utilize this as well. I was able to meet and Zoom with someone that was very close to me, and they turned out to help me with a paper as well. So these connections, these are ways that you can, reach out for mentorship if you don't have a home program. But another way to do it is a research year. If you don't have that, sometimes you have to make that that choice to go to a place for a year like Gretchen did and spend time with, faculty one-on-one for a year if you didn't have that, and really establish that relationship, get good letters and good recommendations and experience. And sometimes, and that can definitely be worth its weight in gold. So that's kind of my mentorship journey.
Yeah, I really appreciate how you mentioned the tiered mentor, because I can't even count on how many times I've asked Taylor questions about just anything and everything. So yeah, definitely mentor does not have to mean further along than you in your career or medical school journey. I mean, they can be friends and colleagues as well. And yeah, just to kind of touch on, because I also do not have a home program. And as Taylor has mentioned, I'm currently conducting a research year at an outside institution. And I was able to do some research throughout second and third year, mainly through nerve, which we will definitely talk about more a little bit later. But I thought that if I really wanted to boost my CV and just also just gain more experience in figuring out what type of research I enjoyed doing, even just my interest within neurosurgery, I really wanted to dedicate an entire year to it. And then also getting to get to know some faculty and other people at the outside institution as well. So I can definitely affirm it's been more than worth it, and I would do it again if given the same choice. So But Mike, so kind of talk to us about what mentorship can look like through your program, through your MD, PhD, or just any other parts of your school.
Yeah, definitely. So I think, just like Keller said, there's tiered mentors, sort of at different academic levels or, professional levels. And I love that idea of, peers being mentors. We hear that term peer mentor and like, I don't know, associate that with like weird breakout activities at medical school orientation or something. But in reality, it is like, the people that you rely on to ask research questions or, the fourth year when you're a first year and you have no clue like which attending is the good one to reach out to and try to get on projects. So I definitely, have those mentors that I can think of, and same with resident and attending mentors. In the PhD, we think a lot about mentorship, and really, we talk about selecting your PhD mentor as like, engaging in a marriage, because for a lot of people, the PhD relationship might last longer than a marriage, but that's neither here nor there. So there's some key things that you need to really think about when you're entering into a relationship like that. A lot of people look at it as like the science that somebody's doing, and that is important, right? You need to make sure that the person you want to work with has the facility, the equipment, and the know-how to mentor you through the project. But even more important than that is just like the meshing that you have with them, and the ability to work together for 4 or 5+ years on a project. Knowing that they're going to support you and they're going to pick you up when you fall, because inevitably you're going to fall at some point during research. And that's a hard thing to predict. And again, I think a lot of people really focus on the science of who their mentor is going to be. Important, but not the most important thing. From a clinical mentor, I mean, you really want to find somebody that is going to be your advocate. I think we talk about this especially for like for IMGs and individuals coming from underrepresented backgrounds or institutions without home programs, that you're not going to necessarily have that advocate within your institution. So you really need to find somebody to be that advocate outside. And we can broaden that to anybody pursuing neurosurgery. We all know neurosurgery is a small world. Usually if there's, a paper that gets published, a medical student or a resident who was involved in it in some capacity. So, you do need to identify that one or two people who are really going to attest to your abilities and, push your application forward. So I think that's a key thing to look for. My clinical mentor, jokes around that his whole goal, as a mentor, is to make the student not want to be a neurosurgeon. And it's not in a, really negative way. It's just that neurosurgery is a hard lifestyle, and he isn't going to pull punches and, make it all, unicorns and rainbows. He shows what the real life is like and the multitasking that it takes to be successful in it. And if you want to go into it after seeing that, then, you're making a really informed decision. And I've come to appreciate that as well.
Yeah, no, that's definitely been something I've tasked all of my either neurosurgeons I've been in clinic with or just talked to briefly. I tell them, convince me not to do neurosurgery and see what's the worst they can come up with. And if I'm still eager and excited after that conversation, then I know I'm still on the right track. But so you both kind of mentioned mentorship, but what kind of role does that play when time actually comes to apply for residency, and how can, having great mentors really help out in that regard?
Yeah, so I can go ahead and take this one. Definitely, they are critical in your process of applying to residency and interviewing and things like that. Your mentor has been through it, albeit, and I'm referring to mentor as being an attending mentor. They've been through it, albeit it's been a while, but they know what it's like to be in your shoes, and you can bounce any ideas off of them that you have. So if you're stuck between, your top 5 programs and you say, Dr. So-and-so, I have no idea, where to choose or why to choose a program. They're going to help you. If they're a good mentor, they're going to help you list out the pros and cons of every program that you're looking at, and they're going to choose the one that is going to help you just as much as you're going to help them. And that's a very important goal going into fourth year is, you want to go somewhere that, you're thankful to match anywhere, but you want to go somewhere where they're going to help you reach your goals. My goals aren't to have a PhD. So I don't want to go somewhere or stress about, a relationship necessarily at places where they're producing MD PhDs all the time. They won't help me obtain my personal goals. And it doesn't make me right or wrong. It's just what I personally want. And so I think that having a good mentor that recognizes that is critical. You also mentioned at the same time, you that mentor that you establish that relationship with, they're going to go to bat for you. If you have a great relationship, they're going to, neurosurgery is a very small field, and they're going to, really stick up for you in application time and say, Gretchen, you were the best student that I've ever seen. You were the hardest worker in the lab, and, any program will be lucky to have you. And they're going to be your greatest advocate in a small field. And that can just sometimes be the difference between you matching and not, potentially. So that has been my experience going through application season. I've had wonderful mentors giving me pros and cons lists and just really supporting me in whatever I want to do, and talking about just the programs that fit me the best. And they were the ones that I thought would be the best fit, but it's always nice to hear that from your mentor.
Yeah, great. Let's see, can we pull up Sean's question here about advertising themselves in research? Yeah, so Sean asked, how does a medical student go about advertising themselves in research? Just kind of briefly off the top of my head, what comes to mind is Twitter. And in med Twitter specifically, one thing that I've kind of learned throughout this year especially is support yourself. And then like, if you do something great and, or you're proud of something, like put it out there. Med Twitter, everyone does it and everyone wants to see it too. People want to know what you're doing. And then vice versa, support others too. I mean, if you only have like a Twitter relationship with someone, but they, have a new publication or they're doing something cool, like support them in that. And then it's just a really great place to just kind of showcase your stuff and be proud of it. I mean, everyone there is doing the same thing because everyone wants to hear about it. Taylor or Mike, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm so bad at the social media thing. As much as like I want to do it, and like I went to the CNS in the fall, and I took the pictures to post on social media, and they just never made it there. And now I'm like, well, I can't go and post, from a conference, whatever it was, 4 or 5 months ago. But I think that's a great way to do it. I think part of it too is, develop something that you can advertise. And of course, that's hard to do, on your first research project. And that's where, a lot of times your first project will be the case report that nobody else really wants to write up and the faculty wants to do it. And you do it and you publish it wherever it gets into. But it shows that, you have the discipline and you have the motivation to do the research no matter what the research is, and to contribute positively to the department and to the literature in that way. But at the same time, you should be thinking about, okay, what skills do I offer? So right now, I mean, if you can code and do stats in, a programming language, that makes you a very marketable asset. We've had conversations at my institution, and I think even in Brain and Spine Group, just about how like we were going to rewrite some of the admissions requirements for medical school. Like I would personally throw organic chemistry 2 out and have Orgo 1, biochemistry, and give that semester to go and take like intro to comp sci, or even, something maybe a little more useful, like a data science course where the students at least come in and they have a pretty solid foundation where they at least know how to go through and learn. So yeah, I think that's an important part of it. Make sure that you're advertising a useful skill, but also a truthful skill, right? You don't want to be saying that you can do machine learning and then not be able to do it, because it's not something you can learn on the fly. also, because this is a question from Sean Bala, and then we also have a couple more questions from Garrett. These two guys were recent donors to us, so we really appreciate their support. It's just a plug here. What we do is nonprofit. We're not making any money off of this, really. We just do it because we enjoy talking about these issues. We recognize that it's an important group of topics for people going into neurosurgery, and we really appreciate the folks that are supportive of that mission. So thank you guys, and I'll yield the floor.
Yeah. Taylor, I know you've mentioned Twitter and you've been able to get on some projects that way. You want to talk about that a little bit more?
Yeah, for sure. And yes, thank you to Sean and Garrett for their donations. They are beyond appreciative. So yeah, just kind of advertising yourself as a researcher. You both touched on it really well. Mike touched on it. Have skills that are attractive to programs. A lot of places have a lot of data that needs to be looked at and properly put into proper terms that people can understand and publish in papers. So having that data science background is great. But I think one of the things that I like to advertise, and this isn't something that you can really, put on a CV or really do, but just being reliable. I think that when reaching out on Twitter and saying, I'm this person, I'm dedicated, I'm going to get this done for you. I think that, when you're using Twitter, you want to do that, but also you want to hold your word, and you're going to have a reputation as you're going out on Twitter and doing these things. You're going to be, you're going to be publishing papers left and right if you're a hard worker and you're joining all these groups, and your name's going to be popping up a lot on social media, and people are going to be noticing that. PDs, residents, other medical students, they're going to be saying, hey, Mike was just on 5 papers I saw on my feed. That guy is just, he's an animal. And I think that can go a long way. So, you need advertising yourself means, to me, not only having those skills, but having the grit to apply them and to dig deep in the trenches, the late nights, the early mornings, and getting stuff done. That'll definitely, get you a lot of opportunities, and being able to follow up. It's just the simple stuff. Follow up on deadlines, committing the things you can actually do. That will advertise yourself better, if just as effective, if not better, than sharing your research on Twitter or Instagram or doing whatever.
Definitely. Yeah, I cannot echo enough. Whatever you decide to do it well. And yeah, that will go miles for sure. Just a couple other questions on here that I've kind of talked about the why doing kind of non-neurosurgery research. Is that helpful when coming to application times? And I would say, yeah, especially if it's something that you're passionate about and it could, somehow be tangentially related to neurosurgery, I think, yeah, go for it. I definitely have non-neurosurgery research on my CV. And I think if it's something that you can talk about and talk about well, I mean, people are going to be interested to hear about that too, because everyone is going to have neurosurgery research, and you definitely want to have research within neurosurgery and neuroscience come application time, but having a little bit of, a different specialty or something else on there, I mean, that's just going to make you a little bit more unique and maybe stick out in a little bit of a different way. Taylor, have you heard of anything about that on your interview trail or anything like that?
No, not a whole lot. Usually what I like to, use as the tiers is at the top is, having neurosurgery research, in the middle is having any research, and then at the bottom is not having any research at all. So, you don't want, I shouldn't say you don't want to, but if I was an AdCom, I'd have a lot of questions if you were applying to neurosurgery research and you had 15 cardiothoracic surgery publications. I'd probably have some questions. But I think that it's also, an interesting topic to talk about if you present, you're applying to neurosurgery and you had a really good paper in a cardiology journal or something like that. And you just say yeah, this was a cool project. I had a great mentor, learned a lot during this. That's a talking point. I think that would be pretty cool. But, any research is good research. Any publications, as long as they're with, peer reviewed journals are good. And then also, I think we missed one question back here. I just want to kind of tail around, and I'll pose this to everyone. So Owen here asks, thanks so much for having this live session. I'm most interested in neurovascular research, but there isn't as much productivity in this area at my school compared to brain and spine tumor research. Does this matter?
I guess my first instinct would be ask like where you're at in your medical school journey. If you're early on, kind of like Taylor mentioned, any research is going to be good research. And I mean, brain and spine tumor research, that's definitely within neurosurgery. So getting on that would be great. If you're farther along and you have a ton of research already and you really only want to do neurovascular, then it might not be as important to take the brain and spine tumor research. But I think you kind of have to evaluate yourself and where you're at, and kind of maybe start thinking about quantity versus quality / interest.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And I think it's easy, if you're a research hungry person, to be like, oh, I want my name on like all of these papers, and you just want to amass numbers. We got to realize that your time is a commodity, and as Gretchen and Taylor mentioned, like, you need to be reliable. You can't be the person that everybody's waiting on to get the projects out. So definitely prioritizing at that point your interest and pursuing that further. I think you sort of want to create. We talk about this a lot in the MD PhD program, because we have PhD students who they graduate and then they go back to medical school, and what they thought they were interested in isn't what they end up being interested in, but they just spent an entire 4 or 5 years doing lab research on one thing. So you just want to make sure that you're creating this narrative arc of like, can you walk through and explain what your thinking is, or how that influenced your journey into neurosurgery or whatever specialty it ends up being. Yeah, I mean, Ryan commented here that vascular versus tumor for neurosurgery doesn't matter, right? It's a paper is a paper. I think as you get further on, you're able to just be more selective and start building your career in a particular direction.
Definitely. Okay, and then Sean has one more question here about gap years. As was mentioned, gap years are super beneficial for future applicants. However, could you discuss the pitfalls that one should avoid during that year to ensure that it remains beneficial? Yeah, I mean, I can start out with this, meaning I'm on a research year, but I mean, I think it's kind of implied in there. It's like you want to keep your productivity up throughout the year. You don't want to relax and start to think you're on vacation and sleep in, because that's very easy to do. But so just kind of keeping that in the back of your mind that like, I still have a purpose this year. Like I still have a goal that I want to get done out of this year. And so just keeping that mindset and just, making yourself continue to be productive. And then also, it kind of depends on, what your main project is throughout the year. Are you doing a lot of basic science stuff, or do you have some clinical stuff worked in there? Because 1 year is not a lot of time to get a basic science publication out. It's you can maybe start something really good, but I don't know if you're going to have a ton to really show for that one basic science project at the end of a year. So definitely being involved in some clinical stuff is going to benefit you for sure. Things that you can, pump out super quick, analyze some data, maybe get some other students on to help you to get it out. That would be my suggestion there. And then another kind of like the non-research side of, the benefit of a research year is if you're doing it at an outside institution, definitely get to know the faculty there, show your face, go to grand rounds, go to case conferences, start, making conversation with residents. The more people that know you, the better. And if they know that you're there, in whoever's lab doing a research year, but if they have a project, maybe they'll throw you a bone and be like, hey, this is half baked, but do you want to carry it across the finish line for me? So definitely make yourself available. but then at the same time, you don't want to bite off more than you can chew and say yes to all of these people and not be able to follow through, because then that's not going to look good either. Okay, so I kind of want to transition. Oh, yeah, of course.
Can I turn a question to you on that? Because I don't, obviously have an experience with like a neurosurgery research year. So what should that conversation be like when you're, looking to do a neurosurgery research year and you're trying to find a mentor that's a good fit for that? Like, I mean, do you have those upfront conversations of like, I want to publish, like, what's the expectation, or how does that work?
Yeah, definitely. And if your mentor is familiar with research years too, I mean, that should be at the forefront of their minds as well, because they're going to be known to have, you as within their lab that year or as a mentee. And, they want their, how do I want to say that? Like they want to look good too. They want to show that they can be a productive mentor, that, they can have these mentees go on and do these great things. So it's equally as beneficial for them as well. So I think you kind of mentioned it, just being upfront and just telling them, hey, I really want to publish this year, or I want to submit to AANS, or I want to have an oral presentation. I mean, just being clear with your goals, they're going to understand that, and they're going to want that for you as well. So I think you kind of talked about it too, Rollo, with your PhD work. If they know your goals and like where you want to go, then like they're going to try to help you to get there, and they're going to put you in a place to succeed. So yeah, definitely just being open and honest with your communication is key from the get-go.
Awesome. Thanks.
Yeah, definitely. So kind of what I want to kind of end this conversation with is you've both talked about, how research and mentorship can look like with and without home programs. And Taylor has kind of alluded to our research group within BSG, NERV, and how we kind of try to support students who don't have research at their institutions or home programs, and try to get them some research opportunities through that. So Taylor, do you just want to kind of give an overview of NERV and maybe some stuff that we've been able to do throughout the year?
For sure. So NERV is a virtual interest research group that is associated with Brain Spine Group, and its goals are essentially what we call shared objective mentorship for students interested in neurosurgery that are either underrepresented in the field, do not have a home program, or both. And so why we made it a shared objective mentorship group, and kind of what that means, is exactly what it says, shared objective mentorship. So you have the mentee and the mentor, and the mentee is going into this group saying, what am I wanting to learn? I'm wanting to learn how to do research. I don't have the resources available, and I need help. And so we provide that. And at the same time, we have mentors that are able to maybe take projects that they have sitting in the queue that they need help with. Some of them are really passionate about medical education, and they just want to improve their mentoring skills. Some of you, like Mike Rallo, who wants to do MD PhD, wants to have a lab in the future of some sort. So, to develop those skills in teaching younger students how to contribute in a lab setting or a research setting. So with this shared objective mentorship, we're basically benefiting the entire group and talking about and saying that when you want to do research, you need to bring some benefit to the person helping you. And so what this group kind of does is we provide the resources that a normal, program that has a home neurosurgery program would have. We have mentors available to you, faculty, resident, upper level medical students. We have those mentors that have gone through the processes and can help you if you're interested. We do events where we talk about how to do systematic reviews and meta-analyses and basic biostats. We talk about the best ways to prep for step 1 and step 2 and auditions, and we go over high yield clinical cases on your sub-Is. So it's really just a all-encompassing experience that focuses on research, but it really kind of tailors it to the people that need that help, that, where you could go, if you had a home program, you could just go down the hallway to your, the people there, and you could get the info, but we're kind of that virtual home program for those people.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I kind of like to think of it as kind of like a safe space for people who want to get involved in research, but like you said, either don't know how or don't have the resources available. Just kind of, a space for them to kind of come up with their own project, set objectives for themselves, and then find a mentor, whether it be resident, faculty, to kind of help them take it across the finish line. And then another thing that's really great is that students can help each other too. I mean, as many of you know, research is not just a one-person show. I mean, it takes multiple to kind of get the whole thing done. And especially, within medical school, your time is very limited. So having other students within the group kind of, help carry it along as well can just benefit you all in the long run. We also try to have some student-led journal clubs. So kind of low-hanging fruit for students who maybe have never presented anything before. They can come in, whether they just want to talk about an interesting article they found, or if they have some preliminary results that they want to talk about and share. It's a really good space for faculty and students to kind of, ask scientific questions, get experience fielding those questions, and just coming up with, some scientific discussion between everybody. So definitely keep your eye out for that. We'll have applications always pop up in the summer. So keep an eye on the Brain and Spine Group website for that, and then definitely social media as well. One last question for you guys. We've talked a lot about research tonight, a lot about mentorship, and all being done within medical school. So how has your research experience throughout medical school set you up to be better equipped to remain productive during residency?
I'm going to defer to Taylor to at least start it off, since he's the closest to it.
Yeah, so I think my research experiences thing is that there's such a large learning curve on how to be efficient and productive in research, whether it's clinical or basic science. And, if you're trying to throw in how to do, systematic reviews and meta-analyses and how to write on top of figuring out how to be a neurosurgery intern, it's just overload. And I think my experiences have helped me kind of lighten that load a little bit. Now, while I'm in, if I match, if I'm grateful and, if I'm lucky enough to match, I will, be focusing on my clinical duties, at the beginning for sure. But as I progress, that learning curve will be less because I already have the experience as I progress throughout residency. At the same time, I think that it's helped me form relationships with institutions across the country, that if I ever need any, expert opinions on anything, or if there's a project and I'm like, this guy I met at this place would be excellent for this, I can reach out to them for mentorship. And I think that those experiences, and then just the expectations of the timelines of research, because as both of you know, you can set up the perfect plan for a project and it can be months later before it hits even submissions. So, having those expectations of how the process is going to go can really kind of set you up for if you want to do fellowship after residency, or really just have a better realistic expectation of what you're going to look like in residency in terms of paper production.
Mike, what would you say, how's your PhD work, kind of, maybe not your work specifically, but just the experience of going through a PhD, how's that set you up to be productive throughout residency?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, for a lot of people, the PhD or the MD PhD is like the longest thing they've ever done for, one part of their life, right? So at least before residency, and even in some cases, the MD PhD will be longer than residency and fellowship training. So I guess you know how to be like in it for the long haul a little bit earlier on. But I mean, I'm going to come back to just a point Taylor made earlier when he was talking about grit. Because I think there are people that are like, oh, like, why do I have to do research? I'm not interested in academics. It's not going to be productive for me, or it's not really jiving with my career goals. And I think a big part of it is, when you show that grit and that determination and that reliability, it's giving some trust to the people that you work with that, when the paper is substituted for a patient that you need to take care of, that you're going to go in and you're going to, do a kick-ass job at taking care of them. So, that's when I get frustrated with, being in the lab or with clinical research. I try to just fall back on that and think like, all right, I'm building stamina in some capacity.
Definitely. It's a long haul, and you both have done really well so far. Okay, yeah. So Anonymous here, what are the pitfalls of a gap year? Yeah, I don't think I really addressed that. So thank you for bringing it back up. Pitfalls, I would say the biggest one that crosses my mind would be, depending on when you take your gap year, as far as you're talking about like a research gap year, would be, so I took mine after my 3rd year, but before my 4th year. So having an entire year off of a clinical service is a little bit daunting. And then thinking about having to dive into sub-Is immediately. So definitely there's that, just that gap in time, just not seeing patients and just, not keeping up on those skills. So there's definitely going to be, pretty soon, actually, some studying that needs to be done. And then you can also ask to shadow people within that department. Shadowing is different than, actually being on clerkships, but at least, you can be in there and watch them do, a neuro exam, or just watch them, talk to the patient and that sort of thing. So that's a way to kind of somewhat avoid that pitfall. But I would say that's the biggest one, is going to be, just that gap in seeing patients and like actually being in a hospital. But besides that, I can't really think of any off the top of my head. It's nice to kind of have a little break and shift your mindset to a different capacity rather than just like studying every day. But yes, so I think that's going to be it for tonight.
Gretchen, if you'd like, I don't want to interrupt. I want to pose one more question to both of you. And this was a question in the chat that I don't think we got to. It's from Kofi. And, this is a question to both you and Mike. It's, how does publishing in basic research, like what are some tenets that you've taken from your basic research experience? How is that going to help you as future neurosurgeons?
Mike, you want to start with that?
Yeah, I can try. I think, we have to remember that basic science drives medicine in our practice. So there's always going to be some relation if you're doing something, related to the brain or related to the spine, to the practice of neurosurgery. If you're in a basic science lab and you're doing some actual like hands-on surgeries on mice or rats, that is a good way to build some, technical skill or dexterity. I do laminectomies and little craniotomies on mice. So at least in that environment, I feel pretty comfortable. Obviously doing it on a human is a whole different feat, but you can build some experience in that. And then again, it's just being in it for the long haul and building that resilience when the 5th Western blot of the week goes wrong. And, now you're going into the weekend doing another round. And it just, there will be times in your clinical life when you're feeling sort of the same way. And it just helps you prepare for that. What do you got, Gretchen?
Yeah, I don't really have anything else to add besides just kind of circling back to, I think, one of your very first comments on this episode about Cushing and how they were all researchers. Research is just at the base of neurosurgery, and, you have to understand the basic part before you can even think about moving on to anything translational or clinical. So as Mike said, I think just having that experience and building those skills, I think those are equally just as important as doing any type of clinical research. Okay. Any other questions that we missed, or anyone have any last minute ones?
Oh, and I
Well, I
did
see there's
not.
this one from. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Go for it.
sorry, I saw it there. Yeah, so I anonymous. I did not take a gap year. And I know that, I mean, I'll just touch on it briefly. So I did not take a gap year. There's always some risk involved, especially with being a DO applicant with not taking a gap year for research. It can definitely benefit you, as Gretchen's doing. But I felt that with what I wanted to accomplish in my career, I personally did not feel a research year was for me. There's many people that do not take research years and match. There are many people that take research years and match. And there's also people on the flip sides of those. So, like we've kind of talked about, it really needs to align with your future career and your goals. I aspire to be more of a, I guess, clinical researcher, and be more of a clinician. And I personally weighed the pros and cons, and I felt that I wanted to enter residency versus taking a year to do that. And I know too, throughout residency, I'll develop my clinical research skills as well. It's just that I just personally chose not to take one. And it's a huge decision, as Gretchen knows, as you know, everyone who's done one knows. It's just, you need to sit down and really tell yourself, is this something that you really want to do? Is this something that you should do? And I was looking at it, and I just decided not to.
Great. Okay, guys. Well, thanks for everyone that came out tonight. Thank you for asking all of these great questions and being super engaged tonight. Thank you to our donors tonight as well. That is always appreciated. And yeah, the Brain and Spine Group thanks you tremendously. Be sure to like and subscribe on all of our social media channels. And then tune in next week as well. We'll be here, same time, same place, with a new episode for you.
I'm going to just plug a couple of things. So we've got our craniosynostosis block going on. So we just had a great overview with Dr. Bonfield from Vanderbilt. And we're going to be back next week for a management session with Dr. Catherine Mazzola here at the New Jersey Pediatric Neuroscience Institute. So, you know, tune in here on YouTube. We also encourage you to head over to the website and register there. That just, you know, helps us keep touch with people and, you know, share future events over email. As Gretchen said, we're back next week. You know, we're live every Thursday at 7 p.m. And next week, Kyle, who's here on the left, is going to be chatting about some early, you know, M1 and M2 professional development topics with one of his peers at Weill Cornell. And what's the other one? Oh, of course, you know, the last one, just so folks know, you know, donations go both to, you know, our work in the neurosurgery journey and neurosurgical education, but we're also building out a support branch to specifically help veterans and patients through support groups and patient advocacy. So this is, you know, real world work where your support can influence current patients. And we appreciate everybody that donated. And great job, Gretchen, on hosting today. It was fun.
Thanks for being here, guys. Couldn't have done it without you.
All right, good stuff. We'll catch y'all next week.
Preclinical perspective on neurosurgery. We're going to talk about our past in pursuing neurosurgery as former pre-medical students. We plan to talk about shadowing, research, extracurriculars, and conferences. First off, I'll introduce myself. My name's Kyle Zappi. I'm a third-year medical student. I just took step 2 6 days ago, so I'm still reeling from that, but I give myself a round of applause because I got through it. But and right now, I'm in my research year. So just to give you a frame of reference from where I am right now. So up next, I'm going to hand it over to our co-host, Mike, to introduce himself, just to remind us who he is.
Sweet. Yeah, thanks, Kyle, and congrats on finishing step 2. That's a big achievement, and excited for you to be on a research year. And now we can make even more use of you here at BSG. So I'm Mike Rallo. I'm one of the student education directors here at BSG. I'm a MD PhD student at Rutgers Robert Wood Johnson Medical School. I'm just towards the tail end of my PhD, so I should be finishing up in a little over a year and then heading back to the clinical phase. So I sort of consider myself still a preclinical student because I took step one, but I never did clerkships or anything yet. So I'm still in that sort of frame of mind. So ready for the show.
Fantastic. I'm glad to be back, and I'm glad to see that you're on tonight, Mike. And then we have a guest tonight. All right, co-host guest. Can you introduce yourself to everybody?
Thanks, Kyle, and thanks, Mike. Congrats also on finishing step 2. That's amazing. One step closer. So my name is Rachel. I am a second-year medical student at Weill Cornell Medicine. So I just finished my preclinicals in December, and I just started clerkships in January. So that's just a time frame of where I am, and excited to talk about the neurosurgery journey.
Awesome. Thank you. And thank you so much for coming on. Rachel has done a lot in her 2 preclinical years, so I'm glad to get her perspective on a lot of this. So first off, our first topic I want to discuss is, did you know you were interested in neurosurgery when you entered med school? And if not, what sparked that interest?
Rachel, you want to lead us off as our guest?
Yeah, I can take it. So it's actually pretty interesting. So I think it's important, before even entering med school to have like as much experience as well. You're a pre-med. I think either like a little tidbits, like the little shadowing, the little chances you get to meet actually forms a lot of your experiences later on. And so during college, I was a neuroscience major. I got to work with a lot of patients with traumatic brain injuries. And at the time, I didn't consider neurosurgery, but I definitely knew I really loved neuro. I loved the organ system. The anatomy was beautiful, and I could see myself being in this field for like a lifetime. And I think just like having that inkling coming to med school actually helped a lot, because the first thing I did was reach out to neurosurgeons here. Our neurosurgery department is amazing. Our upperclassmen are super helpful in our like AANS chapter as well. And so I got involved in that. Of course, that's how I met you, Kyle, who was the leader of AANS at the time. And there were a lot of other upperclassmen who helped me kind of get more familiar in the field. And then I think as I got more and more into kind of shadowing and getting exposed and kind of thinking long-term of like, if I can see myself kind of dedicating to this field, I thought, actually, it's such an honorable field. I saw like the neurosurgeons firsthand, like really, really solve difficult problems. I thought that was amazing. And I was like so interested. I didn't even know the time was flying by in the OR. And I could see myself possibly doing that also. And I know it's hard work, but it was so gratifying. So I think that all in all, like shadowing really early helped. I think also being involved in AANS group here also was great. And I think also, going to conferences, like eventually I went to like 2 research conferences so far, and they've been really formative because I got to see how diverse neurosurgery is. You have like peds, functional, like tumor, endovascular. It's an amazing field. And I think all these experiences build up like more and more. So I think, coming into med school, even though I wasn't set on neurosurgery, I think just like all these positive experiences has made the decision pretty easy for me as of now.
Yeah, absolutely. And you bring up a really good point. Like, I don't think a lot of people realize how diverse the practice of neurosurgery can be until you start to see like all these areas. Because I know for me, I just really thought neurosurgery was brain surgery, and it kind of stopped there. But like you said, like getting involved in all these areas, you kind of see its diversity and what it can offer. So Mike, how about you? Were you interested when you first entered?
Yeah, dang. I kind of wish I went first because that was a hard response to follow. But I think I've talked a little bit about my my journey into neurosurgery. So I always was sort of interested in medicine. My mom's a nurse, so I have sort of memories of like growing up and looking at. I distinctly remember her CPR handbook and just like reading through that. So that got me interested in medicine. And then I did some research in high school, also involving traumatic brain injury. That got me sort of on the neuroscience research track. Knew, pretty much from that point that I was interested in neurotrauma and neurosurgery. And then committing to the MD PhD took a little bit longer just because, I could do math and I was like, oh, man, I'm not going to graduate med school until like 30. Then I'll be 37 by the time I graduate residency. And, you start adding it up. I think once you're in it, then that doesn't seem as scary. So yeah, once I got to Robert Wood to start my first year, I really tried to kind of hit the ground running and get involved in some research and some shadowing. That was something I loved as a early medical student, was being able to like meet people in the department, take advantage of the shadowing opportunities. I think the first thing I wrote research wise was just like some case report that wasn't super impactful or anything, but that was a way to kind of prove that I knew how to write and that I could think somewhat clinically in a research context. And then it sort of took off from there. And we talked a lot about research last year, but I think that is a great way to just get started, is you show that you can handle a project and get it through submission, and then people are going to come and give you more stuff to do. So it's a good start to a preclinical student's neurosurgery career, and then you just go from there.
Okay, gotcha. So I think you all both mentioned trying to meet people within your neurosurgery department, residents, and like medical students who are also interested, who are more senior than you. How would you do that? How do you meet these people?
So, I mean, my experience was a little different because I did my undergrad at Rutgers, and I had connected with one of the neurosurgeons while I was an undergrad. So he was like my first point of contact when I got back, into the medical school and started there as someone in the department that I could, kind of latch on to as a mentor. And he, helped a lot from there, introducing me to the residents when I was shadowing and to some of the other faculty. And, you'll see the neurosurgery world is small. So once you meet, one or two people, then they introduce you to more people, and your network can grow pretty quickly. Same thing with the student population. Once you find the handful of other students that are interested in neurosurgery, typically through like your double ANS chapter, then you kind of build your network with them from there.
Yeah, similarly. I think it's all about reaching out, and I think it helps that neurosurgery is also a very like tight-knit community. So kind of like one knock on the door can open one door, but then that'll like open like many other opportunities afterwards, because people are just so like heavy into mentorship, just because a lot of neurosurgeons, I think a lot of them are very grateful for their training, and so they kind of like to pass it forward. And I've noticed that even with the upperclassmen who are in like going to neurosurgery, like they like to like try to give back as much as possible. And so it's been like super helpful just to reach out and like not be scared and to be persistent, because sometimes you have to follow up on emails, but once you do, it's like super rewarding. And I think that's how I've also gotten in touch with a lot of people, just kind of reaching out and then being connected by them.
Okay. I think you really said something very profound there, is that like one door is going to open many other doors. And it really is just opening that first door before you start to like see what everything, like what's out there in front of you. I know for me, like something that I did early, kind of accidentally, was reaching out to a lot of medical students who were interested in neurosurgery. And I find that like having these coaches along your professional career at different stages is really important. So like what I always tell people who just entered medical school and they tell me like, I am interested in neurosurgery. I say like, you already did the first thing. You found a more senior medical student to talk to and give advice to. And, like if you're a first year, find some second years to talk to, because they're going to know the ropes on like how to get through your preclinical courses, because that could be a lot for entering med school. You first have to be a good med student before you can be a good neurosurgery focused med student. And then, find your third and fourth years who probably are more involved in projects, probably know the attendings more, know the residents more. And through those, they'll tell you which residents are, might be on the research year and have more time to talk to you, which residents are really interested in mentorship. And then also tell you which attendings you should talk to who are known for giving professional advice and stuff. So I really do think it's finding coaches at different level who are going to give you that advice and kind of direct you where to go. So I guess, so when we're talking about like finding these mentors and trying to find like, I think we've all mentioned one thing is research. How would you recommend getting involved in that first project?
Yeah. I could take this on. I think it's important for your first project, I think just to keep an open mind personally. I think the first opportunity that came to me, I wasn't necessarily I had, for example, like I do a lot of research in Chiari malformations, and it wasn't something that like I initially was like purposely seeking for it, but it kind of also at the same time I wasn't like not interested. I was like, oh, I'm like open-minded and I would love to learn. And I think having that mentality also helped me just like get my feet wet in the field, and now I love Chiari malformation research. But it ended up working out. But I think just having that like yes opportunity, saying yes to like opportunities, because they may not always come again, I think is important. And I think any neurosurgery research is always kind of related to the field, and overall it may not be the exact thing that you were specifically looking for if you're kind of on that path, but just like having that experience early on and like trying to understand like how to analyze data and how to kind of like write with other co-authors is also important. So I think just trying to grab an early opportunity and use it as like a learning tool for like later on to like show further interests.
Okay. Yeah, I think similarly, my first project wasn't something I was super duper passionate about. It was just like a case report on actually a guy who had cutis verticis gyrata, which is that foldy condition of the scalp, where it kind of looks like the surface of a brain. And we wrote, kind of the first description, like a technical case report on, doing a craniotomy in that patient and the challenges posed by the scalp during reconstruction. Again, not anything like super sexy research. It was just a project that needed to get done. And I can distinctly remember like asking my mentor at the time, like if he had research I could get involved in, and sort of like that, butterfly feeling you have before a first date, where it's like, you want to make sure you ask it right and, show that you're, willing to be flexible with what you're going to work on.
Having your friends read the email over and over again. We've all
legitimately. Oh yeah. Yeah. And that's why it's funny looking back too and like mentoring undergrads now, because they're all nervous, and even when they're talking to you as a medical student or a graduate student, because you're that like you were saying before, you're that coach like one level above, but because you have that kind of quote unquote superiority, they're nervous to talk to you, and you grow those relationships more over time. And like I said, from there it just sort of evolved. I did the one project, and then that led to some other projects, and COVID, as horrible as the whole time period was, opened up a lot of opportunities, because now people are used to kind of working remotely and working multi institutionally. So I reached out to some faculty at other places. At that point, I was fortunate to be in my PhD, and I had developed a little bit more of like a scientific mindset, and knew sort of how to look for an interesting question to ask and how to follow that question up. So I was able to come up with ideas and really take the lead on them, come up with some good methods, and then find the faculty really that I thought was best suited to mentor it. And I think that's sort of a normal trajectory that you see, is you start off working, for or with somebody, and then eventually you get to a point where you can carry out a project on your own, and you're then kind of serving as more of a peer with whoever that senior author or resident working on the paper is. So it's a cool trajectory to follow as a medical student.
Yeah, absolutely. And I 100% agree with you on like case reports. I think case reports are like the perfect thing to jump on as a first year. They serve everything you need. Like you get to learn about whatever, pathology you're writing about. You'll learn a lot about neurosurgery. You'll learn a lot about writing. I know in my undergraduate experience, I didn't have a lot of I had no medical research, so I really didn't have a lot of experience writing that way. So I got to learn. You get to learn about that publication process, and it's kind of an ideal situation is starting off with a case report. But definitely, really any project which gets you into literature is, I think, going to be beneficial in every way. As I talked about many times, that first project is going to kind of serve a lot of the advice we're giving all the way around, because we've talked about finding mentors and, stuff like that. And a project's going to really kind of do that for you. You'll might be working with another medical student. You'll definitely be working with a resident attending, and you'll
eventually, if it gets published, you can present it at a conference and meet more people. So I think it serves many purposes. And also, I wanted to mention that something that I hear a lot from like first and second year medical students is that they're really afraid to jump on a project without having any prior experience in the field. And I think what's really important is that you just realize that everybody has to start somewhere. The people who know what they're doing didn't know what they were doing not too long ago. Yeah. And they got to what they're doing now by practicing. And, you really just, you can do it. And you got to get the confidence to put yourself out there and be open to learn. And once you do that, I really do think there's a lot for you to learn from these experiences.
Yeah, I definitely echo that point, with case reports and kind of answering that question, right? Like if you're a student coming in and you don't have much research experience, everybody for the most part can write a case report, especially I think as an M1 and M2 where you're starting to learn about pathologies, you're starting to learn how to write clinical notes. It's a great way to see how you can apply those skills in the research environment. And then it opens those doors, like you said, to doing some other things. I think it's really unfortunate that case reports are getting so undervalued in the literature, because now you can see most journals, even the first case report I published was in World Neurosurgery, and now World isn't accepting case reports in its main journal. And it just it takes one form away that a junior medical student can use to get involved in research. So I would like to see a little bit more emphasis on being able to do that. And I'm not somebody that loves writing case reports, but you just see the value in doing it early on.
Yeah. And Kyle, I think you mentioned something that's a really great point about how like through research you can also find mentors and like grow that relationship. And I think having these two parts like not be mutually exclusive is super critical. I think personally, like I reach out to like my mentor early on to like shadow him. He's like the pediatric neurosurgeon here. And then actually like through him, like shadowing at the OR, he would offer, opportunities to do research because, there were like fellows and residents there who had projects available, and kind of you have these talks, in the OR. And then I think like as you get more and more familiar shadowing, but also doing a lot of research, which takes a lot of teamwork and kind of a lot of communication and time, you start to build these like relationships early on. And I think, they don't have to be, mutually exclusive. They can actually grow and like they're intertwined as more than I thought. And actually, I think one of the best mentorship can come from actually doing research.
Yes, absolutely. I've gotten probably a quarter of my research has been from people, me being in the OR and them saying, hey, we have a project. Are you interested? And you can't get more organic than that, forming those kinds of relationships. So I definitely agree. So I think that's a really good segue. Oh, and let me really interject real quick. If anybody who's watching has any questions, we'd love to hear you in the chat. If you have a question, comment, even if it's unrelated to the conversation, we would love to hear you. If you published a paper or something, let us know and we can all clap for you. Because something that I think is very important is accomplishments are awesome, and you need to spike the football every once in a while and cheer for yourself, because those are important, and you need to congratulate yourself when you do a good job. So let us know about anything. So now I think also I want to talk about is when I got into medical school, I also really didn't know about the different types of research, because I came from an engineering background and we only kind of did I thought research was lab work, going to a lab, running experiments and writing and maybe coming up with an abstract. But I really didn't know how much more writing involved the medical world of research is, especially as a medical student. So like, what are the different types of research you can do? And is there any in particular you would recommend more over the other?
Yeah, so I mean, the research you're talking about, Kyle, is like that basic or translational, typically wet lab type research where you might be using cell lines or animal models to ask a question that usually has some kind of clinical context to it, because those tend to be the things that get funded the most when they have relevance to human health and disease. So that, we look at it as a spectrum, right? So that's the basic side of the spectrum. The middle is that translational, where it's more clinically relevant. Maybe you're testing a new drug, but you're testing it in an animal model. And then you can move more towards the clinical end of the spectrum, where that could be your things like case reports, case series, prospective or retrospective case studies. And then, we can talk about the tiers of evidence, moving up from, kind of case reports or expert consensus being kind of the lowest level of expertise or the lowest level of kind of evidence, all the way up to systematic reviews and meta-analyses, where you've looked at, maybe anywhere from 10 to hundreds of different clinical studies and tied together all the results and synthesized them to get a final result. And medical students can get involved at any point along that spectrum. I think starting out, we talked about case reports are a good option to learn how to write. But really, probably clinical studies anywhere on that spectrum, typically more in the retrospective review is what's realistic, is a good way to get started. It's something that you can set a pretty reasonable timeline on within your first or second year of medical school to get done and published. And then you can start asking some more interesting questions from there that maybe you want to end up looking at in a prospective manner or in a randomized trial in the future. So that would be my personal approach to it. And you also can't discount doing literature or systematic reviews, especially if you're at an institution where maybe you don't have the faculty expertise to help you do a retrospective review and that kind of clinical study. So I'm thinking people that might not have home neurosurgery programs. It's something that you can do kind of without an IRB. You can find a faculty from another institution to sort of sponsor it or be the senior author on it. And have it conducted in a safe and efficient manner. And those end up being pretty impactful because it's powerful evidence when you're looking at multiple studies. So Rachel, what do you think? What did you get involved in first?
Yeah, I think a lot of actually my research is still in clinical. I think for me, that's been the most gratifying just because I think it's really, I like looking at patient data. I like chart reviews. I like working with databases. And I think being able to kind of relate, like, especially as a preclinical student and doing all this research, I think kind of like applying literally the textbook or the preclinicals into research and like vice versa. I thought that was really rewarding. That kind of like piqued my interest the most. I think, that being said, I there are people who are applying to neurosurgery who do a lot of, different research. I'm sure you yourself as an MD PhD student is just, one example of people who can have like multiple, interests and like you can still end up in the field. And I think translational is also huge. I think also wet lab is super valuable. I did wet lab, back in college, kind of like even before college. And I know how hard that is. And like all the results are definitely well worth it. So yeah, but for now, I think I've really stuck with kind of the clinical, especially like retrospective studies. And I think that has just helped me become a better clinician. And I think that's kind of my focus right now is like I'm in rotations. I just want to make sure that kind of the research that I do can help me become like a better clinician and like a neurosurgeon. And then hopefully in the future, as my interests get more diverse, in some ways, I hope that I can also expand kind of the types of research I do.
Wow. Okay. I wish I would have heard both those answers when I first became an M1 because I had so many questions, and I think that would have answered every one of them. But I also want to add, I think like timing with the type of research that you are able to do is going to be dependent on where you are in your med school experience. I think for a lot of people during your preclinical years, you're going to be more focused on classes, and your time won't be as free as if you were like saying an undergrad student who could go to a wet lab for hours in a day. And you might only have like 2 to 1 hours every day after classes to do some clinical research. So you kind of have to take what fits into your schedule because, you want to do well in your preclinical classes because those are important. That builds that foundational knowledge base, which you can build upon what you're more interested in later. And research years are becoming more and more popular for students who are interested in going into neurosurgery. And researchers are perfect for doing some wet lab experience too, for really taking a year into really diving into there too. So really kind of coordinating what's best for your schedule, the type of research you can do, I think is important.
Yeah. Also, Oh, just want to add also, I mean, I think if you have any kind of like CS background, I think especially for clinical research, that could be super helpful. I think just having like a little bit of Python, a bit of MATLAB, that can like take you so far in clinicals because there's just so much patient data that's like available, but not many people to analyze it. So I think if you have that niche kind of like skill, you can be like super desirable in the field, and you can get a lot of papers out of it just because there's a lot of data. We just need more manpower to actually get through it, and that could be you.
Yes, absolutely.
Totally echo that point.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. That is a power that you could have if you could learn that. Okay, so we mentioned earlier about I think we had similar experiences in getting some projects from shadowing, but how can students get in the OR in the first place?
Well, at least here, at Weill Cornell, you just got to email. You got to ask. you gotta do that first move. And more often than not, like they're so lovely and they want to have you. They want to have students in. I think that's like the main way. You can just cold email. That's kind of the old school way. Another way is also, I found like through lectures, sometimes, we had our brain and behavior unit. We had a neurosurgeon also was one of our lecturers, and just went up to him, and he offered to not only shadow, but also speak to our AANS chapter, which I was running at the time. So that was like a great event. So I think just asking, whether that's like through email, whether that's go up in person, just like not being afraid, because, I think they're really willing to teach you as long as you put that initiative forward. So that's how I got a lot of my shadowing done. I think it's also helpful to reach out to like upperclassmen. Like there were, M4s, M3s who like really recommended like, which neurosurgeons that they've shadowed and they really enjoyed, and they can kind of put you in touch too. So kind of it's just all about, you making the first move and then trying to get well connected.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I can hear my grandpa's voice saying, "Don't be bashful." When you're in this situation, like you got to just go and ask for the opportunity. Nobody's gonna hand it to you. Nobody's gonna say like, "Hey, you look like somebody interested in neurosurgery. Come shadow me." Like you've got to express that interest to get in the OR. And I think we're lucky at academic institutions where if you're in the faculty there, you want to teach. So these people who are academic neurosurgeons, they want you to be there and they want to teach you. And all you need is that one, good attending to get you in the OR. And then you can talk to the residents, and the residents will say, "Oh, hey, like there's a really cool case going on in this OR next week. Just let me know if you want to come in and see that case." That's how you start seeing different things and meeting different attendings. And my mentor here at Rutgers always says, like, you just want to brush elbows kind of with everybody, be on all the events, get to know the different attendings, and it's a great way to start building out those opportunities. Also, just shadowing tip: be nice to the nurses and to the techs in the OR. You do not want to be that medical student that goes in and thinks that you're in any way better than anyone, but especially the nurses, because I'll tell you, you're not. They actually are. They're contributing to patient care, and you're not at that point. And if you walk in and you're the med student that like just goes and stands in the corner and doesn't introduce yourself, you're gonna just come off as, weird. Like that's the only way to really say it. Whereas if you go in and you shake hands or say hello and introduce yourself, you're building that connection with someone. And if you have a good neurosurgical mentor, they're going to have a good relationship with their nurses, and that'll just only help you if you can get along well with them.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. And it's like I never really had that intro talk about OR etiquette, so I kind of learned later about how important introducing yourself is, because for those who haven't been in the OR, there's so many people in there and have very different roles. If you just say you're a medical student, they may think you're a third year. They may think you're a fourth year sub-I. So maybe, I think like introducing yourself is, my name is Kyle. I'm a first or second year medical student. So they'll know like generally, so this person probably hasn't been in the OR. They probably don't really know what they're doing. And they might be like they may explain things more closely and watch after you a little bit more, because it's going to be more nerve-wracking on your first time, but you'll get used to it, and you'll see that, like, for the most part, people are there, primarily for patient care, but also for you to learn. And yes, always be nice to the nurses. Please be nice to the nurses. I have many nurses in my family. I know I hear medical student stories, so I don't want to be them. So yeah, absolutely. And shadowing is great. As I said, you can get research out of it, but I had a mentor tell me, I want to know your face. So as I can see you in the OR as much as possible, you're doing a good job. And the preclinical years are a great time to do that too, because during your clerkships, what we'll talk about maybe on an upcoming show, is, as Rachel can tell you now, you can't just take a break and go shadow neurosurgery very often. You need to become whatever clerkship you're in at that point. If you're in pediatrics, you need to be the pediatric student. If you're an OB, you need to become the OB student. You need to focus on what you're doing. And maybe you might realize you like those specialties too. You need to keep an open mind. So that's why you should treasure your clinical years, your preclinical years as a medical student. So you can get those initial experiences. But we're all three of us all have home neurosurgery programs, and that's going to be very difficult if you don't have a home neurosurgery program. But luckily, we actually did a show with 3 students who all did not have home neurosurgery programs. You can watch that. That's in our YouTube channel. I would highly recommend you check it out. It was a really good show, and they gave some really good advice for anybody who wants to check that out. Okay, so besides shadowing, is there any other extracurriculars that you did that you thought that helped you out a lot, that you'd want to recommend, or anything you wish you would have done more?
Yeah, I mean, I echo the point on shadowing, and I had the opportunity, kind of pre-COVID, to do a lot more of it than I would have while I was in my PhD. So that was really nice. It's good to be involved in kind of the organized neurosurgery world, which the best point of entrance to that is going to be your AANS chapter, or sometimes called your neurosurgery interest group. That's how it is down here at Rutgers. It just shows that you're interested and kind of invested in the community. And then shameless plug for Brain and Spine Group, of course, and the Medical Student Neurosurgery Training Center. I got involved really just by watching the online videos at first, and then submitting a volunteer application. And we're always looking for a few good guys and gals to join the team and help in education or grant writing, research. Just get that application in, and we'll give it a look and get in touch with you. How about you, Rachel?
Yeah, I echo that. I love the AANS chapter here at Weill Cornell. I think it's a super supportive group. We have a group me, and people always post research opportunities, any events. They also, pump out the BSG kind of events if there's any, so it's just a great community. And I think being a part of AANS, whether you're an officer, a leader, or just a member of it, I think that's super critical, because you're just a part of the group that can help further you, and you can also help them. I think also in terms of other extracurriculars, I'm a super huge proponent of just making sure more well-rounded. I mean, even in neurosurgery, and outside of it. So I think, something that I really enjoyed is this is not really, I guess, we're really remotely related to neurosurgery, but I led the community kind of mobile clinics that we do as part of the Heart to Heart here. We provide free diabetes screenings for a lot of these communities all across New York City. And I really enjoyed that, because that kind of aligned with why I want to in medicine first and foremost. And I think that's super critical to not forget. We're all medical students first, and then kind of you can diversify into your fields, but without loving medicine, you can't love neurosurgery. And so I think that has been super critical and kind of grounding me. But I think in terms of neurosurgery, ANS is the way to go. I learned from Kyle. Kyle led a great path. I stepped in his footsteps, and I've passed it on to the first years. And so I think being a part of this kind of generation is super rewarding. And I love being part of kind of this neurosurgery family here through AANS. So would highly recommend if you have a AANS. Oh, and would highly recommend if you don't have a AANS chapter at your school, you feel free to start one. That's super easy. You just go on their website. it's very straightforward. And I think, AANS as a national organization would love to have more chapters at your school if there isn't one already.
Yeah, absolutely. And shameless plug number 2. We actually published a paper in the Brain and Spine report on what to do to start one of those at your own school. So we go through the steps on what you need to do. So if you need more resources on that, go check out Brain and Spine report. But yeah, in terms, let me think. Extracurriculars that I did, I think I would actually recommend. Like, I didn't do as much like public health outreach as much as I wanted to in my preclinical years. And I wish I would have done more, because I'm now getting to the point where I have more of an interest in it, because I'm seeing the effects in the clinic from my courtship experience and how important that stuff is. And I wish I would have gotten at least a little taste of it in my preclinical years. So I second Rachel's opinion on that 100,000%. And also, I just want to also mention that we are all people. It sounds like we all had a really big interest in neurosurgery, basically when we entered medical school. And if you aren't sure, that is perfectly normal. That is a perfectly normal way to feel. And these early years are about finding out what you like. And if you don't know what you want to do just yet, then that makes sense. We don't have that much experience within the fast medical field. So these years are about exploring. So don't feel pressured or rushed to jump on the neurosurgery chain, week 1. It's important to take your time and see what's out there. And that's what clinicals are for.
Yeah, that's super important. I love the whole exploring thing. Yeah, week 1, you don't have to jump in week 1. I think that could lead to burnout, which is more important to avoid than anything. So I think that, and also I think a process of elimination is also key too. I think shadowing other fields at the same time you're shadowing neurosurgery, I think that can compare. You can compare and contrast the different areas, and you can see what works for you, what doesn't. And I think also shadowing other things and knowing what doesn't work for you will actually make you a stronger candidate, and your reasons for why you want to do neurosurgery is going to be much better and more grounded, just because you know what you don't like. And you can only like what you like when you know what you don't like. And so I think just having that exploratory mindset that Kyle was mentioning is super important as a preclinical, even in clinicals too. I'm learning something new every day. I'm in my internal medicine rotation and I see something crazy every week. And I think that still, you still have to keep an open mind. But I think, having that mindset early on could only help you even more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think we're all echoing, be flexible and really dive into whatever area you are in medicine. If you're on your, Rachel, it sounds like she's really becoming the internal medicine student while on internal medicine. And I think that's the perfect way to be. Okay, so another thing I want to talk about is conferences. What are they? Maybe we don't say what are they. I think that might be self-explanatory. But how do you go to one, and what should you do when you go to them?
Yeah, so conferences, it's a great way to grow your network beyond your institution. And I think really pre-COVID, it was sort of the only way to grow your network beyond there, at least until you were on the interview trail and kind of traveling around. So 2 big neurosurgery conferences, really the goal of them is to share research and educational opportunities with the neurosurgery community. You'll see a lot of faculty and providers are using them for CME, right? Their continuing medical education, the responsibility we have to keep up with educational requirements and updates in the field. But for students, it's a huge networking opportunity, and it's a big way to share your research. So that's probably going to be the main avenue that people get to conferences. So usually, anywhere from maybe 6 to 9 months before the conference, they'll start putting out abstract submission deadlines. So with an abstract, you want to put together, kind of a short form of a project. It doesn't have to necessarily be super complete, but it should be something that you at least have reliable data on, because you don't want to be the person that the day before the conference, you're completely changing your data because you didn't really think about what you should be doing at the beginning of the project. So at most of the conferences now, abstracts will be accepted for either digital posters, in-person posters, or oral presentations. We sort of say that like oral presentations are the top tier, what everybody really aims for in submitting. And that's true, but I think posters are such a great way to share your research because it's a little more informal. You're not quite as nervous. People are going to just kind of walk around and they'll read your poster and they'll see your name tag and say, oh, hey, Kyle from Weill Cornell, tell me about yourself, tell me about your research. Definitely much more low pressure. And you get a chance to really interact and see people a lot more. The oral presentations are nice to add to your CV, but I think the posters are always going to be the core student networking opportunities. We could talk for days about, kind of how to act as a conference, at a conference and what you should and shouldn't do. But generally, just be enthusiastic the whole time. You don't want to be the student who is sitting in the back of the session, kind of falling asleep, even if you're going to the sunrise ones at like 6 or 7:30. Just show that you want to be there, because if you want to go into neurosurgery, that's where you want to be, kind of at your peak. So that's all I really have to say about conferences. Funny enough, the first time I met Rachel in person was at this year's CNS. So it's kind of cool that, now we're forming these virtual connections. And then when you get to the conferences, you actually see people in real life.
Yeah, I know. I was just going to mention that, Mike. I was like, the first time I got to see you in person was in California at CNS. Yeah, and so I love conferences. I think that's been one of the greatest ways to form connections and to get even greater exposure, just because there's like all kinds of top tier research coming from all over, even from international too. And so that's a great way to just like open your mind and like get to see like all the, the diverse fields of neurosurgery. Yeah. So I guess like personally, yeah. So I met Mike at the CNS conference. So that's one of the main conferences. There's also a double ANS. There's also, those conferences tend to be also specialty focused. So I also went to the ANS like PEDS one in the spring, and I thought, that was like, both conferences were, first of all, super fun. I love being able to just talk about, it's so nerdy. I love being able to just like talk about, the research, and just having other people reciprocate that enthusiasm. So it's just nice to like not be nerd shamed. But I think overall, I don't think as a student, as a poster that might be more common, but never be afraid to like shoot for the moon, because I applied for like an oral presentation for the AANSPs, and I actually got to do like an oral presentation. I was super stoked as a student because I thought that's a huge honor, and it actually ended up really well. I ended up placing, and so things can happen as a student, and I think that it just shows that as long as your research is good and you believe in it, it can like take you wherever. I think also at these conferences, there are a lot of med students. So I wouldn't be intimidated if you're like a med student and you're just like, oh, I'm just like a first year. Because I was also a first year when I went to CNS, or a newly minted second year when I went to CNS. And they actually had events for medical students. They had a lot of medical student like get-togethers. They also had like mentorship events for med students with neurosurgeons who were interested in providing mentorship. And so I never felt like I was being excluded. I never felt like I didn't know what was going on. I got to meet other med students across the country, who was also super great at different medical schools. And so I think overall, it's just, I would super support you being able to go to a conference, even if you get like a digital poster, if you get a poster, whatever the degree that you have of presenting. I think just being able to go, kind of like being able to travel a little bit too, take a little bit of break from school, and also just like, learn about neurosurgery. I think that's super key. And if your school also provides funding, I think you should take advantage of that, because sometimes schools have like travel grants or like research grants. And I think that's a great way to use your resources, because you don't get that time back in preclinicals or kind of like in med school to like be a medical student. So I would really, really emphasize going to conferences.
Absolutely. And also congrats on you winning the oral presentation. That was,
thank you.
Everybody was talking about that. That was awesome. The residents were talking about that. We're very, very proud of you for doing that.
But again, that's like a testament to, how good the residents were for being like mentors. I could not have done it without, the residents and like all the advice that I received and like all the direction. So again, I think neurosurgery is such a great field for that, just because, you know, you get so much as long as you put in the effort. Like, yeah. I that's still one of my like best memories so far of med school.
Oh yeah, and conferences are kind of a great environment, because, you know, in medicine, you're really, while very important, I'm going to just reiterate it for the 7th time, I think, you know, you got to get that foundation, but it feels so good as a first or second year to really just have a neurosurgery vacation. You get to go to these neurosurgery conferences and talk to other neurosurgery interested medical students, and you get to talk to people, because there's usually a bunch of booths set up, and they are there to talk. So I remember I went, it's like the first conference I ever went to, I just was talking to everybody, just because, you know, you can learn all about like the new tech that's out there, because I'm really interested in device development. And you get to travel too. And usually, if you're lucky, it can be funded by your school. Or as Rachel said, you can look for, usually on their websites, they'll also have like travel grants and stuff like that. So if you do your research, you can like go without having to really spend a lot of money, which is, you know, few and far between as a med student. But yeah, so, and you don't have to have access. And also something that I misunderstood as an M1 is that you don't need to publish or have a paper that you're presenting there to go to it. In my experience, most of the medical students there were just going to get the experience. So don't feel pressured to, you know, to not go if you're not presenting or having a poster or something. You know, there's still a lot to gain just by being there. And if you do have research, then that's, you know, fantastic. That's great. You know, congrats. But you don't need it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, Kyle, especially for people, you know, when the conference is right in your backyard, you know, you should definitely go. And, you know, even if you just go for a day, I know at least the CNS registration is free for students. So they make it, you know, really accessible for you to get there. But remember, right, the double ANS is a little more on the expensive side. But, you know, you're investing in yourself. So it won't go to waste if you can scrape up what little money we have as medical students to get there. And yeah, you know, take advantage of those medical student opportunities like Rachel was talking about. And it's only getting more and more, you know, trendy for our conferences to kind of cater to medical students. So you're going to see more of those sessions as you go along.
Yeah, absolutely. And look out for those virtual conferences too, because the registration at least in my experience, has been like free. I think I really haven't seen a lot that aren't free. So definitely take advantage of those. And it's not like you have to take 2 days out of med school to miss those either. You know, you can go to a couple of conferences if you want to online, which, you know, that's actually been one of the positive advances that medicine's had to take, is having these virtual educational opportunities after COVID. And so I think this is the time to take advantage of that. But go to both, because when I started, my first semester, I was actually remote. I was taking classes. I was doing anatomy in Louisiana. So our whole class was streaming from where they were living. And I couldn't go to physical conferences for like a year. So, you know, that's one of the things that, you know, that I wish had happened differently, is that I could have gone to more in person. But, you know, but everybody made lemonade out of lemons and did a lot of online education stuff. I know our school did a virtual medical student research conference, and then you know, the Brain and Spine group did a medical student research conference as well the following year. So yeah, there's a bunch of opportunities. You just got to look out for them. So yeah, and then just for a kind of final topic I wanted to touch on is just tips for med school in general, because medical school is hard, and we are giving we're throwing out a bunch of recommendations. Like, you got to shadow, you got to do research, you got to go to conferences. And a lot of times, I know for me, like you're just kind of trying to survive your first 2 years too. Medical school is a change of pace, and you have growing pains at first. So I don't know for any of those M1s out there, what advice would you give just to stay afloat in the preclinical era? I can actually start on this one. I actually love giving advice on. So I think by really honing in like a consistent study pattern early, you can really give yourself the time to do these other activities we're talking about. If you can take the amount of studying that you would usually do in undergrad and condense it down into a more efficient manner, you can give yourself more time to do research and find time to do shadowing and maybe have some more extra downtime. So things I would recommend is get used to Anki early. I think that people wait a long time to use Anki because you don't need it in preclinical years. But what it can do is make you a more efficient studier and give you that extra time. You definitely need it for step one, and that's when a lot of people do jump on it first. But I think using it early can really make you a more efficient learner and give you more time to do research and have downtime also. Additionally, as we were talking about the theme earlier of finding your coaches, talk to your second years and your third years on, resources they would recommend. We actually have a question in the chat from Anonymous. Is the virtual neurosurgery training camp still available on the website? It seems last time they hosted it, it was in 2021 or 2020. Okay.
I'm going to dig up a link to the 2022s. We definitely did one. We had both an East and a West Coast VTC. So I'll go ahead and pull that link up on YouTube. That way Anonymous can access it.
Perfect. Okay, awesome. Yeah, and Anonymous, if you have any more questions, absolutely let us know. Definitely reach out to your second year medical students to find those resources. Things that I use that I really enjoyed, I found Sketchy very helpful. I found Boards and Beyond very helpful. I didn't find the textbooks as helpful in such like first aid. I liked the videos. You're welcome, Anonymous. I think those are the things that the resources I used. Do y'all have any extra advice?
Yeah, I definitely echo that. I think Anki is a great way to use just because it's active recall. And so that's super helpful. Even like doing it also super accessible. I think just having the Anki app on your phone, if you're like, on the bus, on the subway, just like hitting a few cards out here and there can like accumulate a lot. And I think being forced to like do these flashcards is actually a great way to study. I think something else in addition to like the third party resources that Kyle mentioned, like Boards and Beyond and etc. I think it's also just going on YouTube. I've actually found a lot of great YouTubers who can explain a lot, like Ninja Nerd, I know Medicosis, Perfectionalis. Like there's just so many random channels that are so amazing, and they can explain things that actually are super complicated, but in a way that works for you. And if you don't like that YouTuber, you can find another YouTuber. So I think just like making use of the resources, if lectures work for you, that's great. But I think sometimes, lecturers have their own style and that might not always fly with you. And so you're going to have to like find your own way. And I think, searching, the World Wide Web, especially YouTube would be, is a great start. I think also just one thing that I want to kind of part is, I think Kyle mentioned these growing pains. And I think, it's painful when you grow, and that makes sense because, in med school, you do grow a lot. But I think a way that you grow is like through failure and through trial and error. And I think, a lot of med students, we're all super accomplished, right? That's why we go to med school and that's why, we're here. But I think at some point, like, it's okay to fail. Like, just like be used to, you're not going to be good at everything. And like having that mindset and like being able to learn from it and having that delta, like you may not be perfect at the end, but at least if you've changed and you've grown and you've kind of in a way like gone through those growing pains, like you will be stronger at the end, like that much more for it. So I think having that mindset was something that I had to kind of change when I started med school, because like, the things that worked for you may not always work for you. I think especially in rotations, when you're constantly switching teams, you're constantly with a new attending, a new schedule, kind of new patients, you have to kind of get used to kind of being able to be flexible, and like, you're not going to be able to be good. You might, you might mess up, you might make a mistake, but that's okay as long as you learn from it, and you're able to endure it. So I think that's especially important in neurosurgery. It's a very long field, a long journey. So I think, just having that mindset early on is going to make you a lot stronger and make you like last a lot longer.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if there was a theme to this talk, is really have confidence in yourself. When you first get into medical school, do you really, I know I felt like I didn't belong, just because you're hearing about all these people and their accomplishments and stuff, and they're like, man, I don't know how to do all that. I don't know how to clinical report. I don't know what that is. But once you start doing it, you learn, and you're so right. You have to just try it and get better at it, and know that you are going to fail a couple of times, and it's just going to happen. But you are going to come out the other side, and you're going to be stronger for it. So yeah, absolutely. I could not agree with that more.
Yeah, Rachel, I love that you brought up, the failure thing too, because it's something as type A people we're not really accustomed to, especially, we typically are the ones that do pretty well in undergrad, and we don't fail a lot at that point. So you get to medical school, and that might be the first time. And as the resident history nerd, I got to throw in a quote here. So Winston Churchill said, "Success is not final, and failure is not fatal." Right? We always got to be working on ourselves to be better. Just because you did well one day doesn't mean you will the next, and that failure doesn't define you. It's not going to kill you, as long as you can make that commitment to bettering yourself. So always keep that in your mind, and don't be afraid to admit when you fail. I mean, I think that's one of those things. If you do it right, it shows that you have humility, and it shows that you're a realist about the world. And that's important in going to neurosurgery, because every neurosurgeon will tell you that you will fail at some point. So be okay with it, and be prepared for it, and be resilient enough to overcome it. And I think generally just focus on your wellness, especially in M1 and M2. That's the time to get your routine down. Go to the gym if you like going to the gym. Eat healthy. Make sure that when you're going on to the next phase, whether you're going into your clinical years or you're headed into the PhD, that transition can be really tough. So you want to make sure that you are in good shape to do that. And yeah, just don't give up. Just keep with it. And it's a hell of a journey.
Absolutely. Well, I think I agree with everything you just said. All right. So to close it out, before we close, and if anybody has any extra questions they want to throw in the chat before we sign off, let us know. In the meantime, I want to plug again. If you want to support Brain and Spine research and education, please, if you have a little extra resources on the side, you want to donate to Brain and Spine Health and Education, you can find our QR code here to have more information on that. And we also have a link in the chat if you want to find more information on what our activities are and what your money will be going to. All right. So before we close out, does anybody have any final closing parting remarks for the co-host? I know we talked about everything.
Yeah, huge thanks to Rachel for taking time out of a clerkship schedule to be here and share your knowledge. Appreciate it.
No, I mean, I loved being able to do this, and thank you guys for inviting me. I had a great time, and I just want to thank you guys for also being great mentors for me as well. You guys are like very role model upperclassmen, and I'm just hoping that like someday, I can also do that for like the underclassmen in the future. So yeah, thanks again for inviting me. I had a great time.
Absolutely, thanks for coming. And you've already started mentoring our current M1, so keep at it. Yeah, so thanks everybody for joining the show. We had a good time, and I hope to see you next week. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the neurosurgery journey. Today, we're going to talk about excelling in rotations, working hard during sub-internships, and preparing for the match. I know last week we talked about the preclinical years 1 and 2, where we talked about research, clinical, getting some shadowing experiences, and some other topics. I encourage everybody to check that out. But today, we're going to actually talk about years 3 and 4, interns, rotations, and so on. So without further ado, let's introduce our host for today.
Hey everyone, frozen over here, but I don't know. I'm Devin O'Donnell. I'm a student at New York Medical College. Give some advice.
Awesome. Thanks for joining us today.
Hey guys, so I'm Sergio. Grew up in Miami, Florida. Did undergrad at Penn, and now I'm a student at Cornell, for med school. Happy to get into it.
Fantastic. All right. So my name is Kyle Zappi. So I'm a third-year medical student at Cornell. So I have just finished my rotations and taken step 2. So I'll be able to contribute a bit of that conversation. But when we start getting into the sub-Is and things like that we're going to have to bring on the experts. And that's why we got Sergio and Devin here to talk about that stuff. So without further ado, let's talk about from, I guess, where the beginning of third year starts, and it's rotations. Okay, so I'm sure for medical students, we all know what rotations are, but there's a large part of our audience who doesn't know what clinical rotations are. Does somebody mind giving us a stab at what clinical rotations are and what they mean for us?
Sure, I can just frame them in general, and then Devin just add in anywhere where there are gaps. But since you guys have already talked about the preclinical stuff, right? That's where you're sort of learning in the classroom a lot about different organ systems, different illnesses, and all that stuff. But then the clinical years, that's when you're actually rotating as a part of you're an active member of a clinical team, right, in the hospital, right, as the med student, and so you're rotating with the residents and the attendings on different clinical services. And this is where you'll formally rotate big specialty areas in medicine, including in internal medicine, general surgery, neurology, pediatrics, psychiatry, obstetrics, and gynecology, and whatnot. And a lot of times emergency medicine too is now becoming more and more of a formalized clerkship. And so as a part of that team, you're now sort of responsible, in a lot of ways responsible for interacting with patients, getting good histories and physical exams, and then presenting your findings to the residents or the attendings, where they guide you in terms of thinking about plans for the patients and how we care for them in the hospital. And so I was just looking at Ryan's comments. Rotations, and then within them, for internal medicine, you might rotate through different subspecialties in internal medicine, and in general surgery, the same thing. Within general surgery, and so that's in general what to expect in the clinical rotations overall. And then Devin, you can add in anything else you want to talk about.
That was a great overview. I mean, obviously, a lot of people that are on this cover in neurosurgery can sometimes be hard going through these routines. You theoretically, what you want, you just have to frame your about how this can help you in your regardless. Like if you don't want to go into still a surgical specialty, and just learning things from different special patient populations is just third year. But for whatever future.
Awesome. Devin, I think your mic might be a little cutting in and out. Is that just me, or is that?
No, I'm getting that too. Yeah.
It's probably turn them on.
It happens. I think Ryan's tormenting us in the chat, and I think it's messing up your audio.
I'll do that. Sorry.
Oh, that's good. How
Yeah.
about
Sign out and sign back in.
yeah. In the meantime, when Devin we'll start working on her audio, and in the meantime, I think we can go ahead and talk about, I guess. So we talked about what clinical rotations are, but what do they? So this is the neurosurgery journey. Is the clinical rotations a time for you to get that neurosurgery experience, or are you really trying to primarily focus on whatever clinical rotations you're currently in?
I mean, that's a good question. I'm sure that a lot of the junior students might be sort of, trying to grapple with that, especially if they already think they're very interested in neurosurgery. But, I would say that the clinical rotations is really the opportunity for you to really immerse yourself in all those different clinical rotations, and all those different specialties of medicine. And there's a lot of reasons why it's beneficial to sort of take an open, mindset, going into those rotations. I mean, one, just, from an evaluation standpoint, for example, you're being evaluated on these rotations, both in terms of the feedback that you're getting from your, residents and attendings, as well as how you do on these, shelf exams that you take on each of those clinical rotations. And so it's obvious that, it's obvious that if you are, investing more of your time and effort to learn as much as you can during each of those rotations, you're going to be doing better from an evaluation standpoint. The other thing is that if you truly are going into neurosurgery, this is probably going to be the best opportunity for you to experience things that are not neurosurgery, and to sort of make yourself into a more well-rounded, physician and, human being when interacting with different patients that might have very different, problems that they have to get through. And then the last thing I'd say is that, this is still also the time where you can keep your mind open, and there might be something that you really fall in love with that is not neurosurgery, right? And so this is going to be that time for you to make that decision. So if you really start to fall in love with another kind of, specialty in medicine or in surgery, and you can really see yourself doing that either equally to neurosurgery or maybe even more, then, maybe you might want to take down, go down that road into the future, right? Because neurosurgery is going to be something that's going to take all your energy, your passion, your dedication. If there's something, that you can, do that maybe the lifestyle's a little bit better or whatnot, then, you might want to take that route. But you'll never know unless you really try to immerse yourself into whatever you're doing, in that clinical rotation.
Gotcha. Okay. I think, and coming straight off of clinicals, I completely agree. Like, I think that having that mindset of trying to be the embodiment of basically, if you're on a pediatric rotation, you shouldn't think of yourself as a neurosurgery student on a pediatric rotation. Right. You should be trying to act like, hey, I'm actually going to go into this. Like, what does it feel like? What is the day-to-day like? And, really try to consider this could be what you want to do. And like you said, that's a two-pronged approach. It also helps out because you're probably going to perform better if you enjoy it and you actually give it your all too. So completely agree. Also, I want to take this time, if anybody has anything to say in the chat, if anybody has any questions or just wants to talk about anything about the topics we're talking about, don't hesitate. We love talking in the chat. And I can see Ryan's already all over the place, so we love to see it. So in terms of clinical rotations, is there any other tips you'd have to give to our viewers to succeed on these rotations?
I mean, also let me know if it's still cutting out. I hope that
it's better.
Okay.
No, it's awesome.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I feel like I feel like this goes without saying, but just do your best, work your hardest, just go into everything open-minded, like we've said, and just give it your all. Just try to learn as much as possible, because at the end of the day, if you are going into neurosurgery, you're probably never going to do these specialties again. So it's your one and only chance to kind of learn as much as possible in this specialty. And so to just take all that you can out of it is probably the best way that you will succeed. It just kind of comes naturally then. It's not just studying for a grade. You're not just trying to impress people. You're just trying to do the best for the patients that you have in front of you, as well as for yourself.
Perfect. Absolutely. And then besides the core, the core rotations, if your school offers a neurosurgery elective during that clinical year, would you recommend taking it?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, you get a biased answer here. Yeah.
All right.
We would
Okay.
recommend taking it for sure.
Just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page there.
Definitely on the same page.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of, I guess, breaking down, I guess, in more detail why you might want to take it, obviously it's going to give you, a better sense of what neurosurgery is like and how it's practiced in the hospital on a daily basis, how the residents, interact with each other and all that stuff. So you can get a better sense of that, if that's what you're going to want to do into the future or not. So it's best to sort of do that earlier rather than later, if it's something that you're truly considering. And then it just gives you an opportunity to just learn more about the residents and the department specifically at your own institution. And so if you are really going down that road, you're going to want to sort of integrate, with faculty mentors, resident mentors, at the institution where you're at in neurosurgery. So that really gives you the opportunity to do that. And I think it's different when you're rotating as like a M3 on an elective on neurosurgery compared to if you're rotating as a sub-intern. The expectations are certainly different. It's really just if you're, a student on elective, there's not many expectations of you. It's really just, trying to get the residents are going to try to get you to see cool things in the OR and just give you a flavor of how neurosurgery is practiced, and you're not really going to be, put on the hot seat or anything like that as just, as an elective student. So that's really the best low stakes environment to start, thinking about, neurosurgery.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. I think if you are interested in neurosurgery and doing that third year elective, obviously there are different expectations. So it's kind of giving you a glimpse into what you should be doing as a sub-I. So obviously we'll get into this later, but like doing your home sub-I first is kind of a way of learning how to be a sub-intern before you go off and do it at other places, because in theory they like you. So they'll be like the easiest on you. So just being a third year and seeing it from an even different perspective, you can kind of start to get your bearings before you have more expectations on you.
Okay. And I too agree. You should take that elective if it's offered to you. And if it's not offered at your institution, if you have a neurosurgery program and it's not currently like an official elective, you can actually, I would recommend talking to your whoever leads your who's the clerkship advisor for whatever school you go to, and maybe talk to them about having an independent elective, or maybe advocate and try to get a program like that started. I know at our institution, a lot of student built energy got our official elective started. So if you want it to happen, there's no hurt in trying to get it going.
Yeah, the other thing to keep in mind is that, so that's the neurosurgery exposure is going to differ from institution to institution in terms of how formalized the structures are. But a lot of times when you're rotating through general surgery, there's going to be an opportunity for you to, rotate on a subspecialty service of your choice for like 2 weeks. And so that can be like vascular or plastics or ortho, or some institutions do neurosurgery within that surgery clerkship time. So that could be another way for you to get that, neurosurgery exposure during your third year.
Okay. Perfect. Okay. And then, so before we get into the official sub-I talk, because I know we have a lot to talk about there. Last stream, we talked about research in the preclinical years and how important it is. Now that we're kind of in these third and fourth years, and we need to start thinking about applying, what is really like, is there a set number of publications that you would recommend, or is it more based on just general research productivity? And it's like, if you have like 3 or 4 fantastic projects, that'll do, or is it an actual set number that you would recommend?
Deb, you want to take this one first, and I'll
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think it's a hard question to answer now because things have obviously changed, right? So we went into this application cycle with a step 1 score and research, supplementing that, I guess. And now it's going to be different because people don't have a step 1 score. So in the past, I mean, at least from what I had heard, it was people would say like 10 research publications is the cutoff, like bare minimum. And I don't know if that's true or not, but that is what I was told. And in the future, I think, honestly, that number is only going to increase. I don't really know what that number will be. I think that being productive and having at least like 1 or 2 first author publications and having like your name on things and being able to talk about them is really important, especially during the interviews. Like, that's actually going to be an interesting thing that happens. Like, how many papers are you going to be able to talk about in detail? I don't know. So that's a different conversation that we could have. But I just think that it's a hard question to answer. Sorry, Sergio. Maybe you'll have a more cohesive answer.
So just on that final point, before I talk a little bit more generally, it's a cogent point, because usually in the interviews, as you know, like they'll say like, oh, I see you have, this, number of publications. Tell me, what is your most important publication? What's most important to you? And so you end up talking mostly at length about one specific project, and then they might have like, some additional questions depending on if you take a research year or not and all that stuff. But yeah, that's just the point I wanted to highlight. But in general, like if you look at the NRMP like match statistics and all that stuff, like in the year previous to ours, or maybe the year even before that, the average number of like presentations, abstracts, and all published works was about 18 or so per student, who matched. And then this past year, I think it was a little bit higher, around like 20, low 20s or something like that. And so especially now with the change to step 1 pass fail, people are going to have an increased emphasis on research, so that number is going to keep on climbing, like you talked about. I took a research year. So I did a translational research year here at Cornell. So I was in the lab, and I was doing direct drug delivery for pediatric brain tumors and whatnot. And so there are a lot of considerations for why you should take a research year. And it should be dependent on what are your personal interests, and then what is the rest of your application looking like, and whether you should be more academically productive or not. But that's a different conversation that we can have. I think in general, I would still sort of, hedge on the side of what Devin's saying. And I would say, it really depends on what the deficiencies are in your application, and whether you need to prove that you can be, very academically productive. 10 papers, 3 of them being like first author papers that are high impact might be enough so that you can just really talk very intelligently, coherently, and very passionately about those projects, and you can really come off very well in your interviews, and then that'll sort of, help you with the rest of the way. So there's not really a hard set number, and I think the best resource for you to go to would be your faculty mentors, who can sort of help guide you in terms of what is your deficiencies in your application and whether you should be trying to be more academically productive. Maybe you should take a research year or not. They can really be your best resource for that. I think the other thing to keep in mind is that knowing that you want to do neurosurgery earlier rather than later is always a good thing in terms of academic productivity, right? So you can start working on research projects, either during your clinical years or even during preclinical years, so that you can maintain a high research output. But in terms of a set threshold that you should be looking for, other than just looking at the statistics, can't really give you a definitive threshold for that.
I think there's also one other point I just want to add to that, if that's okay, is that you brought up the point of faculty mentors. And I think that's really important. And I think that being productive research-wise is a great way of finding faculty mentors. And also, if you do a lot of projects or just a good few projects with one person and just really show them that you can be productive, those people will be willing to go to bat for you, which I think is really important in this whole strategy as well. So that's just something to consider too.
Perfect. Okay. Thank y'all. And if anybody has any more questions about research, let us know in the comments too. And then I guess logically we'd probably talk about step 2, but this is not going to be a 7-hour stream. There is a lot to talk about with how to prepare for step 1 and step 2. But I don't think this is the stream for this. I would recommend maybe watching like On King or Pre-Reactor Thani is just a couple of YouTube channels I'd recommend. But overall, I think it's sub-by time.
All right.
So let's do this. Okay. So what is the sub-I application process like generally?
Yeah, so it can be a little tough and a little bit overwhelming, at the outset because there are a lot of sort of moving pieces. And again, I would stress, talking with your mentors, residents, junior residents, that they can first, help you find out whether you should be going into this cycle or maybe doing a research year or not. And then also the junior residents or your senior students who have been through this before can sort of give you an idea of the whole process. But basically, in general for the sub-I application, a lot of it is done via this portal called vSLO, where a lot of the programs will have their sub-internship rotations listed and sort of posted for students to then apply to formally. And that usually, I don't remember the exact timing, but should be opening around now, or maybe already did a little bit, for some programs. And so you basically will choose which subs you want to rotate at based on, feedback you've gotten from mentors, about the process. And then you'll apply via the vSLO portal, to those specific, places. But it's pretty heterogeneous in terms of how programs make their sub-I rotations available for students to apply to. So some programs don't use the vSLO portal. And so for those programs, you have to keep an eye out if you really do want to rotate at those, that they're going to have a separate portal for you to sort of, apply through. But anyway, so you apply through that, through those means. And then in general, you'll hear back from the different institutions, usually, at least in my experience, in about 3 weeks or so, on a decision. And then they'll give you some amount of time, like a week or so, again, in my case, to decide whether you're going to accept, that rotation or not. And so those rotations are going to be, primarily in the month of like June, July, August, September, and so on. And usually for those applications, it's going to differ depending on what the requirements are, from those institutions, but they'll need basic paperwork, just like your immunizations and whatnot, and then also uploading your CV as well. And then different programs will have different requirements in terms of whether they want you to upload a personal statement or a letter of recommendation or any other materials. And that's sort of on an institutional basis. But in general, that's a sort of like bird's eye view of what you got to do.
Yeah, it's definitely not a well articulated process, I feel like. I mean, I remember talking to Sergio about this when we were applying, and Sergio had already applied to everything. And I was like, well, I really want to apply to this one that doesn't open up until May. So it's kind of setting me back. So that's another thing to consider, is that some places have, all of the places have different deadlines for applying. And so I remember being told not to apply to too many places. I think I applied to 4. And so I didn't want to over apply. And so I think what would be a good strategy is to kind of look at all the places that you're interested in going to, writing down what the date is that actually opens to be reviewed, because that is the first day that they can start theoretically sending out acceptances or whatever. So I think that just kind of finding out those dates and then picking places that you want to apply based on that would be a good approach.
Yeah, and it's definitely a very heterogeneous process. These sort of timelines are sort of all over the place. So definitely you should be very proactive in, your sub-I search from an early point, even December or sooner, and just really thinking about where you're going to apply and just sort of scoping out how the landscape is going to look like, because it is very heterogeneous. Yeah, in terms of your point about over applying to places, there's definitely different philosophies on that. But I found that in my own experience and in talking with other med students who've been through the process, it's the sub-I application process is a little bit, less competitive than you might think initially going into it. And so chances are, if you're a decent applicant in general, have a decent CV, you're probably going to get, those places that you apply to for the most part. And so it's important to have a limited set of places that you apply to, because you don't, like you said, you don't want to be in a position where, all right, you've already applied to and gotten like your 3 sub-I locations, and then now you have to turn down 4 programs, and withdraw your application or decline their acceptance, right? Because then that can be looked on unfavorably later on in the interview process, or the rest of the application process. And a lot of that is based on rumors and hearsay and whatnot. But it's just better to be a little bit more limited in your set that you apply to in general.
Okay. So I need to be taking notes here because that's a lot of good information. So I'm actually taking a research year in between my application, so I don't know a lot of this. And I've heard so many words and terms that I've never heard of ever. So I'm really glad I'm getting all this info here.
Yeah.
And so I guess that's a point that I didn't realize, that you should already be looking at where you want to do sub-Is in December.
I mean, it's different for different people, but I would say just to sort of make sure that you're on top of things, because things can sort of get out of whack. Like I would personally say to start thinking about it around that time.
Okay. That's interesting. Okay, so I guess the next question would be, how do you choose your sub-Is? Like, how do you know where to go?
Yeah, that is definitely a difficult point and difficult decision. But from what I was kind of advised was that you should definitely do one that is at like a big name or like a well-known chair, because these places are going to be writing your letters of rec, which I feel like is not really discussed ahead of time. So these sub-I institutions will, like, obviously you want to impress them because you might want to end up there, but they're also going to be writing letters of recommendation for you for your interviews and like everything else in the future. So going to a great institution that has someone that's really well known throughout the community is helpful. So whatever that might be, there are many institutions like that. And then someone also advised to go to like an institution that maybe you feel more comfortable matching at. Not to say that it is not as difficult, because they're all difficult, but just a place that, takes more applicants it takes more residents per year, perhaps, or just a less academic institution, just to see if you would be a good fit there. Because at the end of the day, like, these sub-Is are for you to kind of figure out how you would be a good fit for them and if they would be a good fit for you, and also to impress them to get letters of rec. So that's kind of what I was told. I don't know if that was different for you, Sergio.
No, I think those are definitely major considerations. There are a lot of different philosophies in terms of how you should go about choosing them, and it's going to differ for a lot of people. The other thing you might want to consider is going to be, depending on your particular priorities going into the match, you might want to be very targeted in terms of picking a site or an institution that is different geographically from wherever you are for med school. And that could be for several different reasons. Either one, to sort of open up the application to sort of show other institutions, for example, on the West Coast, if you're a student on the East Coast, that you are open to, another location, as well as personally for you to, understand lifestyles are like, living in a different, completely different place in the U.S., as well as any differences in sort of, how neurosurgery is approached at those very different sort of hospital systems, right? So geography could play a role in terms of how you choose your sub-Is. I think ultimately it should be a place that you do envision yourself matching into in one way or another, at least going into the sub-I season and when you're applying, because this is really going to be the best way that institutions can evaluate you and whether you would be a good fit for their residency program, right? You get to show off your clinical abilities and how you get along, with the culture there and whatnot. And so that would make for, a much easier transition for the program directors in knowing what they're getting, from that sub-I. The other thing to consider, I'm trying to remember what it is basically, okay, I think I'll stop there for now. And when it comes to my mind again, I'll let you know. But I think those are some major considerations, to think.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't actually realize that the geography played such an important role, or in thinking about diversifying geography. So that's very interesting.
So the other thing actually that I just remembered now is going to be that, at least for me, when I looked at these different programs, I wanted the sub-I experience to be at programs that were very different from each other. So I went to, one program that was, in a different place geographically, but also the way they structured their residency program was very heavy into, academics. They were sort of a research powerhouse. They had great, tumor volume as well, which was important for me, but they were really an academically focused program. And the other program that I did, during my sub-Is was sort of on the other end of the spectrum, where they were very, very clinically busy. A very, very clinically busy program with a lot of trauma volume, for example. And so that really gave me, a different perspective in terms of these programs, and really informed my own thought process in terms of what I want to get out of a residency experience. And so that also, I think, was important for me, getting those different experiences.
Okay, and so how do you know ahead of time which programs are more like academically focused versus like high volume focused? Like, how do you get a read on which programs are like that?
So I think the best resource for that is going to be, your resident and faculty mentors. They can help guide you towards which programs sort of align with either your own personal interests or what you're trying to get out of those programs. That's always going to be the best resource for you. Otherwise, trying to, find out from students at those institutions, if you can sort of, reach out to them either through the AANS, medical student chapters or any other ways. And then also looking at their website and seeing how they structured their residency curriculum. How many research years do they have as a part of their program? What are the funding opportunities that are afforded residents during that time? For example, does the program have an R25 training grant, which is an NIH grant that is specific, to help residents, with their research, right? So I think a lot of that can also be gleaned on what those programs highlight in their curriculum.
Yeah, I think some websites also will say within like the residency section, like if they have research obligations or requirements per year. So that's another way of looking at it, because some institutions don't have requirements. So that would probably be more of a clinical program than more research oriented. So you could also figure it out that way.
Okay. Perfect. So I guess, so my next question is, how many sub-I should people do? And by extension, how many sub-I should you apply to?
Yeah, that's a great question. I did way too many, I would say. I actually ended up doing 3 OAs, so I did 4 in total. And I had planned all of these out before the SNS actually kind of sent out the recommendation that you should only do 3. And at this point, it was kind of the battle of, do I follow the recommendations of what the SNS is saying? Because obviously I want to take that into consideration. But I also chose 3 places I really wanted to match at. So I didn't want to reject any of that. And so I ended up doing all 4, and I don't know that I would necessarily recommend it. It is really brutal being a sub-I. It is a great experience because you're doing exactly what you want to do, but I'm sure Sergio can echo this, that it's hard work. Obviously, that's what we're going to get into at a certain point. And 4 months of it is a lot, and it's definitely kind of taxing, and you want to be at your best the entire time. So I feel like 3 months is the perfect amount that you can kind of get through without kind of pushing yourself to the breaking point. Because then you like roll right into interview season, or at least I did, the way my school schedule kind of works out. So so I applied to 4-aways and did 3-aways.
Yeah, so I was going to ask, did the fourth one sort of interfere at all with like the interviews and the interview part of it? And did you have to sort of juggle that?
So interestingly enough, because my school schedule is definitely like different than yours, because I remember talking to you about how you were going to be done by like the end of the summer. My third away interviewed with, or my second away, so my third rotation interviewed with some interviews because it was still in October, November.
Okay.
And then the next one was
man.
like the end of November, essentially. So they kind of both did.
Oh, okay.
So it wasn't ideal. But there are some places that did like Saturday interviews. So I ended up just like trying to do that, or like I really backloaded a lot of things when I could. But that's another consideration for sure. Like you want to have some breathing room between those if you can.
Yeah, definitely. Well, that's tough. I'm glad that you were able to sort of persevere through that. That's tough. But yeah, I would agree with Devin. I think, again, there's always a caveat. It's going to depend on what your application is like, right? So I'll always harken back to saying, talk with your mentors. How competitive are you going to be, in the upcoming cycle, right? If it turns out that you're maybe, on assessment from your mentors, maybe you need a little bit extra help, doing another rotation at an institution that you really want to match at, again, is going to be the best way for them to know who you are and kind of work that you do, and you can sort of more easily get you, to a match and then to that institution, right? So in that case, you might want to do more, but then you have to weigh against those considerations that Devin just mentioned, right? And so I did 1 home and then 2 aways, and I did feel like that was a pretty good amount to do. I don't think I necessarily would have done anything different or like added another rotation. I think it would have been sort of like diminishing returns in terms of adding on rotation. And so I would, in general, for the average applicant, I would say that 1 home and 2 aways and it'd be sufficient.
Okay. I'm just going to take a minute out of this awesome conversation to say, if you want to support brain and spine education and research and support our troops at the same time, please think about supporting our fundraiser. You can find the QR code in the top left corner at all times during our stream. So please, if you have a little extra money, I know it's hard if you're a med student, please consider supporting. Now, I want to move on to the next topic is, so how should students prepare for sub-Is? For me, I really haven't even thought about what I could possibly do, because I know there's no like shelf exam, like clerkship rotation. So how are you spending your time preparing for these?
Yeah, so I mean, whatever you want to do, Sergio, you could go first if you want, or I can.
No, go ahead. I'll fill in the blanks.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, like, preparing beforehand, like before the months leading up to your first sub-I, I don't know. It depends on how much time you have. Like, I didn't have any time. I had my step 2 month right before my home rotation. So I didn't really do any preparation prior to going into those 4 months. But when I was on my rotations, I would kind of treat it as though I was not studying for an exam, but just studying for the case the next day. So there's something called Neurosurgical Atlas for people who are not aware of that. It is it's a website or an application on your phone. So when you have free time, which is pretty few and far between those minutes, but when you find them, you can easily go onto Neurosurgical Atlas and just kind of look up the case that you're about to go into. So it will show you like what you're actually going to see in the operating room, because that is sometimes hard to kind of like understand what's going on. So preoperatively, you can do that. Also, I would look at the patient's like just their information, their imaging prior, just to see like what the positioning will be, which obviously before you do your first rotation, you won't even know what that means. But unless you look at the website actually, because the website actually helped me, the MSNTC YouTube channel, they definitely talk about positioning. So everyone should do that. But yeah, that's kind of how I would treat it each night before. When I had the time, I would just look into those things before the surgery and then kind of just ask questions going off of that. So just asking the residents, like, how are you going to position this? And like, this is what I read, like, how can I help with this in that way? And that's kind of just how I treated that from the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's all important. Neurosurgical Atlas is obviously a great resource. I think honestly, one of the best resources that I had was looking at the Essential Neurosurgery for Medical Students, which was a supplement from operative neurosurgery and the SNS that really goes through a lot of just basic, like fundamental, neurosurgery concepts. It's not all encompassing, but it's just like a good glance at different aspects of neurosurgery that med students, should be familiar with just in general, going into their rotations. And also, of course, the medical student neurosurgery training seminar series is always going to be, the best resource all the time. So definitely consult that your offerings as well through Brain and Spine Group. But at time, before going into your first neurosurgery sub-I would recommend definitely just like reading through operative neurosurgery supplement, that I mentioned, if you do have time. But honestly, the most you're going to learn is from that first sub-I that you do. And especially if it's at your home institute, most likely is going to be, they're really going to take the time to walk you through sort of all the essential things that they think you should know, as a sub-I, so that you can contribute well, as a part of the team. And so then when you go to your away sub-Is, you can also be a star over there, and then they can say, wow, this student from Cornell or this student from New York Medical College, is so great, right? They must have great training over there, right? So that's a big thing too. So just go into it with the understanding that in your first sub-I, there's going to be a lot of knowledge gaps, and you're just going to have to sort of, fill those in as you sort of go along the way. And then in terms of like what Devin mentioned, in terms of preparation on a daily basis, that's really going to start to help you stand out in terms of your performance just on a daily basis, which I guess is a separate thing that we can also talk about if you want.
Yeah, I actually think that's a good topic to talk about because I don't really know what the day-to-day looks like. But before that, the MSNTC Brain and Spine Group YouTube channel is the best resource for middle school, high school, kindergarten. Got to start them early.
Got to get them early, exactly.
Yeah. So what does your day-to-day look like on your sub-Is?
Yeah, so I think that differs from institution to institution, but just kind of the general gist is, it's like it's very different, but it depends on what time they start rounds. So some places pre-round, some places don't. So depending on that, you could end up at the hospital for rounds at like 6 a.m. So just like starting off that. And so like at some places they will do like sitting rounds. So you like sit there and like go over the imaging from overnight, go over anything new from the night before, and just go through how the patients did from like in the past 24 hours, just so that everyone's on the same page. Then you'll go kind of into the ICU and see all of those patients as a team. And then depending on the place, you could all go see the rest of the patients really quickly, or you could break up into teams and you see all of the patients prior to the OR start, which is at 7:30 usually. So then you go to whichever case you were assigned or selected, and you kind of spend your day from there. Like in that one OR, you kind of follow along the cases. At least that's what I pretty much did. And then depending on what time that ends, you're either there until like, you could be there until 11 p.m. You could be there only until 5, and then you stay for sign out, or you
it varies. It's hard to answer that question, but generally the hours are, as you would imagine, pretty long, but hopefully you're in the OR for most of it, which makes it exciting because that's what everyone is there to do. So yeah, that's kind of the overview I have.
Yeah, and so, like Devin said, your particular responsibilities and expectations are going to be different depending on where you rotate. Some places will have you actually take ownership of the patients on rounds and do like pre-rounds, before. And so you're the one sort of first evaluating the patient, that day, and then presenting, their exam and their plans, your projected plans for them for their care to your residents before you guys go out and see them on rounds. And so a lot of times, at least in one of my rotations, I was presenting the full list of the ICU patients for whatever particular service it was vascular or tumor or whatever. So then, but at other institutions, like in my other rotation, they were so busy that wasn't even really like a consideration. And so it was just like you're the person who you just need to make sure that things behind the scenes, like little tasks that need to get done before rounds are getting done. So sort of making sure like you follow up with the people on the floor or the ICU to take off sedation for the patient so that you can actually get a reliable, exam on those patients in the morning, or just following up on like, things that the nurses, haven't necessarily gotten around to yet, and just sort of applying extra pressure for that. Just basic tasks that need to get done. And then, Devin outlined, the main thing is really that you're going to get that OR experience. And so that's really, what you're there to do for sure. So they're going to get you that OR experience. And then in between or before heading to the ORs, you can help with, you'd be helping with logistics, like little tasks again, like for example, pulling drains from patients, JP drains, or doing wound checks on patients on the surface, so that lightens the load for the interns, for example, and you're really helping out the team in terms of the team flow. And so that would be a lot of what you would be expected to do depending on where you rotate. And then once you're done in the OR for the day, then you can sort of circle around back to the team and see what other tasks need to get done before either you head out for the night, whenever that is, or you take call. And so that's a major expectation when you're doing these sides, is that you are going to be taking call with the residents. The particular schedule for the call is going to be different. Sometimes it's Q3, sometimes it's Q4, whatever. But unlike, for example, if you do a neurosurgery elective during your third year, where that might not necessarily be something you do, when you're a sub-I, you're definitely going to be taking calls so that you can experience what it's going to be like to be a junior resident or an intern who has to, do 24 hours, in the hospital, and then deal with emergencies that come in overnight, and then do trauma cases overnight as well, during that call. And so also during that time, if you're a sub-I and you're on call, you might help or even perform, depending on where you are, EVDs. So for a patient that comes in emergently and needs an extra, a ventricular drain, you can help with that as well. And so yeah, all of that is a part of some things that you might do on service, or some of your expectations and responsibilities.
Okay, so I heard a lot of, sounds like there's a whole lot of different like skills and things to prepare for, and like just generally a lot more expectations in your clinical rotations. So I guess we already talked about how to excel in clinical rotations, but how do you excel in your sub-Is?
Yeah, I would say just sort of the biggest overarching thing is to just be, and you'll hear this, is to be present, be available always, to the team, and be proactive in trying to look at, seek out those tasks that can be very helpful to your team, whether it's pulling out drains, doing wound checks, or doing whatever tasks that need to be done. And then it's just important to, if you don't know how to do something the first time, be able to, after, hearing how to do it from the resident or the intern, do it the second time. And so when it comes up, you can be the one to sort of take charge of that, right? And that's seen as a very proactive thing to do, that, as an intern, you're going to be needing to do things without, too much oversight all the time for every little task that is going on, right? So if you can sort of prove that you can do that effectively as a team member, that really goes a long way. So that's certainly like an overarching thing that, will help you do well.
Yeah, I think that the main takeaways from it, like it's hard to put into words sometimes because there's so many things that go on, but I think at the end of it, like the main takeaways are to be yourself, do not be annoying, don't get into people's ways, which is actually really easy to do. So just try to kind of observe everything that is going on at all times. I think that if you're observing what's going on the service or in the operating room and just kind of trying to learn the workflows in the beginning, it will make your life so much easier for the next 3 weeks. And you'll be able to actually help without constantly asking what you can do to help, because that also really irritates people.
Yes.
So
Definitely.
because in the beginning, you don't know how you can be an asset to the team. Every team is different. Like going on all 4 of my sub-Is, it was not the same at any of the institutions. So I knew something from one month and then went to the next place and had to kind of readjust again. And I think that that's another thing that you just kind of have to embrace, is to just be flexible and just kind of go with the flow, which I don't think that anyone going into neurosurgery really is good at. So it's just learning how to deal with that and roll with the punches.
Yeah, being adaptable. But that's a big thing too that you brought up. Not only when you go from one institution to another are things drastically different, but also the same institution you're rotating at, you're often rotating at different hospital sites as well, right? Either a community hospital setting or a pediatric hospital or whatnot as a part of the same sort of institution. And so every time you rotate through those, that's again a very drastically different experience in terms of workflow, where things are, and how to just sort of be a useful member of the team. And so I think one thing that I found helpful was that especially in my home institution, I first talked with the chief resident or the senior resident at the time, who I was also close to, and I asked them, what are the particular expectations that you really want the students who are rotating with you to make sure sort of get done, right? So what are the things that you really need from me as a sub intern, and then usually they would outline what kinds of things that you really need to do to be an integral part of the team, and then from there you just make sure that you are attuned to those things and getting the job done for the team. And so I think it's useful to sort of set those expectations at the beginning, at least on your first sub-I for sure.
Yeah, I think also just this kind of goes along with observing, but listening to what other residents are saying, if they say that they hate doing this one particular thing, if you are capable of doing it, just offer to do it, or just do it and then tell them that you did it. If it's something simple. And I think that goes a long way, because it shows that you are thoughtful, you're paying attention, and that you're willing to do whatever needs to get done.
Yeah. It's even simple stuff. For example, even just setting up the ORs for the case, right? Just making sure that all of the sort of instruments for prep are exactly where they should be, making sure that you sort of help with patient positioning and, sometimes patient, transport, putting in the Foley catheter a lot of times, but, that'll be an institutionally dependent thing. Getting the imaging up, the relevant imaging up for the patient in the OR. Those are all things that, especially on your first sub-I, the residents can sort of walk you through one time so that you sort of know what needs to be done. And so for all the subsequent times, you're already proving to be an integral part of the team by just making sure that process already saves people 20 minutes or something as a part of the OR case, right? So yeah, even simple things.
Also, quickly, something so silly but so simple, find the marking pens
yes.
and the tape, keep them in your pockets. Any pocket
Yeah.
you have, just put it in there, because the amount of times they ask you for a marking pen, just rip it out. You stand out immediately.
Exactly. Yeah. Make sure all the prep stuff is just ready to go.
Okay, noted. I'll buy a bunch of pins. So I think we have an awesome stream going so far. I think we have about enough time for one more topic, which is letters of recommendation. So I guess my question is, should you get letters from every place you rotate at?
I think that I was advised yes. For me, it's different because it was 4 rotations. So I, just due to the timing and also because you can only get 4 in total, I didn't get all 4. The last one I didn't ask for a letter of rec. That was purely for to like increase my chance of matching there. But the other 3 places, I definitely asked for a letter. You ask early on just so that the expectation is there, but they kind of know that it's coming. It's just to kind of give them a heads up and make sure that you have it on their radar, because you don't want to ask them the last week when they didn't really know that that's what you wanted. But because there are 4 letters, usually you get the 4th letter from a research mentor or someone that you're pretty close to in the field, because all 4 letters are from neurosurgery, from neurosurgeons.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly right. I mean, I don't have to add other than, like Devin said, a lot of times at the institutions that you rotate at, you want there to be sort of stable and strong leadership, from the chairman, the program director positions, so that the letters that they write will stand out and will sort of mean a lot, right? I think that's important. And a lot of times in these sub-Is, you're pretty much going to be meeting formally with some number of the sort of leadership there, whether the associate program director, the program director, or the chair. And during that meeting, if you haven't already told them already, that'll be an excellent time to tell them, would you be willing to write a letter of recommendation for me, right? So there's a sort of formal, meeting that you can already, do that during. But otherwise, yeah, I mean, I got a letter from my home institution, 2 away rotations, and from my research mentor who I did my research year with. And so, yeah, exactly what Evan said.
Okay, so when you say you have these formal meetings with either the program director or the program director, are those people the ones who are going to write your letter of rec for sure, or is it going to be any attending that you spent the most time with?
So that's a good question. So I would clarify that, first of all, the exact people who write your letter, whether it's sort of written as a group or mainly by the chair or whatnot, will differ depending on where you rotate. But in general, the letter that you're going to get is going to most likely be from the chairman, of the institution. But a lot of times it'll be written in conjunction with the program director. But really who you're getting your letters of recommendation from, it's not necessarily going to be, at least not in my experience, it's not going to be like, an attending necessarily that you scrubbed in a couple times with or went to their clinic. It might be, but at least not in the vast majority of cases. That's actually going to be the chairman and or the PD.
Yeah, I think just to add to that, the residents will, I think there's a space in the letter, or at least from what people have mentioned, there's resident comments. So the residents will contribute to the letter in that way, just because you spend a lot of time with the residents, more so than with any other attending. So they actually will know you better at the end of the 4 weeks. So they have a space for them to kind of contribute whatever they think. But also the home institution letter does, at least my institution allowed people that I was closer with, like the attendings, to also contribute to that. So while it was a joint letter from the PD and the chairman, my other research mentors contributed as well.
Yeah, for the letters, you'll get feedback basically included, like you said, from the residents and the faculty. In different institutions, for example, at my home institution, you actually got paired with a faculty mentor during that rotation. And so I definitely scrubbed into a lot of their cases, and we worked pretty closely together. And so that was a sort of natural way to, get pretty informative feedback on my performance, included, in the letter from that faculty mentor.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I did not know the answer to that, so thank you all a lot. So I think that's actually all the time we have, unfortunately. The stream flew by. So I guess, is there any closing thoughts that you want to say before we close up?
One, thanks for having me and, letting us, discuss, sub-Is and clinical performance and whatnot. It's definitely a tricky thing to talk about. It can be very overwhelming students, to head into. It certainly was for me, just because there are a lot of moving parts everywhere, and things are very heterogeneous, like we talked about. I think I will stress, lean on your faculty and your resident mentors, and they can really guide you through this process. The other thing is, reach out to students like Devin and I, who have just been through the process, and I've also done interviews as well, and we can really give you close and personal view at the whole process and sort of help facilitate you along the way. So Kyle, if you can, you can make my email available to students and they can reach out, and I'm happy to answer any questions. But, good luck for those students who are going into sub-Is and those who are sort of thinking and are on the path or the neurosurgery journey. Good luck with all the clinical stuff and rotation that go along with it.
Yeah, no, exactly everything you said. Seriously, if you have any questions at all, because I know it's obviously very overwhelming and it's not really well formatted on any specific website. So if you have any questions, just feel free to reach out to either of us. We'd be happy to answer. But good luck to everyone, and good luck to you, Sergio.
Good luck to you too, Devin. I'll be excited to see where you end up for the match.
Me too.
Absolutely, yeah, and good luck to y'all. Definitely appreciate y'all coming on here and giving some awesome advice. So next week, we go live every Thursday at 7 p.m. So I'm excited to see y'all next week. And in the meantime, y'all have a good week. All right. Bye.
Bye.
All right. I believe we are live. Welcome, everyone, to the Neurosurgery Journey podcast. We're very excited to have our first installment of the program Spotlights. And we are joined here by our esteemed guest, Dr. Christian Bowers. He is the program director at the University of New Mexico. And just a little intro about tonight. So the Neurosurgery Journey started last month. We talked a lot about professional development of aspiring neurosurgeons. So our program Spotlight series will kind of turn the tables to learn about how neurosurgery residency programs work to turn newly minted physicians into full-fledged neurosurgeons. So our first Spotlight will feature Dr. Christian Bowers, who is the program director at the University of New Mexico. Dr. Bowers completed his undergraduate degree at University of Denver, followed by medical school at Georgetown. He completed his neurosurgery residency at University of Utah with a skull base and cerebrovascular fellowship at Swedish Neurosciences Institute in Seattle. Dr. Bowers will tell us all about training neurosurgeons tonight in New Mexico's land of enchantment. So thank you so much, Dr. Bowers, for joining us tonight. It's an honor.
Thanks for having me, guys. Good to be with you.
Awesome. So we're just going to jump right into the questions. For everyone that we have on here, we always like to ask, why did you choose a career in neurosurgery?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think, when you go into medical school, it's kind of nice if you have, some people knew they wanted to be neurosurgeons from the time they were born, or from the earliest they can remember. I think more commonly, I enjoyed going on my rotations and getting out, try everything out and see what I was going to enjoy doing. So it was nice because you were kind of doing a tryout on every single one, and I was kind of open. I felt like I played college Division I soccer, and so I always kind of think about maybe orthopedics, and it just seemed like after taking the preclinical years and step, as I went on the clinical rotations, that I kind of felt like I might enjoy something more surgical. And our medical school gave us a chance to had 2 weeks on 3 different surgical specialties, and then you had to learn about the other 3. So it was like I did ortho, thinking I might do ortho, ENT, neurosurgery, but we had to learn about plastics, urology, and opto, I think were the other ones. And so I think, one of the great things in life that's true is if you don't ever see something, it's hard to get interested in it or go into that field. So for example, when I was at the University of Utah, there was a great orthopedic oncologist. I didn't even know that existed, but this guy was fantastic, and that was like a field that when I was a resident in neurosurgery, which I loved, I was just like, oh, that's a very cool field I didn't know existed. I never could have all they did were like huge resections of bones. I always enjoyed cancer, so I kind of thought whatever I did would do something with cancer. And when I got into neurosurgery, that was the field where the time just went by quickly because I loved it so much. I loved the intensity of the surgeries, how much it mattered to people and their lives. And but I think that's a lesson for everyone that's looking around. I don't know if these are mostly people that have decided to go into neurosurgery, probably, but you should do something. I always think you should do something you love doing. And there's other people that will say you should do something that gives you the best schedule or this or that. But for me, I'd much rather be doing 100-hour weeks on neurosurgery than 40-hour weeks on something that was boring to me and I didn't enjoy. So it wasn't too hard of a decision. I was, it also matters if you're if you're married or have a significant relationship with someone, like that stuff plays into it also. And I had a serious I wasn't married yet, but I was dating someone seriously, and they were supportive of that schedule, even if I think it's hard to know what that means at that time. But I think those things all play into it. But I'm kind of a purist in that you should try to find a field that you love doing, and if you find that, and neurosurgery, you have I think one of the best jobs in the history of the world. You get to help people every day. You get to train for a very long period of time and develop a very specialized craft that is special, it's unique, and it makes a huge difference in people's lives. And so it is all of the great things. I think there's challenges in it for sure, like everything, but at the end of the day, I would do it 100 times out of 100 and don't regret it at all, despite the length and everything that goes into it. It's definitely worth it in my mind at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. That's such a great insight. And we have a lot of listeners here that are in high school and college and medical school and even some residents too. And I think that a kind of a pearl that comes out of that is, you say you'd rather do 100 hours of neurosurgery every week than 40 hours of something you don't love. And some people most people consider the workload of neurosurgery, residency, and attendinghood. And that does factor into some people ultimately not choosing it because of that reason. But like you said, it's very important to just understand that, this is, if you love it, you'd much rather be doing it for extended hours than doing something you don't love for hours.
I think it's really important to separate out the residency training and the time that goes into that from what is attending. And I tell people this a lot that ask about that, because the residency training in most programs, it's supposed to be in every program, but in most programs it's much better. I think probably overall it's way better in almost all the programs. But that period is different than what you decide to do. Neurosurgeons work a lot of hours a lot of times because they want to, or different reasons. Like you don't have to work that crazy load. There's a lot of flexibility in the job when you come out. People don't always take those jobs for other reasons, whether it's financial or different things, but you don't have to have that same kind of life. So I think it's important people separate out what is residency and what that defined period is, which is intense and lasts a certain period of time, and what people decide to do as attendings, because you don't have to have that same. I work a lot more than I have to. There's a lot of things I enjoy about the job with medical student mentoring and research, and I just think it's important people separate that part out. You could do training and then work, 1 weekend a month as a locum somewhere. Like, where it's a field that's highly compensated. You could do that, but nobody, very few people do it that way. But I think it's important to people see all these neurosurgeons working long hours, and you don't have to do that. A lot of us choose to have pretty busy schedules because we like helping people and we went into it for that reason. But I do think that's an important distinction to make for people.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Thank you for that insight as well. It's very, very great to, distinguish the two. So then going off of why neurosurgery, then going through your journey to becoming an attending, what led you to the University of New Mexico?
I think, mainly was a unique opportunity. They'd lost a residency program. I spent my whole residency with the vice chair of our department, as a mentor, Dr. Mike Schmidt, and I went to do my fellowship in Seattle. He went to take the chairmanship job in New York, and he was replacing kind of a school-based guy who was going to kind of be in a transition. So it's hard to find academic jobs sometimes, or good academic jobs. This was a kind of unique opportunity, so I went with him there. And when they lost the residency in New Mexico, it was a chance to get closer to home. So we'd see our family a lot more because I'm from Utah. My wife's, family's in Utah. My parents have been there for, 30 years. And so it was close to Utah, but it was this opportunity to do a really academic practice and really build a residency that, in my mind, something that we could make our own that was special in its own way and like really supported some of the things that, Dr. Schmidt and I really strongly believed in. Trying to eliminate as much non-educational work as possible and focus on operating, clinical learning and research for the residents. And so that was kind of the draw of all that, is be able to like do this kind of special work that we had the full support of an administration and of the whole state essentially to bring a residency program back, which we were, really fortunate to have all that support and get it back. And, what I imagine would be the fastest time ever, it was really, really quick, it was like 19, 20 months or something like that. So the whole like promise of that, being able to really settle into this job long term was something we put a lot of work into to build, was kind of the draw, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I followed it briefly and a little bit throughout the process because I know that the program was lost at one point, and then it was brought back, like you said, in record time. And just, I know that we have a lot of listeners currently who are applying for sub internships and looking at programs that they want to go to. So if you could just give a brief overview of kind of what goes on at life at University of New Mexico, whether it could be just the location, the research, the faculty, anything like that, that you could just kind of describe about the program to someone who might be interested in visiting there.
Yeah, sure. I think, we're a new program, so that's always something people need to consider when they're looking at programs. I think we have a unique amount of like APP support, which is pretty special. And, our residents really, we try to have them focus on education, learning in the operating room, but they don't have to spend a lot of time doing non-educational, activities that you have to do in a lot of other programs. We don't need these residents to cover the service. So that makes it pretty different. Like on the weekend, they'll tend to take operative call, but that's kind of even not a requirement. When I say operative call, they're available to go to the OR and they do for like cases and they take turns, but they're also like, both of them are publishing, a ton of research during this time because they have a lot of support and they have time to do it in their free time and to focus on their education and other aspects. So I think that's really like the big draw for us, is like an unprecedented level of research and really a goal to eliminate all non-educational work. And programs vary as to how much of that they have, but there are, a decent number of programs out there that they weren't able to apply brand new in this sense and have that built in, and have the residents really are a key part of that, how that hospital runs and how the patients are taken care of. And they're a key partner for us here, but it's not because they have to be there, nothing gets done. So that I think is really, really unique and special and allows us a lot of flexibility. So if the residents have a conference to go present at, no one has to worry about the service. And when you're a small residency, like one resident a year, one of the areas of conflict are call coverage, when you're the ones that have to hold the pager and cover the service. So that's where a lot of issues can arise, but we don't really have that issue because they're not required. The service does not run solely on the residents. If they're not here, it just keeps moving. It has with this APPs that cover it. So I think that's a big, that's one of our big draws.
Yeah, absolutely. That's huge. And I should throw in a plug here too, is that feel free to type your questions into the chat as well. After we're done kind of discussing our things here, Dr. Bowers will answer questions from the chat as well. So feel free to just type in there.
What is APP support? APPs are advanced practice providers. So PAs, NPs, and mid-level providers, another term that basically they take pages, they'll see consults, like they're doing a lot of the work to work with the faculty and like the clinics with the staff. And whenever, like the residents, let's say they both go to a conference, we have 2 right now. The APPs would just kind of fill in the OR, they'd fill in those roles. They can see consults, they see clinic, they round. So it's really fundamental to a program to have APP support, because most programs you can't do it all with the residents. And I think when you're looking at sub internships and you're looking at places you want to train at, I really think you need to figure out like how much APP support there is, how much of the labor do the residents have to be responsible for, and how much of it focuses on other areas. So I think that's an important thing that maybe people don't think about as much when they're applying.
Yeah, absolutely. That was definitely a question that I had asked on my interviews this year as well, is making sure that there's, appropriate coverage, and, how hard is it to, if you absolutely need emergency time off or things like that, that's something that's very, very important to me if I need it for whatever reason. And then I know I see you on Twitter talking about your research on frailty, and I was just, it's very intriguing and very interesting, and, congratulations on the success of that. But I was wondering if you could just kind of give a brief overview of that research that you're performing.
Yeah, and I'm glad. One thing I think when we brought it up too is, I didn't have any research, and it was a little different. It wasn't that long ago, but I was applying for residency in 2008, 2009, 15 years ago, and I didn't have research in medical school. I think the year after my year is when they kind of implemented like required research type experience. But and I was lucky. I was fortunate to be from Utah and do a sub internship there. And that's one way you can get into programs you maybe wouldn't get into otherwise, is by doing a sub internship. And we can talk about that. Talk about different strategies with sub internships. But I was always willing to do it. I just hadn't had like the opportunity. And Utah had a great culture, and Utah had a lot of people that are healthy, that like to hike like I do outside, that don't drink or smoke. And I just noticed I was starting to do a lot of outcomes research, which I've always been like kind of since I got exposed to it, it's always been something I've been super interested in, how patients do and complications. I think Atul Gawande, when I was in undergrad, had written a book called Complications, and I was thinking about medicine, and I'd read that. It was one of his first ones before he went on to publish a bunch more. But I'd always been interested in that, and the literature had said like these older patients did terrible, but we were seeing that they did really well. And so that's where I kind of started asking those questions. And when you're in undergrad or medical school or residency, you see things for lectures all the time. And I went to a lecture when I was a fellow, and I was introduced to frailty. I'd used Charlson Comorbidity Index before, which lists comorbidities, but when I heard this lecture that day, I kind of knew immediately that like this is that it hadn't really been touched in neurosurgery. And it was like in the spring, it was like this time of year, like a few months before I finished my training, and I just knew that this was going to be an area I was probably spend the rest of my life really focusing in on. And I'd done a quick literature search, and I'd seen that there really was very little, like 5 cranial papers where it was even mentioned, and I think 20 spinal ones. And when I was brought into New York, one of the tasks I was given as a new attending was to build a research program there. So we, immediately were able to implement. I've always enjoyed working with medical students, and started working with medical students a lot because residents are pretty busy, and if you have the structure right, residents can do good research, but they're busy in a lot of programs. And I focused on medical students, and then the residents, when we had the support, have them work with medical students. But we were able to we actually published our experience there and the work we were able to get done. And it was really just, in the beginning, we wrote that first paper just showing what was out there, those 25 papers. And then we just took all the big topics, and I knew they were all going to be published because this was a hugely important topic at a perfect time for when the age was really peaking, this silver tsunami, this wave of people. And there was just nothing out there. Neurosurgery was really behind the other fields. So it was pretty easy to set up this network and work with people because if you know that whatever you're working on is going to be published, then that makes it a lot more motivating for people and a lot easier to do it. So, we started publishing lots of different papers and basically trying to go through all the different areas of neurosurgery and define the major papers, do the first frailty look at them. And when you do that and you become kind of an expert in this area, just because you're kind of spending your whole time in that, it's easy to develop niches off of that, kind of be ahead of the curve on what's going on with that. And so it's just kind of continued to feed, into that. When we left, I started over here in New Mexico. I had a few students back in New York still, but mainly started over here. And, we're actually submitting this month our follow-up experience using the same kind of research program here. And the numbers are even, it's even more, grown even more. And I just came from my R01 grant class I'm trying to write to kind of leverage this in. So you want to find something that you're interested in research. It's always better to find things you're interested in versus being forced to do something or kind of assigned things. And I did my fair share of forced projects or assigned projects. That can be part of the learning thing. But if you ever do get into this niche in this area you really enjoy, it was so apparent to me that I was going to spend like the majority of my career, if not all of it, with that as the center of like what I was going to be doing. And I really enjoy that. And I enjoy I think it makes a big difference that you don't have to operate on everybody. In fact, it hurts certain people if they're not going to do well with surgery. And so that was kind of like the genesis of all that. And a big overlap for me is I really always enjoyed mentoring medical students. And this was a great opportunity because it gave medical students publications. Most of the authors on my papers are the first authors are medical students. And so that was a huge part of it. Also, it wasn't just defining this baseline frailty for like all these different, aneurysms, schwannomas, all these different areas. It was really building the careers of medical students who were going on and using that to leverage into, their not always neurosurgery. A lot of them don't do neurosurgery, but it still is helpful for them. They learn how to do research, and they are highly successful in whatever they're applying into as a result of that work. So that's kind of how that all came about. And, now we're able to rapidly work with students and get them on a bunch of publications they're doing the work for and learning quickly. And it is a niche area, so we can kind of really focus in on it. And we got the process kind of down. So it's been a lot of fun, but now it's, really, really productive as well. And it's just gotten better and better. And initially we couldn't get our work published easily in the bigger journals. And now, it's so different than what it was when I started 5.5 years ago, that a lot of times the big journals, take our papers, whereas initially people didn't really understand what it was or why it was important. And there is still a little bit of that, but it's so different, now. And so it's really a lot of fun, and it's been a lot of work, but it's been cool to see the fruits of that. And I always have enjoyed it, so it makes it easier. So always like picking neurosurgery, find something you enjoy doing and you're gonna do better at it in general.
Yeah, thank you so much. There's so many pearls and so much great advice in that answer that I just, we'll get to unpack, but that's it's fascinating to see. I always see on your Twitter and through the University of New Mexico's neurosurgical residency Twitter page, where there's just paper after paper after paper, and it's just incredible production. So major congratulations to you and your group for the productivity you've had recently. It's an incredible.
Well, it's been a lot of people. This is not a one person job. I do a lot of editing most evenings. I like to get home and see my wife and my 4 little kids at home, and I play soccer with them, my boys, and spend time with my daughters. And then when they get them down, I usually try to exercise. And then in the evenings till late in the morning, early in the morning is when I'm kind of doing this and editing. But we really couldn't have done this without just a massive amount of students. And this is really important too. I don't have a big statistical stats background. I wasn't a big scientist. I didn't start any research until residency. And so if anyone you don't ever think you're too late, because I really started in residency and I still don't know, I don't have the stats background. A lot of the students and residents I work with have masters in statistics or just are really well trained in it. We teach people. When I say we, a lot of times my students, we've standardized this kind of process, but it's okay to be part of a team. You don't have to do everything all the time. But you can still make, really strong and huge contributions, but you don't have to do every single part of it. So you kind of find your way to be successful in it. And what I'm most proud of is I think it's really important research. I never liked doing research that didn't matter or wasn't going to help anybody. And I think this research is just critically important for our field. But also I think giving these medical students opportunities to be first authors on these papers makes a massive difference for them. And it's fun to watch them I have the best job in the world, and I'm grateful every day for the job that I have. And so one of the things that I don't need to do much more because I already enjoy it so much and I already feel so blessed, but to be able to help other students match their into neurosurgery and into their dream programs is a huge that kind of is a motivating thing for us also. So it really is a nice overlap of things that I enjoy doing. So it's been a lot of fun, and it's been cool to help all these students with this.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's very, inspiring. And it kind of hits home with me too, being a student that doesn't have a home program, knowing that, you're very dedicated to helping students get to that level and getting those projects out for people who, have a home program, let alone people who don't. It's just very, very rewarding.
Working with students that if I didn't help, or I didn't try to help, maybe wouldn't have been as successful. So I really enjoy focusing. I'll work with anyone, but I really enjoy focusing on international medical graduates, students without home programs, people that maybe didn't get in. We have 4 pre-residents a year, and they can't all come here, and most of them, but we try to build their CVs up so they can do other things. And that's always been an area I'm super interested in. Underrepresented, minorities in medicine, especially in neurosurgery, trying to give people opportunities, and then to kind of diversify our field. And so it's been super rewarding to do that. And I think we've had a lot of good success in that area.
Absolutely. Yes. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for those contributions too. And then you had mentioned earlier talking about neurosurgery sub-Is, and I'm sure that you've done audition rotations. I just finished mine. And I guess for the students that are watching this, that are entering that season, if someone were to come to your program, and it can just be general advice and, advice in general, or to University of New Mexico, what are some ways that students that are completing neurosurgery sub-Is can really stand out, or things that just everyone should do on a sub-I?
Yeah, that's a good question. And there's some good resources online, like Neurosurgical Atlas goes through this a little bit. I think they have some good advice. I think in general, I mean, it's in one sense, it's not anything special about neurosurgery. Just what do you do on all your surgery rotations? Like, it's easy to think about the things you shouldn't do. Like, you shouldn't like be late. You shouldn't like not help. You shouldn't like. There's a lot of, and if you think about that, it's easy to kind of think about the flip side of it. So, one of the ways you can really sink yourself, because you can sink yourself in a sub internship. You might have an awesome CV and go to sub internship, and there's no way they're ever going to take you. And they might not even interview you. Depending on, with virtual, they'll probably interview you, hopefully, but like, you can really hurt yourself too. So I think I don't ever like tell people not to like be themselves. So I think that's a little bit of a dangerous one, but I'm loud. I talk a lot. Like when I was on a sub internship, I was conscious about like things that would annoy people. Like, so I tried to like be really quiet. Like a great neurosurgery personality is someone who's like quiet, like especially for sub internships, right? Like you're quiet. You're not like, some people think like, well, I have to show them who I am and all this stuff. Like, honestly, a lot of times people want you to be someone that's not going to annoy them when they call you, when you wake them up in the middle of the night. Like, that's not how I feel, but there's that mentality. So don't feel like you have to like entertain or like build all these like connections. Like when people ask you questions, you want to read up on your cases, because when people ask you questions, you want to be knowledgeable, and your home program ideally knows you and knows your character. And so it's okay to like not struggle a little bit, but miss some questions, and like kind of the whole point of your home program is for that first month is to kind of work out some of those things. It's okay to miss a lot of questions. Like you want to do the best you can, but that should kind of gear you up and get you ready for your next sub-Is. And if I'm picking sub-Is based on where I want to, like, you can do them for different reasons. You can like go to whatever the top program is to get this best letter from this famous person, and there's different strategies, and that's great. Or you can be doing them to increase your odds of matching. It just depends on what you're doing them for, what your strategy is, so to speak. But I think there are some things you want to do, and I don't know that it's any magic secret. I think you want to try to like be nice to everyone. I hate, like, one thing to avoid is to ever make your other sub interns look bad. Like if there's ever multiple sub interns and some programs are really busy and they have lots, like that would be like number one rule is you always just be friends with everybody. This is a very small field. I don't want to say friends because of people I've never even been around other than the interview trail, like that period or sub-Is, I still keep in touch with. Like I'll see at meetings and message. And so I think that's just a good rule for life. Just be a good person. Like it's not going to make you look good, or even is the right thing to do to like try and like ever do anything towards another sub intern. It's not anything else but positive and supportive. It's never going to sink you. Like it's just not, that's not worth it. So just, those are kind of the things in general. And in addition to like, knowing your patient, like seeing them pre-op, post-op, the more you're into the field, the more you'll figure out little things you can do to kind of, that will be helpful. And so it's nothing special that way, but I think don't put too much pressure on yourself to go like impress everybody. I think just by just being there and like listening, paying attention, answering questions, knowing your patients, rounding, those sorts of things. And I think in general, it's a pretty good rule to not speak too much, like without being asked. I think especially in the beginning until you kind of get a lay of the land. And I think that's a good way to kind of go there and be successful.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of that advice was given to me too. And I was told, the 3 A's, available, affable, and able. And a lot of people, told me a lot of emphasis on the able, you got to know these things, but really, as it got closer, the affable became far more valuable than I ever really imagined. It was more of, everyone that goes to these sub-Is, they're able, they have good scores, they have research, they have these things, but it's a marriage to a program for 7 years, and they want to make sure that, that person that fills that spot or those 2 spots, they're going to be able to get along with you for 7 years.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think that's an important part of it. It's a long time, and you want to show people that you're someone that's good to work around and be with, and just don't want to have any traits being shown during that time that people would find annoying, or that would, that they would,
Sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
Oh, yeah.
It's okay. Thank you. That, would be something that they don't want to be, matching with. So that's kind of like the way I think people would sink themselves is either, annoying people through that and just, or being rude to somebody or something. And so if you're just always trying to be a good person, it's easier because it's nothing special like on your sub internship. And be on time, be early. You know, if there's ever a time to be early, it's a good time to be early.
Yeah, for sure. And that's such great advice going into sub-I season for, you know, third and fourth years, and staying on the medical student track with how much mentorship you provide medical students in research and just guidance on their career trajectories in general. For someone who is, you know, reaching out to you for research, you know, Brain Spine Group has a group called NERV, which is essentially a giant collection of students that you mentor. They are underrepresented in neurosurgery, DOs, you name it. You know, it's a great group of people that are looking for research opportunities. So, you know, for those students and for anyone out there who doesn't have a home program or a good mentor, you know, what is your advice for I guess reaching out to a mentor and establishing a strong connection with a mentor that might not be physically next to you at the hospital, you know, down the block?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think, you know, we get a lot of cold call, like, you know, emails, Twitters. Like, I think someone actually this weekend sent me, I haven't got back to me, sent me an article that's like, great, and everyone to just help, like, kind of guide them to get it, you know, refined and like submitted. I haven't had a chance to respond yet because I'm so busy. But I think if you don't have a home program, you know, I went to the CNS like medical student meeting and was there, and there was one student that didn't have a home program, but they're kind of close to us. They're like 3.5 hours, and so we kind of adopted that student. And, you know, they gave a huge oral presentation at this last full-based meeting and published a couple first author papers. And so if you have like a geographic connection, that's great. If not, hopefully you have if you don't have a home program, you have neurosurgeons at either your hospital or somewhere you can rotate with. Otherwise, it's kind of hard. Like, how did you get interested in neurosurgery anyways? Or why are you interested in neurosurgery? If you've never were exposed to it, it's really hard to become interested in it. And if you've never been around it, then are you just interested in the idea of it, or like, how does that work? And so if there's you don't have a residency at your, you know, medical school, you rotate somewhere, you meet neurosurgeons, you can kind of like get to know them, and then like they will have connections. It's a very small field, so they will know people somewhere, and any sort of connection you can make is helpful to like getting started with that. But what I would do is I would have my CV, and the more you've published or have some experience, the better. To be honest with you, we're so busy right now that I'm not even the best mentor for a brand new, you know, person that's never done any research, student. But we have a huge team, and so all people will send me stuff, and I'll forward it onto our kind of lab and our team and say, hey, does anyone have time or wants to, you know? And we'll usually always can work with some of these students, you know, in that sense. But I think trying to like network a little bit, and if you have a medical school, and your medical school is going to know some neurosurgeons somewhere too, and so those kind of connections always help. But if you have some research experience or some things, then you can you know, you can email and reach out directly to people and say, hey, I want to work with you, and the more of that you have, the easier it is, because you could say, hey, I have this idea, or you could even start outlining an abstract. Say, hey, this is what I want to do. Would you work on me with this? And that doesn't usually happen, but if that does, that's a big difference between like what we get a lot of, which is nice people being like, hey, I'd love to do research, but they don't have any experience, and that just takes a whole different like bandwidth, you know, and not a lot of people are going to be able to provide that necessarily, you know, or have that interest.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge, and I know that we've said that exact sentiment on previous episodes is making the difference between, you know, I want to, you know, like you said, there's a lot of nice people that reach out that have said, I want to do research, I don't really, you know, I'm just here to help type thing, versus someone who says, I have an idea, I think this could work, do you have any advice? Or some people have even I've you know, gone to people with half-written manuscripts even and say, like, is this great? Is this developed okay? Is this, you know, what do you think of this? And that just, the light bulbs go off there. It's like, oh, this is great, versus like, I don't really know what to give you if you don't have a project.
I think that's a lot. This person that emailed me this weekend, I'm going to go through it this weekend. I get caught up on stuff, and they've already written a manuscript. That's like, I mean, that's never happened before. That's great. We can definitely work with that. But I think you have to kind of put yourself in the shoes of the programs who get a lot of these, you know, contacts. And I think once you get your foot in the door somewhere with anything, the biggest key is that you do a good job. If there's a deadline, I would submit it back to them early. Like, you just want to, like, because we'll give people in that scenario that are newer, you know, smaller projects, really small things in the beginning. And if you're like, we're not super aggressive like a hardcore group, but I'm saying, like, if I was trying to like look, because we get a lot of people, and then we kind of find these really talented people that work hard, but you're going to want to, like, you know, meet every deadline and kind of really be on top of it if you get your foot in that door and get that opportunity. That's huge.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. It's and it you know, that first impression when you're joining that group, you know, it's very gracious of you to allow them into your group, and that first impression and that work that person puts in can make a world of difference later on. And like you said, more projects come and more projects come, and there's the productivity that you've been looking for, which is, you know, just great.
If you have a mentor, I don't want to forget this thought. If you have a mentor, like a resident or someone that you've worked with before you go on your sub internships, if you can sit down with them and be like, hey, what are the biggest things I need to sync me? Like, what are my give me hard facts, like feedback that, you know, maybe I don't want to hear, they're hard to hear. Like, what are the things I need to be careful of? I'm sure we're very good in neurosurgery about helping correct and teach people. So if you do that, or your program director, just say, hey, I want to like ace this sub internship. What are my personality traits or my weaknesses that could really sync me? If you ask in that way, I think, you know, they'll definitely be able to give you some feedback before you go out on your sub internships. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to like ask those questions. Like, no one expects you to like to be there. And even attendings, when they come out of into practice, this is a very steep curve. Some of these fields are a decade or more of like before you really like own your craft. You're always learning. So we're all learning together. We're all trying to get better. Just don't be afraid. And if you're about to go on your sub internships, like whoever you trust the most and think you has a good sense of you, it could even be a general surgeon that you work with closely. If you don't have a neurosurgeon there that done surgery rotations, like what can I do better? They will help you figure that out.
Yeah, absolutely. That's such great advice. And then moving on, kind of going back to University of New Mexico's program, you know, when students are choosing their sub-Is and they complete their sub-I at your program, you know, I guess what are some, and you've talked about the research, but what are some things, or why should a student pursue University of New Mexico? What are some, you know, character traits about the program, the location, some attractions in the area, things like that isn't about like the research or the things like that?
First of all, I think it's with programs that are more established, have been established for a while, it's a little easier. But basically, like, first of all, there's a lot of us out there, or a lot of people that are applying that just want to get into neurosurgery. So forget about location, forget about like you just want to match somewhere. So that's a different group than the people that are probably going to match. And a lot of people know that they're going to match just based on like, you know, they're going to be in a great position to match, I should say. And so if you can get picky at that point, like let's say you're pretty confident you're going to match, you're not as much worried about that, and you start looking at these other factors, I think the best thing I can say is like, how well do you know yourself? And that's really important, because if a program is really like, we're a very research heavy program. And one of the things you could really like appreciate in a program is if they know who they are. So like, we know what we are, and like we built this whole program with all the support. So our residents, we want our residents to like, I actually told my 2 residents recently, I was like, you guys don't need to do any more research. Like these guys have got like 100 publications, like they do it because we have this great opportunity. And like, these guys are publishing like a couple dozen papers every 6 months, and they're really in a supervising role. I kind of, one of the medical students that interviewed with us this year kind of put it this way, and it's kind of how we designed it, but I hadn't like packaged it that way. But it's really like a transition to attendingship for our residents, because they're really supervising these like motivated pre-residents and medical students to be successful. So they don't need to do any research, either of these two, but they're really like cranking, and they're really working on mentorship and these other things. But you have to know what your program is. Like if you hate research, there's a lot of programs. Everyone has to have some sort of requirement of some type of research. I think it's part of the activity, but like there's programs that really need their service covered and they're clinical monsters, and you're going to be, you know, busy clinically, but there's not any research. Like just know your program a little bit, right? Because as you're looking at things, obviously first you want to match, but second, like once you have a choice, like then you start looking at these other factors like geography, you know, family. If you can, one of the big factors for us being in Utah was our family was there. We had dinner with our family, my parents, most Sundays, and our children when we had our first child, and our second, our third. You know, we were having dinners most times with them on Sunday, and that was a huge strength and support. So these other, you know, factors come into play as you look at everything. But I think University of New Mexico, like we kind of know where we are. I don't really want to ever grow it beyond 1 resident a year. I want like an abundance of cases, not to be ever trying to like get numbers together. And so we kind of know that we're this small program, and most of the time that could be a drawback because of the coverage issues, but because our residents the service doesn't depend on our residents to cover it, that puts it in a lot different light. So I think when you look at that, there's some programs where like the chairman doesn't really, or the program director don't know the residents super well till later on, because they're like, let's say there's 4 a year or 3 a year. Like that's not the case in our program. It's kind of the opposite. Like we almost too much. Like we know each other very, very well, and that could be good or bad depending on your personality and what you like. But these are the kind of things you have to kind of think about. And you really have to know yourself and know where you would be successful and like what you think you would enjoy doing, and be honest with yourself as you're looking at all these things.
Yeah, absolutely. All great advice and choosing a program. And those are all very important things as people are. I mean, I know the fourth years now have already submitted their rank or are close to submitting their rank lists or have already interviewed at all the programs. But for, you know, the upcoming third years and even people before then, just thinking about where they even want to do their sub-Is, because as you know, a lot of people where they do their sub-Is are generally where, you know, they're the most interested in going. Sometimes you have those people that, you know, go to those places for those big letters, but I know a fair amount of people that go to the programs because they want to, you know, train there. So that's, you know, that's very, very insightful.
Matching, which is a lot of, you know, there's a group that should be worried about matching, like a lot of people. Then my advice generally is to like try to go to places that you think you can match well. But I think most places there are a lot of places you can match well if you do a great job, you know, at that. And so, but I think there are programs that are clearly much more competitive, and maybe they take applicants who, if you kind of just objectively look at the data, are in a, you know, especially before step one went away, like in a different kind of like where your stuff is at. So that's where it'd be a little bit different. But in general, I kind of, people that are worried about matching, I encourage them to do sub internships at places they think they have a strong track record of matching sub interns, and that they think they can do well at. I think it's a good and if you don't have a home program, well, guess what? You have 4 places you can go to that you can like increase your chances of matching. Most schools let you go do 4 months, or if not, they're 3.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, all great advice. And you know, I want to pass this on to Liam too, and you know, allow him to ask questions. You know, I don't want to take all.
New Mexico, one thing that's really cool about our program, you know, New Mexico is the most diverse like state in terms of like 48% Hispanic. We have a huge Native American population we take care of, which is a huge honor, a blessing, like where we take care of the Indian Health Service. So we provide a really critical like service, and there's a really cool demographic I tell people about in New Mexico. And I'm from Utah, which is like 3.2 million. Like New Mexico is 2.1. But if you don't have, you know, New Mexico has this unique demographic where there's not really cities. So like you have Albuquerque in like that busy area, but the next biggest city is like 120,000 down near the Texas border, like Las Cruces area. And then like Santa Fe is a cool, like amazing town, but it's small. It's like 80,000 people. So because it's the 5th largest state with only like one big huge city, we get everything. We're the only neurocritical care unit. We're the only, you know, stroke center. Like we have all these things that really make it nice. Like if you're going somewhere for 7 years, like there's not going to be some academic center that pops up or like competes with it. Like we get this huge catchment, this draw. And whereas like in Utah where I was at, there, you know, where kind of my home state, there's all these cities. So when you get cities of like 250, 300,000 people, you get neurosurgeons. And so it doesn't matter as long as your volume's, you know, great, but that's just diffusing that out. So there's always like demographics and like things too in the program. So I think we have a very unique, like cool, like service we provide to an amazing diverse population. And we have advantage of this unique geographic advantage from a referral catchment area that I think is pretty cool. So that's just some of the other things about our program that are kind of neat, that are kind of unique.
Yeah, Dr. Bowers, I wanted to just personally thank you. It's really been kind of an inspiring conversation to hear how well y'all's program incorporates even medical students. It's easy to feel like the low man on the totem pole, but there at y'all's program, you have this beautiful, like synergistic relationship with students, and it's showing in the amount of research that you're able to put. And
we're going to report on this, but like first author publications, like med student first author publications, we have this like summary we're getting ready to submit. Like something I'm going to focus on is like a huge part of like, I think it's never really tracked. So we're going to report on this, but like that's a huge metric that I'm like really proud of. Even though it's not even tracked by anybody, we're going to report on it. Because I think first author med student publications is a big deal. You know, it really helps you should do whatever you can to start with research, but when you're applying, you have a bunch of first author publications and like oral presentations at big meetings. I think that's huge as a med student. So even though that's not a metric anyone tracks right now, we're going to report on it. And I'm super just proud of it in general. Everyone's tracking it. Like I think it's a extremely valuable contribution, you know, and I enjoy doing this. It's not like I don't have to do like all of this, but like I really enjoy, you know, that part of it. And I didn't have that as a medical student. Like I was at school with tons of students. People were annoyed by students, and you had to come really early to get at the charts. And so it's just something I've always, you know, enjoyed doing. and it's not like, doesn't feel like work, typically.
It sounds like you guys have this, incredible culture that involves everybody along the I guess the hierarchy of medicine. And I guess along those lines, as I'm looking at different programs, I'm learning a lot about how the culture of different programs vary significantly.
Big time.
Right. And, I guess how would you describe the culture they're building there or currently have kind of in more detail?
Well, I think one of the things about coming to, talking about UNM and how it's unique is you're going to be a big part of building that culture, right? Like the people that we match into the program, because it's being built, right? Like the program was gone. We've hired a bunch of faculty, and we have a lot of really great young faculty, which I'm super excited about. They're just they're awesome, and they're on fire to teach. But we're building this together. So that's one thing to say to applicants, come be part of it. You're going to make a huge difference on this residency. And we submitted our application, we got approved, and we have a residency starting. But I deliberately left a framework in there for the chief year that I want, the year before the chief year, I want at that time the PGY, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 to come together and propose how they want to work out those details. Because when you do the application, you don't have to define every little thing. You have a framework in there, and so you're going to have a massive difference in our program. You're going to have a voice, and you're going to be part of building something special. I do think when you talk about programs, there is sometimes an attitude in neurosurgery of people wanting you to feel like you can't do something, we're really special, and but I think what's really important is, especially people on this call, or people not worried about matching, is you can all do this job, okay? There's don't ever feel less than, or that you can't do this, because that sometimes people in neurosurgery programs or people can make you feel that way, but you can all do this. There's a range of a bell curve, and maybe there's a very small percentage that really struggle with technical things. A really high, small percentage it's amazing, but in general, most of us, myself included, are just somewhere on that bell curve, and you're all capable of being successful as in graduating from a neurosurgery residency. If it's the right fit for you, and you have to do well in school. If you don't do well in medical school, you're probably not the right field to apply for, because it's even more rigorous and you're gonna have a tough time getting in. But I'm just saying, if you're in that ballpark and there's objective people that have told you you can compete and you're there, don't think of yourself as less than. Try to find a program that's gonna be hey, you can do this. Let me show you how easy this is, and let's get you there. That's a big difference, and there's a lot of programs that are not like that are formal and really don't inspire you in that way. And I think I always wanted to be in a program that made me feel like I could do it, and they were gonna help me get there.
I'm interested. Were there any, experiences in your early career, maybe as a resident or as a fellow? You mentioned when you talked about your time in New York, kind of building the program, the research program there. Were there any kind of experiences that you are kind of taking throughout your career and applying to this vision of what you want to see the, I guess, the program look like in the future, in the next few years?
Yeah, I think as you go through as an attending and as you work with building a programming, my particular role in New York, they had a residency for a while, but it wasn't, the publications weren't there. And, I'm really proud of what we kind of started building there. With that, it still goes on. A good friend of mine is running the research there now, Dr. Fawaz Al-Mufti, a neurologist, who's part of our department. And the summer program that we kind of got everybody in there and got all these publications, they've kept that going and even expanded it. And so I think the things that are important to you can't do everything in life, but the core values that are important to you, the mentoring medical students, advancing research, coming in and changing a program. The whole point of us publishing that paper was to tell programs if you're not doing well with research, you don't have a lot going on, don't think you can't do it, or it's too massive to fix. We really just did it with just you can 1 or 2 attendings can totally make a massive difference, and that's without having to work on it full time. It's just you come in with a vision and you have a plan of what you want to do, and you get leadership to buy in and support it, and you get medical students. Medical students are going to be hungry, right? Step 1's gone. Publications are going to matter even more. There's an arms race right now. You are going to have motivated medical students. And if I'm waiting for a paper to come back, not our residents, but a lot of residents and programs are busy having to cover the service. like the medical student's always going to get that back to me before the residents are, if they know how, generally. And I think one of the reasons we were really successful is we always built, I always tell my students, I never want their grades impacted by the research. And that's even more important now with step one having gone away. And so we were always flexible with it. We were kind of had a strategy of like working with everybody and casting a lot of seeds. And a lot of students didn't follow through, and like, that's fine. We would just pick it up and give it to somebody else. There was no sweat off our back. Because in the beginning, we're not like spending 100 hours with that student. We're giving people opportunities and then, kind of growing it. But medical students are so motivated to be involved in this. And a lot of them just want someone that they're going to be successsul with. I met so many students that spend a year in a lab and had nothing to show for it, or, those kinds of opportunities, and they've tried stuff. So, that's kind of the lesson for me taken away from that. That is, I think, I'm about to finish my 6th year, start my 6th year, I'm 5.5 years in. And like, I think we've become much more efficient. We have like a guideline now, a checklist we created, because we've done this for enough years now to know what kind of like some of the hurdles were and where we were kind of falling short. So I think just kind of continue to progress and, further perfect what we're doing and get better at it is, helps us become better mentors for students and provide more opportunities. If that answers your question.
Oh yes, definitely. Thank you. I guess maybe on like a some things that either attendings or residents do for fun in Albuquerque.
Yeah, we're a big outdoors place, which is kind of where I grew up in Utah. Like my first 6 years were in Southern Cal, next 6 years were in Seattle. But my next 6 years after that were in Utah, and then I went to college, played Division I soccer at the University of Denver. My family was there from like 30 years from when we moved there, and so we were always into skiing, hiking. I played soccer all the time, and so even now, my boys and I, we spend a lot of time in the backyard playing soccer. And Albuquerque has amazing weather. I love having 4 seasons. I really need 4 seasons because I grew up with that. I love the mountains, and like San Diego probably has the best weather in the country, but it's kind of like the same. Like I really like having like that contrast. So it's a huge outdoor state with tons of hiking, skiing, fishing. I love like this northern New Mexico tip, and then like southern Colorado, like Durango, Pagosa Springs, Telluride, like all these areas are really like amazing. So I love like going up there and spending time with the family up there and doing things. But it's a big. I love the West. I'm from the West. I have ancestors that moved to the West in the mid 1800s. Emigrated out from Europe and in parts of the Eastern United States. And so this is just kind of like home to me. And in the West, it's a little more open. There's a lot of outdoors type things to do. So I love all that stuff. But there's also a ton of like art and culture here. Also, like I think Santa Fe is one of the coolest cities in the world. If I could live there, I would. I just all the people and like all the work is here in Albuquerque. Santa Fe is a good hour, but I got interested in my family. My grandparents had always come to New Mexico to like to collect Native American art, culture, and like learn about history. And so they had passed some of that on to me, and I really got into like Native American textiles, the Navajo weavings, and like there's just a very cool like culture in this whole area and this history of the amazing like Native American tribes that lived here and still have reservations, and we get have a real honor of taking care of. It's just a cool place. But wherever I've lived, there's always amazing things about that place. So wherever you go, I'm a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I served a 2-year mission in the South Side of Chicago, Spanish speaking, but I had a lot of friends go to Brazil, Philippines, all over the world. So we kind of like learn early on, right when you graduate high school, a lot of our, we go out on these missions, and wherever you go, you make that the best. So I've kind of like always from an early age, kind of like had that mentality. And for medicine, it's similar. Like you don't control where you match a lot of times. Some of us do get, some of us get their first pick, but like a lot of us just trying to match into the field. And so wherever you go, you can always find positives. You can always look at negatives. And so find the positive where you're at. When I was in New York, super easy. The history there, I always loved history. Like the history of New York was incredible. Like there's so many cool things to do there. And I don't care what you're interested in. Like you can find people that are like into that there in New York. It was great living there for that reason. But whatever, I think that's really important wherever you go, that you find what you like, something to love about it. And I think every place in the country has cool things about it you can like get into and like enjoy. Once again, you're just trying to match, but if you're past that and you're looking at other things, then look at those other factors that go into it. If it's important for you to ski to be happy, well, then maybe the middle of like the desert in a place is like, where no mountains or ski resorts for 4 hours is, or whatever is maybe not the best if you have a choice. So you kind of look at those other things: family support, cost of living. What does your significant other do if you have one? All these other things start coming into play.
It sounds like there's plenty to do in New Mexico and a lot of rich culture and history. Growing up in Midwest Georgia, kind of in the deep south and the humidity, it seems like a bit of a big change to go out west into New Mexico.
Probably would be a little bit of a climate change. I was in Tampa for the school-based meeting this weekend, North American school-based meeting, and I went running in like 1:30 in the afternoon on Friday, and it was 82 degrees with 65% humidity. And I called someone, and I was like dying. I was pouring sweat. It's not here at all. It's very dry, which I love. I was like pouring sweat, and I was like to one of my friends, I was like, I can't want to run in middle of February in Florida. Like, I do not think I would do well here in July. I'm pretty sure about that, actually. I know you get used to it a little bit, but like, it's just, you never sweat here. And, I'm prone to sweating. I'm a big guy. I'm like 6'2" with, 200+ pounds. I think I would be sweating to death in Florida. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. And then I just wanted to, highlight in the chat here, Garrett gave us a donation of $5. So thank you very much, Garrett, for, doing that and supporting our mission here. And anyone else that's in the chat, feel free to throw in your questions for us or, Dr. Bowers, and, thank him for taking the time out of his busy schedule.
Sure. I think you guys have a lot of like great resources that like we didn't have when we were applying, and I think that's really cool. I enjoy all the formats you even were saying this is on. I don't even know all the formats, and I'm technologically relatively savvy, but I think it's just cool. There's like a community and like a lot of support for students that are in the situation, and I think the CNS and the AANS have done like a really amazing job of like creating forums and environments where students can get answers to questions and can help them out. So I think that the field as a whole is getting better and better at that, and we're as a field embracing a more diverse, like trying to increase our diversity and help be more supportive. And I think in general, it's a good time to be looking at neurosurgery. I think more and more programs are trying or do follow the hour limits better, and I think in general it's just a much healthier, like better time to be looking at neurosurgery. That's on the positive side. I think on the negative side, it's I think with step one going away, especially, it's a little harder to to get into it at times for different groups. So that's a challenge. Like, I think you didn't have to go to a top 20 med school like previously, because if you did really well in your classes and your tests, like you could have one test if you just knew it pulled and aced it, like that really kind of opened up a lot of doors. So I think we have to make sure that we're being more thorough and thoughtful in our like holistic review and taking more time to really look at that. But like I said, don't ever shortchange yourself. I had 0 publications, wouldn't even gotten in nowadays. And you get in the right situation and you kind of you can flourish. And so I think that's just for people. You have just got to get your foot in the door somewhere, and then do everything you can to get that if you're just trying to match. And then don't limit yourself, because you can anybody can be pretty much that's in this group can be a great neurosurgeon and do a lot of these things.
Absolutely. Incredibly inspiring, sir. We do have a question here in the chat from Michael, and he says, do you have any recommendations for students on how to get the pulse on a program during virtual interviews?
Yeah, I don't have a great answer for that, but I guess now in February you can go to these programs and do these visits. And 7 years is a long time. So even when we did interviews at places, when I was in my day, we would travel all over and do these interviews, but I still felt like my top 4 or 5 places, I either wanted it to be a place I did a sub-I at, or my home program, or I would go. I flew across the country because I was pretty sure I was going to rank Oregon Health Science University really high. I hadn't done a sub-I there, so I flew across the country from DC just to spend 2 extra days there on a sub internship, like a mini, just like a shadowing observership, because I think you really want to know the program well, where you're going to be potentially spending. And you can't do that with every program, obviously, but your top 3 or 4, or like 5, or whatever you can kind of feasibly fit in. I think it's really tough. It was really tough even on the like site visits those days. So it's got to be nearly impossible on a virtual. I mean, I think this is just like anything. If you can like know people that are there, it doesn't even have to be neurosurgeons. You can know people that are in some other field, but that know the neurosurgeons. Like any inside information that way or networking is really, really helpful. Even if you have to go do a visit there, that's the way to gain it. Because places can kind of hold together on the in-person visits, so I'm sure they can hold together on a virtual visit if there's major problems there. But once you go there on a sub-internship, like a mini shadowing, like no one's trying to like, they're too busy. Like programs are so busy, they're not gonna like try and like pretend that much, and you can kind of like really get a better sense of the pulse if that's a question.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you for that. And it can be a little, difficult to kind of get, all the ins and outs from a program, like you said, and figure it out over virtual interviews and the culture. And like you said, a program can, not hide or per se, but can definitely, portray one thing, but when you go there, like you said, it's a whole different thing, and you're there for a month or multiple days, and you can really see how things work on a normal day on that in that field and in that program.
You shadow now? I don't know how that works actually, because we just it's our first year, so I don't know if they may not even let you shadow, but just even going back there and doing a dinner with them or whatever they do would be helpful. But really, if you have, it's all also about trying to find people that'll mentor you. And then people that'll mentor you can reach out to their networks and find things out about a program and like kind of work on an angle that you don't have any access to as well. And that can even just be the residents. So wherever you're at, if you're at a program that has a home program, which probably most or many are, get to know the residents and, not saying kiss up to them, but just like, try to get to know them, go to the conferences. And it might take a while if you just going and kind of being there, and, don't be afraid to say hello to people without being imposing, and be attentive and like listen and start building those relationships. So the earlier, you want to do neurosurgery, the better, obviously. I didn't know until really late in the game. Like it was like late spring. I think it was at this time, like March, April of like my 3rd year, and which part of the reason I didn't have the research or like whatever else at that time. But so I kind of discovered it late, which is good, which is fine too. But the earlier you do know, if people know coming in first year or have an idea, or even if they know it's an option, if it's a competitive field like neurosurgery, then get involved as early as you can. You can always like, not do it or bail on it, but that's something that's really helpful.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Let's see, looking in the chair here, I don't see any questions. I guess one more final question, unless, one pops up in the chat. And when you're looking through all these applicants, for your neurosurgery program, what are some things either in the interview or on their application that really like stick out to you and you feel would be a great fit at your program?
I think obviously like the letters you get, so this goes back to mentorship, like people that like really have a strong mentorship and a mentor's like connection, and like the letter that like stands out differently. Like we should all be doing like really in-depth holistic review of applicants. But if you're like limited, let's say, to your timing, like the first thing is I like to really look at the letters they got and their evaluations. And so that's a huge part of it. And I really put a lot of credence on the home evaluations also, and then look at like the aways and kind of compare and contrast them. It can go both ways, right? The home scene can be, maybe a little bit harsh, but a lot of times they're a little bit more, they're more friendly. And then you look at a couple different like ways and how what people thought. But that's a huge part of it. Once again, what program are we talking about? What's really important to them? Like, some programs really, like, we're really interested in like research. We look at like what their research background is, what type of research did they do, like what, why do they think they'd be a good fit here? I think it's okay to like, if you have a connection to an area, like to a specific place, I wouldn't do this for every program, but if you have a real one, don't reach or stretch. But, I think that's important. That's cool to highlight. So now you have like signaling, target preferencing. And so I think that's helpful too for places that you're, interested in. You can kind of really let them know. And we had it kind of built into our holistic review that we'd like do a little bump or like take note of it and like, and include that. So I think that's another resource, another ability you have. But, hopefully programs are looking at everything. We try to look at everything and every part of it. So I think it's all the things you'd expect, like to have your research do well, on your rotations, your classes. But I think if you really boil it down, if it was just a couple things, it's like that having a mentor really vouch for you on there We were interviewing a pre-resident, I think one time, and I had like 3 different phone calls from like people that I know across the country that are at big places that were like, this guy's awesome, you know? And like that doesn't always happen at the interview level because you're not calling all the time, but just like people will reach out and, you know, or they'll write a letter. Like those are you know, really, really say a lot. So sometimes you'll get in a place and you're like working for someone doing something and like it's so much work, but just know that like if they're good mentors and they have track record of like success and mentorship, like that's not none of that's like a waste if it doesn't show up. But for parts of that, like that is a good use of your time if someone has a track record for that.
Yeah, absolutely. From what I've learned and going through my experience recently, it's, you know, the mentorship and the ability to go to bat for you when you need it is so crucial during, you know, the December, January times when, you know, there's a program that you're really interested in and, you know, you want to make an impact there.
Yeah. And haven't like, and sometimes you don't even know how good your mentors are. Like you hope they're good, but then if things don't go well for you, that's when you really like figure out who's there, like who will help you. And like, let's say you don't match them. And all of a sudden you're scrambling, like, what do you do? Like the mentor that's like making time and like, you know, really being there for you versus one that's like, oh, I don't know. You know, that's what really makes a difference too. So obviously everyone wants to have good mentors, like, but like, you know, these are kind of some tangible examples where that really helps. And so I think there are, even if you don't have them in your program, hopefully you do. And I think most of you probably do have them in your program, but there's a lot of places that you can find good mentors and you know, through the AANS and CNS at meetings, at these things. I wish I would have known about meetings. Like that was something I never had, like, I didn't know about really and didn't go to as a medical student. And the earlier you can go to those meetings and get to know people, that's like super, super helpful. That'd be one of the biggest things, a piece of advice I give people is like, if you're able to go to meetings, you can't go to all of them, but like big ones like CNS, AANS, get involved in the medical student groups. You'll meet people there in these leadership organizations that you'll just get opportunities out of that. I think are helpful too.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. All great advice. And this whole, you know, interview with you has been just full of, you know, priceless information. And, you know, we all here, myself, Liam, and everyone at Brain Spine Group and everyone listening, you know, we can't thank you enough for taking the time out of your, you know, incredibly busy schedule to give us your insights on the program and the neurosurgery journey. Essentially, it's, you know, it's not a linear, you know, progression. It's very, you know, there's a lot of ups and downs, and hearing it from someone in your position is very valuable. So, you know, we want to thank you very much for taking the time to help us here today.
When you're at these programs, I think one thing that will help you from, like, once again, we're getting past the matching and just like other factors, is talk to the chief residents or the seniors and just say like, hey, what do you feel really comfortable coming out of this? Don't be like, if you say it like this, it's not going to get you anywhere. If you're like, hey, what does this program not teach you how to do? Like, or like, what are you guys really bad at? Like, you kind of catch them off guard. But if you're just like, hey, like, what do you guys learn in this program that you could just do? If you had one procedure, everything was online, and you just know you'd nail it for this program, like, what procedures, like, what are some of the things you really just like feel like you're really well trained with? And hear what they say, and then like, you know, what would be? They'll ask you like, what's your weakness, right? Like that, you could ask that question all the time in your interviews. Be like, hey, what's your weakness? Like, there's one thing this program could fix, like, or you know, and maybe it's a case thing. Like, what do you think would be something that you would want to fix? You could fix one thing, or like improve, maybe not fix, but improve one area. And that's some kind of information you want to know about programs too. You know, because what people say, and what, like, people might say we do 5,000 cases, but if they really don't train the residents well to do them, I know programs in really like wealthy areas that like the residents weren't that involved in the cases. You know, in certain ways, I mean, not that involved, but like didn't really get to do a lot of the critical portion or like whatever else it is. So you really want to, like, you know, use time that you have with the senior residents, the graduating residents, to kind of like really pick their brains about what that experience is like. Because places vary, you know, in terms of how much you do as a junior resident, and it feels heavy, like it feels like a big deal as a med student. Like, oh, that PGY2 or that PGY1, like they can do ABC, whatever it is. They can do a tumor resection, a shunt, but like they don't get to do them any more early than you do. You know, if you operate late in your residency, like it's more fun. It's better to like operate earlier. You get to see like the light at the end of the tunnel, obviously. But like, there's a lot of programs traditionally that are top heavy just by the way you need the labor, and then, you know, neurosurgery in general is like way less common than a lot of other fields for procedures and stuff. So I think those are really important like points when you're like comparing programs, is like, and it's not going to show up everywhere, right? It won't show up anywhere really. Those are kind of like more savvy questions to ask. And you're not trying to be offensive. You're just, you know, as you can kind of tell when you're having a good connection with a resident or someone, and you're just kind of like, you know, just being honest with them. Just be like, hey, like, what do you guys like just do an awesome job at? What do you think you're like the best in the world at, like teaching you how to do and learning? And then, you know, you kind of laugh on the flip side, like what's an area you just feel like if you could improve in one area, or like had seen something more, like what would that be? That would give you kind of a sense. You're not asking them to, you know, knock on their own program. You're just the same way they're asking you, like what's something you could improve. You can ask them in a non-confrontational, just educational learning way. And those are the kinds of information or pieces of information that you'll want to learn about programs when you're comparing and contrasting. You know, you'll be surprised with what you learn that way.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, more priceless advice, and that's something that, you know, I definitely consider going through the process. Liam, you'll have to consider, and all the, you know, the rising, you know, neurosurgery stars out there. You know, one final question for you, Dr. Bowers, and then we won't take any more of your time. You know, looking back on your whole journey, you know, if you had to give yourself, you know, one piece of advice, you know, as if you were looking back at yourself as a medical student, what would it be?
I think that you don't put pressure on yourself. Like if you follow like the process, like you will slowly, without even noticing at times, become like who you want to be. So like people will compare to all these things, but reality is like it's amazing. Like during the process, if you go through this, like assuming you're going through a decent residency program and all those things, and most of them they're pretty strict on like the rules and standards. You will just one day all of a sudden be like surprised and shocked at like what you can do. And all of a sudden you'll be like, you know, I remember like early on as intending, like driving home and just being so happy, like just being like all that time was like, you know, it was worth it. And I was like doing exactly so quickly after I like finished my training, I started my practice, and I was like just doing exactly what I always hoped and tried so many years to do, which was like, for me, it was like taking out brain tumors and like having this like amazing practice of helping people. And I think the advice would be like, don't give up, obviously. Like, but in these residency can be really hard at a lot of places, and you have to have some vision of like, which hopefully you do, of this delayed gratification of just knowing that like the life that's on the other side is so amazing. Like it is worth it. Some programs, like these junior residency years, are absolute like misery in a lot of ways. Like they're just so hard. And just know that, you know, if you can survive and get through it, break it up into manageable chunks, like it is worth it in the end. And I think that's just, I'd hate to see people give up, you know, because they don't think it is at the end of that. But it's just really like this incredible, like, you know, opportunity when you're done to like just help people in these amazing ways. And so just like when times are hard to residency, like go back to that and like don't give up on that, and don't be impatient. People want to be so impatient with the process, but like, you know, the most confident person in the world is a chief resident, and the least confident is a brand new attending. So just like, you know, it's just enjoy the journey a little bit. It's way too long to like, it's such a long period of time to be like, to try and like want it all right now or not be happy until it's over. Like, it's like the best years of your life. Like you're probably like start med school, residency, fellowship, you are 12 years, you know, ages 23 to like 30, you know, 35, like you got to enjoy it a little bit, and you got to like take pleasure in like these milestones and these metrics, and your life's going to look a little different during residency. And there's other times. And if you have I think a research year in the middle is great, breaks it up a little bit, you know, and if you're in a place or an environment or a place like where you don't love living or you're far from family and it's kind of a tough spot, especially as junior residency on call all the time, like you got to find ways to like kind of like break it up and not get so overwhelmed by it. I have a mentee I keep in touch with quite a bit. I'm not going to give any details, but just like, you know, it was just a different kind of setup and tough on them. And I check in with them, and, you know, they were early on, it was like not wanting to like see the whole thing through. And, you know, and as time, you know, gets on, you break it up and you get through these things and start to see the light, and you get through it. So you really need to have like a mentorship and a support, but like, just know that it's worth it, like in the end, and don't give up during the process, because it's hard, you know?
Yes, absolutely. You are the epitome of that saying, you know, trust the process. It's, you know, you keep going through and you keep chipping away day and day. And, you know, like you said, you'll see yourself, you know, that those first months after you're an attending, you're like, wow, this is it. This is what I, you know, worked for, which is super exciting and inspiring to hear.
Don't let yourself get intimidated or like think that you're less than, because there's that vibe in neurosurgery all the time for places of like, they'll make you feel that way. Like you can do anything that these people can do. You just need the opportunity and the chance to do it if you're willing to work at it. And so don't psych yourself out on that. Just, you know, do the work and you're going to be fine. You're going to get through there and get to that spot.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Bowers, for, taking the time to, have this episode with us.
Absolutely. Happy. Good luck to you in the match. Good luck to everybody. And, let me know if you need any more help. But, excited for all of you. And it's a fun time. It's a stressful time, but, it's worth it. And, for sure.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. And thank you to all the listeners out there. Hopefully you were able to take some great advice from him and, you can apply it to your daily lives. And this is an episode that you'll definitely be referring to for a while. And if you're a third year, make sure you keep University of New Mexico's program on your radar. So with that being said, we're going to wrap it up for tonight. And, thank you so much for listening with us, and we'll see you next Thursday.
Take care, guys.
All right, folks. Welcome to the Neurosurgery Journey. Glad to see everybody tuning in on this awesome Thursday afternoon. My name is Kyle Zappi. I'm a third-year medical student at Cornell. And today we're going to be talking about global neurosurgery. What is global neurosurgery? What does it involve? What's going on exciting in the field? And how can you get involved? So to join us today, we have our usual co-host, Mike. How you doing?
What's up, y'all?
And Liam, how you doing?
Hey, everybody. Excited to learn about some global neurosurgery.
Great. That's the attitude we need. And Anurag. So first off, hey, we have a guest co-host today. So Anurag, why don't you introduce yourself to everybody?
Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you all. I'm Anurag. I'm a third-year medical student at Rutgers, New Jersey Medical School.
Fantastic. How's your day going today, Anurag?
It's been good. Right now I'm on the OB-GYN rotation, and I started on L&D today. Unfortunately, I didn't get to catch any babies, but we do have one patient that might be going for a C-section either tonight or tomorrow morning. So we'll see.
Oh, that's exciting. I find that neurosurgery people do like OB-GYN more than they thought they would. I loved it. I thought it was super interesting. It's high pace and everything. So I think you're in for a treat.
I hope so.
All right. Awesome. Well, to get to the subject, global neurosurgery. So I was just to start everybody off. Do you think who can give me a definition of what global neurosurgery is? Anurag, I'll hand that over to you. Just give us what is global neurosurgery?
Essentially, global neurosurgery involves looking at the needs, the neurosurgical services needs across the world. In particular, there's a focus on developing nations where these services are more limited in access, and figuring out ways to deliver the care needed to those places. And that takes a variety of different forms. There's research, there's global neurosurgery missions, there's long-term partnerships that involve actually building up the infrastructure of those countries so that they can provide for themselves as well. But I would say in a nutshell, that's what global neurosurgery is.
Okay. So I guess just to break that down, so it seems to be like a research side, there seems to be a collaboration side, and then there's just, and then a trading of resources and ways that people can collaborate with each other and learn both financially and resource wise, but also sounds like there's an intellectual trade of learning about neurosurgery as well.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Okay. So in terms of I guess the research side, tell me what are you been working on lately?
So I have been involved in a couple of different projects, and I would say involvement was almost accidental. It started 2 years ago. I was looking for a project to do over the summer, and that was actually I'd reached out to our AANS chapter, and coincidentally at the same time, Dr. Nanda, our former chairman, had also reached out because he was going to be hosting a global neurosurgery summit, so he wanted to get some student projects going. And at that time, I had no idea what global neurosurgery was. But through getting involved in that project, I actually worked with Mike on one project that was looking at the disparity between where neurosurgical services are needed in the developing world versus where U.S. institutions send their global neurosurgery missions. And so from that, it's built out into a couple of different projects. So there's one that I'm currently working on that's looking at what are the attitudes of medical students, current medical students that are interested in neurosurgery towards being involved in global neurosurgery in some capacity, whether that's going to an institution that has a global neurosurgery mission, or maybe leading a global neurosurgery mission, making a career out of being a global neurosurgeon, and being someone that operates predominantly abroad in these areas that need a lot of the services. In addition to that, I'm also working with Mike, and I believe Kyle, you're also on this project, looking at pre-hospital care in developing low and middle income countries.
Excellent. Wow. Okay. So you didn't know you were interested in neurosurgery until you actually started diving into it, sounds like.
Yes. And I would say, I think global neurosurgery kind of combines two areas of research that I'm interested in. One, obviously, being neurosurgery, and the other being South Asian health. And again, South Asian health was also kind of a field that I wasn't really aware of that existed until I got to medical school and started getting involved in some of the research there. But I feel like global neurosurgery kind of combines those two aspects very well, in that it allows me to, one, be involved in neurosurgery research, but also at the same time look into research that addresses some of the more underserved communities or under researched communities where some of these new findings can be very useful.
Okay. Very interesting. So Mike, I was wondering if you could give us are you also interested in global neurosurgery?
Yeah, for sure. So I, similar to Anurag, I didn't know I was interested in it until I was in it, in a way. So for me, I have a background in EMS, which is what, kind of interested me in the pre-hospital project. But I always, have had an interest in the coordination of a response to disaster incidents, mass casualty incidents, that kind of thing. And that's such a small part of global neurosurgery, but that was my initial draw was I had this dream of one day being able to go on a medical mission after a hurricane and go take care of people that did that. And obviously you need to be well trained as a clinician to do that. But it's not something that's happening all that much, right? Disasters aren't happening every day. So there's a bigger picture to global neurosurgery. So that was my entry into it. And then as I learned more, it makes sense that the reason, we talk about doing these disaster type missions is that there's already disparities happening in a lot of these regions that prevent them from having their own kind of native, robust response. So I wanted to explore, some of the systems level things that was influencing the ability to respond in that way.
Oh, wow. Okay. So I guess, in a way that kind of expands our view, because when we do research, in the United States, we're very much catering to the needs of the patients we're serving. Mm-hmm. But a lot of what global neurosurgery allows us to do is to search for those areas that, the current our frame of reference is not expanded to. And, like you said, we're not having, certain natural disasters are not happening in the United States that might be more prevalent in other countries. And, socioeconomic factors are also different too, which might lead to different presentations for neurosurgical interventions. So that's very interesting.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So I guess, and also I guess to explain, my involvement. So I guess I also accidentally came into global neurosurgery. So I think I might have discussed in the past, but a lot of my research interest is in device design. And a project that I worked on with Dr. Susan Fanullo was on building an external cranial prosthesis, which is basically, so when you get a traumatic brain injury and you have what's called a subdural hematoma or epidural hematoma, it is when blood collects between the brain and the skull. and that can cause the brain to, because the skull is a closed space. And if you have bleeding in there, the brain's going to have to squeeze to the other side. So in order to help the patient, you have to actually take the skull off and allow the blood to drain out and the brain to have room to expand. That usually involves the skull being off of the flat being off the skull for a good amount of times, which leaves it exposed to damage. In the United States, we have the resources to allow the patients to be hospitalized during the time that the skull is off. But in a lot of different regions in the world, a lot of times they can't have the patient stay in a hospital bed. They actually have to go back and do their jobs, which, if you could imagine, having part of your skull missing could leave it exposed to damage. So we were trying to design a cheap and lightweight flat cover that can go right over the head, which would be easily manufactured in other countries and easily wearable. So really, that's another example of recognizing that's not a need here, right? Really in the United States as much, but that device is a huge need in other places. And by having to expand the way we think about how patients are cared for, we found that was a need. So Liam, I don't mean to leave you out of the conversation. If you do you have anything to add or any questions for our guests so far?
No, I guess personally, my interest in global neurosurgery was very recently spiked. I've always been interested in going abroad and delivering medical care in kind of underserved communities around the world to experience different cultures and people. But I really got to see that impact here at this past CNS meeting 2022 in the fall. When I forget the name of the neurosurgeon that spoke, but he spoke about his time going over to Ukraine and providing some neurosurgical care over there. And the story was just incredible and very moving. So that was what really kind of started the fire in me, in my interest in global neurosurgery. So yeah, just to share that little anecdote.
Yeah. And actually, I think that goes to a perfect segue. So we have students, it seems like all of us accidentally found our way into global neurosurgery. But Anurag, I was wondering, if somebody knows they want to do global neurosurgery and they're, let's say, just entered med school, how would you recommend students become more involved?
Certainly. I think one of the ways is definitely to seek out faculty who have similar interests. And, one of the ways is they can go through their local neurosurgery department and, identify any faculty that may be involved. They can talk to their faculty to see who else those faculty members know at other institutions that are interested in it. It's also valuable to get involved in a variety of different neurosurgical research conferences, to be involved with the AANS. And I think also being involved with the Brain and Spine group is a great way to get in touch with fellow medical students that also have similar interests and who can take you in the direction of resources, if not, get you directly involved in some of these projects. So I think the key message there is just have an open mind, just explore, use all the resources at your disposal to work through that network of connections and identify someone who can guide you and mentor you in the field of global neurosurgery.
Okay, so I guess that kind of harkens back to the theme of mentorship is really going to be an important factor in helping you pursue what you're actually interested in. So in terms of things students can get involved with, are there opportunities for students to be involved in global neurosurgery without, let's say if students don't have the resources to travel, can they get involved just at their school, where they're currently staying?
Certainly. I think one of the ways that you can be involved in global neurosurgery is through research. So if your home institution does not have a mission abroad in another country, or for any reason the student who is interested is unable to finance the means of travel, a very helpful way to contribute to the cause of global neurosurgery is through that intellectual product of a research publication, through investigating a key problem that the global neurosurgery community is, and proposing a solution that someone else that maybe has more resources, is better connected, can run with and possibly implement.
Okay, excellent. And then in terms of opportunities for students, like what would be opportunities that students can do which they will travel? Like I know when I think of like global neurosurgery, I guess, before I really got more involved with it, I was thinking of neurosurgeons going to different countries around the world and, practicing neurosurgery. Obviously, medical students can't really do that. Do medical students, can they have any utility by traveling to different countries and learning from other neurosurgeons? Is that a possibility that students can get involved with?
I know so for example, my home institution does not have a global neurosurgery mission, but it does have a global general program. And from what I know of the general surgery program, the medical students, and it's mainly the residents that participate in it, but if a medical student were to go, they would, serve a very essential role in the OR, where they're going to be taking the place of, the scrub nurse or the scrub tech in many cases, and they're going to be the assistants in those surgeries, because you have very limited staff and you have even more limited resources that you can physically bring with you to those countries. So in that way, the medical students can get a very direct exposure to kind of, how surgeries are done under, difficult constraints at times, and what are the best practices for being able to most effectively utilize your resources to deliver care to the maximum number of people. So certainly there's a value as a medical student, even if you're not the one that's operating and you're mainly the one that's cutting the sutures, helping to suture different incisions, passing around tools to the surgeons. You're still in an environment where there's a lot to learn just from being present and being actively involved.
Okay, fantastic. So at least that gives medical students the opportunity to take part in global neurosurgeries in many different settings, both at the bedside, both in research and also, I guess, in advocacy. So that's very interesting. And then another thing that I want to add is like something that I've that I've tried to be more cognizant of is that I originally thought of global neurosurgery as we were trying to help other people, which we are, but it's so much more of it really is a collaboration. We are collaborating with other institutions across the world, and they are also collaborating with us. It is a trading of knowledge, because the more neurosurgical practices and procedures and techniques that we are exposed to, the stronger we become. So understanding the histories of neurosurgery across the world, I think is very enriching for everybody involved, because there's a lot to learn from people all over the place. So, it's good to think of that mindset as well.
Yeah, Kyle, just to kind of piggyback off that, from the learning perspective, there's things that we don't really do here in the United States anymore. Like, even thinking about clipping aneurysms, right? The rate at which that's happening has gone down, tremendously with the advent of endovascular technology. But in a lot of countries, having those endovascular capabilities is still, in pretty nascent stages. So they're going to still be doing a lot of these open, vascular procedures, that in some ways are, maybe more durable, right? Like clipping the aneurysm is thought to be, a pretty long-term way of solving that problem. And it's also something that, people here just aren't getting the exposure to. Same thing in general surgery, right? We do, for the most part, everything laparoscopically, but in, some countries, you're not going to have those capabilities. So it's a way for a learner to travel and to be able to be exposed to some of those other skills, which is super interesting. But I love that you talked about the partnership, because it's not this model of, us as high income, country individuals traveling over and spreading our ways in, what people kind of refer to as like the pseudo colonialism. I don't know that I necessarily personally, would want to call it that, but it's kind of that, mentality of, hey, we have the resources, let's just go and do the job. Whereas it really needs to be, hey, we have these resources and we want to teach you how we do it, but we also want to learn from you so that we can, develop a long-term partnership to better the infrastructure there and to make them more able.
Yeah, I want to add on to that. That's a really good point. I think global neurosurgery and global health is shifting in a much more healthier collaborative direction that I think maybe in the past there have been these kind of camps where you'll have a whole bunch of, say, surgeons go out to a rural or an area abroad that doesn't have a whole bunch of capabilities that we do here in the States, and they go and perform all these surgeries, and then they leave, in a week or two, and then they leave this community with patients that need follow-up and all these maybe post-surgical care that they might not have the facilities for that. So I think it really is important that we keep pushing for this collaborative spirit between nations and that learning mentality. Yeah, for sure. Just wanted to add that there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I think, yeah, absolutely. And I think in terms of so when seeking out opportunities to actually do this global neurosurgery, is there any ways we can make sure that we're not just going there and, having it, I guess, in the old fashioned way of, going there, I want the word I'm looking for is volunteerism, where we don't really look at the long-term side effects of us going to different countries who don't have the infrastructure that we have. Is there anything we can look out for in terms of going through organizations that are more responsible or having healthier collaborations?
Yeah, so I think one thing to keep in mind is actually a concept that I was first exposed to from my social entrepreneurship experiences is the notion that you need to work with a community and you need to understand what are the solutions that they're looking for, what can they integrate into their experiences. So what we have to be cognizant of, when we go on global neurosurgery missions is, are we simply going there and trying to force a solution onto that community that either doesn't really fit within, their cultural experiences and backgrounds or their, approach towards life? And is it a solution that's sustainable? Because as some of you mentioned, if we're just going there for a week, we do a bunch of these neurosurgeries and we leave, we really haven't had a lasting impact because we really haven't addressed their underlying need, which is that they need some kind of long-term solution. And so that's where I think it's important to first ask the community, what is it that you need from us, right? And what would you like to, how would you like to go about receiving that? And I think that's where, it ties into this concept of these long-term partnerships and helping some of these nations to build up infrastructure so that they can be self-sufficient and so they can develop along their own trajectory instead of kind of, being forced into a trajectory that other countries have taken that have worked for those other countries, but don't necessarily work for, the target community or, it doesn't really address the needs that that specific community has.
Gotcha. Perfect. Okay, cool. So I guess to go off to kind of change the topic a little bit, what do you think is the most exciting things that are happening in global neurosurgery right now?
I mean, something so I have interest in trauma and vascular, and there is some work going on in actually trying to expand endovascular capabilities to low and middle income countries that otherwise wouldn't have those. So I think it's SVIN, the vascular. SVIN, whatever the acronym is. They're sponsoring a mechanical thrombectomy 2030 project where they're trying to really expand, what happens to be one of the most effective surgical techniques, mechanical thrombectomy, to these countries that otherwise wouldn't have those capabilities. And it's just cool because it represents a really nice collaboration between, the clinical partners and industry, because there is so much equipment and equipment updating that is required for endovascular technology. So I think that's something that's going on. That's pretty exciting.
That's very cool.
I think
I guess that's
another interesting area. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say another interesting area I think is that there's recently been quite a bit of research into pre-hospital care. And I find that particularly interesting because I recently wrote a paper on the evolution of neurosurgery and neurology in India. And part of my paper was looking at, what is the current status of neurosurgery and neurology in India? And one of the findings was that there's, only a couple thousand neurosurgeons in India, and they're mostly concentrated in the major cities. So that means that almost 80% of the country isn't easily serviceable by neurosurgeons. And I think one of the areas where we can kind of help to offset that disease burden is by implementing systems that can target care that's administered outside of the hospital. And there have been quite a few papers that have come out in the last, I would say, 5 or 6 years that have been proposing some very interesting solutions of how to get that system set up in a way that's sustainable, in a way that helps to ease the transition of care from that initial point in the field to potentially to the hospital, and in some cases actually be able to manage certain types of injuries completely outside of the hospital, so that these systems don't get overburdened, and so that they're able to better develop these systems of care.
Wow, that's very fascinating. So I guess to close off, Anurag, you got me interested now. So do you think before we say goodbye, do you think you can explain a little bit what South Asian public health is, and because that's something that I assume that I've never heard that term before. Do you think you can explain a bit about how what your involvement is with that?
Certainly. So South Asian health is looking at the specific health needs of the South Asian community, and this includes South Asians that are living in the South Asian countries, as well as their global diaspora that live in other countries. And part of what motivated me to get involved with this is actually in the past couple years during COVID, actually, some papers started coming out that found that South Asians have very different health susceptibilities compared to other populations. And currently, one of the challenges in medicine is that a lot of the research that's been done has been based on your 20-something, 70-kilogram Caucasian male. So for one thing, that's not necessarily representative of other racial groups, but it's also not representative of women, and it's not necessarily representative of your average human, so to speak. So South Asian health is very broadly just looking at how are South Asians different in their health needs, and what can we do to better address those health needs in a manner that's culturally sensitive. Because a lot of the dietary recommendations that, for example, patients receive in the U.S. is based on the American kind of diet and American food preferences. But a lot of the times it doesn't really fit with the types of foods and the dietary patterns that South Asians have, coming from their home country, and even amongst, the first generation of immigrants and their kids that have grown up in this country where they've kind of lived in this mixed setting of, they have their traditional foods from their home culture as well as eating American foods here. And in terms of my involvement in that, I've been a part of a couple of research projects that are more so looking at the internal medicine aspect of things like physical activity, diet, exercise, and all of that. As well as there's one project that I'm hoping to be involved in that's going to be looking at the effects of Parkinson's disease, specifically within the South Asian community. And I'm also not the president, I used to be the co-executive director of the National South Asian Medical Student Association. I'm currently their advocacy committee chair. And a lot of my work has really been focused on trying to raise awareness of the issues that specifically affect the South Asian community in terms of their health, and working to build advocacy networks, and the long-term goal will be to ultimately enact policy changes, both in the legal sense as well as within the medical community, so that we can better address some of these needs.
Wow, that's really cool. And I didn't realize that you were involved with that, actually, especially holding that high of a position in that organization too. That's very, you should have led with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's
awesome.
The organization is relatively new. It was started again right around the time of COVID, and I was fortunate enough to get involved with it right, as the organization was getting up and started. But it's been an interesting journey, and I'm looking forward to seeing how the organization grows and ultimately achieves these goals.
Yeah. And honestly, I'm just loving how much you're able to combine neurosurgery and public health, which is not something that, I thought was as applicable as, you're allowing it to be, which is, I think, going to make neurosurgery a lot more interesting to a lot more people who have a far wider range of interest across many different ways of applying medicine.
Certainly, I agree. I think one of the areas that I'm also looking at in terms of neurosurgery particularly is actually combining neurosurgery more specifically with South Asian health, and looking at, are there differences in neurosurgical outcomes within the South Asian population? And I've been trying to pester all of the attendings who I know for any information on any databases that they have that might contain data on the South Asian community, or allow us to kind of make these comparisons based on different racial and ethnic groups to identify, are there ways that we can be better treating some of these patients?
That's awesome. I love that. And we do have somebody, do you have a comment? Oh yeah, go for it.
No, that's just super interesting. And you're epitomizing, I think, what global neurosurgery needs to be, where we're approaching it with like a solid public health background. Like it can't just be that, person traveling and just doing procedures. It's great for, a little bit, but it doesn't solve any problem. And just, note on like the database thing. I think part of the problem is we just don't specify that population in coding, right? So in a lot of these national databases, it's AAPI, right, is going to be the essentially coding for Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. And that's just it. Like, we don't get in any more depth than that. So that needs to be a change at like the policy level of how we create those data sets. So that's strong work for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we do have somebody in the chat. Reina says, I'm interested in speaking further with you all about global neurosurgery. Down the line, I would like to work with physicians in El Salvador and Central America to help expand neurosurgical resources. And she acutely pointed out the quality of our speaker today. Anurag, yeah, this is really cool. I'm really glad that we had you on today. And if you are interested in like working with us and discussing more, if you go to the Brain and Spine Group website, we have a place where you can enter your information. We can get in contact with you if you want to get more in contact with our resources. And, if we want to have more of a conversation down the line, we definitely would love that. Or
pop the email right there. So Raina, shoot us an email and we'll get in touch and see what we can do.
I just want to add here, like, it's just so exciting to see this momentum in global neurosurgery just build over time, like within the past, couple decades, the kind of strides that neurosurgery has made in the global scale. I'm really excited to continue, like, Raina said, continue this conversation down the line and see where it goes. And yeah, I'm excited. I've learned a lot in this podcast too. So thank you guys for sharing.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I think we'll call it there. Does anybody have any last words to say before we head out?
No, thank you guys for having me on today. This was just absolutely fascinating. And it was also really interesting to see how much more there is to learn about global neurosurgery. Just talking with Mike and Liam today, like, I learned about so many different things that are going on that I wasn't aware of before. So it's very exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. On a rock. You have an open invitation to their show anytime. Let us know if you want to talk about something. We'll have you back on because it's great.
I would love to. I might just take you up on that offer.
My plan's coming together already. All right, folks. Y'all have a good night, all right?
Yeah, we'll see y'all next week.
See y'all.
Take care, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the neurosurgery journey. It's our pleasure to have you guys with us tonight. So your abstract has been accepted to a national meeting. Now what? Presenting research at a national conference is somewhat of a growing requisite for students interested in pursuing neurosurgery. Yet students may wonder sometimes how it's possible amidst a demanding classroom and/or clinical schedule. So tonight on the journey, we're joined by third-year medical student Sangami Pugazenthi and junior pre-med student Shirley Pan, both students at Washington University in St. Louis. And we'll be discussing attending national conferences as students interested in and pursuing neurosurgery. As students, we're often eager to present our research anywhere and everywhere we can, but the logistics of travel and funding can easily limit a student's ability to attend such meetings. So if someone is able to overcome those hurdles, what do they do once they get there? And so we're going to try to attempt to delve into how students can take full advantage and maximize their benefit when attending national conferences. A conversation that we hope will help elucidate reasons for attending, options for making attendance possible, and opportunities available to students at the meeting itself. So Sangami, Shirley, great to have you guys on tonight, and thanks for being here.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thanks, Gretchen.
Yeah, of course. So I kind of introduced you guys a little bit, but do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself? Shirley, you want to go first?
Yeah. Hi, my name's Shirley. I'm a junior at WashU, as Gretchen said, and I've just been doing research for the past 3 to 4 years in a neurosurgery lab at the medical school here.
Awesome. Sangami?
Hi, everyone. My name is Sangami. I am a third-year med student at WashU in St. Louis. I'm actually currently on a research year between my second and third years of medical school. Predominantly do brain tumor research here, as well as a lot of other types of clinical and medical education projects within the Department of Neurosurgery at WashU.
Both are rock stars, so we're very excited to have you guys. So obviously tonight we're going to discuss a lot about meetings and conferences. So let's just start at the beginning. What kind of opportunities are available for medical students to present their research? Sangami, you want to go first?
Sure. So there are a lot of different types of opportunities ranging from local to national meetings to present your research. There's really something at every stage, I would say. And so Shirley maybe can talk more about the undergraduate experience, but from a medical student's perspective, most medical schools, I would say, have an annual research symposium type of opportunity, and that's a really easy local way to work, present your research. And I think anyone working on research should really take advantage of that opportunity. It's a great, more low stakes way to get practice presenting work. there are often regional conferences. So within neurosurgery, there are things like the Southern Neurosurgical Society, the Western Neurosurgical Society, things like that. And then on a national level, the two major annual neurosurgical conferences within the United States is the AANS and the CNS. And there are several other national meetings that are focused on different topics within neurosurgery, different subspecialties. So the pediatric section, the tumor section, the cerebrovascular section, and so on and so forth. So that's kind of a big overview ranging from local to national for medical students.
Awesome, thanks. Shirley, are there specific conferences specifically for undergrads, or are the big meetings like the AANS and CNS also open to undergraduate students?
Yeah, so I echo everything Sangmi said. On the undergrad side too, we usually have, at least at WashU, a semi-annual research symposium. And so it's split between posters and talks. Talks, as is the case for most conferences, are more selective than posters. But regardless of what format your presentation is, it's a really good opportunity to present your research in a very low stakes manner. But as an undergrad, I also have had the opportunity to submit my work and attend national conferences.
Awesome. So is that process, I guess, similar? Is there any differences between submitting as an undergraduate or versus a med student?
Yeah, so I think both of us, Sangmi and I, in the past, as well as everyone else who has submitted to conferences, has submitted through the Abstract Center, which opens several months before the conference is set to happen. So you can just submit your abstracts through there, usually just a block of text, no references, no figures needed, although some conferences have moved to optional figures. But you submit through there and you cross your fingers and wait and see whether or not you get accepted, and if you get accepted, what format you're assigned.
Awesome. Okay. So say someone has, actually, let me take a step back. So if interested students, how can they find out more about these conferences, about like dates, deadlines, speakers that may be attending or being there, and then how can they kind of stay in the loop about future meetings?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's something that kind of you develop over time when you're kind of working within a specialty like neurosurgery. And so pretty concrete ways that I would recommend is following all of these groups that we're mentioning on Twitter. Things are always posted on Twitter, and people really advertise these meetings and abstract deadlines on Twitter. And so the AANS, the CNS, the respective sections that I mentioned for different subspecialties within neurosurgery, the regional organizations, I would recommend you just follow all of them on Twitter and just kind of check your Twitter now and then. The other thing you can do is to be a medical student, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong, Shirley, as an undergraduate member, you can sign up for membership for these organizations, at least the AANS and the CNS, and that's free of charge. And so that's a great way to just stay up to date with what the organizations are doing, and they'll send you emails now and then giving you updates on the meetings and when the abstract deadlines are, and kind of staying up to date with those things. So I would recommend definitely signing up to be a member, as well as following Twitter accounts, I think are both great ways.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead, Shirley.
Yeah, Twitter has been absolutely amazing in keeping me up to date with everything that's happening, whether it be, conferences and what's going on in that regard, or publications and staying up to date with the literature. I've also found subscribing to a lot of their mailing lists is very helpful, because I have my Outlook app on my iPhone, so I can just see those pop up. And sometimes when so many things happen on Twitter, having Outlook as a second kind of reinforcement is very helpful for me. I will say I do not think that there's currently a mechanism for undergrads to have membership in AANS or CNS or the sections. I know that some other not specifically neuroscience, organizations and such as SNO do, but AANS and CNS I don't believe have that mechanism at the moment.
Gotcha. Are these memberships free for students, or is there a fee that you have to pay?
The AANS and CNS memberships are both free. I've also signed up to be a member of the PED section as well as the tumor section, and all of those have been free for myself so far as a medical student member.
Okay, great. So say someone has a project ready to go. How do they decide which of these conferences to submit their research to?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think there are a few approaches. You can think about your topic area for sure. And so usually the way that I think about it is what deadlines are coming up. And so when do I have data ready? And then when is the deadline? Something to think about is usually for a lot of these conferences, you can't submit abstracts for data that has already been published. And so kind of the point of the conferences are to present up and coming data and stuff that's cutting edge, things that are going to be published in the future. And so if you are getting ready to submit a manuscript, it would be a good idea to think about which conference you want to submit this work to. And so thinking about which conference deadlines are coming up, and then of those, which ones would make sense from a topic perspective, I think is really the way that I've been doing it so far, and I think has worked well. Another conference that Shirley had mentioned in passing that I wanted to also mention is the Society for Neuro-Oncology, or SNO. There are a lot of different types of scientists and practitioners and clinicians that go to that meeting, but there is always a big neurosurgical presence also at SNO. So any type of neuro-oncology research would be a great submission as well to SNO. So that's kind of the way I approach it. Shirley, do you have anything else you do?
Yeah, I don't have anything in particular to, add. However, I sometimes do defer to my mentor and or ask my mentor for their thoughts on which conferences to submit to, because there may be other, considerations that I am not aware of because I am a student still, such as, where has the audience that may be, most active in giving feedback and or discussion, because another component to conferences is receiving that discussion and being a part of those discussions on what may be added to your research to make it better and bring it to the next level.
Awesome. Sangami, you kind of mentioned submitting to conferences before your data is actually published. Are there certain rules about submitting or presenting the same research to multiple conferences?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think few conferences have guidelines on that. And so I would really encourage everyone that's submitting to really make sure you're kind of combing through the guidelines and making sure that you're adhering to whatever the guidelines for that conference is, because often it is different. Something that I didn't know about that when I kind of started working on these things is if you have one manuscript with a whole bunch of data, that doesn't mean that whole bunch of data needs to be in one abstract. And so even if the conference has a policy where you can't submit data that has been presented elsewhere, you can still present data from a paper that you are going to write as multiple abstracts to the same conference, to different conferences. And so that's kind of a way to break up a lot of the data, especially talking about basic science work. It's a lot of data that you collect, and it's really important. And often these presentations are just a few minutes long. And so I think it's a great idea to kind of split it up sometimes, depending on the topic and the data that's being presented. And so that is definitely allowed, and a lot of people do it. Regarding abstracts that have been presented elsewhere, I think it really is conference dependent. So I'd encourage people to look at those guidelines before submitting.
Yeah. Shirley, I know you've mentioned to me before, you kind of have a little rule of thumb as far as like local versus regional versus national presentations.
Yeah. So again, always check with the conference to see what their policy is. But generally, if you present something, at a school or an institution or, a local conference, usually it's okay to send it to a national conference as well. However, it is conference dependent, and just always make sure to, maintain the rigor in checking with the conference to make sure you're not unintentionally breaking any guidelines.
Yeah, great. Okay, so let's kind of take a step back and let's talk about costs. Are these meetings free, or how should a student anticipate paying, like for their travel, lodging, all of that sort of stuff?
They are definitely not free. And so some conferences will have registration fees. And so not all of them do, particularly the CNS meeting, which is usually in the fall every year, is of no cost for medical students to register. However, there's always cost associated with traveling if you don't live in the city that the conference is located in. You have flights, you have Ubers, you need a place to stay, and then the cost of food for those few days. And, costs really add up. And I think it's a huge barrier for students, unfortunately. And I think that getting creative is kind of the best way to do it, and having a plan is really good. I think also having open discussion with your mentor about how this might be funded and kind of what you're able to contribute or not contribute on the front end, I think is really valuable. And so things that I've found luck with is, there are ways for your department of neurosurgery that you work with to fund the research, but not always. And so having a conversation with whoever in the department is kind of responsible for that is really important. Your mentor might have lab funds, grant money, or discretionary funds that they're able to use. And then the other thing is your medical school. From a med student's perspective, some medical schools do have conference travel funding, often is limited and won't cover an entire trip. But you can piece together some of these things. So maybe your mentor is able to pay for your flight, and your school can pay for your hotel, and someone else, the department's paying for your registration. And so it's not always so easy, but I think it's worth it. And trying to figure out ways to make it happen, I think, is really important. And, Shirley and I and Gretchen have all had great times at these meetings. And so I would really encourage people to try to make it happen. Even though the financial burden can be really high, like trying to get creative, I think is really a valuable thing to invest in. And the last thing I'll say is trying to build a network of students that you see at these meetings is really awesome, because it's also often a lot of the same students who are going to a lot of the meetings. And because of that, you can figure out ways to share Ubers from the airport, potentially get a hotel room together, things like that to diminish costs. So that's another great way to try to reduce the cost. But unfortunately, there are high costs associated with a lot of the meetings, and can definitely be a barrier.
For sure. It's so important. And you just described that so eloquently, Sangami. Shirley, so outside of funding from your PI or the department, are there any grants that students can apply for specifically, or scholarships that students can use for traveling, anything like that?
Yeah, so as Sangami said, if you get creative, usually you can find some grants as well that may cover the specific subtopic in which in which your research kind of applies. And so similar to what Sangami said on the undergrad side, there is a general conference award, but there are also several schools within Washington University, such as the Brown School, and the School of Public Health and whatnot, that may have smaller funding mechanisms that can be applied to your research if your research falls within one of the topics that they fund for.
Okay, so there's ways out there, but you just got to find them, is what I'm hearing. Yeah. Okay, so let's say you submitted an abstract, you got funding all figured out. Now, what is the feasibility of actually traveling and attending these meetings when you're in the middle of classroom work and courses and clerkships? How do you get time off? Are professors understanding? Or what if you have an exam? How does that work? We'll start with Sangami. How does that work being in med school?
Yeah, so it's, I would say, easier in your preclinical years, because those classes, at least at our med school, are not always mandatory. And so you can always watch a recorded lecture at a later date. Even mandatory sessions are easier to make up when it's preclinical work and not clinical work. And so personally, I haven't had a lot of trouble from that standpoint. And I think I'm very lucky that our school is really supportive of conference travel and medical students participating in research and being able to present that. And I don't know if that's really a unanimous type of institution, but I think that's the way it is here. Clerkships and clinical rotations are a bit harder because you can't really make up the work that you missed that day. And so I think for the majority of the time, the conferences usually will be over the weekend. So the national meetings are usually overlap with the weekend for at least a couple of days. And so I think the AANS this year is from Thursday to Tuesday or Thursday to Monday, and then CNS is something similar. And so I think the big thing that I would do is when you submit to a conference, you should expect that if your abstract is accepted, how are you going to make it happen? And so that's from a financial standpoint as well as getting time off of school. And so at our school, we have a very cut and dry policy for clerkships. You can only miss 3 clinical days per clerkship, which spans 2 months. And so I've left multiple times for 2 different conferences in 2 different clerkships and missed, I think, 2 or 3 days for each of those. And so it was fine because it fell within the policy at our institution. However, I was definitely taking a risk because if I got sick, I didn't have any sick days left. I basically used those for the conference. And so I think there is a risk with that, at least with our institution's policy. And I was able to make it work and was lucky to. But usually people are really willing to work with you, and you can always talk to your Dean of Student Affairs. Also, we have a Dean of Medical Student Research that we work with here. So I think just being proactive, communicating with your team, your clinical team, that you'll be out for a couple of days and, you'd be happy to, pick back up with the patients when you get back, and talking to your deans and your clerkship director on the front end, I think I think they will really appreciate it and be more likely to let you miss a couple of days. And personally, I haven't had any troubles with getting days off and have been able to go, but I think that being proactive is really important.
Yeah. How early do you need to have those conversations with those deans or your preceptor?
So I have those conversations when my abstracts are accepted. So usually abstracts are accepted a few months prior to the meeting. I would say maybe 3 months for the national meetings. And so that usually is ample time to talk to the administration. You probably won't know who's on your team 3 months in advance. You may not even know what service you're on 3 months in advance, but you can talk to your administrators at the time when your abstracts are accepted, and you'll say, I had abstracts accepted for a poster or talk, and I'd really love the opportunity to go and present the work that we've been working really hard on. And then when the time comes closer and you meet the team that you'll be working with for those days that you'll be off, I would have a conversation with them and just say, these days I'll be out for a conference, but, I'll be back and I'm happy to make up the work any way I can. So just as soon as possible is really the best. I think once your abstracts are accepted, that's at least the earliest time that I would have that conversation.
Okay, so just kind of open and honest conversation from the get-go. Mm-hmm. Shirley, does that seem like your experience as well, or is there any differences with being in undergrad courses?
Yeah, so I think what Sangami said about her preclinical years was very much, what I experienced with my professors. And, similarly, just my rule of thumb is always be proactive and be respectful. Because at the end of the day in undergrad, while your classes may seem disposable at times, there is, a human teaching the classes, and you did sign up to be a student first. And so I always, try to have those conversations as soon as I hear that the abstract's been accepted. And then I've, had trouble once before with a professor in a lab class. We were able to get it resolved eventually, and I was able to make up the lab because labs aren't really, things that you can just skip, and it creates a headache for everyone to rearrange. But I think at the end of the day, it was just a lot of open communication, sending over the email saying that my abstract had gotten accepted, documentation, and eventually we were able to come to a solution for it. And the other thing is sometimes when I do, because undergrad classes, especially the big science classes, my experience has been, they're always Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So you really don't have that block of 3-4 days that you can take off. On days like that where I really can't miss a class that's not recorded, I will maybe fly in, Tuesday night, present on Wednesday, and then fly out so that I'm able to be back in time for my Thursday class.
Gotcha. Short trips. Okay, great. Okay, let's get to the good stuff now. Shirley, we'll start with you. Why should undergraduate students submit research to these conferences and attend these conferences?
Yeah, so as an undergrad, especially when you're at a research institution like WashU, everyone's involved in research, it seems like. And I think that, one, it's nice after you've been working for so long on a research project to be able to present it to someone, see what other people's perspectives are, because everyone's an expert in something, and getting multiple experts together and having those discussions really, helps inspire you, helps you see what's out there. But two, you meet so many nice people, so many great, amazing people who are very inspiring. Just from the conferences that I've attended, met so many really awesome medical students who've been super amazing and super welcoming to me and answering any of my questions that I have related to my future career steps, education, whatnot. And I think it's also very nice to see what other research is out there, because when you're in lab all day and you see what's going on around you, you see what you're doing, you read the literature, but seeing what's up and coming and what other people's hypotheses are, and the different schools of thought within your specific research field can be very eye-opening and help you think from multiple perspectives when you go back and think about your next projects and what's to come.
So fun. Sangami, are there any other different motivations for med students to go?
Yeah, I think that for medical students specifically trying to go into neurosurgery, I think there are a lot of positives and reasons to attend the meetings. And so the first thing, a disclaimer, is that I have not applied for the match. And so these are my own opinions and I don't know the answers, but I will say that I've gotten a lot of advice that presenting your work at conferences can be really positively seen when you apply for the match, because it really shows that you're able to communicate your science. You're not just, holed away in your lab and your computer and writing all these manuscripts, but you're really able to communicate and have open discussions, like Shirley said, with a wider neurosurgical audience. And so that audience will include attendings, other medical students, residents. And so it can definitely be intimidating as a medical student to get up there and talk about your research in front of a lot of experts that have been doing this stuff a lot longer than you. But I think it's really valuable, and everyone has been really kind and welcoming to me as well at these meetings. But the other things I think that people don't think about as often, which is really beneficial, is that you meet a lot of people at these meetings. There are huge academic presences at these meetings from large academic institutions, and even neurosurgeons that aren't in academics come to these meetings. And so you have an opportunity to network pretty widely at a lot of these meetings, especially the national meetings. There are really thousands of people there. And so that can range from making friends with other medical students who are going into neurosurgery, residents who might be your senior residents one day, and then, of course, attendings who might be working on the same type of research as you, might be an attending at an institution you're interested in continuing your training at, and things like that. And so I've found that the meetings have really broadened my kind of perspective on neurosurgery, and especially what is happening in the field of neurosurgery within our own institution and other institutions. So I think there are a lot of positives to going to these conferences beyond just the research even.
Mm-hmm. For sure. I echo that as well. So you both touched on two things that I kind of want to circle back to. Sangami, you're talking about presenting in front of residents and physicians and stuff. For someone who hasn't been there, what does that actually look like? Like, what kind of set the stage? Like, what what's kind of the environment you're in when you're presenting your research at a conference?
Yeah, so there are different types of presentations, like Shirley alluded to previously. And so one type of presentation is a poster presentation. And so that is typically similar to what you would do at a poster presentation at your own institution, if you have that. And so it's usually a big hall, like an auditorium kind of space, where there are tons of posters, like 100+ posters lined up. And at the allotted time, you kind of go next and stand next to your poster, and there are a lot of people walking around, and people might stop by your poster and ask you about your research. You should probably have a 1 to 2 minute spiel about your project that you can give them, and then be able to answer any questions and have discussions with anyone who's interested in your work. And so that's a poster presentation. Something I experienced last year at the CNS actually was like a mini podium presentation. I had not kind of known what that was before that meeting. And so that was kind of actually during the poster presentation. They had set up 4 podiums in the corner of this massive room. And so there were little podiums, like a little bit elevated off the ground, and there was a little TV next to us. And you had about 3 minutes for your presentation if you were chosen to give that type of presentation. So it's super short, and just a few slides kind of highlighting your work. And so while everyone was walking around looking at the posters, they could also stop by those corners of the room to hear what the mini podium presenters were talking about. And so that was kind of a new format for me. And so I wasn't really familiar with that until CNS last year, which I thought was a great addition to the poster session. And then the last type of presentation is an oral presentation, usually is how it's listed on a abstract portal, or talk is more informally, people just call it a talk. And so those are usually, in my experience, like 6-ish minute presentations. Usually there's only one presenter in each room going at one time. And so it's a larger room, but not as big as that type auditorium type room. There are a ton of chairs in there. Usually it's based on topics. So there might be a pediatric session. And so there might be 10 abstracts that are going to be presented in that session. Each presenter has 6 minutes. And so you walk up to the front of the room. There's a big projector. You have slides prepared, and you kind of just run through your slides you run through your slides for 6 minutes in front of the audience that's sitting there. And then the next presenter will go up. They have it in different formats in terms of questions. Sometimes they have it so that you have 1 minute of questions after your presentation. Sometimes it's at the end of the session after all 10 presenters have gone. Then the floor is open for questions for anyone. So that's kind of an overview, I think, of 3 pretty common presentation methods.
I really like the idea of the mini podiums. It's kind of like a step between posters and then the actual like big talks, as you mentioned. Shirley, so next question for you. So let's say you're at your poster presentation, or you're giving an oral presentation, and you know your research like the back of your hand, you know every part of it in and out, but what do you do, or how do you handle a question that you don't know the answer to?
Yeah, and so my go-to is always, first, thank you. I've never thought of that question before, something along the lines of that. And it's, okay to take a reasonable pause between when you get the question, when you start answering, to think it through. And then you can always say something along the lines of, I really hadn't thought in that direction before. I really haven't, that's a great point. I haven't really thought about that before. I need to, either read more into this, or, we have experiments undergoing for this, to answer that question. And then for smaller presentations, if on the local level or at the institutional level, you can say something along the lines of, I can get back to you. And if you say that, try to follow up with it, especially as a student. When you're a student and you say that, and it's something within your capacity to do, or if you actually go do the experiment later and get a result, it's always good to follow up and kind of close that loop. But on the national level, I haven't ever gotten that type of question before where I've said, "Let me get back to you," because it's one probably not going to happen. I'm probably not going to get back to that person. And so I always just, don't panic, take a second, tell them it was a really good question, because it probably was a really good question. And then say something, just close the loop, and, show that you're taking their comment into consideration, and that that's a potential line of investigation that you would like to pursue in the future.
Nice. Like short, casual, keep it good. So you've also both touched on networking. So Shirley, what could networking as an undergrad look like at these national conferences?
Yeah. So I guess first step with medical students, it's been really nice for me to kind of meet the medical students that are there. They've all been super nice to kind of take me under their wing and let me go along with them as they talk to other medical students that they know. And sometimes if I, see one of my medical student friends is talking to a group of residents or talking to an attending, I might, just join the conversation, kind of listen to what they have to say, because they are, years and years ahead of me, and they have years and years of wisdom that I don't have yet. And anything they say is something that, has potential to be really informative for me. And then sometimes if my mentor is at that conference, if there's someone who's within the same field of research and or expresses interest in a particular aspect of the work that I'm presenting, they might introduce me and say, this is the student that led this research, and then I'll introduce myself briefly, say my name is Shirley, say what I am, I'm an undergraduate student, and then kind of I like to let them lead the conversation and kind of gauge their level of interest, because the last thing I want to do is be talking for minutes and minutes and minutes, and because that's not reading the room, and that's not a great impression.
Okay, so you're kind of saying you sort of focus on getting to know med students, and then maybe any like faculty or other people that your mentor knows, and kind of engaging in those conversations. Yeah. Sangami, would you say that's pretty similar, or are there other aspects that medical students should really focus on as far as networking at these conferences?
Yeah, I think that's really similar. I think medical students probably have different goals than obviously an undergraduate student. And so applying to neurosurgery residency is probably on everyone's the forefront of their minds. And so I think that being a junior medical student at these conferences is probably a little bit different from a networking perspective than a senior medical student at these conferences. And so something that I've found is really exciting and really I appreciate about going to conferences is that usually there are a lot of WashU residents and faculty and medical students and Shirley at the conferences. And so we have a pretty good group usually in a representative portion. And so they're always really kind, the same way Shirley said the med students take her under their wing. Like I feel like the residents kind of take me under their wing and, text me when they are getting dinner or doing, going to a certain session and things like that. And I think that conferences are a great opportunity to network not only with people that you don't know, but even people that you do know, even at your home institution. And so it's a lot easier to talk to an attending who's at the WashU dinner than talk to them in the OR when there's a lot of things happening and I'm on service. And so I found that going to conferences has really strengthened even my relationships with my home program. Even though that we all are in the same place every day at home, the conferences really bring a lot of people together. And I think that's really a huge benefit I saw in my junior years of medical school. I've heard a lot about kind of as you get closer to match time and as you're applying to ERAS, thinking about where you might be interested in pursuing residency, seeing who's at the conferences at those schools, making sure that you're aware of the type of research they do at that institution. And if that's something you're interested in doing yourself in residency, then it would be great to, be going to some of those talks at those institutions to see if there's work there that, you might be interested in pursuing when you get there. Reaching out to residents who presented their work after, they present, instead of just going up to them and just saying, hey, like I really want to go to residency, like at your school, at your program, really talking to them about why you thought their research was interesting, and talk to them about why, like questions you had about their work, ideas you had about, where you think that their work could lead in the future. I think people really respond well to that when you show interest in their work. The same way Shirley was saying, people showing interest in her work, I think goes both ways. And so even though you're a medical student or an undergraduate student, people really are excited when you're excited about something. So that's something I think is really valuable too, is when you see work that you are really impressed with and you have something to add to the conversation, I think is totally appropriate to go up to the presenter afterwards and have a conversation about that.
Nice. Okay, so you both kind of touched on some networking, and I kind of like how it's sort of a stepwise kind of who you kind of focus your time and energy towards, and it makes sense, just as with education and training is happens in a stepwise fashion. So you mentioned poster presentations, talks. Are there any other opportunities at these conferences to just kind of chat with people as far as like other med student meetups, or Sangami, you mentioned dinners, anything else that goes on?
Yeah, so usually if you are there with, I shouldn't say usually, I should say that some institutions that particularly have a lot of representation at the conferences usually will have one night where they organize a dinner or drinks for everyone from that institution who's at the conference. And they will basically say, and usually they include the medical students in that. And so I would definitely recommend going to that. Other things, there are often a lot of receptions that are organized by the national meeting. So there's usually young neurosurgeons reception, and usually they include medical students in that. Things like the tumor section reception I went to one year, and that was great to just meet other people interested in tumor research. The women in neurosurgery section of the AANS and CNS often has different social events as well. In the upcoming AANS, they have a gala, which is going to be really great. They have a breakfast. And so a lot of the things are not just science oriented. It's a lot of networking, and it's really built to be that way, and socializing and, meeting up with friends that may not be living in the same city as you and things like that. So there are a lot of opportunities. I would say that you should definitely look at the program. A lot of the things are actually just in the program. And lastly, I would just like to plug at the CNS, I think we are going to try to organize more medical student meetups and things like that. So stay tuned for kind of more information, especially for CNS upcoming this fall. But I think that medical students usually at these meetings are really excited to meet other medical students. So it doesn't have to be in a formal meetup type of way, but even if you just see someone who looks like a medical student or has it on their badge, usually it says medical student on it, I would encourage everyone to be friendly and talk to students and network and make friends from other institutions.
Yeah, I've heard meetings are a really good time. Shirley, is there anything specific for undergrads, or you guys just kind of go wherever the med students go, kind of wherever?
Yeah, so I didn't submit anything to CNS last year, but in 2021 there was a med student info session in which they had a lot of the program directors having a panel, and pretty much I think it was a huge crowd of medical students was sitting in the audience, and the program directors presented their programs, and afterwards medical students were allowed to go up and ask questions, and then they had a reception afterwards in which residents from a lot of the programs were, mingling with the medical students over food, and it was a really good time to, at which I was observing, other medical students that I know, talking to the residents, and also medical students talking to each other, because I know that a lot of the medical students knew each other from sub-Is or had seen each other along the trail, and so there was a lot of socialization there. And same thing with some of the other conferences. Between sessions, they'll also have breaks in which they'll have drinks and or food there. and just time, space to allow for everyone to say hi to each other, catch up, network, and or talk about research.
Yeah, it sounds like a lot of fun. Okay, so we do have a question here in the chat. Let me pull it up here. So what if you don't have any research to present or you didn't submit anything to a conference? When can you still go, or what can you do at a conference when you don't have research to present?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think there's a ton of value. Hopefully, we've explained all of the value in attending conferences beyond just presenting research. And so I would definitely encourage you to try to attend the meetings if you're able to, even if you don't have research to present, because I think is a lot of value. So I guess is the question kind of, I would say generally it's harder to get funding to go if you don't have research to present. In my experience, it's a lot easier to convince someone to pay for you to go if you have research to present. When I say someone, I mean like a institution, like a department or a lab fund or something like that, or grant money. And so I would say that if you want to go, you should definitely go, but just be aware that it might be harder to get funded, as well as harder to get time off of your coursework if you don't have research. But if it's on a weekend and you live there and registration's fee, like that's free, then that's awesome. And I would really encourage you to go. And hopefully we've touched on some of the things that you can participate in, even without having a presentation yourself. There are medical student sessions that are really helpful for applying for residency, choosing a program, doing well on sub-Is. There are hands-on labs, there are social events, and a lot of really great things that happen at these meetings. And of course, learning from other people's research is really invaluable as well. So personally, I think it's a great idea if you're able to attend.
Awesome. Shirley, anything you'd like to add?
I completely agree with everything Sangmi said, but it's probably more applicable to medical students than undergrads, because I think there are select undergrad conferences that exist that may be good for undergrad networking with other undergrads and potentially grad students and or faculty. But from an undergrad attending a neurosurgery conference for the sake of attending and networking, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I just think it might be, more applicable to medical students than undergrads.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, it's been really great to have you guys on tonight. Any closing remarks or anything we haven't touched on that you want to make sure our audience is aware of regarding attending conferences as students?
I would just say that I think Shirley and I hopefully have both kind of echoed that it's been a really great time going to these meetings. We think it's really valuable. It can be hard to sometimes get funding and time off and those things, but if you're able to work those things out, I think it's really valuable to submit abstracts and attend and network and meet people. And we've really enjoyed doing that. So hopefully some of you guys decide to go to the next one. We'll see you there.
Awesome. Well, we've been joined with Sangami and Shirley Pan, both from WashU tonight. Thank you both so much for being here. It was so much fun talking about this with you guys. And for our audience, thank you for being here tonight with us as well, and for the questions. As always, like and subscribe to our social media pages and YouTube pages, and feel free to listen to this recording later on if you see so. But thanks, guys, and we will see you next week.
All right, folks, we are live. Thanks everybody for joining for, I think this is the 8th episode of the neurosurgery journey. So we kicked off our journey here on the live stream podcast at the beginning of this year, 2023. We've had some great guests talk about their professional development experiences in neurosurgery. Last week, we were fortunate to have Dr. Christian Bowers from New Mexico on to talk about, kind of reinventing a program and the process of neurosurgery training. And now we're going to have a conversation that's really near and dear to my colleague Divine and myself, because we're both MD PhD candidates and we're aspiring neurosurgeon scientists, and we're joined by really phenomenal neurosurgeon scientist Dr. Manish Aghi,
from the University of California, San Francisco. Dr. Aghi is a neurosurgical oncologist and a cancer biologist. He's a professor in the neurological surgery department at UCSF. He earned his BS and MS at Stanford University. He then went on to a little place called Harvard Medical School to earn his MD and his PhD in neuroscience in their medical scientist training program. So we're really fortunate to have one of the preeminent neurosurgeon scientists on to talk about being a neurosurgeon scientist and what that training pathway is like. So Dr. Aghi, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. And this is definitely a topic that's near and dear to my heart. So
absolutely. So just to kind of kick this off, so the name of the show is the neurosurgery journey, and we like to just explore what the pathway is like for different individuals as they're pursuing their neurosurgical careers. So can you tell us a little bit about your own path into neurosurgery, what the training looked like, when you knew you wanted to be a neurosurgeon scientist or at least a physician scientist, and then a little bit about how your pathway differs from somebody who goes straight through medical school and into neurosurgical training?
Yeah, great question. So for me, when I was, I would probably go all the way back to college. I sort of had an interest in science, but I also knew I wanted to be a physician, and physician scientist seemed like a way to accomplish all that. So I applied to MD PhD programs, but I think one of the things that I realized early on was a little different than it did feel like even back then and even now. Most of my colleagues who were in MD PhD training were essentially going on to become pure scientists without really much of a clinical presence or even a translational component to their research. And I really found that odd. I mean, I understood that it would be difficult to achieve this sort of coveted 50-50 split because of the work that goes into both jobs. But, the times when I was doing pure research, even as a trainee or as a student, I felt something missing, which was the patient experience, which is what we all love, whether we're neurosurgeons or even non-surgeons. At the same time, the times when I was buried in patient encounters, I found myself missing, part of my brain that thinks about research. And so I really early on, wanted to be an MD PhD who did both. And that kind of made me feel a little different. And so when I was looking, so then in Boston, when I was looking for labs to rotate in, my classmates who were MD PhDs were just going into these like hardcore basic science labs. And I kept looking for a lab that identified itself based on a disease. And, I was interested in the brain. So my first rotation lab was in an Alzheimer's disease lab, but it just didn't excite me. It felt like it just wasn't satisfying. I had this sort of rapid need for fulfillment that you don't get as a neurologist seeing dementia. And the lab component was similarly didn't fulfill that need. And so then my second lab was a brain tumor lab. And there were a number of neurosurgeons who were rotating their residents and things like that. And the environment was just spectacular. I found myself so energized to go back to work, to go in every day into the lab. And I knew I had found not just the place where I was going to do my PhD, but thankfully the disease I would study for the rest of my life. And meeting those folks who were neurosurgeons got me really thinking about neurosurgery for the first time. And so even though I had this long PhD ahead of me, I do remember going to the operating room with one of those residents who was taking out a brain tumor. And, probably an operation that now would take 3 hours, back then with the technology was like almost 8 hours of surgery. But I just remember standing on my feet and staring at this operation and not like moving or dozing off or like being inattentive. And whereas if I shadowed a neurologist in clinic, it just felt like my mind would always drift to something else, like what I was having for dinner that night or something like that. And I tell people that I train, like, that's really what you're looking for. It's that primitive sense of like, oh my God, this is a place, this captures my attention in a way that nothing else does. And especially for me, like I tend to drift very easily if I'm bored, and that just wasn't the case. So I kind of put that in my back pocket. I mean, I was leaving the clinic to go to grad school at the time, but I was like, this neurosurgery thing is something cool. And when I'm done with my PhD, it's something I want to explore deeper. So I finished the PhD, and then when I got to rotations, I wanted to be thorough and open-minded, so I looked at everything, but in the end, neurosurgery was the choice I made, and I was fortunate early on to identify mentors who were surgeon scientists in neurosurgery, and so although it seemed clear that the road would be challenging, it seemed doable, and so I sort of stuck with it, and it just kept kept checking all the boxes with each step.
Yeah, that's really cool. And I think, hitting on that mentorship, that's something we've heard quite a bit about on the past couple episodes that we've had. I think neurosurgery, we talk all the time about it being this small field. I almost think that facilitates the mentorship because, everybody sort of has a vested interest in making sure that the people joining neurosurgery are, well trained and well kind of counseled on what that career is like. Which is really interesting. And it's great to hear that you had those experiences with surgeon scientists. So I want to loop back to, a question that's, a lot of MD PhD students face, or, really any student that maybe wants to take a year in the lab, and what should they be looking for in that lab? So it sounds like for you, maybe you weren't driven so much by what the pathology specifically was, but there might have been another element, at least that it did have clinical relevance. So can you talk a little bit about what that process was like for you?
Yeah, so for me, the science, needed to have the potential for a translational component, but it also needed to be real science and real, the kind of science that any scientist would respect and applaud. And then the other thing is the environment. So, I mean, obviously I mentioned mentorship, but I didn't want to be in a place. I mean, I think as neurosurgeons, we're all, wound a little tight, but to me, an environment that, that sort of calms things down and makes things warm and friendly and positive is helpful. And just a collegiality, like, working with people that, I would go out for a drink with after work, not just people that I say bye to when I leave for the day. And those things were important. Working with people that I would, trust and respect and consider myself friends with and really make lifelong friendships with. Those were all important things for my research environment, both as a trainee and then eventually as a PI myself.
Awesome. Divine, feel free to jump in here with any questions that you might have as well.
Yeah, thank you for joining us, Dr. Aggie. I just had a question too, just to, if you could, tell the audience a little bit, like, what is, when we talk about the 60-40 or the 50-50 balance in the MD PhD or the physician scientist life, what is your typical day like? How do you typically handle a week, and how do you balance those two different dichotomies?
Yeah, it's a great question. So it does tend to work out to be close to 50-50. But, obviously it's not more than the number. It's just knowing in your heart that you're giving enough attention to both aspects of your life. And so, on paper, my sort of schedule during the week is that I'm in the lab Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and then Thursday in clinic all day. Friday is an OR day, but I do run 2 rooms concurrently, which is a subject of ongoing debate and discussion in the field. But having that as my default allows, more surgeries to get done and is very helpful. My lab is, a separate campus from the clinical practice. So I tend to, as much as possible, avoid splitting days where I have to go back and forth. But, as your surgical reputation grows, the demand for your services will grow as a surgeon. So I certainly am doing plenty of surgeries on Mondays and Tuesdays and Wednesdays. And if that's the case, I try to, at least, make those surgical days a little shorter so I can get to the lab for a little bit on those days. And so, in theory, it sort of does work out pretty evenly split, but each week is its own entity. And the way I tend to do it is it's kind of like balancing your budget. Like you may stretch yourself a little thin one week with too much research or too much clinic, but as long as you're sort of steering yourself back to the center whenever possible, that usually does the trick.
Yeah, that's a great question. I almost found, I found it intimidating when we talk in the MD PhD program about like what the split should be, because I think a lot of traditional physician scientists talk about it more in the time perspective than maybe the attention perspective that you discussed. So the time in lab versus the time in clinic. So it's nice to hear that it does break down that way. It's just sort of in a different way. A question I've had, and I remember this when I was kind of on the MD PhD interview trail, is there were definitely some programs that seem to, be more receptive to the idea of training surgeon scientists, whereas there were others that, sort of like you talked about, really wanted, almost the clinician that was just going to become a scientist and had the MD by their name for, maybe prestige or for, a clinical tie. How do you, advise maybe MD PhD or future MD PhD students to try to discern that out, whether or not they will be fostered into, a true clinical career if that's something that they want?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think it's having interfaced with a number of administrative components of MD PhD programs. I think you'll certainly have access to information regarding, where their graduates end up, and that's all going to be pretty well documented. My experience is that what's more helpful rather than sort of contacting the administrators, because MD PhD programs are so large. So what I did in my case, which was so long ago, is I identified a few recent graduates of the program who were pursuing surgical careers, or in my case, that there was one who was pursuing a neurosurgical career. And I reached out to them and just asked, were there any barriers they encountered during the graduate school portion of the training, or even the MD portion of the training, that it would help for me to know about ahead of time, and also just any resources or shortcuts they were able to create or take advantage of that could be helpful, including around the time of return to the wards, because that's each school has its own sort of unique programs where individual departments can, so for example, we have a 2-week clerkship that is offered for third-year students, but has also been very helpful for returning PhD students to take before they jump into fourth year. And so little tricks like that, like something that's not advertised specifically for the MD PhD program, and probably the MD PhDs are just unaware of it. But, a few years ago, somebody who was going into neurosurgery stumbled upon it, and it proved very helpful. So I think those sort of contacting individual examples is probably the most helpful. But yeah, certainly if you're looking at an MD PhD program as a prospective applicant, and there's just no precedent for someone going into a surgical field, that might be a bit concerning.
Yeah, absolutely. Divine, maybe we'll lean on a little bit of kind of peer advice here, since you're an M4 and you're just coming to the end of the MD PhD program. How did you go about, that transition from the PhD back to M3, knowing that you were interested in neurosurgery?
Yeah, actually, this is a question I was going to ask Dr. Aggie too, because when I look at the the MD PhD model, it seems very disjointed in the sense that you have the first 2 years of medical school where you sort of focus on the clinical aspect, and then you step out for a few years to do the PhD and sort of neglect that the clinical aspect a little bit, and then you go back into the third year with that same focus. I wanted to get your thoughts on that model in general, Dr. Aggie, and what would be moving forward to getting people more interested, to make it more of a synergistic model where both are sort of complementing each other rather than being so disjointed. I don't know if you have any thoughts or ideas on if that model could be better, because I feel like it's contributing to a lot of MD PhD students that typically either have to feel like they have to choose one or the other at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's a great question. And I can see sort of the argument for the status quo as well as the argument for some sort of revisions. I mean, I think the argument for the status quo that I always was sort of making to myself or to my trainees is that, you know, during your career, almost certainly you're never going to have like, oh, I'm doing research this year and next year I'm doing clinical. It's you wear both hats every second of every day. But, and so that's the argument for, well, if you have to do it for your career, why not start early? But the counter argument is training is a very unique period of time. And the only way to get really good at something is to do it exclusively, even if that means toggling back and forth in this sort of abrupt way. You know, I think the same thing applies to residencies that have protected research time. You know, I had 2 years of protected research time in residency. In the first year, I had to cover some, you know, call on the clinical service, and the second year I didn't. There's no doubt that I got more research done when I didn't have to cover all that call. And so I think there's a pretty compelling argument for having undivided attention. I mean, even when I first started as an attending and I had to write like my first R1s or whatever, I remember like shutting down my practice and just telling the office I'm on vacation this week. And I wasn't on vacation. I was just in the library or in the lab writing grants. And I think after that, I kind of got the hang of like juggling both. But early on, it can help to like, you know, there's probably like almost a neurophysiologic or cognitive argument for how learning works versus how like once you've learned and those synapses are there and you know, like, you know, how to write a basic science paper or how to, you know, analyze single cell seq, then you can, you know, lightly touch on those synapses and go back and forth. But while you're still developing your skill set, it might be beneficial to do just one. So I can sort of see it both ways. But
yeah, and you know, going back to you know, Michael's question about like, you know, as a trainee, how I sort of handled both of them. So initially, I started off as an MD student, and I did a lateral transfer to the MD PhD program. You know, because of my interest in neurosurgery, sort of geared me to the research aspect. And you know, similar to Dr. Aggie, I just found both of them to complement each other. And when I would do one, I would miss the other one. And so I felt that route was, you know, the best route for me, you know, to become a physician scientist. And you know what? After I got into the PhD program, I found ways to sort of engage myself in, you know, whether it's to go to clinics and engage in going to the ORs, and you know, keeping myself, as much as I'm keeping myself, you know, active on the research process, but also keeping myself clinically active. You know, more so to a smaller degree when one portion of, you know, the MD PhD was emphasized. So you know, when I was in the PhD, the research was the most important thing, and I would do a little bit of the clinical, more so 10%. And you know, when you go back to the third year, I did try my best to sort of you know, continue reading, you know, keeping updated with, you know, what's going on in the lab. That I actually finished my PhD in, as well as, you know, like what's the stuff that's going on in the field of some of the things that I had studied. I tried my best to, you know, engage in, you know, publishing or you know, more articles, although less productive than I had been in the PhD, but you know, trying to again merge both together. And I think that, you know, just to ask, you know, Dr. another question too. Again, there are a lot of people that are conflicted sometimes. You know, like I'm really interested in research and I really want to do research, but I don't know if I want to do a 4-year PhD, or maybe I just want to do a 1-year or 2-year master's, or just a fellowship. What advice do you have for those people when making, you know, those decisions? And you know, what is that pathway for people that you've sort of worked with as colleagues, and that, you know, didn't necessarily do an MD PhD, but use a different track to become physician scientists today?
yeah, I think there's no doubt that there's numerous examples of incredibly, phenomenally successful physician scientists and surgeon scientists who are pure MDs. And so I think that pathway is totally appropriate and viable. And I think you can tell early on, even in a one gap year, if it's something that is really lighting the fuse. I would say, I've had probably like almost 15, 16, MD medical students do gap years, and you can tell, even as an observing mentor, which ones have the spark and the foundation to, even though they're just spending a year or maybe 2 years with you, to be able to leverage that into later on into a career as a surgeon scientist. The PhD gives you sort of a basic, a very thorough foundation, and has value for sure, but it's not a requirement by any means.
Yeah, thanks for asking that question, Devon. I think that's a really important one, and especially for somebody that gets to the end of the MD and doesn't want to go back and do the PhD. Thinking about ways they can still integrate research. So, Dr. Agi, to shift back, you talked, about when you were first in attending and you were writing the R01. Obviously, we know that grants are a big part of the scientist training pathway, and specifically the neurosurgery scientist pathway. So what do you consider, some of these benchmarks in terms of, training grants and then going to your first full independent grant that people should be looking at as they're going along the neurosurgeon scientist track?
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know that there's some specific, number of years by which, one should have, an independent grant or things like that. And I've seen a pretty wide range for people who ultimately become successful, some having independent grants within their first year as an attending, and some, taking 5 to 10 years. And you have a long career ahead of you. And so I think, the start is really ultimately just the start. That being said, though, I do think that there is really when you first start as an attending is when you will have the most time on your hands, and success in obtaining initial grants is in some ways a function of some would say shots on goal, but shots on goal is essentially a function of time, because each shot is not like a few hours, it's a few weeks or months or even years. And so I think that was sort of my approach, and that was the advice I got, was that the longer you're an active neurosurgeon, the more the demands will occur on you clinically or even administratively, which I think coming out of residency, none of us appreciate that aspect of it. But if you hang your hat as a neurosurgeon in an academic department, it's only a matter of time before your calendar is full of Zoom meetings and committee meetings, and it's the unavoidable monster that is part of that circle pie chart of your daily activity. And so for me, that first year or two, it felt like I remember early on, it felt like this is the best it's going to be, and so I kind of devoted a good amount of effort to getting some grant funding secured. And so it wasn't so much that it was a benchmark as it was just this window during which I felt least disrupted. And I think the other thing is, like, having done a lot of grant review, it's fine if you hit year 5 or year 7 without sort of independent grants, but there does need to be something to show for your effort. And so, publications, things like that. So, it needs to be clear to someone who sees you only on a sheet of paper, who's not watching how you spend your day, that you're productive in research, even if you don't have your own funding.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing that. I know I think it's a K-12, grant that's now available for, kind of up and coming neurosurgeon scientists. Obviously that's an opportunity, but what other training grant opportunities do you think aspiring neurosurgeon scientists should be looking for, maybe during residency, and certainly in that transition period?
Yeah, I think anything during any of the K series, the K-12 is great. The sort of standard scientific one is the K-08. I came in on a K-02, which is so basically I had drafted a KO8, but I didn't really have a mentor where I had a pre-existing relationship at UCSF. I just, picked someone who worked in the same field. And so the NIH, in a very friendly way, came back and told me to convert it to a KO2, which I hadn't even heard of. But a KO2 is basically a grant where you're in training, but you don't have a dedicated mentor whose space you're in. So like I had my own space, and the grant was funded. And then the nice part about it is it's kind of, after 3 years, they expect you to get an R01. If you don't, the money disappears. But if you do, for the last 2 years, you get double funded from the K and the R, which is what happened to me. And so that was really helpful. And so I think all of the K series are really good. And then I think just reaching out to the folks at the NIH or even the DoD, which has some grants, and just explaining your situation and getting advice was really helpful for me.
Awesome. Divine, any questions on your end?
Yeah, I was going to ask Dr. Aggie a few more hypothetical questions. So, obviously with the match, sometimes you could have, the program that you want to sort of end up at that, has that pathway for, essentially gearing people towards becoming surgeon scientists. And, you could have an applicant that, really wants to go to a program, but ends up matching a smaller community program that perhaps may not have all the resources and tools there. So what sort of advice do you have for those sort of applicants, to keep engaging in research so they don't really have a hiatus where they sort of have to apply for NIH grants during that time?
Yeah, it's a great question. So, I think the first thing is if the person has a solid background during medical school, or before they match, then to some degree that there's the possibility of sort of resuming research after residency in some of those scenarios. But otherwise, some of those programs like you describe are willing to support, a trainee spending a year elsewhere to get a tailored experience. So even if the program you've matched at doesn't have the infrastructure to support research time, if they may support you going away, and then you can try for NREF or other funding mechanisms to support something like that. So there are some options, and then there are a number of folks who've pursued pure postdocs at places like the NIH after residency before they start their job. It's not perhaps the ideal outcome, but it's at least an option if you match at a program that doesn't have a research component to it for residency.
One advice that I've always gotten, especially from some of my mentors that are also MD PhDs, is the importance of aligning your research interests with your clinical interests instead of managing both the MD and the PhD realms. And in some cases, both sort of realms might not be aligned, where you have a different research interest compared to what you have in your clinical interest. Could you talk a little bit about the pros and the cons of both pathways?
I think it's very helpful to have that alignment. There are certainly examples in neurosurgery where that alignment is not really there. And even myself, it's not perfect. If you're doing basic biological studies of tumors, the fact that you're taking out tumors is thematically relevant, but it's definitely not the same as sort of somebody who does neurophysiologic recordings on humans in the OR and then is in their lab interpreting those recordings. That's perhaps the most complete alignment you can get. So I would say it's by no means a requirement to have a perfect alignment, but alignment certainly helps because the overlap can sort of save you some time. It'll look appealing to funding agencies, and it just will make things fit and make more sense. But it's not 100% requirement.
Awesome. I want to turn a little bit to kind of the mentorship you've had of aspiring neurosurgeon scientists, whether they were MD PhD students or MD students.
And you've specifically done some work on looking at the research trends among neurosurgery applicants. And I think it was one of the titles kind of described it as an arms race, which we're starting to see. And I think we can only expect it to grow after step one going past now. So, why do you think it is that neurosurgery is so research oriented? And what do you think the value an MD PhD brings to neurosurgery is?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think there, historically, just the fact that what we do as neurosurgeons has more open-ended questions or unanswered questions than other parts of the body and other organ systems. That lends itself to being a field where people do research. And then I think the advances in technology and the ability of neurosurgeons to get tissue or record electrical activity in a way that no other specialist or basic scientist can puts us in a very unique position to where research is really important. And then you combine that with the fact that more people want to become neurosurgeons than there are training spots available. It's sort of the perfect recipe for just a litany of applicants who are doing everything in their power to develop a research portfolio that'll look appealing to those programs. I think the MD PhDs are very interesting, and in some ways I enjoy reading those applications for residency from the MD PhDs because, while not that I'm biased towards MD PhDs, but invariably there's just a little bit more brevity to the CV because there's sort of because the PhD publication in each one is sort of its own individual odyssey, and it's sort of a little bit easier to get through than some of these denser CVs that we see. But I don't know that there's necessarily an advantage or anything. I think MD PhDs are entering into the same pool and dealing with the same stressors. Just having mentored a few of them in terms of the match, it's just as challenging for them to navigate as any other applicant. It's just become really tough.
Yeah, and I think we see that in the match data too, where MD PhDs it's pretty variable in terms of whether or not they're doing the same, better, or worse compared to other applicants, which is kind of interesting. Sorry, Devon, I think I cut you off as you were going.
Oh no, I just had a question for Dr. Agri with respect to the arms race. I remember when I started med school, which was in 2015, and back then typically the average neurosurgery applicant had about 3 to 4 publications, which was at that point which was a lot. And now during my application cycle, it's about 8 to 9, and so that worries me a little bit because for those that might not have an interest in neurosurgery until they have an elective in the third year, what sort of advice would you have for those individuals in terms of catching up with others that might have an interest, since 11, like myself?
Yeah, that's sort of one of the toughest situations in which to advise. I think it's one of those where even as an interviewer or as somebody reading an application, I just look really carefully because I haven't seen any data to support this, but the person who changes their mind in terms of what they're going to do as a third year, which is, in theory, what third year is all about. But someone like that who comes to neurosurgery late, obviously, as mentors and as program leaders, we're here to advocate for everyone. But I do think those are the applicants where you really do need to spend some time just gauging and being certain that this is their final destination, if you will, and not, one more stop before they change again. Because I've seen it go both ways where, somebody becomes like a spectacular applicant, even though they came to the field late. And then I've seen someone come to the field late, and then a year or two later, they've switched to like psychiatry or neurology yet again. And so that's the biggest barrier that those folks face, or challenge that they face. And I think that's more of a barrier in some cases than the fact that they've had less time to like stack up their CV with publications. Because I mean, at the end of the day, if they're bright, and they're well trained, you can assume that just because they came late to the field that they they should be able to still figure out navigating how to do research. But it's more just making sure that they've really exposed themselves sufficiently to neurosurgery. And so in those cases, I really make sure that they've shadowed the residents, shadowed the attendings, and done everything that I feel like we need to see for them to be certain.
Yeah, really important question. Maybe related to that, what do you see the role of a researcher being for those applicants, and just in general for neurosurgery applicants to kind of, I hate to say build their CV, but to at least grow their experience in a productive way?
Yeah, I mean, when I talk to applicants or students about who are considering a gap year and sort of weighing the pros and cons, and when I list the pros, obviously the cons are delaying earning and time and the cost of living in cities like San Francisco, et cetera. But the pros, I obviously people will say stacking your CV, if you will. But to me, one that gets underrated is just continuing to expose yourself to neurosurgery so that you're certain before you go to the wards, because changing your mind as a fourth year is really doesn't help anyone. It doesn't help you. It doesn't help programs. And, I've had a few people start gap years interested in neurosurgery who end up applying to rad-onc or orthopedics. And to me, that's in some ways a more productive use of your research time, because it led to this life-changing decision. So they, that person's life would have been very different without a gap year, because they would have chosen the wrong specialty. So I think that's another important consideration when you're taking that time, is to just continue to expose yourself to the clinical aspects of neurosurgery and being confident that it's what you want to do.
Yeah, one of my really good books that I read, especially during the MD PhD, candidacy, was the book by Stephen Covey on the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, and he talked about being proactive versus reactive in terms of like some of the setbacks, the challenges we face. I don't know if you could talk a little bit about some of the setbacks you had during the surgeon scientist route, and how you sort of were more proactive about handling some of those problems.
Yeah, it's a great question. So one that comes to mind is I mentioned that about 3 years into my K grant, I was up against this deadline by which I sort of had this all or none effect, where if you get an R01, you're like, good to go. And if not, like the money disappears. And I had, during those 3 years, built up a pretty large research group through private foundation grants that I had gotten. But those were sort of winding down, and things were contracting. And I remember feeling this awareness that, times were getting tough, or, that there were some external stressors about funding. And I had contracted the research group. So, in part to sort of out of a need to protect funding for as long as possible. And so it was just 2 people and myself. And I remember, prior to that, we had a larger group of like, 8 or 10 people. And we would have these lab meetings where everybody would be sitting around this long table, and one person would be at the front presenting some PowerPoint, and everybody else would be on their phones, and no one's really paying attention. And you really can't do that when the meeting is 3 people, right? And now it turns into like almost a workshop. And it was really a breath of fresh air, because we found, it'd be silly to have somebody present a PowerPoint of just 3 of us. So we actually ended up doing is like, we were in this room with all these big whiteboards, and we would like write out ideas, and like all 3 of us, I was the PI, but I was just joining in this discussion with a grad student and a technician, and we were like, writing out plans and experiments and, troubleshooting things. And we would take pictures of these huge, whiteboards filled with like comments and colored markers at the end of every meeting. And it just like, it reminded me of like the stories you hear about early .com companies and things like that. And there was something really, really precious about that. And I've tried to preserve it even as we've had some subsequent success and the group's gotten bigger, is this spirit of like, no person is too small or too little to share their opinions with the rest of the group. And no person is too large to not hear the opinions of a colleague, and encouraging everyone to like be critically appraising each other's work. And so that was the approach. And, I just remember thinking like, yeah, this could be stressful, but at the end of the day, this is what I wanted to do. This is what I signed up for. And it may not work out, but if I'm going to go down, I'm going to go down having fun. I mean, that's what this is. It's fun. And the attitude, I would like to think, actually helped fuel the success. And it's something I always remember. And I do remember my mentors being like that. Like, they were cool as a cucumber. You could never tell like what they were worried about or bothered by. And I've tried to preserve that as well.
Yeah, it's some great advice. I think some of the best, lab meetings I've been in, and I'm in a pretty small lab, but it's been those ones where you're, just sitting around with a handful of people and using the chalkboard or the whiteboard. And there's definitely something to that old style, chalk talks that we hear about. Somewhat related to that, you talk about, the managing finances and personnel. Sometimes I look at, my PI and I wonder if he would be better suited with an MBA than a PhD, for some of these lab responsibilities. How do you go about developing those skills in addition to maintaining your clinical practice and doing good science?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I think in terms of finances, there is definitely a degree to which if you're too fiscally prudent, you're never gonna, hit it big. And so you do need, and I think this is probably true in real finances as well, which is, there is a certain level of risk tolerance that's needed to succeed. Because if you only throw your money at sure things, like you're just gonna like make incremental steps. And it's true academically. Obviously, risky projects have a real value. But you want to balance portfolios, so some low-hanging fruit and some risky things. At the same time, though, you always want to check your finances, whether it's equipment or personnel or just and just make sure that that there's not some waste, right? I mean, when you're a PI, like there's nobody doing that for you. I mean, and so I think just reviewing your ledgers thoroughly and making sure that that it's that you've deleted the waste, but and just spread the risk appropriately. Those are some of the things. But I agree, there's a degree to which business management, particularly as your efforts get larger and you're juggling more and more grants, becomes very important.
Definitely. We've talked a lot about academics and clinical and, being successful in that way. Can you tell us a little bit about how you, for lack of a better word, stay sane outside of neurosurgery and research?
Yeah. So I think that's exceedingly important. For me, families, front and center. I have 2 daughters who, and the older they get, the more you literally realize like that there's a very limited amount of time that you have with them, and so I just last month skipped a meeting to go skiing with the family, and I remember seeing everybody posting about the meeting on social media, but I just wasn't fazed, like, because I was doing something more important. And so those choices do need to be made from time to time. And then just focusing in on, what the task is at hand. So they may not get a lot of my time, but, making sure that when they have your time, it's, undivided. And then I'm also a avid runner, distance runner, half marathons. And that's, something I chose because I was just drawn to it because I sort of shut my brain down while I'm doing it. And there is a degree of adrenaline rush with the speed and the pace that sort of checks a lot of boxes in terms of just a way to let yourself go. So I think having something, it doesn't need to be a lot of things, but having something that you can just throw yourself into and forget about everything is very helpful.
Absolutely. John, did you have anything?
No, yeah, I was actually going to ask, Dr. Agi to talk a little bit about the success of UCSF in particular, in their track record of, creating certain scientists. You look at Dr. Stephen McGill coming from UCSF, as well as many others in acquiring R01s, Dr. Englert now with Vanderbilt too. So what has been that success, the UCSF program in creating folks that end up with, aspiring the goal of becoming a certain scientist and really finding a way to manage both of them?
Yeah, it's a great question. We're very fortunate to have attendings who, have accomplished that job. And so you get access to a lot of mentors and you get to see them up close. So then, when you go on to take your first job, sort of some of the pitfalls and how to balance your time, which makes it a lot easier, knowing people who've done it. And then obviously the program itself is selecting for MDs or MD PhDs who have exhibited some potential to succeed in that, so that, it's taking the right protoplasm and then throwing them in the right environment and creates a nice little incubator effect.
Sounds very scientific.
Well, we are, we're starting to butt up to that hour. So I want to get to the last question that we like to ask all our guests. And that's, in reflecting on your life and career in neurosurgery, what advice would you give to your past self, as you were just setting out on the journey into the field?
Yeah, it's a great question. I would say, just, can take time to, smell the roses and enjoy the journey. Not that I was grossly deficient in that, but if I would certainly say that it would never hurt to remind my younger self of that, because I don't think I ever look back upon oh, I wish I had taken this opportunity or applied for this grant. Those things come and go. And I'm not really somebody to look back on things with regret or anything like that. But I think, I would just remind myself to enjoy every moment, because it goes by fast, and it's a ton of fun, and you should never lose sight of that, because what you're doing is unique, right? We just got through talking about how many people are just so eager to become neurosurgeons that when you become a neurosurgeon and a scientist on top of that, you're very privileged and blessed, and just enjoying every moment of that is what I would tell my younger self.
Enjoy the journey and smell the roses. I like that. It's a great way to end. Well, Dr. Agi, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I'm sure this is going to be, a great resource for MD, PhD students, MD students, anybody, on their journey into neurosurgery and science. So thank you again for joining us, and we'll see everybody back next week on the neurosurgery journey.
Thank you so much, Dr. Agi.
Thank you. Take care.
Here is episode 9. So you've stuck with us for almost 10 episodes at this point, 9 weeks in a row, a little over 2 months. That's impressive.
So what do they say? If you build a habit over, or if you build a routine over 2 months, it becomes a habit or something. So hopefully we got some habitual TNJ watchers on here. So this has been kind of a fun episode. It's almost like a, you could sit and have a beer and just kind of chill and listen to this episode, because we're going to drone on a little bit about what we were like in high school. Actually thought about asking you guys to send like your high school yearbook photos as the headshots, because I'm sure that would be fun for all of us to see.
Nobody wants to see that.
But then I realized, I don't want to share my own, so obviously I'm not going to ask anybody else to do it. So today we're gonna time warp back a little bit, walk down memory lane to think about what we were thinking about as high school students. For some of us, medicine might not have even been on our radar. For others, even if it was, we definitely had no clue what we were doing at that point and what it would be like. But this is the start of every good neurosurgeon's journey. Is what were they doing in high school and what led them down this path, either during high school or later on. And we did this because we realized we do have a following of that kind of 16 to 18-year-old range. So we know that there are some current high school students out there that we haven't necessarily been catering our content to. We wanted to make an effort to kind of reach out to you guys tonight, and likely in a part 2 episode, talking about college a little bit more. So just introduction. So I'm Mike Rollo. We've got Taylor Reardon up in the top right there, and Kyle Zappi down in the bottom. So we're all medical students at various stages in training, and some of us are closer to becoming neurosurgeons than others, but hopefully we can all share perspectives on what the journey is. So how y'all doing tonight?
I'm great.
Doing well.
Yeah, excited to channel the high school self.
I have not thought about high school since high school, so I'm gonna see. I can remember what I was even doing.
I could probably tell you what I was eating most days, because I just have a really vivid memory for that, but that's about it.
Okay, well, we can discuss that too. We'll discuss all of it.
Yeah. So, all right, so let's dig into it. So, we might have talked about this a little bit, but where'd you all grow up, and where'd you go to high school? So, Taylor, you want to kick that one off?
Yeah, sure. So I grew up in Northwest Ohio. I say I'm from a town called Findlay, Ohio, but I did most of my growing up in a small town next to it called Macomb, Ohio. It's a village that's about 3,600 people. Cornfields in all directions, flat. It's the flattest earth you can look at, but it's a very humble town with some of the nicest people. I went to high school at Macomb High School, which is the smallest high school in like division sports in Ohio. We were D7 in football. I graduated with, I believe, about 52 people in my class, and we were the largest at the time. So it went like 52, 48, 44, and like 41. So I knew all my friends' parents, and I knew everyone in the high school by name and their parents. And, we pretty much, it was just a really small town, vibe there. That's pretty much where I grew up. I'm from really, really small areas.
So we got small Midwest town, Taylor there. Awesome. All right. And how about you, Kyle?
All right. I'm going to go crazy and say I'm from a small southern town. So, so I grew up the first 10 years of my life in a small town called Starkville, Mississippi. Pretty much known only for Mississippi State. But I moved back to Louisiana when I was 10, went to high school in Louisiana. It's like 100,000 person town, rather cool music scene, a lot of Cajun music. Food's insane, like fantastic food. Actually really like my hometown. So, I'll say good things about it. Don't worry.
Solid. I like to think I'm from a small town, but it's an hour outside of New York City, so it's not small. It's it's a typical city suburb. I just like to sing country music and claim to be from a small town that way. But so I also am in the same boat. I love my hometown. Still get back there pretty often. So I grew up in Monroe, New York. Really, the only thing people know is Woodbury Commons, which is like a big shopping outlet there, and then we're about 15 minutes from West Point, the military academy. So right on the Hudson River there. Definitely an interesting mix when I look back. Like, you've got the people who moved out of the city but still kind of have a city vibe, and then you've got, like, sort of, as you're getting towards upstate New York, a little bit more of that like rural kind of country vibe. We're about an hour from where Woodstock was, so that's always a cool scene to go up and see concerts there. But yeah.
New Jersey. I actually went to New Jersey for the first time a year ago, and you nailed it. Like, I didn't know what to think that New Jersey was going to be. Like, I thought it was going to be very city, but it's really pretty and rural out there. Like, I know what you're like. It's really interesting.
Yeah. Definitely, it's an interesting part of the country, because you go like, I mean, obviously, in New York City, and it's crazy, and there's, you could walk down a street and hear 100 different languages, and then you go out to some pretty kind of suburban to rural areas of New York and New Jersey. So it's a nice spot. All right, so now we kind of established our background. So it's kind of cool here. We've got Northeast, we've got Midwest, and we've got the South represented. So nobody from the West Coast, but maybe that's all right. Just kidding. We love the West Coast.
We love the West Coast.
Yeah, we do. All right, so think back to high school. So what did you want to be when you grew up at that point? Was medicine on your radar, or were you just kind of getting through classes at that point?
I think when I was, so my family is like, everybody in my family is like either an engineer or a nurse. We have a real divide when it comes to there. So that's basically the two career paths I could have gone on. And like, my dad's an engineer, other grandfather, everybody's an engineer. So I always thought I was going to be an engineer. And I went to undergrad thinking I was going to be a chemical engineer, like do what everybody else was doing. But kind of when I got to college, when I realized I didn't like the jobs that I would be working as if I went into that profession, like, but to talk more about high school, at that point, when I was freshman, I think if I had to like put the, tell you what I was going to be, it's probably chemical engineer.
Nice. And is that like, I mean, obviously I know kind of the Gulf states are big with oil and stuff. Is that, like a common thing job wise down there that your family was in?
Yeah. So my family is, 95% of people in Louisiana is going to be in petroleum. Either they're going to be working in like, as an operator or as an engineer. Like, that's just the industry down there. My family's actually working on renewable energy. So we did a lot of like my dad works on a lot of like making biofuels. So a lot of civil engineering stuff like that.
Oh, cool. All right. Got to see you subscribe to that Green New Deal, kind of mentality there.
In a weird way, we were. We absolutely were.
Yeah.
It was, and in Louisiana,
you were trendsetters. You were thinking about it before it was cool.
Yeah. In a weird way, like Louisiana's been on that for a long time. So yeah.
Awesome. All right, so we've got future chemical engineer Kyle. How about you, Taylor? What were you thinking back then?
Oh man. Honestly, I wasn't like too big of a planner for my future in early high school. I really was attracted to my history classes. I just had a lot of really good teachers, and I really enjoyed learning about the history of just not like the United States, but like world history. And then I think, and I know that we'll get into this later, but influences at the school kind of steered me in the direction of science. I didn't really know what I wanted to do because history was getting kind of old for me, no pun intended. And I kind of wanted to do something that just piqued my interest a little bit more. So the biology classes at my high school were what really got me into like a career in medicine. At one point I wanted to, when I was really young, I thought I could go play baseball, but then I stopped growing in 7th grade. And then I realized this wasn't for me. And so I had to move on from that dream. But I didn't really have a lot of family influences on my decisions. My dad is in social media marketing and my mom's an accountant. So I have no family members that are doctors or in the medical field, really. The closest to that is I have an aunt that works with special needs individuals at a school, and she was wonderful with them. But I didn't really have anyone, consistently bringing up the medical field. I had no exposure to it outside of doctor's appointments until I think my junior year of high school, when I joined it was kind of like a medical explorers group. And I was I was a 3-sport varsity athlete in high school. And so I didn't really have a lot of time to dedicate to it. But that was my first exposure to, I guess, what you would call medicine.
Awesome. And what was that like, the medical explorers? Was that like, I know there's like fire explorers where you're like a junior firefighter. Was it similar to that, but EMS?
It was more of, I guess, a really light interest group is what I would call it. So the hospital in my hometown offered it to students from neighboring high schools. A lot of the high schools around me were the same size, except for Findlay High School, which was the big town where I'm from, and it was about 500 people, 500 per class. So there were students from that high school and neighboring high schools. And what we would do is we would go to the hospital in our hometown. There would be speakers sometimes that would talk about like what we're doing now, their career paths. I believe one time we were able to get into the anatomy labs at the University of Findlay and look in there, which was, as a high schooler, was really, really awesome. And so that was it was essentially just an interest group for students who were interested in it, but didn't really have the resources at their high school or, family members to kind of explore that.
Mm-hmm. Cool. All right. So now we've got future baseball player Taylor, kind of taking the reins there, who's closest to being a neurosurgeon now compared to the rest of us. So as you can see, not everybody has this sense of they're going to be neurosurgeons from the day they're born. I can't claim I had that. I think if anything, maybe my mom wanted me to be more than I did when I was really little. So my mom's a nurse. And she, kind of set me up like reading her anatomy textbooks. And when I say reading, looking at pictures and, kind of being enamored with them. And then for really a chunk of my childhood up until like freshman year of high school, I thought I was going to go to the Naval Academy and be a Marine. But it turns out I'm not bad A enough to really do that. So I got caught by the science bug in freshman year. And I can like almost tell you the minute that it happened. I had one really good teacher that I'll talk about a little bit later that got me into it. But from there, it progressed pretty quickly into, I was like, all right, I want to do something in science. I want to do something in medicine. And that's going to be neurosurgery. And that just sort of happened like as I got into science and, thought the brain was really cool. And then I was like, well, neurology doesn't seem as interesting or, as sexy as neurosurgery. So I'm going to land on that. And that's what I've been pursuing ever since. So I guess if anything, maybe I was the closest to being the, neurosurgical prodigy out of the womb. But even that would be a far cry from the truth. So, again, I hope that's showing everybody that you don't have to know what you want to be in high school. And in a lot of ways, maybe it works out better if you're not, because you give yourself time to explore. So that's, the first takeaway here is, kind of appreciate the journey and just, do what piques your interest at that point until it changes. All right.
And
So
honestly,
now yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say, a lot of time, those early years in high school where you're actually kind of starting to figure out like what you generally want to do is just based off exposure. Like, seems like a lot of us at that point really wasn't exposed to neurosurgery at all very much, and at least I was fortunate enough to have a family who was like in academics. Like my dad he was a professor, so I did have like that entrance in there, so I did have that privilege, but not to the neurosurgery space. For sure.
Yeah, definitely. And there's so many conversations to be had about that and, how we can make sure that people who normally wouldn't be exposed to these fields can get that exposure. And I know the CNS is doing a lot of great work with that at their meetings, with reaching out to communities and giving those individuals an opportunity to get exposed, which is great. And I think there's a lot of value to that. So it's that balance of like, you don't want to track somebody and force them to go into it, but you want to make sure that everybody gets the equal exposure. All right, so we heard a little bit from Taylor. So he was the athlete out of us. I don't know if you were super athletic, Kyle, but we got the 3-sport athlete there.
Quiz bowl.
Quiz bowl. All right, I was geography bowl. That was
okay.
That was my
fellow sportsman, I can see.
Yes. I considered golf the sport that I played. So that tells you how athletic I am. So all right, we got 2 nerds here. We got the sports guy. So we're starting to maybe see where we fit in click wise. And I use the term, nerd lovingly. All my friends were nerds. I was doing for fun, was volunteering EMS, and that was how I was spending my Friday and Saturday nights. And I would get in trouble if I was out after 11:01 on a call. That was, kind of my high school thing. I'm the oldest child, so you know how that goes, where you're kind of the most protected one. So any other cool activities that y'all were involved in high school that maybe pushed you to thinking about medicine, or just that you really enjoyed?
Like for me, like just in general science, like Science Olympiad was huge for me. I love. Do y'all know what Science Olympiad is? Okay,
yeah,
so
we
it's
had it
like
in my high school.
Okay, I'll for the sports guy. I'll translate.
Put it in my.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, it was not. It was the nerdiest thing you can think of. It's a competition where you had all these events, like where you had like a geography event, or like you built a bridge and you tested that bridge out. Like you had these different events that you compete against other schools. So it made science really fun because there was like an external reason to get good at it, because you wanted to win. So like, of course, you'd study like your DNA and stuff. So that's how I actually became interested in science in the first place. Other than that, like there wasn't anything specific about anatomy or healthcare in my like high school curriculum that made me drawn at that point to medicine, but definitely science was a big part of like what I like to do.
Awesome. Taylor, anything else, aside from being the sports guy?
Yeah. So, I mean, I played 3 sports in high school. I golfed in the fall. I played basketball in the winter, and then I played baseball from spring to the end of spring and summer to fall. So I was pretty much doing sports all year round. When I was a freshman in high school, I had just finished up my Eagle Scout. So I was in Boy Scouts prior to that, but I wanted to finish it before I started high school sports. I did my Eagle Scout project as I started into high school, which was a wonderful experience. Taught me a lot of just good life lessons. So I definitely recommend that to anyone looking for a nice hobby. National Honor Society. I did a little bit of Quiz Bowl when I could, but going to a smaller school, I mean, we didn't really have a lot of resources to do that kind of stuff. But one of the, I guess, beneficial things was that we never had tryouts for anything. So, if you were interested in something, you got it, because we always needed someone. So, there were no like really big science things, which would have been super cool. Quiz Bowl was the most academically driven thing that I was interested in at the time. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. No, not really. We didn't have any like AP. We didn't have any AP courses except for English and literature. Or no, sorry, we had literature at my high school when I graduated. They added some more when I left, but the only time we only had AP Lit. We didn't have any AP Bio or any AP Calc or anything like that. So, we didn't have any groups to like get involved in after school science or anything like that. So, my science exposure wasn't as much as others, but again, that doesn't mean that you can't, develop an interest outside of those clubs.
Yeah, and that's a great point. And you talked about your Medical Explorers program, and obviously that was influential there. And we'll hear a little bit more about what drew everybody to medicine and neurosurgery eventually. But yeah, again, we're just setting that stage of you don't have to be coming out of the womb a future doctor to pursue this. It's great if you have that interest, and we'll encourage you to do it and to give you advice on how to get that done. But for the person who maybe has a little bit of that imposter syndrome as they're developing an interest in medicine, and what some would say is later in life, which is not really a correct term, but it is a possible thing to do. So it sounds like all of us were, we were busy in high school. We were, pretty academically oriented, whether or not that was in science or not. And I remember nights of being stressed and trying to cram to get homework done and study for, the next exam. So this might be a little bit of a stretch, but you remember how you went about balancing that, or, what advice you would have to students that are feeling stressed about that stuff now?
Yeah, so high school is definitely tough because, like you said, Mike, you're having to balance, maybe sports, maybe clubs after school, trying to get your college essays in, keeping your grades up, ACT, SAT, all those things. And really, what at that point in time it comes down to is just time management. That's really what I had. I was a big schedule guy. I was like the one guy in my high school that actually used my agenda that I got from the school, and everyone ragged me for it, but it really helped because I just had so much crap to do that it really, set the tone for how I progressed through college and even medical school. I write things down on my to-do list all the time. And even back then, you don't have to do this at all, but I was writing it down to the hour. It was okay, my homework will probably take me an hour and a half, so then I'll have an hour and a half to play video games or whatever. So I don't recommend that, but it just helped me keep on track and made sure that I was able to get everything done. And if it took a little bit of sacrifice. There were some nights where I, couldn't hang out with my friends or, couldn't play video games or, do some fun things. But, it was a small price to pay at that time for, some better scores on your tests or better performance in athletics or at Quiz Bowl or, whatever it may have been.
Yeah. So I don't think I developed any form of time management or even sense of time management in high school. So I was exaggerating. So I did do soccer for during high school, for the first 3 years. So there was a component I had to balance academics and sports and stuff. And, we were practicing, 5 days a week, having a game on the weekend. But I never felt like I needed to develop the hardcore time management strategies that really came up in college, for sure. Honestly, the worst part about high school is just that you don't have that freedom that you have in college. You can't really be your own person. It's hard to find people who you have similar personalities to, especially if you're like science that much. It can be a little difficult. So socially in high school, if you're not feeling like you're fitting in, trust me, college is so much better. College is great.
Absolutely.
Look forward to that. You're gonna have a good time.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. And, we're getting at probably what most people really are worried about in high school is that fitting in and that, feeling like you're becoming your own person. And that's that, kind of typical struggle that people are having with themselves, with their friends, with their parents. So, I think that's another good point is that, just because you want to pursue medicine doesn't mean that you're going to end up as a nerd for life. Even though I got to say, being a nerd is pretty cool and it does pay off in the end. But we just changed, I think, the connotation of being a nerd, right? From what it means in high school to what it means now. So cool. Yeah, I agree with everything there. So I didn't know what time management was, in the way that I know it now or in college and high school, because it just, it wasn't important. I think a lot of that, like you said, is the freedom where it's well, I know that I'm going to be at home and doing my homework from this time, and then my parents are going to drive me to Boy Scouts after, and that'll go from 7 to 8:30, and then if I have extra homework, I'll finish that up after. And your schedule is sort of made for you, which can make college pretty challenging. So maybe we can start, kind of pivoting that conversation there to at least looking towards college, because that's an area of concern. Now we're starting to talk about standardized test prep, college applications, college essays. So we were all academically oriented. Obviously, college was an important decision for us. what were you thinking of when you were looking at college, and how important do you think it really is to choose the right college, in terms of academics or opportunities for pursuing medicine?
I think it's incredibly important to find the college that you fit in the best at. That was what I was looking at, is making sure that I was at a university that was an environment that I wanted to be in and that other people wanted me in. And I am personally not a person that thrives in a cutthroat environment. I am a very, we're going to be here. We're going to help each other out. We're going to, if someone's struggling, we're going to pick them up. If I'm struggling, I hope that someone else can help me, type thing. And so I knew right away that I just didn't even look at the Harvards, the Yales, the Hopkins, and it's not against them at all. And if you're wanting to go there, that's great. I just knew personally I wouldn't thrive in that environment. Another thing for me was cost. College is expensive, as everyone knows. Medical school is expensive, but college can be too. And I was looking at the cost of universities and kind of balancing it out relative to my degree. I didn't want to, there's always the chance that you get to college and you're like, I'm gung-ho about medicine. I'm gung-ho about this. And you get there and you're taking Bio 1 and Gen Chem and you're like, wow, this kind of sucks. And now you're at a university that you're paying $30,000 a year to, and you're potentially looking at a degree that it, could be a tough time getting your loans paid off. And I was thinking about those things. So, I ended up going to the University of Toledo, in Toledo, Ohio. It was about an hour away from my hometown. So if I needed to get home, or, my wife, who was my girlfriend at the time, wanted to come see me, it was an easy drive. I could drive home. Tuition was very, very cheap for a public university in the MAC. And there were many students that went to medical school from there. They had interest groups, they had a pre-med track, and all those things just lined up. And it just was the perfect match for me. And I met a lot of my, best friends there that were in my wedding. And those were the three main important things in my choice of college.
Yeah.
Awesome. So what you're saying is school name is not everything.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, now those schools do have perks. I don't, when you hear of someone who went to Harvard undergrad or, those places, your ears kind of perk up a little bit. You're like, oh, wow. And obviously, if you're wanting to pursue medicine, especially neurosurgery, you have endless connections there. If you want to do those undergraduate research projects and have 10 papers before you even apply, those are the places to do it. But you don't have to pursue that route.
Awesome. Yeah. I think that's, such an important thing for people to hear, especially we are at that time where, college decisions are being made or acceptances are being sent out. And I mean, I remember being devastated that I didn't get my, so-called first choice in college at that point. And, it's a hard thing to hear, for a lot of people, maybe that's your first kind of sense of rejection or, being told no in a serious way. But it does work out, and you end up finding a home where you're meant to be. So how about you, Kyle? What was the college app process like?
Yeah, so I guess my college application process was really easy. I applied to one university, and that's the University of Louisiana, which was in my hometown. So it was kind of like a no-brainer. I knew I wanted to be engineering. I knew where I wanted to be, and I wanted to be in my hometown. So easy. And really, I didn't have any forethought to it. I didn't think about long-term, like, how is this going to affect me? What's the research stats like? What's their rankings like? I didn't look at anything. And I think it just accidentally worked out the right way because I ended up with no debt, which I'm very, very thankful for. It ended up like that. And it also, my university is also pretty strong in research. So I did have endless research opportunities. Like it was strong enough in research to where there was always something going on, but it wasn't necessarily so competitive amongst the undergraduate students that they would fill up instantly. Because I've heard a lot of experiences from other people, from a lot of these pre-med powerhouses, to where research labs you got to like fight for and apply for, where at a lot of these like state institutions, if you want that position, you're going to get it. And I'll also echo the fact that, if you get into like your top undergraduate universities, you will have a lot of doors open. You will have really cool research. You'll probably be working with a medical college. I know my university didn't have a medical college, and if it did, it might have helped me get some research in. But yeah, a good university will open some doors. But from what I guess to conclude is, with my experience, I don't think I had any doors closed, and I would probably do the same thing again.
Awesome. I mean, that's the testament to the decision that you made, is if you would do it again, right? So that's really cool and good to hear. I echo those points on a name, and if you are fortunate enough to get into an Ivy League and can afford it, because I think that is an important part of this discussion. There will be benefits. It's just whether or not those benefits for you outweigh the potential downsides in that cost or other factors. Or Taylor, like you were talking about, like not thriving in an environment that is that cutthroat. I've heard similar things of like, you want to get into a lab at some of these institutions, like you might get in, but then they'll put 3 people on a project and just let them fight it out and see which one succeeds. And now, like, I'm all for capitalism and good market competition there, but that sounds a little kind of facetious to have somebody doing that to start off. So just some general points for me when I was making my college decision. So I ended up at Rutgers, which so I was from New York, and then went to school in New Jersey. Went to New Jersey State School. Was fortunate that financial aid worked out to be about the same. But honestly, a big part of making that decision was like, I didn't want to go to SUNY Binghamton, which was like 13th grade for a lot of people that I went to high school with. So I went to the New Jersey 13th grade at at Rutgers in New Brunswick. There were some kind of cool things in that it did have a medical school affiliated at the time. I knew there were opportunities for research, and that was something that was kind of going through my mind. I wasn't willing to accept that I wanted to do MD PhD at that point, because I could do math, and I realized what time or how old I would be at the end of all that training. But I knew I liked research, and I kind of knew that that was going to be the track that I was going down. So I guess that was somewhat more of an intentional part of my decision. But I definitely wasn't going after names there. It was important to me to be pretty close to home and be able to get home when I needed to.
Yeah. And really like with a lot of these universities, like I think Taylor said, like find where you fit, find a culture that's going to support you and really bring out the best in you. Like kind of just figure out what interests you want, and then see what universities can really help you the most. And like, even like if like a university is like just social culture, like if like I know a lot of queer folks out there want to go out, leave certain areas in the South to like the Northeast where they feel more comfortable. There you go. That's a consideration that you should heavily consider, where you feel like the people around you will support you and take care of you. So, but at the same time, it's not the end of the day if you don't get into your first choice.
Absolutely.
Yes, you can do just as well, being where you're meant to be. And I do, I subscribe to, that there are powers in the universe, whatever you want to call them, that put you where you're meant to be. And I think you get that feeling. Like I can remember my visit at Rutgers, standing under the Robert Wood Johnson Medical School sign, and like just knowing like, all right, this was going to be home. And that's where I ended up for undergrad and now 8 years of medical school. So that's definitely, it worked out. I don't know if you guys had similar experiences with just being there and knowing that was what was meant.
Yeah, I had a very similar experience. It was just like like on the visit day, it was super chill. Got a tour of the labs by one of the biology deans at the time. And he was super kind, and it was just like it was him touring me around with like 5 other people. And it was just us going through all the research labs, saying like, if you come here, you'll have a chance to go to medical school if you work hard. And it was just very personable. And I took that to heart. And I thought I had wanted to go to Ohio State, and I went on a visit there. And this is nothing against Ohio State, obviously, but I went there on a normal visit day in the middle of the summer, and there were 115 students there, which was more than half my high school. And I was like, this is just like sensory overload. They're like, there are parts of the campus you'll never even see in your 4 years here. There's 7 rec centers, I'm just like, this is amazing, but like, it's just swallowed me whole already. And so, those are some considerations that I took, but like you guys had the same experience, and even medical schools too. You go into your interviews and you're like, that's the place. That was awesome. You have that gut feeling.
Definitely. How about you, Kyle?
Yeah, no, I keep up with my university. Like, I love it so much. I had such a good time there. Like, we made it to the big dance this year, so we're pretty excited about that. Yeah, like and I try to keep involved with the pre-med stuff over there. Like, I just got off the phone with a pre-med student who had some questions. They got their first interview at LSU for med school. So
cool.
Bringing back memories. They're going to kill it. I'm excited for them. But, just staying involved with undergrad people. And, it's a very similar thing. It's a theme that recurs in neurosurgery, but it really should recur for all academics is, take care of the people after you, bring them with you, show them your knowledge, because that's because you should do it. And it's fun. How about you, Mike?
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I similarly, being an MD PhD applicant, I did not necessarily feel like Rutgers was, giving us all the information we needed to be successful. So I've tried to do, some similar stuff to help people out. I think that is something, you're right, that neurosurgery does really well, is that kind of philanthropy and looking out for the next generation. I think part of it is with how small the field is and, what you're entrusting people to do if they do enter the field of neurosurgery. You want to make sure that you're mentoring them just as well as you can. So I'm glad to hear that that's a kind of common thought here. So, all right, let's kind of think about moving on. So now we applied to college, we chose the college, and now we get there. What do you even do to start? Like, how do you do well and get to the point where you even can consider applying to med school?
Let's catch us up to speed. So where are we right now? Are we still what careers are we thinking about for day one of college, just so we can frame it?
Oh, good point. All right, so let's look at it maybe from 2 ways. So the person who, is pretty sure they want to do medicine, and then the person who needs medicine to kind of find them while they're at college.
Gotcha. Okay, so yeah, honestly, I was kind of in the second position. So my aunt is actually a big influence on me. She's a pediatrician, and so she's the only physician in our family. And after kind of getting a better idea of what she was doing, I think medicine got on the radar at that point. But I was starting chemical engineering, and I really kind of like the sciencey part of that. So what I did was I kind of got involved with my home department, started doing research, and kind of got to see what engineers were doing. And then I also joined the pre-med society to see what they were doing. And by having kind of one foot in each community, you can kind of get understanding of where you feel like you might fit in more. And like college, you have that time. You have so much time, and especially your first semester, like you can do that. And like I know I talked about this for one of our early neurosurgery podcasts, but I think research early is just great. And I think that holds true for college. You meet people, it helps you in your career long term, and it's kind of fun. So I would recommend people getting involved in research. And I did civil engineering, renewable energy research, so it was not even medicine related. Just the general research process, I think, is important.
Awesome. And then Taylor, so I mean, it sounds like you were applying to schools. You knew that you wanted to find a decent pre-med program. So you're kind of hitting the ground, and you're like, all right, I got to make sure that I'm doing what I need to do to make myself a competitive applicant when I get to that point. So what's going through your mind there?
Yeah, for sure. So when I took it as, leaving, I knew kind of medicine was what I thought I wanted to pursue. based on prior experiences, but I didn't have any like real like working in healthcare experiences until the summer between my freshman and sophomore year of college. But I told myself I was just going to start out pre-med, see how it went, see if I liked the courses, because I knew I wanted to do something science related. So I was like, well, this has to be, this has to be a pretty good match. And when you start out in college, for those of you in high school, you're going to be taking your intro level biologies, your intro level chemistries, unless you have credits for them. But, most people start out taking Bio 1 and Gen Chem 1 or Bio 2, Gen Chem 2. So those can apply to a lot of science fields. And, like Kyle said, you have a lot more time than what you think you'll have. And that opens it up, after you've created a nice habit of, getting solid grades because you need a good GPA, a fairly good GPA to get into medical school. After you do that, start getting into the interest groups. So I was involved in like a pre-med, it was like a fraternity, sorority type thing. And I got involved in that, met a lot of my great friends. I was fortunate the dorms I was in were the honors dorms, and a lot of my my roommates were, one of them's a PGY1 anesthesiology resident now. The other one just graduated from dental school at Case Western. So, you get around people that have the similar interests, like you guys said, and you kind of just have these friendships, and you have really tightly knit, close knit friends that, push each other and, want each other to do better. And you can also find that in research too. I didn't start research until my sophomore year, and it was in basic science labs and like optogenetics. And my last year of undergrad, I did research with like C. elegans and looking at neuromodulation in them. So it was a great exposure. I met a lot of great people, but that like college is that time to kind of branch out and get in those interest groups and meet those people that you're interested in, versus when you're in high school, like we previously mentioned, you're kind of stuck with the same people. You're surrounded by people. You don't have a lot of like, leeway in your schedule. So, when you're in college, sometimes it's hard to branch out, but, make sure you do that, because you're going to meet a lot of good people, and you're going to meet a lot of people that will help you along your way.
Awesome. So the theme I'm kind of hearing there, as far as like what the really important things to do early is just get involved. It probably doesn't really matter necessarily what it is, although if you can find something that is career oriented, or at least is going to give you exposure to things career related, just do those things and get involved in the community there. I think it's very easy. I can remember people in freshman year of undergrad, and I think, maybe for a short time I was like this, where, you lock yourself in the dorm room and you're just cramming and studying the entire time. Like I actually read the entire like first 3 chapters of my Gen Chem book, and it wasn't necessary, right? I should have been doing other things with that time. But, it's just like, you feel like that's the only thing you have control over with some of the craziness of like, wanting to apply to medical school. So you feel like you have to do that. So advice I would give to, my former self is like, you don't need to do that. Like, do well in classes, of course, because those are the first things that people are going to look at when you're applying, sort of as the screening. But make sure that like you're figuring out if this is really what you want to do.
Yeah. Let me touch on a very important topic. Is make sure you don't make sure you keep your GPA in good standing for that first semester, because that's a tale as old as time. Is people get into college and they have to continue. They have to fight against their first year's GPA. So if you can, and if it doesn't go well your first year, like it's not game over, but like I want to save you the chagrin. So just explore things, but also make sure you're like keeping your GPA healthy just to get into med school.
Yeah, absolutely. It's such a fine balance with that. College is great. You will have a lot of fun in college, academically and socially. So enjoy that. But yeah, don't be the person that starts out pre-med and then feels like they can't really be pre-med after. It's not something that's unrecoverable, and we'll talk about that, probably in our next episode on this. But certainly easier to do it without having to fight yourself or your former self. All right, so I think in this 45 minutes we really laid a nice foundation of going from a freshman in high school to
freshman in college, finding our interest in medicine, and then, making sure that we are really interested in it. I think that's the most important thing with that early exposure is, make sure that you actually want to pursue this and that there's not anything else that makes you as happy as medicine does. So any last bits of advice that, maybe we can end with our general question of what piece of advice would you give to that freshman year of in high school that you were formerly? Start with Kyle.
Yeah, I know for me, really, we're giving all this advice about courses and stuff to take and stuff, but high school is really a low stakes environment, and you should be treating yourself nicely. Don't stress yourself out too much. It's gonna be fine. If high school is a weird time, it's hard to fit in if you're really into science, but college is great. And if you want to go into neurosurgery, then fantastic. I'm very happy that you have that clarity and you see that's something you want to do. It's a really interesting and fascinating career, but don't forget to enjoy life as a high schooler because it's some good times.
Definitely. How about you, Tyler?
Honestly, you stole the words right out of my mouth. It's exactly what I would tell myself is, you can have all these academic aspirations and you want to do this, you want to do that. But there's that saying, I wish they would tell you that you're in the good old days, but really in high school, you might be busy, but you'll never be as free as what you were in high school and college. So take the time to enjoy, being around your friends, being around your family every single day, because as you progress, as you guys know, throughout school, it does get busier and busier, and medicine is an incredibly rewarding field, but it's also a field that comes with a lot of sacrifice. And so you should take that time and really enjoy it. And, if you are interested in neurosurgery, that's great, but don't skip out on your, going to your high school football game to read your Greenberg, go to the game. And socialize with people and just make good friends and good connections, because I'm having a party next Saturday for for match hopefully, and I'm inviting a lot of my high school friends in my high school hometown. So those are people that are gonna be your friends for life, and you should definitely work on strengthening those and just enjoying your time while you're there, because there are many days that I wish I was back, in high school playing sports or just hanging out with my friends during the day. And, so just enjoy it while you can.
Yeah, damn, y'all are giving me chills of nostalgia here thinking about
I know that one got me too.
Yeah, I can't say it better than you guys did. This is the neurosurgery journey. Enjoy the journey. It's a long one. And you don't want to look back and, wish you, like Taylor said, had gone to that high school football game or had, skipped reading Greenberg for, hanging out with your friends. Also, don't read Greenberg if you're in high school.
Yeah, that was bad. If you have a Greenberg in high school, it should be used to prop up your computer monitor that you're playing video games on or something. Yes. That book shouldn't even be
100%. 100%. No, this was a lot of fun, guys. Thanks for sharing your experiences. It's fun, getting to know what y'all were like back then here. So we've got an exciting lineup on the next couple episodes here. So, Kyle, you want to tell us what we're going to be learning about next week?
Yes. So next week we're going to be talking about medical students and global neurosurgery. So global neurosurgery is a really exciting field. It's basically giving us the abilities to collaborate and share knowledge with people across the globe, because we have a lot to learn from them, and we can offer some things to them too. So collaboration is the name of the game in neurosurgery. So we're bringing on a third-year medical student from Rutgers to talk about his experience in global neurosurgery and how you can get involved as med students.
Sweet. That's going to be awesome. I know there's a ton of people that are interested in global neurosurgery. It's really, one of the hot new things to be involved with. And if anything you can be involved with, it's probably one of the most impactful things you can do from just kind of as a force for good. So that's cool to hear. So So we've got that coming up. Week after, we're going to hear from a couple of medical students and I think an undergraduate student about what it's like attending some of these national meetings like the Congress of Neurological Surgeons or the American Association of Neurosurgeons meetings, because it's pretty intimidating. I remember going to my first, kind of academic conference as an undergraduate, and I was the only one going for my lab. I didn't really have that, mentor to show me around and tell me what it was going to be like, and it was definitely nerve wracking. So I'm excited to see what Gretchen has lined up for that. The following week, we're going to have perspectives of a international medical graduate. We've got Fareed Juma, who's currently a PGY1 at the University of Missouri in neurosurgery. So he's going to be a great, former applicant to hear about, and current neurosurgery resident. So excited for that. And then we don't want to let the cat out of the bag too early, but we've got an exciting, program director spotlight that's going to be happening in April. So we'll keep that one kind of close to the chest now. But we're excited for everything coming up. Thank you all for listening and supporting and being here for, again, almost 10 weeks. Super exciting. If there's ever anything you want to hear about that you feel like we're not getting to, please leave a comment or log on to Brain and Spine Group and shoot us an email, and we'll be happy to try to tailor the content as well as we can to what your interests are. So with that, have a good night, everybody, and we'll see you next week as we continue the journey. Hey, everybody, welcome to the Neurosurgery Journey. We're on episode 13, believe it or not. So we're moving along here, getting into almost 2 or 3 months of streaming. So thanks everybody who's been with us and borne with us through the entire process. Got the YouTube channel pulled up on the side. Anyway, so today we're going to talk about a topic that I know a lot of our audience is really interested in, because we do have a lot of international medical graduates that watch our shows and join our educational programming, and we've never really been able to talk about what that experience is like. But I'm grateful tonight to be joined by Dr. Fareed Juma, a first-year resident at the University of Missouri in neurosurgery. I had the chance to work with Fareed when he was out here at Rutgers, and he had an incredibly productive time as a postdoctoral fellow here. And we're going to just kind of talk to him about what the experience of applying as a IMG is. I know there is a difference between IMG and FMG, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe we can talk a little bit about what that difference is, and just the different paths that folks take to match into neurosurgery. So, Fareed, do you want to just kind of introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about where you're at and where you're from?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you again for having me. I'm really happy to be here, and it's good to see you again, Mike.
Yeah, definitely.
Great 3 years at Rutgers. So I'm Fareed. I'm originally from the West Bank in Palestine. I grew up in the UAE, finished high school, went back to the West Bank to do med school. Did 6 years of a combined program, and then I did a year of an internship there as well. And then I came to Rutgers to do research in surgery, and then I matched here at MU in Columbia. So it's been a journey, to say the least. And yeah, I'm happy to share my experience here.
Yeah, no pun intended, right, with the journey.
Yeah, exactly.
So awesome. So when did you know that you were interested in medicine, and then eventually interested in neurosurgery? Was that kind of all together, or was it more of a slow process? What was that like?
Yeah, it was kind of a process, I would say. I growing up, I had this inclination, or had this kind of fantasy that I've always wanted to become a surgeon of some sort. I didn't really consider neurosurgery early on. We don't really have a lot of medical background in our family, but my uncle, who's a scrub tech in the West Bank, has been in practice for more than 40 years, and he would always tell me these stories about the surgeries that he does, and all these amazing, life-changing surgeries.
So that kind of like, fascinated me growing up. Finished school, had the grades for it. I was like, I want to do medicine. But the idea of neurosurgery was really born when I took my neuroanatomy courses. And it was like really, really interesting to me, just like how complex the brain anatomy is. I had very little exposure at the time to real neurosurgery because where I did my training kind of lacked the resources for that. And that was one of the reasons why I wanted to come here to the U.S. So I went to Chicago. I did like a month of, I rotated there for a month. And then that was kind of like the turning point where like, I definitely want to do this. I remember the first surgery that I attended was a DBS for Parkinson's, and just watching someone who's awake with tremors, and then tremors just resolve almost like instantaneously. It was kind of like mind blowing to a second or third year medical student from the West Bank. So yeah, that was kind of the point where I knew I wanted to do this. So yeah, I got involved in started getting involved in research, since I was probably the third year, fourth year. And then I came to the U.S. To pursue research. So it was kind of a gradual process, for sure.
Yeah, and I think it's that way for a lot of us, no matter where we're from, right? Like, we don't really know what neurosurgery is. You at least know what a doctor is because you go to a pediatrician or you see doctors while you're growing up.
Right.
But fortunately, most of us are lucky enough not to need neurosurgery, be exposed to it. So it's
Right.
tough to commit to that. But very cool. So I want to back up just a little bit. So you were mentioning, so you went to medical school after high school, and I think for many Americans that's going to sound right, like out of
Strange, yeah.
out of order because we do the 4 years of undergrad and then apply
Mhm.
it. So can you talk a little bit about what that process is like, applying into medical school, and what the application looks like?
Yeah. So the way, so there's different at least as far as I know, there's 3 different pathways to medical school, like around the world. There's the American system where you do like 4 years of undergrad and then 4 years of medical school. In the UK, and I think Australia, India as well, they do a combine of like 5 or 5.5 years of medical school. It's kind of a bit different there. For us, we did the system that Europe follows, where it's a combined program where you do like, they call it like a degree in biomedical sciences, which is a 3-year program.
Okay.
And then you do 3 years of clinical rotations. And then, where I went to med school, there's like an optional year to do an internship where you rotate on the major services in like the government hospitals in the area. And so the selection process is very similar to here. You have to, obviously score really high. There's, very strict selection criteria, multiple rounds of interviews and whatnot. So yeah, that's how it looked like for me.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy to think about being 18 years old and making that decision with your life, right? But,
yeah, definitely. So yeah, that's one of the differences that I've noticed here. Actually, a lot of people from my class, my entering class, ended up switching like the first after the first
Interesting.
semester.
Okay.
Yeah, like a decent number of people. Like I don't think I want to do this, or like even after second or even third year. So definitely having even like an even more rigorous like process where you have to like do undergrad and pre-med courses and the MCAT and the interviews, I think kind of like narrows that down even further. So that's something that I've noticed as well. But it's definitely a big decision. You're 17. Some people even graduate at like 17 or like I want to do medicine. So it's definitely a big decision. But yeah, you kind of just figure things out as you go along.
Right. Very cool. Okay, so we got you at the medical school phase. You found your interest in neurosurgery, and kind of hand in hand with that, that you want to go to the United States to train. How do you make that happen? How did you find the position at Rutgers? How did you do research along with medical school at that point? Were you thinking at that point of trying to reach out to mentors in the U.S. to work with? or were you just kind of doing research locally?
Yeah,
A
that's
lot
a
of
great
questions,
question.
but
Yeah, absolutely. So I was actually very fortunate to have someone who was senior to me in my med school who also wanted to do neurosurgery, and he was one of the people who had like the biggest influence on me, throughout this whole journey. His name is Nimmer. He's a PGY6. Shout out to Nimmer.
Nice.
He's in Shreveport, Louisiana. Great guy. So he was the one who kind of like introduced me to to the field, to research. At the time, he was working with people from. He had done a few rotations here and started doing research. So I started to get slowly involved with things like small projects like a case report here and there, or like a review paper, or a book chapter, or things like that. And he helped me a lot, starting out for sure. And then it kind of like transitioned. I knew I had to come here and do research, to be able to match. So I finished med school, finished all that stuff, finished my boards, the USMLE. I hadn't taken any USMLE. Like I did everything after graduation, which is something very common for international graduates. So that was a process to finish everything. And then I just started, reaching out to people here in the U.S. Via emails or phone calls, and kind of introduce myself, what I'm interested in, and then I ended up working with Dr. Nanda, who was chairman at LSU at the time. He was moving to Rutgers, and he was looking for a research fellow at the time, and it was a great coincidence, and we kind of started working together actually at Rutgers in early 2019. So yeah, and then there's different. This kind of like takes us to a different point where international graduates do research in different ways, or they take different routes to end up in neurosurgery. Definitely research is the most common based on what I've seen so far. Either working in a lab on basic research, or doing clinical research. Being part of clinical trials is definitely something that people can do, or a combination of any of these things as well. A lot of medical foreign graduates have already started training somewhere in their home countries, either surgery or neurosurgery. Some of them have completed that training already, and they come to the U.S. and they do residency again. So there's definitely different story to almost every single person that I've met or I've heard match. But the common theme is that there's a focus on research. They have a decent or solid like clinical experience, and I would say they all want it like really bad, because it can take many years. Some people get discouraged sometimes by how long this could take, but yeah, it's definitely a process. Needs a lot of patience for sure, to get where you want to.
Yeah, I think when you talk about the people that did full neurosurgery residencies and trained as neurosurgeons in their home countries and then come to the United States and do it again, I mean, can't think of much more of a testament to their dedication than to do that, to be a resident twice and to humble themselves in that way. I always find that so impressive. But in general, like you said, a lot of IMG stories are just super impressive in how patient and motivated y'all are to do that. So kudos, to you and to all your peers in that way.
Oh, thank you.
So you start working with Dr. Nanda at Rutgers, and of course we met and got to work on some stuff together. How were you so productive during that time? What was your mindset going in? How did you make sure that you were on top of papers? Pushing stuff out, making connections. Maybe doing some clinical stuff along with that. What was your outlook as you started that experience?
Yeah. So that's a great question. I mean, my advice to anyone going into this is to have a plan. A lot of people, I see a lot of people going into research without without let's say like a vision or like a specific plan on what they want to do, what they want to achieve. Obviously, the first and foremost, the thing that you have to do is find a mentor who he's who's obviously productive, in doing research, and then kind of, have a plan or set some expectations on like what's expected from me as a research fellow. Because from what I've seen, there's a lot of variation between institutions, on what's expected of a research fellow. So there can be some differences there. So it's good to know like upfront. For me, it was so I was working with Dr. Nanda mainly initially, at least, but then one of the ways I stay productive is working with multiple faculty members, Rutgers. So that's something you can do, and then just keeping. I try to maintain like a variety of research projects. So I worked on a number of national database studies. We did some retrospective cohorts, which were like my main focus. And then on the side, you can have these like accessory projects that you can finish on a shorter term. Something that you can start out with is doing meta-analyses for anyone who wants to start the research journey. It's a good skill set to learn on how to do systematic reviews, meta-analyses, high quality meta-analyses by following all the PRISMA guidelines and being able to identify a good research question. And that also takes time, like finding a good research idea definitely takes a good degree of like, familiarity with the literature and guidance from your mentor. So that's the other thing that you have to keep in mind. And I think that's how I think how I stayed or tried to stay as productive as possible, working there. And the other thing is collaboration, multi-center studies. There's a number of studies that are, ongoing all the time, in neurosurgery and, outside of neurosurgery. So it's good to be involved. This would definitely help you increase your productivity and also make, good connections and, know what's going on in the field. And that's something you should keep in mind as well, going into this.
Awesome. Yeah, like what you said about, the variety of studies, because of course we know that, certain studies are going to take a lot longer to get done. Like thinking about retrospective studies where, you have to go through and dig up that data.
Yeah.
Or even if you're going to do a prospective cohort, right? And we've got to follow that. So in the meantime, filling those gaps with the other things that you were mentioning, like reviews, that's really sage advice. Okay, so you're working on research. Were you able to do, any clinical work while you were at Rutgers?
I did towards the end of my research years. So I spent a lot of time on service at Rutgers, especially in the angio suite. Whenever I get the chance. I was a full-time research fellow, so whenever I have some time, I just go and see some cases. And then I did like a month of like dedicated kind of like time on service at Rutgers as well. So the other thing that people can do is once they're done with research, you can do like either like a prelim prelim residency in surgery to kind of get more clinical exposure. That definitely helps, and a lot of people do that. Or you can do, I'm sure a lot of people have heard about this, pre-residency fellowships. There are a few programs in the country that offer these unique positions of what looks like almost like a PGY1 in neurosurgery. The only difference is that they're not ACGME accredited, which means that they don't really count towards your residency, but they're a great like step in the door or a foot in the door to kind of get into clinical neurosurgery, see what neurosurgery really is, how the service works, what the OR looks like. A lot of people kind of lack that experience going in if you haven't done like sub-Is or rotations, which can be a little challenging as well for international grads.
Sure.
The travel and the board requirements and stuff like that. There's
Right.
definitely a lot of barriers to that. So supplementing your research with like a solid clinical experience in the U.S. goes a long way. So that's something that applicants should also keep in mind.
Sure.
As well. Other people do sub-Is before before graduation as medical students, and that's how they get their clinical exposure as well.
Gotcha. Yeah, I imagine, even if you obviously get a lot of clinical experience during your medical school training at home, but I imagine American healthcare looks, different, probably for better or for worse, right? There's definitely some flaws in the
Drastically
U.S.
different.
healthcare system.
Very different. Yeah, sure thing. Yeah, there's a lot that goes into learning how things work. So that's always it's always good to get that kind of that kind of exposure before you go into residency. Absolutely, I think it's as equally important as doing research, definitely. And then with research, there's I always get this question on like how many papers should I publish, or the notorious magical number
Mhm.
for to apply to the match. And my answer is that there's no formula, there's no number, on how much you should actually publish. It all depends on what kind of work you do. Obviously, you have to get things published, ultimately,
Right.
and numbers do matter to a certain extent, but high quality work, obviously, and keeping a variety as well of projects, I think, are very important, and it also helps you to get more exposure, to different areas of neurosurgery.
Mhm.
So I did projects in like endovascular, skull base, trauma. So that kind of helped me, get a wider knowledge base, if you will. So that's something I think that's important as well. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. So, how did you know, at a certain point in the fellowship that you were ready to apply to the match? Was that, conversations with mentors, or just kind of an internal timeline that you had for yourself? What did that look like?
Yeah, that was like one of the most difficult decisions that I had to make, and I think any applicant,
Mhm.
will make. Should I apply this year or not? And honestly, I just uh, I didn't really know. I was ready, and I thought it was kind of like a leap of faith. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like I thought in my so there are like objective criteria that you go by. Okay, like you've done this much research. You had this much exposure. You've made some connections here and there, and you think that you're ready, but you never really know. So you just have to, I guess, just do it, and keep your fingers crossed. Um, but from what I've seen, international grads spend a number of years in the U.S. before applying. There are outliers here and there, where some people match directly, or maybe after a year or less.
Yeah.
But I would say that's more uncommon. More people tend to spend like at least a couple of years doing research or something equivalent to that.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Liam, you have any questions? I don't want to be hogging the mic
Yeah.
here.
Well, thank you so much for sharing all of your stories, and I have a question. I do want to know personally, how was that transition like for you? You touched on it briefly. What were some of the barriers that you experienced personally, kind of transitioning from this research heavy career to more clinical care and then more technical side of things in the actual OR?
Yeah, absolutely. So, so the biggest challenge I would say I faced was just adjusting to the healthcare system, here in the U.S. And there's a lot of things that go into being a resident. Obviously, there's the knowledge part. That's the first thing. You go from this, the top of your class, or you're this research fellow who publishes, this many papers, into like the least knowledgeable, like the least skilled person on the team, as the intern. So that's the first thing. Obviously, that's very challenging. Everything is new to you, or at least to me at least. There's a lot of things I had to learn early on, and that kind of tends to be more accentuated in smaller programs, like the one that I'm in here. So we're a one resident per year program. So there's definitely a higher or I'd say a really high level of like expectations. You got to learn a lot of things. When there's like only 7 or 10 10 residents in a team, then like each resident really like counts. You know what I mean? So that's one of the things that I had to pick up on. And just kind of learn as fast as you can, and then just the day-to-day, the efficiency part of being a resident as well is. I mean, I've always heard about how hard it is, but when you're actually in it, it's a completely different experience. Just when you're on call and you're taking care of like ICU patients and you're holding the pager for the ED, and the chief wants you like to cover a case, and there's things can be really overwhelming, and you obviously have to be able to triage what's important or what's more urgent, what's pressing, and you will struggle initially. Even if you had done like a number of rotations or sub-Is, it's very different when you're a resident with more responsibility, and you have to make decisions. But it's a process. Things get easier. If you just focus on things and ask questions. Obviously, that's where being in a good team really helps. When you get guidance and mentorship, and it's a process.
Other than sub-Is, is there any other way that IMG students can find clinical experience in the U.S.?
Yeah, so the first thing would be sub-internships, and then like I mentioned, those pre-residency fellowships are a great avenue into getting clinical experience, or other forms of surgical training. Gen Surge would be the most common thing, a preliminary general surgery position, and then from there you can apply to that same program. That also something that a lot of people do, where they start prelim residency in a certain program, and then they end up matching there for neurosurgery. A lot of programs give you like a month or two of elective time where you can spend time on any service you want. So that will be something to keep an eye out for. That'll be a great way to get into the field and get more exposure. When you know the people there and you work with them, and they get to actually know you and know your work ethic, I think that really helps you match.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Now, also, like, what did you ever consider? I guess pursuing neurosurgery outside the U.S. in a different country, or did your friend, who I guess is now at LSU, did he inspire you to come to the States, or was there any other motivation to come to the States?
Yeah. Separately, I've always wanted to come to the U.S. For a number of reasons, but definitely, having people who've already taken this path, kind of. I wasn't really familiar with the training elsewhere, or at least not as familiar as how it is in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
So that kind of was pretty clear for me that I wanted to come here. I didn't really consider other options, and I like the idea of everything being structured here, although very challenging. But the process is clear. You have to do your boards. There's a match system. It's things are very clear, which can be a little different from how it is in other places. So I like the idea of things being standardized and structured, and so. And obviously the training here is like phenomenal. I've spoken to, I know a number of residents from other places, and there's definitely great training in many other countries, but the United States is definitely pioneering in the field of neurosurgery, especially because it's a specialty that's heavily reliant on technology. I mean, without technology, you can't really do neurosurgery, or at least a lot of the stuff that we do in neurosurgery. So that's something that definitely helps by having all these resources.
Did you do sub-Is before starting at Rutgers, or did you do them after?
I didn't do sub-Is. I did I did observerships,
Gotcha.
which are a bit more limited in in the clinical privileges that you have, but you get to shadow and rotate with the services, see cases in the OR, participate in conferences. So they're a bit more limited, but they're a good way to getting some kind of exposure to neurosurgery for sure. But I know I had not done any civilize before I matched.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And then, were you applying? Was it the COVID year that you applied, or were you after COVID?
It was 2021 was when I applied. So kind of like towards the end,
in between. So things were kind of coming back to normal.
Yeah.
What was that process like? Because for a lot of people, that sub internship experience is the opportunity to see all these different institutions and make the connections there. How did you kind of work around that to make sure that you were making connections and finding somewhere that you would enjoy being?
Yeah, absolutely. It was definitely a crazy time. I would say research really helped me get well connected within the field, and especially mostly through collaborations. I know that year had no everything was on hold, especially meetings and conferences, but going to conferences also is something that I did, and I believe played a big role. Just meeting different people, program directors, other residents, getting advice from people who've done this already can be very, very mind opening. So I would encourage everyone who's, because neurosurgery is a very small community, as you know already. So being exposed to what's going on out there, and meeting your future colleagues and making all these connections is very important. So research, just reaching out to people, going to conferences, presenting in conferences as well, kind of puts the applicant on the map, which goes a long way when you actually come to apply to the match.
Yeah, and we just had a really nice session last week on students attending conferences and kind of tips for that and the importance of it. Do you have any particular tips for IMGs that are attending neurosurgical conferences on just how to make it the most productive use of time and for a lot of people financial resources?
So when you go into when you go into the whole match process, I would say going to conferences prior to that would help you at least be more familiar with how the match works, obviously, and kind of introducing yourself to the residents or possibly going to be your chiefs, if you end up matching, meeting the program directors as well. One thing that I did was, prior to going to the conference, which is, look at the agenda of the conference, take a good look at it, at the sessions, see who's presenting, where, what time, approach people. Obviously, you don't want to be, pushy or, get in the way of others, but, just approach people and, kind of, introduce yourself. And some of the people who I know would kind of have CVs on hand and just, especially prior to the match season, you would have like CVs on hand and they would just hand them out to, program directors or, chairman or, people who would be, interested. So that's something I haven't done, but that some people can have done already in the past. So this is it. I would say just try to talk to as many people as you can, and just go with the flow.
Yeah, I remember. I think so. CNS in Austin was my first neurosurgical conference, and I remember meeting you there and just like seeing how well you managed that. Just kind of bumping around and talking to everybody and doing it in that balanced way where you're not annoying, but you're making sure that you get that face time.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, and
definitely-
you got to keep in mind, like, I mean, the program directors are approached by many people, or people, you always got to keep that in mind, and just be mindful of that as well.
Definitely.
Yeah.
All right. So now, thinking about the application cycle, what was your mindset going in? Not to put you too much on the spot, but did you, have backup plans for that match cycle of, what you would do? And then how did you, balance accepting interviews? And, fortunately, you didn't have to travel for those, but it's still a pretty hectic time. And if I remember it right, you were still working at Rutgers and still doing research.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it was a very stressful time for sure. Even as an IMG, just your main concern is am I even going to get interviews?
Mm-hmm.
So I ended up getting a number of interviews, and obviously you can't really decline an interview. You don't really have much luxury to kind of choose there, but so it was virtual when I interviewed. There were no in-person interviews at the time, which made things a little easier for sure, and also a bit more challenging. Really, it has its pros and cons for sure. But at least more time efficient for sure.
Sure.
More cost efficient as well.
Mhm.
I would say. Preparation. Obviously helps a lot. Just knowing how there's a lot of, I would say 60-70% of the questions are almost identical that you're gonna get on interviews. Just preparing for those, and just kind of really sitting down with yourself and getting your thoughts, and knowing how you're gonna present them, and how you're gonna communicate with your interviewees. That actually is extremely important. The interview period, and that plays a huge role when applicants are ranked. Even if even applicants who have never met the members from that program, completely strangers, but they really impress them during the interview, and they end up ranking really high. So that all plays a huge role in how well you do. So I would say preparation. Obviously, keeping some time between the some time, a decent amount of time between the interviews if you can. You don't want to. Interviews can be a little hectic, even virtually. Sometimes you're spending several hours, almost at a stretch, talking to people, and it's obviously it's a time where the eyes are on you, and you're making your impression on the program. So it can be a little exhausting. So kind of spreading them out would be a good idea. Reaching out to the program definitely goes a long way. Or going to see the program personally, just show interest. That also helps a lot, and I know a lot of applicants have done this, and I have done this as well myself. So all these things are I think good things to keep in mind.
Definitely, and I think once you get to that point, the advice is probably pretty universal to all applicants. You don't get segregated into IMG versus US. It's pretty universal advice, which is good for our US listeners here. I'm sure on the journey there were times that maybe you questioned if this was the right path, or if it was going to work out. For anybody who's out there and they're having one of those moments or periods in their journey, what advice would you give them?
That's a great question, and that's something I actually forgot to mention. So, having a backup plan is very important. So at the time, if I hadn't matched, my next step would have been to do a prelim, general surgery, or a pre-residency fellowship in neurosurgery, and then apply again in a year or two. So always having a backup plan is definitely important, and just be patient. It's definitely not easy. It's a very long journey. There's a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot of ups and downs, but you've got to stick with it. And also, just take your time and make sure that you really want to do this, because neurosurgery residency is very, very hard. And 7 years. Attrition rates are considerable within the field. So make sure that you spend your time. Make sure that this is something you really want to do, and just if you're sure, just stick with it. There's a lot of different pathways to get into neurosurgery, and you'll figure it out. As you go along, talking to people, getting their perspective, getting their opinion on things, sharing, listening to their experiences will help you figure out, your own pathway. But there's really no magical recipe or, secret, like a number of publications that you have to meet. A lot of people go into this mentality where I have to publish like this much and then I'm ready. That's the farthest from the truth. There's a lot of factors that go into this, including luck. There's a lot of randomness, within the whole process. So yeah, you just gotta, just stick to it. Obviously, believe in yourself. You can do this, and ultimately, you'll be able to do it.
Awesome. Yeah, I think everybody wants that secret formula, or the KFC secret recipe, right? To succeed.
Yeah.
Regardless, IMG, US, it doesn't matter.
Absolutely.
What we want. That tell us what the number we need to get get in. And you're right, everybody's journey is so unique that there can't be a recipe or a formula for it.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you shared that.
And having support is also very important.
Yeah.
Obviously from the people you're working with, your mentors, and just social support. Your family, your friends. It can be a very stressful time. Whether you're applying, you're in the match season, or you're considering to apply, or you're applying for a research position, and it can be challenging. So having support helps as well.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, if you're here in the U.S. and not having family here, that can be even more of a challenge to that. Liam, any questions on your end before I ask our kind of standard last question?
No, for Reed, you hit all my points. I was interested in chatting about some of the different paths like an IMG can take to match here in the U.S. and but in particular here at the Medical College of Georgia, we have a resident that was a practicing neurosurgeon and then came here and started his residency all over again. And Mike, you talked about the patience and the to humble yourself to come here and come down to the lowest man on the totem pole almost after being the head of the OR. It's such a incredible journey that you guys take, and very inspiring to be chatting with you. So I appreciate you sharing.
My pleasure. Yeah, of course.
All right, awesome. So to wrap it up here, the question we kind of end everything in because this is the neurosurgery journey. So what would you tell Fareed, just graduated high school, starting medical school, starting the journey into neurosurgery? What would you tell that young man about being prepared for the journey?
Well, it's a really good question. Just take it easy, man. We a lot of people going into these surgical specialties tend to be type A and driven and really anxious about things, or but I feel like everything eventually works out, works itself out one way or another, and yeah, if I, this has always been my dream, to come here and do this. But I feel like it's been, I've come a long way, and I'm sure everyone who ends up in residency feels the same way as well. So yeah, just like take it easy. It's a process. Be patient. That's the advice that I would give myself, and yeah, it all works out.
Awesome. I think that's a great way to end it. So just a couple of quick announcements for folks. So next week we're actually going to be joined by Dr. Lola Chambliss from Vanderbilt University Medical Center. She's going to talk about Vanderbilt's program as well as her role in really innovating medical education as the medical student committee chair of the SNS. We also want to remind folks that you can still register for our second annual Early Career Neuroscience Virtual Research Symposium taking place this Saturday at 12 p.m. Eastern. We have a great keynote lined up, and then a resident panel and student presentations following that. So I definitely encourage you to join. And I'm going to take that one off. Wrong one. All right. Well, thank you, Fareed, and thanks, Liam, for co-hosting with me. It was really such an inspirational conversation, and gave me some fuel to get through the rest of the week, through the weekend now. So thank you both, and thanks everybody for joining us tonight.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me again, and for giving us this podium to share this experience. And I'm happy to if you guys want to put like my email, or if anyone wants to reach out with any other questions, or I'm more than happy to talk to them.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, we're live here on the Neurosurgery Journey, first episode. So I'm sure a lot of people know us from the previous Neurosurgeons Journey podcast that Mike Court started, who's now a neurosurgery resident. So we decided to kind of evolve this into a live stream in accordance with the BSG rebranding. We're super excited to just have our team of aspiring neurosurgeons on here to talk all things neurosurgery, and really to focus in on the journey. So I was thinking about what this journey podcast or live stream would really look like, and what we wanted to hit on. And something that I thought about, right, is that for a lot of us, that first exposure to neurosurgery is the timeless expression, well, it's not brain surgery. And you can call it serendipity or natural curiosity or maybe divine intervention. But some of us hear that phrase and we wonder, what about when the task at hand actually is brain surgery? And here on the Neurosurgery Journey, I've got 4 of my colleagues who are, at various points on the path to actually having their work be brain surgery. So I'm super excited to have them here. We got Kyle up there in the top left corner, Liam on the right, Gretchen down on the bottom right, and then our senior member, Taylor, who is probably the closest one to actually being able to call himself a neurosurgeon, which is super exciting. So I'm being kind of facetious, right? The journey into neurosurgery starts off a little bit different for all of us. Probably are not actually inspired by just wanting to say that we're doing neurosurgery. So, to kind of kick it off here, I just want to start answering the question, what got us each interested in neurosurgery? And before we do that, we always want to encourage our audience to leave comments and questions in the chat as everybody's talking. But as we kick off that question of, what got you started on your journey, why don't we have Taylor start that one off?
Yeah, absolutely. So, thanks for having me. It's a real pleasure and honor to be here. My name is Taylor Reardon. I am a 4th-year medical student at University of Pikeville, Kentucky College of Osteopathic Medicine. It's all the way in Pikeville, Kentucky, about 45 minutes west of Virginia. So really far out there. But really what got me interested in neurosurgery. So to give you a little bit of background on my upbringing. So I grew up in a very rural town. There are about 3,500 people there. Not a lot of medical exposure there, but I knew that I was interested in science at some point, just science in general, after learning in high school. My biology teacher was also our weightlifting coach. And so to kind of have that combination and understanding of, and that relationship was very intriguing to me. And so I went and studied at the University of Toledo in Toledo, Ohio, majored in biology pre-med with a concentration in neuroscience. And I didn't know at that time if I wanted to do a PhD or more clinical work. And so to do that, I was fortunate to get a job as a medical assistant in a neurology neurosurgery joint practice. And I was able to kind of connect with the neurosurgeons there, and they fortunately let me shadow in the operating room a little bit. And I saw my first case, which was just a simple discectomy. And I was just like awestruck at that time. It was such a fascinating thing to me. I didn't, I'd seen it on TV, and like Mike said, you talk about it just being brain surgery or just being spine surgery, but it was actually happening in front of me. And I said, from that point on, I absolutely want to do this for a career. So I, studied pretty hard in undergrad. I took a year off between my undergrad and medical school, and was fortunate enough to gain acceptance to ChiCom. And I'm a current 4th year medical student pursuing neurosurgery at the trail end of interview season, which is exciting. So,
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Super exciting. So, you mentioned, kind of being at that point where you're thinking PhD versus clinical, and maybe we have, some pre-meds versus pre-PhDs here, and they're trying to figure out what they want to do. What advice would you give to them as they're trying to figure out what part of the kind of clinical versus research spectrum they want to be on?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a huge question. And I guess to start off first, for those interested in kind of deciding between the path, there is a common path, being an MD PhD or a DO PhD, if you choose to do both. But really what it took was a lot of self-reflection. I was very thankful for the research experiences that I had in my undergraduate career. All of them were basic science research experiences. I enjoyed all of them. But I realized that I loved connecting with patients. I loved working with my hands, and just that self-reflection just led me to want to pursue a career in clinical medicine. And I tried to really, give it my best shot and really work hard on my research projects. I got my honors thesis, but even after all the work put in, I was still drawn towards clinical medicine and really making a difference there. And that's just what after that time and effort, I realized that was more of my calling than research.
Awesome stuff. So you want to take care of people, not mice, is essentially what you're saying at the end of it.
Exactly. The mice are super nice, but the people just give me a little bit extra feedback than the mice. I actually worked with C. elegans, which are these little like worms and stuff like that, and those, they were great, but they don't tell me too much on their neurologic exams, so I tended to go towards real patients.
That's fair. So maybe in kicking with the research theme here, we'll go to Gretchen because she's on the research here now. So Gretchen, tell us a little bit about your journey into wanting to be a neurosurgeon and what you're up to now.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for having me, Mike and Brain and Spine Group. My journey to neurosurgery, a little less forethought and just kind of different steps I've taken to land where I'm at today. But so like Taylor, from a super small town, not a ton of medical exposure. In high school, I actually wanted to go to veterinary school and become a vet. So I went to the University of Missouri in Columbia. It was pre-vet. I was going to be a vet. And I enjoyed my classes, but kind of along the same lines as Taylor, the animals didn't quite give me as much feedback as I would have liked. And realized I'd rather just have my own pets than take care of other people's pets. So made the switch to pre-med because I still really enjoyed science and wanted sort of a clinical career. So took 2 years off between undergrad and med school, and I continued to work in a research lab. Got to move to Tampa for a year, so that was a fun little stint. And then went to medical school where I currently am, Kansas City University, College of Osteopathic Medicine in Kansas City, Missouri. I am currently taking a year off to do a research year. I'm between my 3rd and 4th year, so just one more left. And yeah, so right now I'm conducting a research year in St. Louis, and it's going really well. It's been a nice little transition from regular medical school duties and all of that stuff. But going back to the first 2 years of med school, I kind of enjoyed everything that I was learning. I didn't come into med school thinking I wanted to do neurosurgery. It was on the table, but it wasn't the only thing. I knew I definitely wanted to do surgery, but didn't realize it'd end up being neurosurgery. So just really enjoyed my neuroscience classes. And then Mike Hortz, who you've mentioned, he went to Kansas City University, and one day he just posted on our class Facebook page like, hey, I'm doing this research group for people interested in neurosurgery. Hit me up if you want to get involved. So I did. And then the rest is kind of history. Started to do more neuroscience research and just fell in love with it. So then 3rd year, we get to pick 2 electives for our 3rd year clinical rotation. So I picked vascular surgery and neurosurgery. And my neurosurgery rotation ended up being my very last rotation of 3rd year. And by that point, I'd already kind of honed in on neurosurgery. So I was like, well, I'm going to figure out a research year for the year ahead. But I was a little nervous because I was like, well, what if I get to May and neurosurgery is not for me, but I already have this research year lined up. But thank goodness that's not the case. And I did my month on the neurosurgery service and absolutely fell in love. I was like, okay, this is good. This is what I'm doing. And then research year started, and here in a couple months, I'll be picking back up med school and applying for sub-Is. So yeah.
Awesome. So you mentioned that you knew somewhat early on in med school that you wanted to do surgery. What was it like, kind of making that decision? Because I think that's an important decision that people have to make is, am I, a medicine doctor that uses my brain, or am I a, procedural doctor that uses my hands? And of course, that's an oversimplification. But where did you sort of figure that out?
Yeah, for sure. That's a main decision tree there. So I came in kind of thinking I wanted to do neurosurgery neurosurgery, just surgery in general. When I worked at the vet, I really enjoyed the surgical cases, but so I kind of had an idea. And then it really wasn't decided upon until 3rd year. It's just so happened my very first rotation was general surgery, and kind of same thing. First day, got into an OR and actually got to play like a little bit of a role, and I was like, this is great. And then my next one, I'm pretty sure, was internal medicine. I was like, yeah, I don't like this as much. So that was the same theme throughout my entire 3rd year. I just really enjoyed all of my surgical rotations, and the clinical ones are great too, and we learned a bunch, but just didn't get me quite as jazzed as anything that required an OR.
Yeah, fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
So now why don't we turn over to the guys that are in the thick of it with their clinicals. So why don't we start with Kyle, because I know he's maybe just wrapping up clinicals and starting to head towards research.
Absolutely, yeah. So my name's Kyle. I was originally from a small town in Mississippi and moved to Louisiana. I got my undergraduate degree in chemical engineering, and I always wanted to go into medicine, but I didn't really know how I wanted to go there. And I realized that I did have a passion for the engineering mindset and the pathway of, working through our problems through an analytical way. So I decided to actually go through to medicine through that engineering pathway. And I didn't know what I wanted to do in medicine at all at that point. My undergrad was basically just like general medicine. But as I started to learn like what areas of medicine you can actually start using engineering, I started to realize that the surgical subspecialties had some of the most fascinating areas. And through that lens, I started to see this very cool things that neurosurgery could offer. And right when I got to med school and I had the opportunity to shadow as a neurosurgeon, that was game over. seeing those surgeries, being in the OR, seeing the different types of surgical techniques they use, and more importantly, seeing how quickly you can change a patient's life was unforgettable. And I'm sure everybody here remembers the first time they saw surgery, especially neurosurgery, and it's incredible. And, I identified some good mentors early on and got into research. And ever since then, it's just a positive feedback loop of liking what I do and, just counting down the days where I could finally, start working towards applications.
Awesome stuff. And I know that, so you have the engineering background, and there is a ton of engineering in neurosurgery. That was one thing that surprised me when I met, some residents that were like, oh yeah, I did electrical engineering as an undergrad. And it's like, what were you thinking? So can you share a little bit about, what is it like going from that super kind of rigid mathematical life of engineering into, thinking more clinically?
Yeah. I mean, it's actually not that bad of a transition. In engineering, you have, let's say you have an oil rig and something's going wrong. And part of your job is to figure out, what are we seeing from our controls? Where are we losing pressure in certain pipes and stuff? And that's very similar to the clinical aspects of medicine. And the problem-solving mindset's not that far off from medicine. So that wasn't the real issue. I mean, the only thing that medicine doesn't have is the calculus, which for me is honestly a great thing.
Thank God.
But you'll see that the skills you learn in engineering and just getting involved in the type of device design research really gives you a different perspective and certain skill set that can kind of set you apart and get you into some cool research situations.
Super cool. All right, so now we'll go to the last guy here, Liam. So Liam, tell us a little bit about where you're at now and what your interests in neurosurgery are.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Well, first, before I get into that, hey, my name is Liam. I wanted to mention, you talked about like serendipity and divine intervention, and like how this whole, and I wanted to talk about like how this whole, live stream podcast, came together, or how I got involved. At least, it was one night I was in the thick of clinicals. Kyle can relate right now, and in my mind I was like, oh, I'd love to see like an educational neurosurgery podcast. And then, I remember I had listened to the neurosurgeon's journey before, and that's how I got actually into the brain and spine group. And so I reached out to Dr. Panulo, I believe is how you pronounce her last name. And then she got me connected to you guys. And I think it was like that same day y'all had been talking about starting or restarting the podcast or something like that. And it's crazy to think like across the nation, we both had this similar idea, and here we are in all of its glory. So that, I just wanted to share that. I thought that was really cool. But yeah, my name is Liam Goldman. I'm a third year medical student at the Medical College of Georgia. But I'm from Columbus, Georgia. It's a small little city down in Southwest, or maybe Midwest Georgia rather. And so my journey to neurosurgery started at a very young age, the age of 1 second in life. I was born to a family. My mom is a neuro ICU nurse, and my dad is a neurosurgeon here in Columbus, community neurosurgeon here. And so kind of throughout my life, growing up, I was exposed to all things neuroscience, neurobiology, and just community medicine in general. And so I really respected what my parents did. And so I thought that, medicine might be the right path for me. And that's kind of the goal that I had going into college. I went to Rhodes College in Memphis, Tennessee. I wasn't quite sure if I had the neuroscience bug. So I took some neuroscience courses, and indeed I was bitten by that bug. And I fell in love with everything from neurophilosophy to, the simplest part of neuroscience, the action potential. And it was I really started to kind of find my place of, okay, I'm pursuing medicine. I really, really like neuroscience. And so, why not, try and pursue neurosurgery once I got to medical school. Along the way, I'm grateful to have the opportunity to have shadowed my dad in the OR and had some really cool experiences. Seeing gunshot wounds, seeing him fix slip discs and things like that. But if I can think of one story that really made me take a step back and realize, okay, this neurosurgery is what I want to do, is while at MCG, Medical College of Georgia, we say MCG. I was shadowing my mentor there, and he was doing a corpus callosotomy, which you kind of cut the connection between the two hemispheres. And you do that to treat intractable epilepsy. And I just remember the anatomy was so beautiful. I had seen gunshot wounds before. Unfortunately, the anatomy of the brain at that point is, it's very compromised. But in this surgery, the brain looks fairly untouched to the naked eye, and I could